Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1. Times have changed, sir. Up. Down. Middle. Good reaction, but not enough. Amidst a series of shouting, interjections like ah, oh, and even fuck, were mixed in. The collision of blunt weapons against each other and against the body produced crisp or muffled sounds. Together, they did battle training on the lawn in front of the White Castle of Camelot. On one side of the battle stood the heir to the throne of Britain and the son of King Arthur, Crown Prince Artorius Pendragon. On the other side stood the most serious, feared, and even terrifying member of the Knights of the Round Table, Sir Agravain of the Iron Hand. Currently, Agravain was the one holding the advantage in the battle. To be honest, Sir Agravain, I'm getting tired of this kind of training, ow. Despite being only 13 years old, the prince's speed, strength, and techniques were impeccable. He was exceptional among his peers. Unfortunately, his opponent was over 20 years older than him, with overwhelming physical prowess and experience. The king commanded me to train you, and I don't care whether you're tired of it or not. Agravain calmly replied, simultaneously launching another attack without forgetting to respond. He attacked Artorius, finding any opening with his blunted sword. Okay, I can compromise, but if possible, I'd rather receive training from a beauty, like that certain purple-haired lady in the tight-fitting suit for example. Isn't that the standard setup? Why does it turn into a cold and ruthless old man when it comes to me, ugh? The king believes that I am the most suitable person in the Knights of the Round Table to train you. That's how it is. What about the purple-haired lady, gah? The Knights of the Round Table have no women. Upon hearing the other person's earnest remark, the expression on the pretty boy's face instantly became comical. He remembered a certain blonde wolf girl. Hee hee. As Artorius let out a laugh, he was struck in the head by Agravain's fist. Fuck. As a prince, using foul language deducts points. Then came a kick. Although at the same time, Artorius also landed a hit on Agravain's chest, it seemed to have little effect on him. Wearing armor is against the rules, Sir Agravain. If you're willing to fight in armor, you may do so. Artorius rolled his eyes. Among the Knights of the Round Table, he ranked high in speed and agility. If he fought in armor, he would lose his only advantage and go from having a slight chance of winning to having none. The next second, they exchanged blows once again. Artorius was sent flying several meters away and fell to the ground, gasping for air. Agravain did not pursue further. After all, his purpose was training, not victory, let alone murder. Today's sparring practice is... No, wait. However, Artorius interrupted him and managed to struggle to his feet. You don't look well, Your Highness. Do you need me to call a doctor for you? Or perhaps a mage or an alchemist? Anyone except for Lord Merlin, of course. Who do you think is to blame for this? No, it's not the time to dwell on such matters. Wiping the blood stain from the corner of his mouth, Artorius retorted irritably, what I mean is, let's continue the battle. But... Yeah, you think I'm no longer capable of fighting, right? Ever since I started my training, it's been years of getting beaten up left and right. Is that what you think, Sir Agravain? That's the essence of training, Your Highness, the king also agrees. These challenges will make you stronger. And besides... Forget it. He has never been a good father. We all know that. Artorius continued in a displeased tone. Your Highness, when it comes to the king, I believe you should show more respect. Ah, yes, respect, but that's not the point. The point is the outcome, not the process. Outcome? Yes, the outcome. Times have changed, sir. With a click sound, Artorius retrieved a handgun from his pocket. What is that? My secret weapon. I named it the short-barrel self-igniting hand cannon, although I prefer it to be called the Smoky Flash Night Demise or simply Night Demise for a more stylish feel. Feel free to suggest any other cool names you like. Hearing Artorius's words, Agravain maintained a steady expression, but there was a hint of strangeness in his thoughts. To me, it seems like a delicate alchemical device with little practical use, unworthy of the title Knight's Demise. So, where did you get it? Lord Merlin, or some alchemist? Did it involve forbidden magecraft? No, of course not, I still know the rules. Artorius spoke casually, as for where I got it. Do you know how troublesome the Fairy of Avalon can be? Especially for someone as gorgeous as me. Oh, right, I forgot you have no luck with women. I should ask Merlin about these things, but whatever. He aimed the gun at Agravain. Prophecies, astrology, you, father, and all the knights of the Round Table believe that I will bring change to this country. And I believe it too, so screw you, Agravain. He pulled the trigger, targeting his arm. But the bullet was easily slapped away by Agravain the Iron Hand. Wait, this shouldn't be happening. In the next second, Agravain charged forward, landing a punch on Artorius's chin. Chapter 2, Son of Dragon. How long was I out, Sir Agravain? When Artorius opened his eyes again, he found himself still lying on the grassy field in front of the White Castle. A gentle breeze brushed against him, carrying the fragrance of fresh grass. Approximately 15 minutes, Your Highness. Agravain stood nearby, calmly responding. He then asked a question, so, have you learned any lessons from this battle? Well. Artorius struggled to prop himself up. He still felt a bit dizzy. After shaking his head to shake off the discomfort, the Prince of Britain casually inquired, not to trust women easily, especially the fairies. Correct, they are not to be trusted. Especially women like Lady Morgan. Anything else? The downfall of my smoky flash knight demise. I thought the world's first firearm would be formidable. Unfortunately, it will take thousands of years for my legend to deeply root in people's hearts. Of course, the main responsibility lies with the Fairy of Avalon. As usual, I will ignore the latter half of Your Highness's nonsensical ramblings, Agravain calmly stated. Your summary in the first half is correct. Instead of relying on such unreliable devices, you should trust the sword in your hand. Fine, it's all because this is the Britain of Type Moon world, not America. Artorius reclined back. He felt a hint of frustration with his gun. Agravain, as usual, completely ignored Artorius's nonsense. Everyone in all of Britain knew that the mind of the prince was ever so slightly abnormal. In response to this, surprisingly, all of Britain remained emotionally stable and no one made a big deal out of it. Why is that? Let's use Sir Lancelot as an example. Everyone who's familiar with the fate must know that he goes crazy and doing homicide when he's provoked. His mind is twisted, and his logic is chaotic. He's a scoundrel who cheats and betrays his partner, doing NTR. It's no wonder he got the berserker class. Even his own son wishes he could stab him as Mordred did to her father. But in the end, none of this stops him from being a good knight. And there was Mordred. And Tristan. Of course, there was Agravain himself. Every one of them had flaws and mistakes, but they were still good knights. Therefore, everyone in all of Britain remained emotionally stable when it came to the small issue of their future king's nonsense thinking. For those who were emotionally unstable, Artorius felt it would be good to have a heart-to-heart talk with the Knights of the Round Table. Have a proper conversation about their feelings. That way, they would surely become emotionally stable. If he were to rule this country, he would definitely do so. Do you need me to escort you to see a doctor? Agravain calmly asked. No need, let me lie down for a while. Artorius reluctantly replied. As the son of dragon, his body's recovery rate far exceeded that of an ordinary person. Moreover, this was the city of Camelot that was rich with true ether. The sky here is always clear and blue, the sun forever warm and constant. The temperature remains stable, with lush greenery and bountiful crops, ensuring the people are free from the harshness of winter. The concentration of true ether, akin to the prosperity of ancient times, is a miracle of the present world. In this dense magical energy, even a single breath is enough to strengthen oneself or heal injuries. Well then, I'll take my leave. As always, Agravain excused himself with impeccable manners. After Artorius tended to his wounds, or rather, stared blankly at the sky for a while, two young knights of similar age to him arrived. One was a boy in purple attire with white short hair covering half of his eyes, giving off an outward appearance of gentleness. The other was a cute girl with short blonde hair, resembling a small pup. Just like Artorius, they belonged to the new generation of knights. As soon as the girl noticed something was off with Artorius, she hurriedly ran to his side. Ah, Your Highness, are you all right? Your injuries seem quite severe. Do you need my assistance? Did you lose to Sir Agravain again? Unlike the cute girl, the white-haired boy spoke in a relaxed tone, cutting straight to the point. Yeah. Artorius rolled his eyes and replied as such. It seems the new weapon isn't very effective, Your Highness. He sat beside Artorius and continued speaking in a gentle tone. It was practically given away for free in Avalon, wasn't it? Artorius didn't feel like engaging in conversation with this guy that resembled Nagisa Kaworu, even though he knew the guy meant well. It simply annoyed him when he mentioned his gun. T/N, the guy from Evangelion. Moreover, the art of the sword that Agravain always said couldn't save Camelot and Britain. I'll go get some healing medicine. After a brief exchange, the cute girl hurriedly ran off. She's adorable, isn't she? The white-haired boy looked at the girl's figure and said nonchalantly. Do you like her? Artorius countered. Oh. No, I just want to know your opinion, your highness, the white-haired boy calmly replied. As the crown prince, wouldn't it be good to have an heir sooner rather than later? Then why don't you find a beauty for me? Artorius continued teasing him with a joke he wouldn't understand. Urging me to have children or cosplaying as Nagisa Kawuru won't do you any good here, Sir Galahad. Haha, well, regarding my question. Artorius's nonsense amused Galahad. After a pleasant laugh, he didn't forget to remind Artorius once again. Gareth is quite nice. Artorius calmly replied, but she's not my type. I feel sorry for her. Galahad said. So, your highness, could you be more specific about your preferences? He looked at Artorius half jokingly and half seriously. As Britain son of dragon, what kind of woman would earn your admiration? Noble. Dignified. Majestic. Beautiful. Pure. Or big boobs. Artorius declared, settling the matter. Chapter 3, Hopeless. Haha, that's a good answer, chuckled Galahad happily, standing up and pulling Artorius up with him. As he did so, he mentally ran through a list of women he knew who had big boobs and busty figures. He hadn't decided yet who Artorius admired. Do you have a plan after this? Galahad cheerfully asked Artorius. Being around the same age as Artorius and having grown up together, they could be considered a childhood friend. Of course, their relationship wasn't on the same level as Nagisa Kawuru and Shinji Ikari from Evangelion. If not, I'm going hunting next, care to join me, your highness? Galahad extended an invitation to Artorius, only to be rejected. Instead of that, how about you answer a question for me, Sir Galahad? I will speak what I know. Do you know how to save this country? Upon hearing Artorius's question, Galahad's expression became somewhat, very peculiar. The age of gods will end eventually. It's the trend of history. Except for the city of Camelot, true ether throughout Britain is fading. This has led to a series of consequences. Crops are declining, diseases and even plagues are spreading. The weather is gradually becoming colder. Our country is suffering. So, Sir Galahad, what is your opinion? After saying this, Artorius looked at Galahad with hopeful eyes. Unfortunately, Galahad's opinion wasn't much different from that of the Knights of the Round Table or the average person in Britain. The king is working hard to save the country, Galahad said matter-of-factly. As long as we defeat those foreign barbarians, and that despicable king, we can save this country, right? Do you truly believe that, Sir Galahad? Isn't that the case? The white-haired young knight answered matter-of-factly. I have complete faith in the king. He is the best commander, the best leader, the perfect knight. I, along with all the members of the Knights of the Round Table, take pride in being his knights and am willing to fight for him for the rest of my life. Artorius looked at the white-haired boy seriously, confirming that these words came from the bottom of his heart. Then he smiled happily, patting his shoulder. Just as I thought, Sir Galahad. Afterward, he extended his fist, bumping it against Galahad's fist. You truly are my best friend. I'm honored. Galahad smiled. So, hunting. Nah, forget it. I'm planning to go back to my room for a while. Sir Agravain was really heavy-handed. Well, Gareth will be disappointed. Then, please apologize to her for me, Artorius replied. See you later, Sir Galahad. Until we meet again, your highness. After bidding farewell, the two boys went their separate ways. Galahad headed toward the direction of the stables, where he joined his attendants. Gentlemen, go fetch our horses. Galahad declared loudly, greeted by a small cheer. Meanwhile, Artorius proceeded toward the castle. After a burst of light, a notebook appeared out of thin air, floating beside Artorius, and it opened automatically. On the notebook's page were the names of the Knights of the Round Table, with most of them marked with a cross. Galahad is no exception, huh? With Artorius's words, the name of the white-haired knight was also crossed out. Why is it so difficult to do something? Even if you all believe in that warrior woman, she can't save Britain, for fuck's sake. I can't do it alone, I need assistance to accomplish things, but these Knights of the Round Table are all hopeless. Must I resort to cloning hundreds of my mother like Morgan to form a saber team? Artorius couldn't help but mutter as he moved forward. Afterward, the young prince seemed to sense something. Following his intuition, he discovered his father standing on top of Camelot's battlements, their gazes meeting directly. Behind his father stood Agravain, his teacher. On the other side was the Knight of the Lake, Lancelot, with pale violet short hair and a facial resemblance to Galahad. The perfect king nodded slightly at him, and Artorius responded with a joyful smile. This smile brought about a complex mix of emotions in King Arthur, in Artoria Pendragon, his so-called father that was actually a mother, and the reigning ruler of Britain, who secretly live as a man. Even now, she didn't know what kind of emotions to use when facing her son. His Highness has progressed quickly. Beside her, Agravain spoke calmly. Among his peers, only a few like Gareth and Galahad can compare. Not to mention, His Highness has shown considerable talent in mathematics, management, rhetoric, and literature. Well, isn't that great? Lancelot spoke in a gentle tone. We have an excellent heir. Sir Agravain. The seemingly young king said calmly, it seems like you have something more to say. Yes. About Artorius? Yes. Tell me. Yes. Without hesitation, Agravain revealed the incident where Artorius had used a strange alchemical device during their battle, as well as the prince's issues concerning his conduct. Compared to the noble and righteous knights, Artorius's character was closer to that of a commoner. He had stronger material desires and enjoyed indulgence. He spent a considerable amount of time each day staring at the bosoms of various noble ladies. In addition, he had lied and played harmless pranks and had significant involvement with the Fairy of Avalon. He calmly stated the collected information, causing the other side, Lancelot, to glare angrily. Unlike the Iron Knight, the Lake Knight didn't hold a low opinion of Artorius. In his eyes, the prince was a dashing boy, attractive in appearance, humble and talented, and his son's childhood friend. If only he had a daughter, he would certainly marry her to Artorius to strengthen the alliance between Britain and France. As for the issues Agravain mentioned, liking alchemy and magecraft was just a minor hobby. Lying and playing pranks showed that he was lively. And as for liking women, what the hell was wrong with that? Just because you're frigid doesn't mean the rest of the Knights of the Round Table have to be eunuchs with you, you bloody bastard. Agravain was supposedly Artorius's teacher, but he acted like a petty person, reporting bad things to the king. If he had the chance, he would make sure to confront such a petty person. Not to brag, but he could knock down scum like Agravain with just one hand. Chapter 4, Merlin, the Shady Bastard. I understand. Artoria calmly responded after listening to Agravain's words. Continue instructing him. Artoria ordered, Britain's son of dragon will one day rule the world. Before that, I need to ensure that I see a perfect king. Your will shall be carried out. Agravain kneeled, performed a bow, and then promptly turned and left. My king, do you really think Sir Agravain will be a good teacher? Lancelot couldn't help but speak up, I mean no offense, but perhaps you should reconsider. I will consider it, Artoria replied calmly. However, Lancelot felt that his king was merely being dismissive. It left him slightly dissatisfied. But soon, that dissatisfaction turned into shame and understanding. The king has too many things to consider. Lancelot thought frustratedly. I shouldn't trouble him. Meanwhile, in Artorius's room. He, failed again, Artorius. The frivolous man with white hair flashed a frivolous smile, playfully taunting the owner of the room. This made the latter look up with a displeased expression, casting his dissatisfied gaze at the so-called Mage of Flowers and Wise Man of Britain, Merlin. Artorius's annoyance with Merlin was akin to his annoyance with Agravain, with Galahad, and even with his mother. He wanted to replace this bastard mage with Magi Mari, his teacher with the Purple Lady, his friend with a certain pink short-haired girl, and his mother with the Lancer one. That's normal, isn't it? Although Artorius had an adult mind, his body was only 13 years old. Influenced by the massive hormones of puberty, it was already commendable that he could think about girls while also considering how to save the world. The key is that I don't want to become the kind of person Father expects me to be. I just can't. Although he was dissatisfied with Merlin, he was one of the few people in Camelot who could engage in a conversation with Artorius without restraint. Due to this incubus observer attitude, his nonchalant and disdainful attitude towards humans determined his way of behaving. No matter what Artorius said or did, he would only grin and remain unconcerned. Of course, even if Merlin followed Agravain's example and reported it to his mother, she wouldn't believe it at all. After all, Merlin's credibility in everyone's minds was in the negatives. I know my strengths and weaknesses, Artorius continued in a relaxed manner. Most of the Knights of the Round Table in Camelot lack independent thinking abilities. Oh King Arthur this, oh King Arthur that. It seems that as long as they follow King Arthur, every problem can be solved. Such nonsense. Is that so? Merlin said using a cheerful tone as he sat on Artorius's bed, casually grabbing his beast familiar and petting it. Your father is a great person. No enemy can stand against him, you know. It's the opposite. Artorius said, you know, the key is not in the wars. Even if my father were to crush all the Romans, Germanic peoples, his beloved uncle, and his dear sister, reducing them to ashes and scattering them into the sea, Britain would still need to be conquered and fall. It's determined by the era, the natural environment, the gradually disappearing true ether, and fate. He continued, the key issue is that King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table don't know this. Or maybe they do know, but they can't solve it, so they can only deceive themselves. Merlin chuckled happily, as if watching a beautiful girl engaging in futile, contradictory actions to save a doomed country was an amusing spectacle. Yeah. Artorius's tone was helpless as he once again confirmed why everyone familiar with Merlin despised this guy. Because this guy's personality was simply too shady and horrible. Although half of his bloodline came from humans and was not fully incubus, he lacked human empathy and did not consider humans as his own kind. Instead, he saw them as something completely different. Thus, he had no sympathy for human suffering, pain, and torment. He merely found it amusing. Although history indicated that the future mage's mentality would change, Artorius, as a normal person with rational thinking, confirmed that he couldn't solely and blindly rely on that mobile game to determine his standards. So, what do you mean? Artorius asked. Merlin cheerfully replied, our dragon prince, the great Arthur's child, the future ruler of Britain, or the ruler of a fallen kingdom. Do you believe you have a better way to save Britain? Of course, I do. Artorius said without hesitation, meeting the gaze of the incubus. What did you see in my eyes? Artorius inquired. Nothing at all, Merlin replied whimsically. Rather than foolishly guessing someone's heart by looking into their eyes, I have a better way, which is prophecy. Perhaps you've forgotten, but I am the world's greatest mage, he. Then, what is your prophecy about me? Artorius continued asking. Oh, there is none. Your future is shrouded in chaos. As the son of dragon who shouldn't have been born, even the world's greatest mage cannot foresee it. Otherwise, why do you think I love following you? He. Artorius rolled his eyes and then jumped off the bed. So, where are you going? Merlin asked. I'm going to find someone who can be of help, Artorius said without hesitation. Instead of listening to some bastard's self-praise ramblings. Let me guess who you're looking for, Merlin continued with his prophecy from behind him. Morgan, Vortigern, or perhaps Vivian. Artorius responded by raising his middle finger high in the air. Chapter 5, The Round Table Family. Artorius wasn't joking when he mentioned having a way to save Britain. However, as a 13-year-old boy, his ability to do something for the country was indeed limited. He didn't have any authority or say since he hadn't formally joined the Knights of the Round Table. Even if he were to join the Knights of the Round Table, it wouldn't change much. Although the term Round Table symbolized equality, no one would be foolish enough to think that the words of King Arthur, Lancelot, or Gawain held the same weight as those of a newly promoted knight, right? The Round Table had its hierarchy. The closer someone was to King Arthur, the higher their status. And there were three factors that determined the position within the Knights of the Round Table: identity, abilities, achievements, and qualifications. Let's not dwell on the first factor for now. Abilities and achievements require time to accumulate, and qualifications even more so. Luckily, there is still some time before the downfall. Leaving the living room, Artorius murmured while moving forward without hesitation. His goal was neither the White Dragon of Britain, the Witch of Britain, nor the Fairy of Avalon. The first two were too terrifying, and the latter, though not as threatening, had an equally astonishing price to pay. Besides, she was unreliable. Proof of that was the shitty gun that went off. The interior of the White Castle of Camelot was also pure white. It differed from the medieval castles with their cold, dim, and dirty perception. It was forever warm, forever bright, forever untainted. Amidst a faint fragrance, Artorius stepped forward on the perpetually clean red carpet. As he passed by King Arthur's private study, he faintly heard some arguments. The knights were quarreling, as usual. Even without considering the future split and civil war within the Knights of the Round Table, conflicts within the organization always existed. For glory, for power, and for King Arthur's favor, there had always been a healthy competition between Gawain's faction and Lancelot's faction. Kay, Bedivere, and Agravain remained relatively neutral, not joining any faction, and their loyalty to King Arthur was relatively pure. In a way, they could be considered part of King Arthur's faction within the Knights of the Round Table. Of course, this division was not entirely accurate. Overall, the Knights of the Round Table remained united and loyal to King Arthur. The lines between factions were not distinct. Within Gawain's faction, there were also those like Gareth who were fans of Lancelot, while within Lancelot's faction, there existed a white-haired filial son who always wished to betray his own father. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. Perhaps only a ruler like King Arthur could gather these individuals and maintain a semblance of unity. Artorius paid no attention to the quarrel in the study. As the crown prince, he didn't need to show excessive goodwill to any faction or individual, in order to prevent any one of them from misinterpreting his intentions. In that regard, he understood human nature better than his mother. If there were any aspects of Camelot that Artorius found displeasing, it would definitely be the lack of cute girls in maid attire. The castle was a self-sufficient magical fortress. It didn't need servants, gardeners, or even chefs. The castle itself provided everything needed for the knights and their attendants who lived here. So, as Artorius walked, he hardly encountered anyone. Not to mention once he ventured deeper underground. His destination was his own magical workshop. Or rather, it was an adjunct of that bastard mage's workshop. Just as Agravain speculated, Artorius had been conducting magical research secretly. Merlin provided him with the most basic assistance under the pretext of, "that seems interesting." This included but was not limited to, giving him magical books far beyond Artorius's current level, opening up almost all magical subjects that could instantly turn someone to ashes, and teaching Artorius everything he wanted to learn. Such as mixing acids and alkalis, steel and steam engines, the periodic table of chemical elements, or even the manufacturing and maintenance of the colossal sentient computer called CCC. After all, Artorius couldn't count on a day when the other versions of his mother wearing a baseball cap, MHX, his mother wearing glasses, MHXA, or even his mother in a mecha suit, MHXX, would appear before him in a spaceship and say, "Son, come and inherit my spaceship. And my Knights of Dark rounds. And my debts. Be careful not to be found by the debt collectors, mother is going on the run." If such a situation were to occur, that would truly be disastrous, wouldn't it? He had to rely on himself if he wanted to climb the technological tree. Of course, learning magecraft in the general sense is no different. As the son of dragon, Artorius had exceptional magical talents. Being directly descended from the highest-ranking phantasmal species and having the red dragon as his magic core, he was fundamentally different from a mage in terms of specifications. As he matured to his full potential, he could unleash devastating power directly. But when it comes to the best at magecraft for him, surely, it's still the enhancement magecraft. Faster speed, greater strength, sharper mind, quicker reflexes. These kinds of magecraft were not used in Artorius's previous battle against Agravain earlier. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost. As the saying goes, the one who has the most trump cards in hand holds the greatest advantage. So, Your Highness, what is your next task? Oh, creating an artificial being. I'm not actually very good at that. How about asking Lady Morgan? Merlin appeared before Artorius again, a little later, and quickly confirmed Artorius's research direction before happily making such a suggestion. Artorius rolled his eyes and didn't bother with this guy. Is this incubus joking? The so-called greatest mage is incompetent at something. Moreover, isn't my mother, Artoria, an artificial being he helped create? During the time when Artorius's grandfather, Pendragon, feared the end of the Age of Gods and the imminent destruction of Britain because of a prophecy about the white and red dragons, he sought Merlin's assistance. Uther impregnated his wife, Igraine, with the aid of Merlin's magecraft, resulting in Artoria being born with a dragon magic core within her. Artoria, under their control, existed as a man-made savior. Compared to Mordred, which had rapid growth and a short lifespan as a homunculus, or low-quality clones like the Misaka sisters from a certain magical index, Artoria was more perfect. While Morgan may have been powerful, Merlin could freely manipulate and create the most powerful illusions into reality, could summon and used Excalibur at will like nothing, had extensive knowledge of magecraft, and had magical energy comparable to, if not, exceeding phantasmal species. All that was only a small part of his capabilities. Merlin truly proved himself worthy of being a Grand Caster. Chapter 6, Roman Envoy. Merlin remained utterly useless as always, only seeking more entertainment from Artorius. And today, Artorius was engrossed in his studies, always eager to learn, whether it was about acids and bases, fertilizers and pesticides, or steam engines. He excelled in everything using his divine methods and always managed to outdo himself. But the problem was that the Age of Gods was coming to an end. A new era was dawning, a time of mystery nearly extinguished, where magecraft had to remain hidden. It was the coming of the Age of Men, ordinary people with almost no connection to the mystery. It was the era of those barbaric and primitive folks from the north, who had no blessings of mystery and had to rely solely on their own strength to overcome every obstacle. Artorius delved into the study of various magicrafts, immersing himself in a sea of postures, oblivious to the passing of time. When he left Merlin's magical workshop and made his way back to his room, he noticed that the study of King Arthur was still illuminated, and voices of argument still echoed from within as before. Really? They've been bickering all day. Truly a loving bunch. Artorius thought to himself. With that in mind, Artorius pushed open the door and silently entered the room. In the process, Artoria, sensing someone's arrival, turned her head and met the gaze of a pretty boy who appeared slightly shy but caring. It left her momentarily speechless. Although her son didn't say a word, his attitude was clear as ever. First and foremost, Artorius was concerned about her. He assured her that he wouldn't cause any trouble. In this situation, Artoria chose not to send him away, at least until he spoke and disrupted matters of state. As for the others who were currently arguing, it was primarily his cousin Gawain and the leader of the opposing faction, Lancelot. The two adults felt a bit embarrassed, seemingly aware that displaying such bickering in front of the crown prince was unbecoming. Thus, with Artorius's appearance, the argument in the study became more civilized. The voices grew quieter, and the tone became calmer. At least until they got worked up again. "Hey, what's been going on?" Artorius cautiously approached Galahad and whispered. "Well, you see." Galahad also lowered his voice and informed him discreetly. The incident began with the arrival of an envoy that came to Camelot during the day. He hailed not from any kingdom within the British Isles, nor was the Picts from the north, but from the southern continent. To be precise, he arrived by a Gaulish ship. The envoy claimed to represent the Roman Emperor, Lucius Tiberius. The man, dressed in Roman-style robes and adorned with a laurel wreath, exhibited an arrogance typical of city dwellers towards rural folk. He demanded that Britain bow down to Rome, become a vassal state, pay tribute, and dispatch troops to form an auxiliary legion to assist the empire against the barbarians. He was a very arrogant man, reeking of decay. Galahad furrowed his brow. It's hard to imagine that Britain was once ruled by people like him several decades ago. "So, what happened in the end?" Artorius asked in a hushed voice. This so-called once ruled from Galahad's mouth referred to the complete abandonment of Britain, or was once called Britannia by Rome before it was divided into various smaller kingdoms. During that time, Britannia was one of the provinces of the Western Rome Empire. The assimilation between the Romans and the Celts led to prosperity and stability. However, a series of calamities ensued. Massive migrations and invasions by the barbarians of Germanic peoples, court political struggles, and a series of rebellions. The Western Roman Empire had no choice but to shrink again and again. Britannia, Spain, Gaul, and other countries, vast stretches of land were lost from the Roman Empire's control. The Roman Empire was in turmoil and on the verge of collapse. With the loss of central control from Rome, Britannia, which had initially maintained a Roman way of life, quickly fragmented into different small kingdoms. Among these kingdoms, the most powerful and legitimate was Camelot, which was controlled by Artorius' grandfather, Uther Pendragon. Prior to becoming king, Uther served as a Roman military officer. He refused to obey the empire's order to withdraw from Britannia and chose to remain with his own men, eventually becoming the ruler of Britannia. He successfully ruled, or at least nominally ruled, the entire region of Britannia, which was now known as Britain. This situation continued until a man named Lucius Tiberius emerged and became the emperor of Western Rome. Leading his army, he achieved significant victories against the Germanic barbarians, especially the Goths. The empire reclaimed vast territories that were once lost, and many kingdoms and Germanic tribes declared their allegiance to Rome. To give an imperfect analogy, Lucius's significance to Rome was akin to King Arthur's significance to Britain. Both appeared on the brink of their nation's demise and embarked on a difficult and seemingly hopeless path to save their countries. They achieved numerous accomplishments, though their thought differed greatly. As a Roman, Lucius believed he would become one of the greatest Roman emperors in history, much like Emperor Aurelian. He aimed to reunite the entire Roman Empire, guide it through the crisis, and successfully restore it. The great conqueror of Britain, the great conqueror of Goths, the great conqueror of Parthians, the rebuilder of the East, and the rebuilder of the world, Lucius believed that he would be bestowed with a series of great titles before his death. Though that was impossible. From Galahad's narrative, this was what the envoy said. His Imperial Majesty and the Senate declared that they can pardon Lord Arthur Pendragon's act of betrayal. They might even acknowledge Lord Pendragon's inheritance of the title of king from his father. However, the prerequisite is that Britain must once again recognize itself as part of the Roman Empire and make the necessary contributions to the empire. Think carefully, Lord Pendragon. This is your final chance. If you refuse, the next to arrive on this barren island will not be an envoy but the might of the Roman legions. With these words, the arrogant Roman envoy left happily. Chapter 7, Be a Roman Emperor. He's lucky he ran fast. Gareth, the sullen wolf girl, whispered on Artorius' other side after Galahad finished speaking. If I catch him, I'll definitely give him a good beating. The attitude of the girl represented the sentiments of Britain's natives. They were displeased and unwilling to have any further association with the Roman Empire. After all, it was them who had abandoned Britain. In the most difficult times, it was Uther Pendragon who stabilized the situation and repelled the barbarian invasion of the Saxons. Artoria Pendragon as Arthur Pendragon, inheriting the Pendragon family legacy, followed suit. Under the rule of the Pendragon family, Britain thrived, or at least that's what they believed. And now, the Romans wanted to come back and pick the fruits. Most knights thought they were just wasting their time. So, did the king refuse? Artorius calmly inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Lancelot before speaking softly. The king's still considering it. Galahad replied. I knew it. As staunch supporters of the native cause, they were displeased with the Roman Empire. The situation was different for knights from the other continent. Like Lancelot, hailing from France, or Gaul, to be precise. Well, it doesn't matter. The country he hailed from had a somewhat passable relationship with the Roman Empire as their vassal. Therefore, he hoped to deal with the Roman envoy in a more diplomatic manner. Even if they didn't become a vassal of Rome, they could at least choose to become an ally. After all, the Saxons were also Germanic peoples, which meant common enemies, weren't they? So, showcasing their strength and joining forces against them seemed like a good option. From a practical perspective, Sir Lancelot's proposal is more advantageous for the kingdom. Artorius thought to himself. Of course, if it were up to me, I'd go a step further. If Lucius Tiberius can be the Roman emperor, why can't Artorius Pendragon be? I have Roman blood too, after all. My grandmother was a Roman. Choosing me as emperor would be better than picking some Germanic barbarian, wouldn't it? Of course, this was just the realistic and shameless thinking of Artorius, not the idealistic vision of the perfect King Arthur. All right. Seemingly tired of the arguments between the two knights, Artoria spoke up and put an end to them. Refuse. The young and petite king didn't hesitate as she commanded, Britain is Britain, and it has no connection to Rome. I don't want my people to be enslaved by Rome again. Send away the Roman emperor's envoy. If they dare to come again, it'll be a declaration of war against Britain. With Artoria's proclamation, the knights of Britain origin, including Gawain, cheered loudly, as if they had won a great battle. And Lancelot, leading the others, though reluctant, chose to submit without hesitation. At least for now, Lancelot's loyalty to the king was second to none. With the matter settled, the knights of the Round Table dispersed in pairs. Galahad once again invited Artorius to play chess or listen to Tristan play the harp, but after considering it, Artorius decided to stay. Do you need anything, Artorius? When facing her son once again, Artoria's emotions seemed a bit complicated. Just like she couldn't explain to Artorius how he came into existence. In the past, Artorius had asked her this question with great amusement before, pretending to be cute as he looked at Artoria, which made her instantly become flustered. After a while, she replied earnestly to Artorius, "You were brought by a stork." Artorius struggled hard to contain his laughter when hearing the cute answer. "It's like this, father," Artorius said calmly. "I heard that my grandparent was actually a Roman." As always, Artoria found it difficult to answer her son's question. "Well. So, father, could you become the Roman emperor then?" Artorius continued with his innocent remarks. "If you were the Roman emperor, would you be able to collect taxes from Rome and use them to help the people of Britain?" Artorius's eyes sparkled. The pretty boy with platinum blonde short hair ran up to his father and grabbed her arm. "After all, I've seen many people starving and I couldn't help them. I heard that Rome is a very wealthy place and it's even warmer down south, right?" "You shouldn't think like that, Artorius." A serious-looking Artoria imparted the correct ways of being a king to Artorius. "It's wrong to plunder other countries for personal gain. But if you were the Roman emperor, Rome wouldn't be another country, right?" Artorius happily replied. "I've studied the records, and the Roman Empire itself was like a colossal arena. Wars revolving around the emperor's throne have been a constant throughout its history. The throne of the Roman emperor has always belonged to the most powerful. In this era, father, you are the strongest one. The knights of the Round Table are invincible. If you only wish it, then." "Enough," Artoria shouted, interrupting Artorius. The boy immediately made a face of grievance as if to say, "You yelled at me. I'm going to cry, you know." It helped Artoria calm down quickly. I don't want to discuss this topic anymore," she said to her son. "Leave now, Artorius. I'm tired." "Yes, father." The well-behaved boy bowed and then turned to leave. "Let's go play chess with Galahad," Artorius thought. And he didn't care at all about the turmoil he had caused in his mother's heart. In fact, he was a little happy about it. That's how seeds are planted. Perhaps they will grow into towering trees in the future. "Is this your way of saving Britain, O prince?" At the same time, Merlin, the mage of flowers, silently appeared out of nowhere, smiling happily after observing the interesting spectacle. Breaking free from the limitations of the island and envisioning the island and continent as a whole. "Ahahaha, how interesting." Merlin laughed cheerfully. Ambitious young lad. Rather than being a protector, he wants to become a conqueror. He rather creates a new nation than maintain the old order. "Oh, human, you're truly fascinating." Having spoken such bizarre words silently, Merlin disappeared once again, leaving Artoria alone, with a headache. Chapter 8, Clarent, Radiant and Brilliant Royal Sword. The consequences of rejecting Rome soon became evident. The grand army of Lucius Tiberius didn't appear on the coastline right away. After all, the Roman forces needed some preparation time. However, immediately, there were problems with the trade routes that imported food from the continent. Not a single grain shall flow into the hands of the rebels. That's what the Roman emperor commanded. Of course, with the centralized power of Western Rome, local officials still could secretly defy the emperor's orders. But the price of food soared. Well, we have no choice. Since the emperor commanded it, our risks have increased. We're smuggling food at the risk of losing our heads, so the price increase is already good enough. You should be grateful, Britons. The merchants pretended to be helpless while secretly chuckling. Thanks to that, the situation in Britain, which was already experiencing crop reduction, worsened even more. The frequency and intensity of disputes among the Knights of the Round Table increased. Merlin, did I make a mistake? Artoria, troubled by these consequences, said, everyone is starving. If we don't have the imported food from Gaul, Britain won't be able to hold on. Not really, Merlin said in a relaxed tone. Displaying the dignity of a king is also an important aspect. If you were to submit to Rome, it would also damage the majesty of a king. Just forget it. Artoria felt that she must have been foolish to argue with Merlin over this matter. So, she brought up the topic of war again. Thanks to her benevolent uncle, King Vortigern, the Saxons' influence on Britain grew stronger. From north to south, they almost occupied the entire island. Although Artoria, as the ruler, had won several battles since her ascension, there was still a considerable distance to go before completely driving out the Saxons from Britain. So the war had to continue. Artoria, as the commander-in-chief, together with Merlin as the strategist, prepared for the war. But you also know that this won't achieve much, Merlin told Artoria in the end. Even if you kill 10,000 Saxons, there will be 100,000 more landing. As long as Vortigern helps them, they can easily land on the island. It's endless. The war against Vortigern will be waged, but not now. Artoria replied and decided to change the topic. In the next battle, let Artorius join the fight. Really? He's only 13, or 14. Agravain told me that he's already an excellent knight. Whether it's spearmanship, swordsmanship, horsemanship, or archery, he excels in all of them, and you yourself have taught him quite a lot, haven't you, Merlin? Ah. Even if the secret was discovered, the Mage of Flowers only laughed happily, not concerned at all. Realizing that this fellow was utterly hopeless, Artoria decided to change the topic. What about Artorius? What has he been busy with lately? Artoria, who wasn't good at expressing herself, showed her affection for her son in her own way. That child. Merlin said cheerfully. He's probably seeking comfort in the arms of a certain voluptuous big sister. After all, he can't feel a trace of motherly love in Camelot. Merlin. All right, I apologize. Although he said he apologized, the incubus showed no sign of remorse whatsoever. But, Your Majesty, I'm not joking. His Highness is indeed in the embrace of a certain voluptuous fairy big sister. Avalon. He goes there again. Well, yes, where else? Merlin said happily. After all, His Highness is very popular. He's even surpassed me already, At the same time. As Artoria's fists clenched tighter and felt like she was suffocating when thinking of her son getting stolen. For Artorius, it was a suffocating hell filled with the fragrance of flowers and sweetness, the bosom of a fairy. In Avalon, the ideal land far from everything, within the splendid sea of flowers, the lady of the lake named Vivian tightly embraced the pretty boy. Why haven't you been coming lately, Artorius? Do you hate your big sister? Did big sister do something wrong? Or maybe you've been playing with other girls outside and forgot about our promise. Maybe I should just lock you up, Vivian, with a beauty that surpassed that of mortal women in appearance that could be called a perfect figure, gazed at the pretty boy in her arms with fervent and fanatical eyes. If he were a fool, like the typical dense protagonists of a light novel, he would likely stumble and end up in a bad end in this situation. But Artorius was clearly not that kind of protagonist. It's clearly Vivian's fault. The boy feigned a very aggrieved look as he pulled out a gun from his embrace. This thing is completely useless, Vivian. Even though it was something he had asked Vivian to make, with the same design and specifications. But after Agravain slapped the bullet away, Artorius shamelessly blamed Vivian. Being willful, stirring up trouble, and being unreasonable were not only women's specialties but also children's specialties. Especially when used by a pretty Shota, the power doubled, instantly capturing the heart of this fairy. Okay, it's Big Sister's fault. What should Big Sister do to be forgiven? That's what she said on the surface. However, deep inside, she kept repeating in her mind, lock him up, in a place only I know, while displaying a perfect smile. The fairy Big Sister smiled, wishing she could push Artorius down right here right now. But when she saw the pure and innocent look in his eyes, she didn't dare to act on her desires. He knew it wasn't her fault, but Artorius still wore an expression of, you bullied me, to gain more benefits. I want to show off my skills in my first battle. He muttered like that. I've been given the opportunity to join the next battle against the Saxons, but it's my first time in battle. I want to achieve feats that will be remembered and sung about throughout the world. Is that so? The fairy Big Sister tilted her head and pondered for a few seconds before revealing a delighted smile. If that's the case, then wait a little bit. She vanished without a trace, only to reappear in the same spot, now holding a shining sword that resembled the purest silver. Even though it's not as strong as Excalibur, it's not bad either. Artorius thought to himself, it will do. This is the sword that suits the present Artorius the best, Vivian smiled. Its name is Clarent, radiant and brilliant royal sword. It symbolizes the succession of the throne. Take it with you, it will definitely be helpful to you. Really? Absolutely. Thank you, big sister. You really have a big heart, boobs. Artorius said happily. As a reward, he kissed the side of her face. One hand held her neck, and the other grasped the hilt of Clarent. The connection between the sword and him was so close, confirming that what Vivian said was true. This was the weapon that suited him best. It's time for some serious action. Thinking this, Artorius felt like he could let this very big sister take advantage of him a little more. And the latter indeed did just that. After being kissed by Artorius, Vivian couldn't wait and embraced the pretty boy, kissing his lips and passionately sucking on them. Chapter 9, The First Battle. The war with the Saxons went smoothly. Or perhaps, it went a little too smoothly. In Londinium, the central fortress city of Britain, the war between the Saxons and Britain lasted for a full 3 days. It began with open field combat, followed by a siege, and then proceeded to urban warfare. The Saxons, adorned in chainmail, wielding battle axes, with their hair loose or braided, clashed against the Briton knights, donning finely crafted plate armor, wielding steel longswords and lances, and mounted on armored warhorses. The difference in warfare styles, tactics, and equipment between the two sides spanned an entire era. Not to mention, the knights of Britain possessed a multitude of monstrous warriors wielding magic swords. Artoria, with Excalibur, Sir Gawain, with the Excalibur Galatine, Sir Lancelot, wielding the Erendite, and Artorius, wielding the Clarent. In contrast, there was not a single great hero from the Saxons. They either did not exist in the same era or had no interest in invading wars. 4 versus 0. How could they lose? Artorius thought this way in his mind, completely unconcerned about the possibility of a mishap in the upcoming battles. From the very beginning, he had slain over 100 enemies. He advanced like the most formidable war machine on the battlefield. First, in the open field combat, he charged into the enemy ranks atop his warhorse. In the subsequent siege, he was the first to climb the city walls and plant the flag of the Red Dragon. During the urban warfare, Artorius was at the forefront once again. On his flank stood Galahad, wielding a large shield and a long sword for protection, and Gareth, wielding a long lance and a round shield for mid-range attacks. Artorius, wielding Clarent, served as the main source of offense and close combat specialist. The three of them formed a small combat unit, pushing forward through the blood-soaked streets of Londinium. Such a display would astonish anyone, who would exclaim, "This youngster is truly powerful." Apart from talent, effort, the halo of a newcomer, and the approval of the masses, what was most crucial was the sword, Clarent. Just as Vivian had said, Clarent, this magic sword symbolized the concept of succession of the throne, and was the perfect fit for Artorius as the crown prince. This sword greatly enhanced his strength. The extent of its enhancement was far superior to any magecraft he could have applied to himself through desperate efforts. It was remarkably potent. Artorius, wielding Clarent, possessed combat prowess on par with any of the Knights of the Round Table. He could even hold his own against his mother, as long as she didn't use her Rongaminiad and Excalibur with its ultimate life-saving scabbard, Avalon. The credit for this battle undoubtedly goes to Artorius, said Gareth, who was also on the battlefield for the first time, excitedly by Artorius' side. Being a member of a family of knights, she possessed bravery equal to anyone else's, and after overcoming her initial nervousness, she had become adept at engaging in combat. Yes, indeed, he truly deserves to be called the son of the King of Knights, added Galahad, feeling somewhat sentimental. As he spoke, he skillfully used his massive black shield to block arrows shot from a distance, but they were far too feeble to cause any harm. The reason for this is also thanks to your assistance, Gareth, Galahad. Artorius said happily. Though his sword couldn't unleash beams of light since it hadn't reached the status of a noble phantasm. Nonetheless, Artorius felt content. His path to saving Britain had taken another step forward. This excitement persisted until they reached the next intersection. A berserker knight clad in heavy plate armor, wearing a horned helmet, and wielding a greatsword swung wildly from one end of the street to the other. That's Mordred, how violent. While the trio knight's goal was only to take lives, Mordred, the berserker knight wielding a large sword unleashed relentless attacks, each one thoroughly destroying the bodies of the opponents. The excessive brute force would decapitate, sever waists, and dismember enemies. Along the path of the onslaught, there were severed limbs scattered everywhere. Rather than calling it a battle, it was more like indulging in the pleasure of slaughter. This was the person known as Mordred. No wonder this tomboy isn't popular in Knights of the Round Table. Artorius thought to himself. At the same time, as if sensing the presence of Artorius and his companions, Mordred turned her head, glanced at them, and then left without saying a word. How cold-hearted. Gareth muttered, furrowing her brow. Galahad remained silent, but he surely felt some dissatisfaction as well. Artorius, on the other hand, understood the complex psychological dynamics of this tomboy. Family issue, huh? His great-uncle, Vortigern, was an enemy. His aunt, Morgan Le Fay, was also an enemy. His tomboy sister, Mordred, was an enemy too. And of course, there were his cousins, Gawain, Gareth, Gaheris, and Agravain, each presented their own troubles. What a challenging family. At the age of 14, Artorius could still barely get away with his pretty Shota tactics, but what would happen in a few more years? Since he would grow into a handsome man, would he need to rely on Eichmann tactics? I need to come up with another way to win over everyone in Knights of the Round Table. Artorius thought to himself. At the same time, even though Mordred was younger than Artorius, her physique resembled that of an adult more than his. She had already roared in anger and charged in a more distant direction. Being a descendant of King Arthur herself, she felt a sense of competition with Artorius. Even though she had joined the battlefield earlier than Artorius, when she saw his performance in this battle, she couldn't help but feel frustrated, as if she had been outdone. And of course, there was also the inexplicable joy of thinking, he is truly the son of the king. First, I'll conquer Mordred. Watching Mordred's retreating figure, Artorius thought to himself, after all, it's easier to deceive children, right? Since his conquering records began, it took Artorius half a day to conquer the duchess he randomly found, while the Lady of the Lake took 2 hours. So the question is, how long will it take for him to conquer Mordred? Chapter 10, Mordred. On that evening, victory was achieved. King Arthur's army naturally achieved a resounding victory. However, since they still had to face another battle tomorrow, the king's army hadn't completely relaxed yet. The fortified city of Londinium had been reclaimed, but the usurper King Vortigern had not been defeated. Tomorrow, King Arthur's great army would march into Vortigern's throne, the northern capital. So, after a little celebration, everyone returned to their respective tents to rest and recuperate. Mordred did the same. Exhausted from the day's events, Mordred muttered to herself, Artorius is just too strong. As she removed her armor. Unlike other knights who had several attendants to assist them, Mordred, even as a member of the Round Table, always remained alone. She kept herself hidden in the corners of the army, avoiding being noticed. This stemmed from the teachings of her mother that always said, never let anyone discover your true identity. Even when sleeping, she couldn't remove her helmet. It had to stay on in case someone unknowingly saw her face. There were no attendants either. So whether equipping or removing armor, she had to do it all alone. Even when sleeping, she couldn't find peace. Mordred had become accustomed to all these things. Indeed, he truly is the king's son. After sighing, she thought to herself with a hint of delight. Contrary to what many might think, Mordred had not yet awakened the feeling of jealousy and hatred at this time. Instead, she loved everything related to King Arthur so much that she held Artorius in high regard. But that was it. She didn't even consider Artorius as her own brother. Ah, of course, it was the same for Gawain, Gareth, and Agravain. This relaxed mood continued until the next second when footsteps were heard outside the tent. Damn. Mordred hastily put on her helmet and reached for her large sword, all while hearing the voice of Artorius from outside the tent. Mordred, it's me, Artorius. The clear voice of the prince reached Mordred, causing her some confusion. It's already late, your highness. Mordred responded in a deep voice, asking Artorius, is there something you need? Yes, there's something I want to talk to you about, Artorius replied. Can I come in, Mordred? Mordred felt a bit flustered inside. Please come in. Although she appeared older than Artorius, as a homunculus, her actual age was much younger than her appearance. Hence, her thinking was not mature and quite naive. Sorry for the intrusion. Thus, the pretty boy, who bore the glory of all Britain, entered the tent. Perhaps, in terms of appearance, Artoria as the male King Arthur, was not inferior to Artorius during her youth. But at that time, Artoria's living conditions were extremely harsh. Like a dusty pearl, she couldn't emit a perfect radiant light. That's why Artorius, as Artoria's son that was born attractive, surpassed everyone in Britain's history. He even ranked among the top 3 in the world. Therefore, when he sat in front of Mordred and extended his hand to grab her hand, she inexplicably felt her heartbeat quicken. Mordred, in fact, there's something I want to tell you, Artorius said with a serious tone. What is it? Mordred stuttered. I've noticed that you're always alone. Artorius continued. It seems you don't have any friends in the Knights of the Round Table. I haven't seen you engage in any leisure activities. Chess, singing, dancing, no one has invited you for hunting or fishing, and you always wear your helmet. Therefore, Mordred, do you have something you find difficult to talk about? Artorius asked. In yesterday's battle, I saw your figure. It was valiant, but it seemed like you were venting something. Is there inner turmoil within your heart? I've been thinking about this for a while, and I couldn't help but come to find you. Naturally, Mordred was left speechless by the sincere tone and caring gaze of the boy. As an illegitimate child much younger than Artorius, she received nothing but hatred and animosity from her mother, Morgan Le Fay. Even after joining the Knights of the Round Table, she hadn't gained any friendships. No one cared about her or paid her any attention. Even her admiration and expectations for King Arthur had never been reciprocated by the king. Because she couldn't reveal her appearance, she had to live in seclusion to hide her identity. It was impossible for her to find friends. And of course, due to her quirk, there weren't many people in the Round Table willing to befriend her. Except for Artorius. The pretty boy had approached the innocent girl with no ulterior motives, yeah of course. So, Mordred, do you have any questions? Is there anything troubling you or something you want to share with me? You can tell me anything. Artorius continued exuding the charm of Europe's #1 attractive boy, speaking words that made Mordred feel happy and troubled at the same time. Whether it was happiness or distress, it all ultimately stemmed from her confusion about friendship. Until now, Mordred had always been alone. She had never experienced any emotions. No matter whether it comes from the affection of parents, relatives, friends, or even lovers, she had none. Because of having nothing, she yearned for it even more. Yet, because of having nothing, she was at a loss. Even though her emotions were about to overflow from her heart, she stumbled over her words, not knowing how to express herself. Don't you want to say anything? As a result, the boy's hopes and earnestness turned into disappointment and helplessness. Well, this is as expected, really, Artorius immediately continued his speech with a forced smile. After all, I haven't had many conversations with you before this. It's natural not to trust me, but I will definitely pay more attention to you from now on. I believe that someday, you will open your heart to me. Unlike Artoria, who maintained a noble and even indifferent attitude, Artorius, who knew he couldn't emit that kind of perfect radiance, was better at expressing his emotions in a more ordinary way to resonate with others. Just like now, after saying those words, he opened his arms wide and tightly embraced Mordred. He held the girl, whose delicate and soft body resembled his mother, in his arms. Chapter 11, Artorius Way. What a good kid. Artorius couldn't help but think as he held Mordred. Unlike his mother, who had stopped growing after wielding the holy sword, in theory, Mordred could continue to grow and even reach the level of his mother's version of Lancer. But in reality, it wasn't so. Even when the time shifted to the Battle of Camlin, Mordred remained the same as Artoria. She had also ceased to grow. No childhood, no future. Forever stuck at the age of 15. With these thoughts in mind, Artorius released his grip. Sorry. He apologized for his sudden, overly intimate behavior and then turned to leave. But before that happened. Your Highness. Just as Artorius had hoped, Mordred called out to him. I know. While Mordred contemplated how she should express herself and what she wanted, Artorius had already provided the answer. I will make time to come back, Artorius said gently to her. After finishing his words, he turned around again and left completely. Behind him, Mordred felt her face growing warm. She sat down abruptly as if all the strength had drained from her body. An unprecedented feeling surged within her, making her feel happy, excited, and yet apprehensive. Look who's here. As Artorius made his way back to his tent, as expected, a certain bastard mage appeared. He struck up a conversation with Artorius in a casual tone. The rising star of Knights of the Round Table. The playboy who enjoys deceiving women. You must know Mordred's true identity, right? She's still a child, you know. So, you came here just to tell me that? Artorius asked calmly. Of course not, Merlin said without hesitation. He claimed he was merely here to enjoy the show. It left Artorius uninterested in continuing the conversation. But just before he turned back to go to sleep, Merlin spoke up. So, are you planning to go down the womanizer path from now on? Who isn't? Artorius replied. Merlin pondered for a moment, recalling a few faces. Lancelot, Gawain, Tristan, Kay, and then came to a realization that Artorius' statement had no issues at all. Merlin found himself with nothing to say. The Round Table's history of debauchery was too extensive, and their moral boundaries were too low. Thus, they had no right to criticize Artorius. As for Merlin himself, he had an even longer history of misdeeds, and his moral boundaries were even lower. Therefore, he had even less right to criticize Artorius. However, since he was a shameless bastard, he didn't give up and give a fuck. So, is this your way of saving Britain? I can't reach the level of my father. Artorius said casually. So, in order to make myself popular, I have to use other methods, don't I? Authority, status, strength, wealth, and emotions. As long as they are used properly, everything can become a weapon. The first target was Vivian. But because she wasn't human, she was quite unpredictable and it quite bugged his determination. The second one was Mordred. Embracing the clone of his own mother gave Artorius an unprecedented feeling. The young Mordred would eventually grow up and develop feelings for someone. So why couldn't that person be him? Be careful not to get too carried away, Artorius, Merlin said in a light-hearted tone behind Artorius. What did you see? Artorius turned to look at him and asked, didn't you say that my future was a chaotic one, something even you couldn't see? It's not about seeing, it's about experience, Merlin tapped his head. Toying with the hearts of maiden is highly immoral and dangerous, you know. They might come after you, chop off your head, and throw it into the English Channel. Artorius remained silent, but his disdainful gaze conveyed it all. Do you, a scumbag, have the audacity to say these things to me? Aya being mocked, huh? Even so, Merlin didn't feel disappointed at all. On the contrary, he was looking forward to it. He was anticipating Artorius's upcoming performance. That night, Mordred tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. Having suffered from insomnia throughout the night, and as expected, she performed poorly in the battle against the White Dragon Vortigern's army the next day. Artorius, on the other hand, once again distinguished himself, effortlessly breaking through the ranks of the White Dragon's army with the usual trio of Gareth, Galahad, and himself, creating a gap in the front line. The White Dragon's army consisted of either the terrified Saxons or the dissatisfied Britons to King Arthur. The battle encountered only minor setbacks, causing these people to scatter like frightened rabbits. The path to the White Dragon's throne was clear. My king, we can continue the attack. At this moment, standing beside Artoria was her nephew, Gawain. With Excalibur Galatine in his hand, he appeared quite excited. Well, that was normal. As long as they defeated the usurper king, the war situation between Britain and the Saxons would achieve a temporary victory. Just like the propaganda Artoria had always proclaimed. Once we win the war, everything will improve. The current harsh climate in Britain is all because of the usurper king's misdeed. By defeating the enemy, a life of happiness will come. Even though it was far from the truth. Afterward, Artoria and Gawain accompanied by a group of elite knights entered Vortigern Pendragon's castle. Hey! Next to Artorius, Gareth reached out and stopped the prince as he began to move forward. The valiant wolf girl was somewhat surprised. Your Highness. I'm a little curious. Artorius said to her, what kind of person is that usurper king? He's a vile king who has brought evil barbarians as allies to try and rule all of Britain, Gareth replied naturally, using the official propaganda of Camelot. Perhaps, but more than that, I want to see for myself. But. As Gareth hesitated, Artorius walked straight into the castle, with Galahad calmly following behind him. If you want to keep up, then hurry. Without even looking back, Artorius said to her. After a few seconds of hesitation, Gareth joined them. Chapter 12, The Usurper King Vortigern. Walking through the cold, empty corridor, Artorius pondered in his mind. In fact, he had long wanted to meet his great-uncle. However, being on opposing sides, the White Dragon represented the ruthless side of Britain. It was too dangerous to meet him, so Artorius had to suppress that desire. As for the reason he wanted to meet him, it was for cooperation. Compared to his mother, who was filled with idealism and emotions for Britain and the Celts, Artorius was more realistic and indifferent. He knew the future course of history. King Arthur would be defeated, followed by massive invasions from the Angles and Saxons, eventually occupying large areas of England. Afterward, there would be the invasion of the Vikings. And even later, the invasion of William the Conqueror, the illegitimate son of Normandy, representing the franchised Vikings. The Vikings, Normans, Angles, and Saxons would fight, kill, and assimilate each other on the British Isles, ultimately forming a completely new ethnicity. The Anglo-Saxons, the first to undergo the Industrial Revolution, would become a terrifying nation that dominated the seven seas, maintaining world hegemony for hundreds of years. In the future, they would establish an upgraded version of Britain, known as the United Kingdom. The history of Britain was far from over. The most exciting scene was yet to unfold, but it would take thousands of years. What would truly perish and come to an end were the Celts of Britain. It was because the mystery of the world was destined to vanish. The true ether of the world would undoubtedly perish. The phantasmal species that could hide had already sought refuge in the reverse side of the world, the inner sea of the planet. Those that couldn't hide would naturally be eliminated. As a result, the ancient humans, the Celts blessed by true ether that coexist with mystery, were also on Gaia's list of extinction. It was predetermined. Furthermore, due to the existence of the large-scale security organization known as Chaldea, even if Artoria succeeded in saving Britain, this world would become a singularity or a lost belt. Ultimately, it would be judged and annihilated. This was the will of Gaia, the will of the planet. It was an almost insolvable despair. At least until his other mother arrived, piloting a planet-destroyer spaceship, and expanded the situation to the entire galaxy. Unfortunately, perhaps due to the excessive number of evil gods in the servant universe, she had no time to deal with Earth's affairs. And because of that, it might be better to integrate with the Saxons. It could be a solution. Artorius, who knew the future, had always thought this way. Unless in the future, he possessed planetary-level power, or even power surpassing that. Otherwise, he could only try to save as many people and things as possible while conforming to counter-force. There were two ways to integrate. One was passive, and the other was active. The passive one was akin to the Mongolians, the Jurchens, and the 5 barbarians of ancient China. The active one was comparable to the unification of Qi and the eradication of the Eastern Lai, the subjugation of the Western Rhone by the Qin, and the hegemony of Chu in the southern territories. The key lay in who held the initiative. For the passive one, after the Battle of Camlan, the entire Celts population in Britain had been weakened to the point of insignificance, allowing them to be completely assimilated with the Saxons by themselves. Alternatively, one could actively manipulate and control, much like the usurper king Vortigern, and become the leader of the Saxons, taking control of the integration with the Saxons. The situations and outcomes of the two methods would undoubtedly be different. If I remember correctly. Yes, if Artorius remembered correctly, according to the historical records he saw in the Type Moon world before his reincarnation, Merlin spoke of the inevitable downfall of Britain, and his mother had been shaken to some extent and had actively proposed the method of integration. However, in the end, Artoria hesitated and wavered. One could even say that she evaded it. So now the key lies in the heart of my great-uncle. Artorius thought to himself, is he guiding the Saxons' invasion of Britain out of desire and ambition, or is he preparing to save the country through indirect means? If it was the former, then so be it. But if it was the latter? Well, even if it was the latter, he still must die. After all, for the sake of reassuring everyone, his great-uncle's reputation among the Celts had already reached the level of Tosaka Tokiomi. For everyone's peace of mind, he must die. Even if what he was doing was right, for the sake of saving Britain. With this thought in his mind, Artorius stopped in his tracks. Artorius. The person who noticed Artorius's arrival was his cousin, Gawain. In the war between dragons, he, being a mortal, had no chance of getting involved. Gawain, are you just going to stand there and watch? Artorius glanced at his cousin, then ignored his words like, how did you come here? It's dangerous. And blah blah blah. Artorius lifted his head. In midair, his mother was battling a giant white dragon. And the outcome had already been decided when Artorius had just gripped the handle of his sword, Clarent. The radiant light released by the holy lance Rongominiad pierced through the white dragon in an instant. And thus, the war between the red and white dragons came to an end. The massive white dragon, standing tall at the pinnacle of phantasmal species, let out a mournful cry as it fell from the sky. Its body gradually shrank during the descent, and when it hit the ground, it had returned to its original form, a spiritually exhausted old man with a face full of sorrow, as if tormented. What a fool. Even with such a large knight spear impaled in his chest, the old man didn't die immediately. O son of my brother, Uther. Deceived like any other Briton, the old man mistook Artoria for a male. You cannot save this country. You are unable to bring victory to humanity. Like a dying curse, wrinkles suddenly appeared on the old man's face, a final flicker before death. Because the age of gods has already ended, and true ether is about to vanish. That's what you want to say, right? Behind Artoria, a childish voice came from the mouth of the pretty boy, choking the old man. Artoria turned her head in puzzlement, looking at her own son who calmly moved forward, surrounded by two equally young next-generation knights of the Round Table, Gareth and Galahad. Artorius ignored his mother, walked past her, and approached the old man. He then crouched down and whispered in his ear. Lead the Saxons and do intermarriage to integrate with them. Cooperate with the Romans, transforming the kingdom of Britain into a Roman Britain province. Then, march onto the Roman continent, vie for the throne, and rebuild the Roman Empire. What do you think of this plan, my dear great-uncle? After saying these words, Artorius stood back and looked at Vortigern. This plan went further than his, Vortigern Pendragon's plan. It was grander and crazier, to the extent that the old man looked at him with an incredulous gaze as if seeing an alien. Your name? Artorius Pendragon. The son of King Arthur. Artorius whispered. What do you want to do? Just as I said to you earlier, Artorius replied, as for why I'm telling you, well, since you're on the brink of death, why not give me everything you can offer? How about that? Upon hearing Artorius speak this way, Artoria, standing behind him, opened her mouth, wanting to say something. The old men in front of him did the same. Staring at Artorius, Vortigern, who saw him for the first time, paused for 2 seconds before saying to Artorius. You're so despicable and shameless. Why aren't you born as my son? Chapter 13, Holy Grail. Artoria, upon hearing Vortigern's words, almost launched another attack against him. However, in the end, she refrained. After being defeated by Artoria, regardless of Vortigern's ambitions, he was powerless. A few minutes later, the old man died, laughing happily. Amidst his laughter, his castle dispersed like dust. In the sky, the dark clouds dissipated, and sunlight poured down. Artoria, bathed in sunlight, walked towards the army amidst the cheers of the masses. Artorius followed closely behind her. He observed his mother, the so-called perfect king, resembling a divine being from a close distance. On the other side, Gawain trembled with excitement. At that moment, everyone believed that Britain's future was bright and that following King Arthur would lead them to the pinnacle. Although, in reality, Britain was on the verge of destruction. That night, in Artoria's tent. Artorius. Artoria gazed at her son with a complex expression. He was the blessed son of Britain, with a hint of regret in her heart. If only I had shown more affection to Artorius. If only I had paid more attention to Artorius. Would things have turned out differently? So. Unlike Artoria, Artorius appeared relaxed, as if nothing had happened. But that wasn't the case. If one observed closely, one would notice the differences in Artorius now. His skin was fairer, and his platinum blonde hair color had lightened. If it were a little whiter, it would be close to the level of Snow White. Moreover, upon careful perception, one could sense that the power of the son of dragon, belonging to the dragon, had been fully awakened. It was different from before when it was immature and still adapting. Now, Artorius could call upon the power of the highest-level phantasmal species at any time, with a power close to that of a near-divine existence. This was the parting gift of the White Dragon King upon his death. Due to their blood ties, close kinship, and the proximity of their power attributes, Artorius absorbed almost all of Vortigern Pendragon's power, acquiring more than 90%. I can explain these matters. Artorius began, not with questions like, "Why did you summon me?" or "What do you want me for?" but rather straightforwardly. "Britain is about to be destroyed, isn't it? As for the reasons, I already know them completely." Upon hearing Artorius speak in this manner, Artoria couldn't utter a word of her usual admonishing remarks such as, "Why did you do this?" or similar phrases. Because she had no right, nor any reason to do so. If Artoria were to tell her son like, "You're still too young, you don't know what you're doing," it might seem ironic. After all, she herself drew Caliban, the sword of selection at a relatively young age of 15, not far from her son's current age. In a way, she felt her son was much smarter than herself. Compared to her, who was moving forward step by step, driven by the wheels of history, Artorius had more plans and foresight for the future. "So, what do you mean?" Artoria suppressed negative emotions and asked Artorius. "What I mean is, Britain is no longer suitable for habitation," Artorius calmly replied. "Father, do you have any solution for this?" "Actually, I have thought of a solution." To Artorius' surprise and resignation, Artoria continued, "Britain lacks true ether. To reverse the problem of true ether gradually dissipating, we need a miracle. So, I plan to search for that miracle, something that can restore the concentration of true ether in Britain. Don't tell me, the Holy Grail." After a brief moment of contemplation, Artorius provided this answer. Not the one for third magic, the so-called Holy Grail created by the three founding families of Fuyuki, but an actual Holy Grail, a universal wish-granting machine capable of creating miracles. It was also the latter half of King Arthur's legend, the object that the Knights of the Round Table seemed to obsessively search for. As long as we find that thing, we can save Britain. Therefore, we must give our all, we must go all out. And so, countless Knights of the Round Table embarked on the path to find the Holy Grail. Countless Knights of the Round Table died on the path in desperate exploration. The final result, however, was incredibly absurd. After sacrificing numerous lives, the Holy Grail was actually found. But Galahad, who found the Grail, was said to be a saint who had no desire and no wish. Therefore, the moment he held the Holy Grail, it returned to heaven, as did Galahad's soul. However, there are 2 points that contradict the legend. First, only a saint with no desire and no wish can hold the Holy Grail. One can check with Godako about that. Everyone knows what kind of person she is, since she collected so many Holy Grails on her path to saving humanity. Second, considering the current situation in Britain, Galahad cannot be a person with no desire and no wish. Unless he is a very heartless bastard, he cannot remain indifferent to the impending destruction of Britain and his colleagues in the Knights of the Round Table who are risking their lives. However, according to Artorius' judgment, it is clear that he is not that kind of person. Galahad is not an indifferent person. So, it's impossible for him to be a person with no desire and no wish. He is just like the other Knights of the Round Table, full of compassion, friendly to his colleagues, respectful and admiring of King Arthur, sincere with friends, and even willing to betray his father for justice. How could such a perfect knight be indifferent? So, there is only one truth. Galahad did not return to the heavens, he was eliminated. And the one who eliminated Galahad was someone like Ultimate One, Gaia, or Alea. If we reason further, everything is part of Gaia's conspiracy. If fate were to mysteriously recede, Gaia, who obeys fate, would never allow Britain to remain in an age of gods and a true ether kingdom. It absolutely won't allow Britain to obtain the Holy Grail. So, they must kill Galahad. They must make the Holy Grail return to the heavens. Or rather, they must take back the Holy Grail to the reverse side of the world. From this perspective, the effort to find the Holy Grail is undoubtedly futile. Artorius. As Artorius's expression kept changing while pondering about the Holy Grail, Artoria became slightly worried. She continued to comfort him, saying, "Don't worry. We will succeed." "Ah, yeah, I believe you, father." Artorius, like the most ideal attractive boy, displayed the most perfect smile to his mother. "But, father, how long will it take to find the Holy Grail? What should the people of Britain do during that time?" Seeing Artorius, who had grown up and resembled her reflection, Artoria displayed a troubled expression. Artorius reached out and held her hands. "Please leave this difficult problem to me." "How about that?" Chapter 14, Heir of White Dragon King. On the second day after the campaign against the usurper king. In the northern part of the British Isles, atop a snowy plateau that seemed frozen for eternity. On this land, known as Scotland in later times, a young visitor arrived. Artorius Pendragon, a knight in his youth, accompanied by his 3 followers, Gareth, Galahad, and Mordred, 4 knights in total, advanced toward the gathering place of the Saxons. "We are messengers of King Arthur." Gareth shouted fearlessly. "We demand an audience with the Saxon leaders." Such a cry attracted a large number of ragged Saxons, mostly men but also women and elderly individuals. Most of them bore frostbite in various parts of their bodies. These disheveled, gloomy-eyed Germanic immigrants stared at Artorius and his companions with a mixture of hatred and, more prominently, fear. In the eyes of the Saxons, King Arthur and his knights were the symbol of invincibility, having emerged victorious time and time again in the 11 consecutive battles fought before. "Well, let me see." However, in the next moment, Artorius waved his hand, stopping Gareth. "What's the matter, Your Highness?" Gareth asked, somewhat perplexed. "Let's try a different approach," Artorius said to her. "Tell them I am the heir of Vortigern Pendragon." "Your Highness." Artorius had inherited Vortigern's territory and authority. All the lands of northern Britain had become Artorius's domain, as proclaimed publicly by Artoria herself, and it had not sparked much opposition. Nevertheless, Vortigern's surname remains Pendragon. After his death, his territory and power returned to the Pendragon family, as it should be. But, claiming to be the heir of Vortigern Pendragon on Saxon soil. This surprised Gareth and even made her somewhat angry. In a sense, it was like a betrayal to King Arthur. "This is what I deserve," Artorius said, looking at Gareth earnestly. He held the girl's wrist tightly. "The authority belongs to me, my followers, my army." "Sir Gareth. Don't you agree with that?" "Your Highness. It will benefit us." Artorius drew closer to Gareth, his presence and pressure intensifying. The relentless wars had harmed not only the barbarians but also Britain. Especially with crops dwindling, if they were to continue resolving the Saxon issue through war, they would have to squeeze the common people. We would have to deprive the people of their food for the sake of military supplies. "Gareth, do you think that's acceptable?" Of course, it was not. In the shortest amount of time, the girl was convinced by Artorius. Prince Artorius remained a gentle and kind boy, with the only difference being his newfound sense of responsibility. "For the sake of Britain and its people, what does it matter if my personal reputation suffers, Gareth?" With Artorius speaking in such a sincere tone, Gareth's guilt and fondness for him increased significantly. I understand." Gareth nodded in a slightly flustered manner. She instinctively wanted to pull her hand back from Artorius's grip, yet felt reluctant to do so. And then, the heir of Vortigern Pendragon, His Highness Artorius Pendragon has arrived. On the other side, Mordred had already lifted her head and shouted. The sound reverberated, causing the accumulated snow on the trees to fall. "Gareth." Gareth frowned, feeling as if something had been taken away from her. Oh, of course, when Artorius held Gareth's hand just now, Mordred also felt somewhat offended. The knights continued their journey. Only this time, the gaze of the Saxons towards them had slightly changed. In addition to fear, curiosity, and anticipation had also grown. And so, 2 days later, Artorius's wish came true. On the gathering spot of the Saxons, on a cold and rigid patch of ground trampled by the Saxons, he met 43 cunning Saxon tribal chiefs. No need for pleasantries. Without hesitation, Artorius surveyed his surroundings and then stated his purpose. On behalf and as the heir of Vortigern Pendragon, I command you to swear allegiance to me." Artorius's words naturally evoked surprise and opposition. But in the next second, a strong sense of fear, the biting cold of ice, and the aura of dragons descended. It was the authority Artorius had inherited from his great-uncle. The fear of being killed at any moment confirmed to all Saxon chieftains that Artorius spoke the truth. This draconic power and fear reminded them of the terror of being ruled by the White Dragon and the shame of being driven by foreign races. Any objections? Artorius surveyed his surroundings. "In that case, step forward one by one, state your names, and kiss my ring." The Saxons looked at each other, shaken, but none dared to comply with Artorius's words. "Just because you are the White Dragon King's heir doesn't mean we have to obey you." Finally, a chieftain gathered his courage and shouted. "We followed the White Dragon's will, traveling far to Britain, with promises of wealth and land. But all we received was death and suffering. Now that he's dead, why should we let another Celt from Britain ride on our heads?" His words gained support from many Saxons. "Yes, he's right. That's it. We won't be fooled again. Get lost, Celts. Out of respect for the White Dragon King, we won't kill you." "What should we do next, Your Highness?" Beside Artorius, Galahad asked softly. At the same time, Gareth and Mordred tightened their grip on their weapons, ready to escort Artorius and make a break for it. But they didn't have to. All bark and no bite. Artorius calmly commented, "Just like a pack of wolves. The new alpha needs to display overwhelming power, and the pack will obediently submit, showing their bellies in surrender." Artorius's words left Gareth feeling somewhat conflicted. However, now wasn't the time to tend to the girl's emotions. He drew his sword and loudly proclaimed to the Saxons, "I can wipe you all out, just by myself." Above their heads, dark clouds gathered at the swiftest pace, symbolizing the impending arrival of thunder and storm. Chapter 15, Path of Conqueror. The fear of the Saxons towards dragons had intensified. Back then, Vortigern's reign of terror was not solely targeted at the Celts. It applied equally to the Saxons who sought refuge. Even though he was already dead, the imprint of fear remained deeply ingrained in the soul of every Saxon who set foot in Britain. However, the Saxons still refused to yield. Of course, that didn't mean they continued to voice their opposition either. They waited, continued to wait, to see if Artorius could say anything that would move them. "I know what you're thinking," Artorius said loudly, looking around. His voice was enhanced by magecraft, ensuring that every Saxon present, numbering in the tens of thousands, could hear him. "You fear King Arthur and his Knights of the Round Table. Because you are no match for them. You believe that marching south again and engaging them in battle would be a futile endeavor. At the same time, you're unwilling to remain in this north side, aren't you?" Artorius's mouth curled into a pleased smile. "This place is cold and barren, barely able to sustain anyone. The Picts who originally inhabited this land are on the brink of extinction. Of course, returning by ship to the Germanic lands is not a solution either. Because the situation there is even worse than here. You can't move forward, can't retreat, and can't wait. You believe you're doomed, am I right?" With Artorius's words, heavy pressure caused the expressions of the Saxons to grow even darker. Everyone's posture became more hunched. The Celts considered the Saxons to be barbarians and invaders. Many Celts in Britain didn't understand. Clearly, the situation in Britain was dire. The land grew poorer with each passing year, and the output of forests and fields diminished year after year. Given these circumstances, why did the Saxons insist on coming here to their deaths? Why were the Saxons willing to endure the terror of the White Dragon, even if it meant fighting desperately against the Celts? Of course, it was because their original homeland was even more damn wretched than Britain. Gaia's objective was the annihilation of the Celts. As a means to achieve this objective, the climate weapon not only affected the Celts but also impacted the lands of the Germanic peoples. In fact, it was even more severe. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been the Germanic peoples invading the Celts, it would have been the other way around, the Celts invading the Germanic lands. After addressing the issues facing the Saxons, Artorius raised a finger. The tone of the boy carried temptation. "I can solve this problem. Saxon brethren, I can solve your problem. I can provide you with a stable life, free from turmoil. Your children, your wives, your parents, and of course, yourselves. I can let you survive. As for why I dare to make such a claim, tell them, Mordred. Tell them about my other identity." Mordred stepped forward immediately. "Standing before you is the future King of Britain, the son of King Arthur to whom Knights of the Round Table pledge their allegiance. He is also the rightful heir to the throne of Britain." Such a statement once again shook the Saxons. "Can you, on behalf of King Arthur, acknowledge our right to exist in Britain?" A Saxon chieftain stepped forward, somewhat excited, and asked, testing the waters. "Only in part." Artorius calmly replied, then declared, "I won't settle all Saxons in Britain. I want you to follow me southward, to a warmer and more fertile land, the continent of Europe. My goal is to unite multiple tribes, defeat Rome, and conquer Gaul, Spain, Italy, and Greece. These lands are abundant and prosperous. As followers of the Dragon of Britain, you deserve your rightful spoils, wealth, money, livestock, and land. Now, choose. Will you face death or swear allegiance to me? As Artorius's words fell, the Saxons exchanged glances. One of the oldest and most respected chieftains stepped forward. In that case, he unfastened his sword and knelt down, presenting it. We will, of course, choose to swear allegiance to you. On that evening, inside the camp of the next generation Knights of the Round Table, while the Saxons were packing their belongings, preparing to follow Artorius southward, a discussion was underway. Your Highness, you also know, don't you? Galahad calmly spoke beside Artorius. Britain has always had a serious food problem. If we don't import from the continent, we won't be able to fill the gap. And now you've accepted tens of thousands of Saxons. Are you sure it's not a problem? There are two paths before us, Artorius said. One is to let the Saxons join us. The other is to wipe them out. So, which one should you choose? What if we just leave them be? Mordred questioned from the other side. And how is that any different from wiping them out? Artorius countered. Troublesome, indeed. Mordred muttered, but she didn't oppose further. As for Gareth, after a brief moment of worry and confusion, she became consumed by a fanatical admiration for Artorius. Oh, what a great young man he is. Shouldering the lives and well-being of tens of thousands. Even if they are enemies, showing them mercy and redemption. That shining light of him is the true proof of a great king. Of course, it was not quite so. At least, not entirely. After Gareth and Galahad had left, Artorius once again sneaked away and entered Mordred's tent. I have something to tell you, Mordred. I'm only telling you this, so don't mention it to anyone else, all right? Artorius pulled Mordred aside, adopting an attitude of sharing a secret with the girl. The reason for accepting these Saxons as subordinates goes beyond that. It's because I want to accomplish something greater. Something greater. My identity, as King Arthur's son. It grants me honor and status. But at the same time, it carries immense pressure and burden. My father was a great and righteous king. So, as his son, I must achieve feats worthy of my position to not let my father down. Furthermore, I want to accomplish even greater deeds than my father. I want to become a superior and greater ruler than him. That excitement and joy permeated Artorius's words. The recruitment of Saxons is just the first step. Do you think I'm joking when I speak of marching onto the continent? No. The grand plan I wish to establish is not limited to Britain alone. It encompasses all of Europe, the entire world. I want the whole world to cheer for the name of Artorius. That is my purpose, Mordred. He held onto Mordred's shoulder. On this great and challenging path, I expect your support. Can you, Mordred, be my companion and challenge this world together with me? Chapter 16, My Brother, Mordred. As a homunculus, Mordred's actual age is still that of a child. As a child, Mordred's emotions are easily stirred. Just like now. I am needed by someone. I am acknowledged by someone. Artorius has invited me to do such great things. He wants me to be his companion. Just thinking about it filled Mordred with excitement and joy. She could hardly contain her excitement and could only express her attitude through continuous nodding. I feel like we get along well. Watching Mordred like this, Artorius continued happily, we will be great friends. No, we are already great friends, right, Mordred? Yes. Yes. We are great friends. The following conversation was cheerful and filled with care between friends. Usually, it was Artorius showing concern toward Mordred. For example, how have you been lately? How do you feel? Is there anything you need help with? The weather up north is so cold, I've prepared a cloak for you. Why don't you try it on? Ah, it fits you well and matches you, Mordred. So, how was your life before? Can you tell me about it? Oh, sorry, I made it difficult for you. Let's change the topic then. Just like that, Artorius's care, friendship, and value made Mordred feel extremely excited and happy. However, amidst the excitement and happiness, Mordred also felt uneasy. The more she intimated with him, the higher her level of unease. It wasn't until over 2 hours later when Artorius said, "It was getting late, I apologize for taking up so much of your time. But chatting with you, Mordred, was delightful." At that moment, Mordred finally realized why she felt this way. Since they were such good friends, there shouldn't have been any secrets or reservations between them. But she was still wearing her helmet. She couldn't even reveal her own origins to Artorius. In this way, she could never truly become Artorius's close friend, stand by his side, or respond to his friendship and love. Artorius. Thus, as Artorius stood up, preparing to leave, Mordred called out to him. Do you need something else, Mordred? Although Artorius already had an idea of what Mordred wanted to do, he maintained a perplexed expression on the surface. In fact, there were some things I needed to tell you, and that's. After hesitating for a moment, Mordred slowly took off her helmet, revealing a face that was almost identical to Artorius, albeit with a more youthful demeanor. Artorius shows a slightly surprised expression. Mordred. You are. He sits back down, astonished, gazing at the girl's stunning appearance. The truth is, I am King Arthur's son. Mordred blushed and whispered softly. Then, she stammered a bit as she revealed her true identity. Of course, what she said was not entirely accurate but rather a recounting of what her mother, Morgan, had told her. Certainly, Artorius wasn't concerned about the truth of the matter about son. On the contrary, he cared more about Mordred herself, the powerful and obedient pawn. I see, so it turns out, you're the son of the king and Morgan Le Fay. Artorius muttered expressionlessly, making Mordred feel nervous. Having impulsively confessed her true lineage earlier, Mordred now regretted it a little. What if Artorius disliked her because of her identity? She watched as Artorius turned around, approached her with an emotionless expression, and her heart raced. Just as she was about to apologize after closing her eyes, Artorius happily grabbed her hand. And then, as if that wasn't enough, he embraced her directly. So, Mordred, you're my dear brother. Mordred. The situation was completely different from what she had anticipated. That's great, really great. I always thought our father only had me as his child, but now I have a little brother. Ha ha ha. Artorius spoke these words and playfully leaned over to kiss Mordred on the cheek. The joy and tenderness quickly eased her tension, causing Mordred to reveal a somewhat silly smile when embraced by Artorius. The gentle girl embraced him as well. I've been acknowledged. I've been accepted. I have a family. I am Artorius Pendragon's brother. These intense emotions made her body warm, and following Artorius's lead, she kissed his cheek in return. But, this was different. Not just one kiss, but a continuous stream of kisses. It seemed like she wanted to express just how much she liked Artorius in this way. Originally, it wasn't a big deal. After all, in that era and country, considering the customs and societal norms of the time, kissing wasn't unusual. As they were still considered family, even if Artorius stayed in Mordred's tent that night and they slept together, it was entirely normal, right? Unfortunately, we didn't recognize each other earlier, did we? I hope that more intimacy can make up for this regret and partially make up for the lost time. Artorius said earnestly while looking into her eyes, causing Mordred to be completely devoted to him. Bomo. Bomo. Mordred nodded continuously, willing to do anything Artorius asked of her. Rest assured, from now on, your big brother will be by your side. You won't be alone anymore. Artorius gently reassured her before Mordred fell asleep. Mordred, a girl whose true age was still that of an underage lowly, slept comfortably and without worry for the first time. After a while, in the middle of the night, Artorius disappeared. Gareth. I really need you. Can you help me, my dear sister? In Gareth's tent, Artorius held his cousin's hand, causing her to blush. And so, that night, a girl who couldn't resist the heat any longer ended up having another person in her bed. Of course, nothing lewd happened. Chapter 17, The Plan. The next morning. Galahad observed the energetic Gareth and Artorius, who appeared as if he hadn't slept well, yawning. He couldn't resist saying something. Your Highness. Please, exercise restraint. Restraint. Oh. I will be mindful of that. Because the previous night, Artorius had quietly entered his tent and said, Galahad, I trust you the most. You're my best friend, come with me. Yes, that night after Artorius's talk with Mordred, he came to his most trusted people's camp and asked for their assistance on his plan. And so, Galahad who agreed felt responsible for Artorius. Of course, Gareth and Mordred felt the same way. While gaining assistance and loyalty, Artorius also acquired certain obligations. Choosing this path meant sacrificing some of his freedom as he took on significant responsibilities. Throughout the day, he had to discuss his goals and ambitions with everyone, and during the night, he had to provide massages for his two sisters, Gareth and Mordred. All of those deprived him of rest time, perhaps this was the price he had to pay to become a ruler. Later on, in the city of Camelot, the location of the Knights of the Round Table. Artorius Pendragon spoke confidently before the smooth round table. The young prince exuded confidence and was brimming with vitality. Unlike the majestic and perfect appearance of King Arthur, he appeared more radiant and gentle. His recent victories and the subjugation of the Saxons significantly elevated his youthful charm. Just by looking at him, many female knights and noble women of Britain couldn't help but feel delighted. In conclusion, I believe it would be beneficial to accept this group of Saxon immigrants as subjects of Britain. After Artorius finished speaking, he surveyed the surroundings and then smiled at his mother. Artoria remained calm and silent. On her face, which resembled Mordred, it was hard to discern her emotions. However, it was Gawain who spoke up first. From the perspective code of chivalry, we should indeed not abandon those people. However, Gawain hesitated for a moment, then continued, Britain's land is struggling to sustain even our own people. We don't have surplus food to provide for the Saxon immigrants. What about purchasing food from the south, suggested Percival, one of the most loyal knights. He didn't want to see the kingdom's ruler in distress. In reality, our treasury is also strained, interjected Agravain. Despite being Artorius' teacher, he remained impartial when assessing the issue. We cannot afford to spend too much money and resources to buy food. Not to mention. Without him needing to say it, everyone understood his meaning. The embargo policy of the Roman Emperor Lucius Tiberius forced Britain to allocate more money to purchase food. This strained Britain's finances even further. In such circumstances, it was already challenging to ensure the country's food supply. However, apart from individuals like Agravain, who possessed an iron will and were ruthless, none of the knights present could utter words like, let's not care about the lives of those Saxon people. In fact, we can attempt to reclaim more land. When the Knights of the Round Table found themselves in a predicament, Artorius spoke up and presented his plan. Britain's land is actually abundant. Those forests, grasslands, and marshes have many fertile areas. With a little cultivation, we can obtain sufficient returns. That would be the destruction of nature, shouted one of the knights, visibly frustrated. As a descendant of the ancient humans contaminated by true ether, the Celts had a much better attitude towards nature and the earth compared to future generations. Despite the earth and nature treating the Celts ruthlessly and without mercy, intending to kill them all. The ancient humans in Britain had such an attitude, but Artorius was different. His attitude towards destruction, cultivation, deforestation, land acquisition, and transforming the natural landscape was more relaxed than all the Celts present. Ensuring human survival came first. Humans came first. It was wrong to let humans die in order to protect nature. That was a misplaced priority. Even if they tried to protect it, London in the 18th century would still turn into a city of fog. Industrial pollution would explode, and the entire River Thames would become a foul-smelling sewer. That was also the choice of fate. So now, Britain was on the verge of destruction. It was ridiculous to worry about such trivial matters and shout, how dare you and blah blah blah. Artorius felt that those fools should be thrown into the River Thames to drown. That's the problem. Artorius said loudly, starve or cultivate more land. Do we choose humanity or nature? He looked seriously at the knight who spoke, before you speak, think about who you are, knight. Are you on the human side? As Artorius spoke, Mordred, who was sitting not far away, narrowed her eyes slightly and gripped the hilt of her sword. It was as if she would strike out with her sword if that person dared to oppose her dear brother. No objections. Artorius looked around and then said, then let's do it, father, and all the knights of the Round Table. Artorius proclaimed loudly. We should have done this a long time ago. Britain's production decreases every year. If the average yield per acre of land is decreasing, then we should increase the area of cultivated land. We all know that agriculture brings more food than hunting and gathering. From today on, Britain needs deforestation, land reclamation around lakes, and fighting for land in the wilderness. From today on, Britain can no longer rely on the favor of true ether. We must use our hard work and wisdom to feed ourselves. After finishing these slogan-like words, Artorius looked at Artoria. I have prepared a complete plan, father. I would like you to take a look at it. The plan Artorius mentioned was a series of research achievements he had made before. It included water wheels, dams, and canals for water management, drought-resistant and cold-resistant wheat breeding, convenient and deep plowing plows, various agricultural tools, and so on. Of course, all of this couldn't save Britain. But it could delay Britain's decline and buy time for Artorius' next step, the racial integration plan. But all of this will take time. Sir Kay, Artorius' uncle and one of the Knights of the Round Table asked somewhat helplessly, what should we do before your cultivation plan is implemented? That's what I'm going to talk about next, Uncle Kay. Artorius smiled at him and said, I propose that we mend our diplomatic relations with Rome. Chapter 18, Sacrifice. Artorius. Artoria spoke up as Artorius reached this point. I have a decree, Britain will not succumb to Rome's coercion, and I will never surrender to Rome. Of course, Britain will never surrender to Rome, Artorius calmly replied. It is the Saxons who will surrender to Rome. What do you mean? Artoria's expression appeared somewhat puzzled. What I mean is. Artorius paused for a second and continued, I will present myself as the leader of Saxon and pledge allegiance to Rome. I will lead the Saxons and a portion of the Britons volunteers to fight under Rome's command. In exchange, Rome will lift the food embargo on Britain. What? That cannot be allowed. Artoria vehemently raised her head, looked at him, and decisively refused. At the same time, the knights of the Round Table around them also realized the situation. Britain would not submit to Rome for the sake of honor, but the Saxons were different. The number of Germanic soldiers serving within the Western Roman Empire was even greater than that of Roman soldiers. It wouldn't be a problem for Saxon troops to blend in since they were also Germanic peoples. Furthermore, Artorius was the crown prince of Britain, and as the first in line to the throne, his journey to Rome could also serve as a form of hostage. Rome had always been fond of accepting the so-called foreign barbarian princes, educating them in Roman ways and civilization, and molding them to be obedient when the time came. This approach had been used countless times throughout history. As long as there were people willing to sell their values and cultivate their own followers, this kind of approach would never come to an end. Of course, there were times when this approach backfired. Take, for example, the famous Attila. She had been a hostage in Rome. The Roman rulers at that time were particularly hopeful, expecting her to become a loyal Roman in spirit. Unfortunately, they failed. After returning to the Huns, Attila became Rome's greatest nightmare. The knowledge and familiarity she acquired in Rome became a weapon against Rome. She nearly destroyed the Roman Empire and continues to influence the world to this day. But even so, Rome was unlikely to refuse the prince of the province of Britannia. Your Highness, you intend to use yourself as a hostage to secure benefits from Rome while preserving Britain's honor. One of the knights said with a complex tone and expression. Many knights of the Round Table respected Artorius at this moment. He appeared noble and grand in their eyes. As a prince, it is my duty to contribute my strength to this country, achieve merits, and earn reputations, Artorius said in a serious and unquestionable tone. This is the most reasonable approach. Yes, Britain's honor and reputation would be preserved, and the channel for importing food would remain open. Sending troops to aid Rome in battle would also save resources and provide valuable combat experience. Countering the spread of the Germanic peoples on the continent would contribute to Britain's national security. There were countless benefits to be gained. The only one at a disadvantage would be Artorius himself. What a great sacrifice this was. Do you have any other requests? After a moment of silence, Artoria finally approved Artorius's plan. With a complex emotion and tone, she asked such a question. I need manpower. Artorius calmly said. Please allow me to recruit volunteers within Britain. And within the Knights of the Round Table, assign a few knights as my aides. I agree, but you must seek the consensus of those present here. As Artorius had anticipated, even under such a heavy and oppressive situation, the knights seemed eager. Even Kay, who kept muttering bloody hell, wouldn't dare to refuse Arthur's invitation. He even had a faint sense of anticipation. Although Artorius had never intended to recruit him. Setting aside his ability to get things done, this guy was known as one of the two scoundrels of the Knights of the Round Table, alongside Merlin. His capability to cause trouble was overwhelmingly strong. It would be better to keep such talent in Camelot for retirement. In the end, the people Artorius chose didn't come as a surprise. Galahad, Gareth, Gaheris, Agravain, Gawain, and Mordred were all his close relatives. In addition to that, Artoria provided Artorius with a means to contact Lancelot and promised to write a letter, asking Lancelot to look after them. Lancelot had been stationed in Gaul recently, primarily for trade with the European continent, mainly purchasing food, so he did not attend this round table meeting. That will be all. After all the discussions were concluded, Artoria calmly gave the order to the Knights of the Round Table. The knights understood the king's feelings and did not say much, but with worried eyes, they looked at their ruler before saluting and taking their leave. In the end, only Artoria and Agravain remained in the room. Sir Agravain. In front of this perpetually resolute man, Artoria rarely showed signs of weariness. I can't believe even Artorius will have to sacrifice. She murmured. It's just a temporary difficulty, my king, Agravain respectfully replied. As long as we can find the Holy Grail, all problems will be resolved effortlessly. Yes. Artoria nodded. The troubles of the kingdom, the Saxon problem, and even the Roman issue. With the major threats to Britain dealt with, we can finally achieve some semblance of stability. Yes, your majesty. Then, send out all the knights, Artoria ordered. Let every knight of the Round Table search for the Holy Grail. To save my homeland and, my son. At this moment, Artoria made a mistake. Her son did not need saving. Artorius Pendragon was filled with ambition, eager to make his mark on the vast and fertile lands of Europe. Many people in Britain, like him, actually did not require Artoria's salvation. For instance, the second sons of the ordinary knights. They were just like Artoria before she drew the sword. They underwent knightly training while also tending to household chores and menial tasks. They had only a few hours of sleep each night, from dawn until daybreak. When they grew up, the land would belong to their elder brothers, and they would receive nothing. They would serve their brothers as a squire. The frustrations and restlessness of a future unseen, even if Britain were truly saved, their fate wouldn't change. Until Artorius appeared before them, offering a new choice. Of course, before that, Artorius had to travel to Rome, seeking new allies and support for himself. Chapter 19, Lucius Tiberius. 15 days later, at the mouth of the Rhine River, within the Roman camp, Artorius met the current Western Roman Emperor, Lucius Tiberius. This Roman emperor was not enjoying the warmth of the Italian court but rather actively engaged in the front line against the Germanic peoples. The Rhine River served as a natural geographical boundary for Frankish territory. During the Roman Empire, the Rhine was always at the forefront of resistance against the barbarians in the Black Forest. By Artorius' side, only Mordred accompanied him as an envoy from Britain to meet the Roman emperor. The eunuch guiding them, with inherent arrogance, kept listing a series of requirements for the audience with the emperor, continuously emphasizing the importance of these matters. It was as if a slight misstep from Artorius would lead to his execution by beheading. In contrast, Artorius was more concerned about the soldiers in the camp. Barbarians, barbarians, and more barbarians. Within Lucius's camp, there were Goths, Vandals, Saxons, and Franks, barbarian warriors wielding axes, unkempt beards, and clad in chain mail. Their numbers far exceeded those of the Romans wearing larica segmentata and carrying long shields and spears. Ever since the Roman Empire suffered heavy losses against the Persian and Hunnic cavalry on the battlefields of the East and West, weapons like short swords had fallen out of favor. The Roman testudo formation still existed today, but the soldiers relied more on long spears than short swords. Those things were useless against cavalry. I dislike this place. Beside Artorius, Mordred whispered, "It stinks here, much worse than Camelot." Mordred was right. The sanitary conditions in the camp were far from ideal. It seemed that the last remnants of Rome had completely forgotten the strict requirements for a military encampment. I rather like it. Artorius surveyed his surroundings cheerfully. The land where heroes wield their might. Do you understand what I mean? Artorius Pendragon, son of the King of Britain, here to pay respects. Before Mordred could say anything else, the eunuch had already raised his head high and shouted in a shrill voice that an ordinary person could never achieve. This was Artorius' first meeting with Lucius Tiberius. He was a young man dressed in splendid garments, adorned with a laurel wreath upon his head. His appearance was remarkably handsome, boasting short crimson hair. His expression conveyed a rebellious nature, reminiscent of a captivating blend between a tyrant and a dandy. He propped up his legs and reclined on a throne adorned with red velvet, enjoying fruits and wine from the warm regions. Several nobles in robes and armored generals stood on either side. They were all trusted confidants of Lucius. Artorius Pendragon, Lucius spoke mockingly to Artorius, "Are you here as a representative of the province of Britannia, which you people call Britain, returning under the great rule of Rome?" "I cannot represent Britain." Artorius replied with dignity, "I can only represent myself." "Tsk, then it's meaningless." Lucius rolled his eyes. "A hostage, seeking Rome's favor, eh? Your father is truly a cold-hearted man, Lord Pendragon." "I haven't finished speaking." "Very well, I will give you another 3 minutes." "It won't take that long." Artorius answered, "I can only represent myself and 50,000 Saxons, 3,000 exceptional Saxons warriors, and 200 knights of Britain." Oh. It was evident that Artorius had successfully captured the attention of the Roman emperor. "Speak, you spark my interest." "King of Saxon, this is another identity of mine. And I also have the authority to recruit knights from Britain," Artorius said respectfully. "The former comes from my great-uncle, Vortigern Pendragon. The latter is a promise from my father, the king. Additionally, I have come here not by the king's command, but on my own accord." "And, what is the reason?" Artorius didn't answer immediately, instead giving a meaningful glance. Lucius waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Step aside." His attendants and lower-ranking officials around him all left the tent. At the same time, a bounded field was raised, isolating the interior from the outside. Only Mordred remained by Artorius' side, and likewise, only one towering, robust guy stayed by Lucius' side. "Lord Pendragon, now you can speak," Lucius said in a relaxed tone, seemingly confident that Artorius posed no threat to his safety. Artorius nodded, then said, "The so-called reason, because my father, the king, possesses eternal youth and immortality. Even after he drew the sword of selection, for 10 years, the king remained as youthful as in his prime. And even after another 20, 30, or 50 years, he would still retain his youthful appearance. Your Majesty, do you understand what that means?" "It means Lord Pendragon cannot inherit the throne." "That is correct," Artorius lowered his head. "Britain belongs to my father, in the past, present, and future. Even after my eventual demise, the king will continue to remain young and ageless." I love my father, but can there be a prince for 40 years? If I were to stay in Britain, allowing jealousy and hatred to gnaw at my heart, perhaps one day I would be unable to resist meeting my father on the battlefield. So, you came here? Yes, that is why I came here. With expectations for power, wealth, and ambition. With expectations for power, wealth, and ambition. At this point, Lucius stood up and slowly walked toward Artorius. Mordred became more alert at Artorius' side, ready to engage in conflict with the Roman emperor and protect Artorius if necessary. But in the end, Lucius Tiberius burst into laughter. Goo ha ha ha. Excellent, Lord Pendragon, I quite like you. Ha ha ha. He happily patted Artorius' shoulder. Ambition, desire. Of course, no problem. Rome is generous, and so am I. Whatever you desire can be found in Rome and made possible, of course, with one condition. Here, he lowered his voice and issued a genuine threat. You must remain loyal to me, to Rome. Of course, my liege. Without hesitation, Artorius pledged, I will undoubtedly swear my allegiance to you. Bring your army here and show your talents, Lord Pendragon. I have a feeling you will become an outstanding Roman. Artorius took his leave, and at the same time, the person by the emperor's side lowered his voice. Your Majesty, do we really have to accept this barbarian? He feels extremely dangerous to me. Dangerous? Of course, which barbarian leader here isn't dangerous? But what about his loyalty? It doesn't matter. I don't care whether they are loyal or not, as long as they can be useful to me. I will keep an eye on him for you. Then I entrust it to you, my dear advisor, Sirius. At the same time, on the way out of the Roman camp, Mordred also had some questions. Your Highness. I already told you, Artorius said to her, when there's no one around, you can call me brother. Mordred felt happy with such a statement, and she even almost forgot what she should say next. But she quickly remembered. Brother, are you telling the truth to the Roman emperor? About our father? Half of it, Artorius said. I won't betray our father. But yes, I do want to make something of myself. Oh, okay. Artorius's words matched what he had previously told Mordred, so she didn't doubt it and asked another question. Well, what do you think of the Roman emperor then? The emperor? At this point, Artorius said calmly. He can be replaced. Chapter 20, Long live Prince Artorius. Good news arrived from the Roman side. The food embargo policy has been lifted. Britain can now breathe a little easier and save more cash. Of course, for some folks, this pales in comparison to the shock brought by the declaration of Prince Artorius Pendragon, son of King Arthur. To all in Britain. To all who are talented. To all who seek glory and achievement. To all who harbor ambitions and dream of making a difference. The situation in Europe is on the brink of chaos, and war presents us with the best opportunity. Come, follow me, unite under my banner. Join me in Europe, join me on the battlefield, and seize with valor and deeds everything that rightfully belongs to us. The swift steeds of the Saxon commanders galloped across the lands of Britain, carrying the will of Artorius into the hearts of all the disillusioned knights. The desire for conquest, land, and wealth reached its zenith. From noble scions to the youngest of knights, from forest bandits to despondent miners, Artorius's will swept through the barren and desolate lands of Britain like a plague, stirring up a storm. Hundreds of spears and long swords were raised high, mingled with bows and other crude weapons used by forest bandits and tribal people. In comparison to Artoria as King Arthur, Artorius may have underestimated himself. In reality, his leadership charisma was second to none, not losing to his mother at all. Although he lacked the dignity, sanctity, and wordless awe-inspiring presence of Artoria, he excelled in guiding people's fervor in his own way. He had tested his guts with Mordred, Gareth, and others. This time, he made his formal debut within the boundaries of Britain. The fervor he stirred, coupled with a leadership charisma that was not inferior to King Arthur's, combined to create an atmosphere of fanaticism that, to some extent, even surpassed that of King Arthur. Knights from all corners of Britain gathered. However, this time, they came not to rally under and pledge allegiance to King Arthur, but to the prince, Artorius. They were gathered for a war that aimed not to reclaim lands from foreign hands or protect their homeland, as Artorius had said, but to seize wealth and glory with their swords and spears. This intense desire and passion burned even brighter than the summoning of King Arthur. Especially in the face of Britain's increasing barrenness and the growing hardship of its people. The knights of Britain are the strongest. In the square in front of Camelot, Artorius stood at the center, surrounded by a crowd, and spoke loudly. His voice resounded, ensuring that every knight could hear him. We should wield our swords and spears to seize what is rightfully ours, wealth and glory. This world is in such turmoil. It is time for us to plan a new order in our own way. Whether you are a knight or a noble scion, a hunter or farmer, or people from the Saxon tribes, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. As long as you prove yourself on the battlefield, regardless of your previous status, you can become someone extraordinary. Cheers surged higher and higher. The knights and soldiers around Artorius, even those fervent commoners, cheered loudly. Long live Prince Artorius! Long live King of Saxons! Long live Son of Dragon! They really seem to support Artorius, said Guinevere, the queen consort of Artoria, or perhaps better known as her best friend, in a gentle voice, standing by Artoria's side on the highest balcony of the White Castle of Camelot. The girl, who was worthy of being the Queen of Camelot in both character and appearance, wanted to ease the mood of her dear friend. Because people could tell that Artorius had embarked on a path that was completely opposite to the king's wishes. Ambition, what an extraordinary trait in a child. Merlin appeared from the other side at the same time, and casually remarked, but I don't dislike it. Perhaps this child will truly accomplish great things. If there were other knights of the Round Table present at this moment, they would surely rebuke Merlin's frivolous behavior. Pitifully, there were none at the moment. The knights of the Round Table had either been swayed into joining Artorius's force or had been sent away, embarking on the irreversible path of searching for the Holy Grail. The military strength of Camelot had now plummeted to its lowest point in history. Neither of the two women here reprimanded Merlin. Guinevere only looked at Merlin with dissatisfaction in her eyes but said nothing. Such an attitude meant nothing to Merlin. As for Artoria, she continued to blame herself as always. If only I were stronger, if only I could save Britain faster, perhaps Artorius wouldn't have turned out like this. By like this, to be more specific, it meant becoming an ambitious military leader. From the perspective of someone like Artoria, who was a protector and a savior-like existence, Artorius was like another Vortigern. Except his goal was not Britain but the broader and more chaotic domains of Rome and Europe. From the standpoint of the King of Britain, Artoria had no reason to stop him. However, from the perspective of a mother, Artoria didn't want her son to become that kind of monster. But she didn't know what to do. She had never been a good parent. She had devoted almost all her energy to war, governing the country, and balancing the factions of the Knights of the Round Table, avoiding the responsibility of raising her child. Because she never knew how to be a good parent in the first place. Ah, Your Majesty, you don't need to blame yourself so much about this, Merlin said casually. Because even if you devoted all your energy to educating him, Artorius would still turn out to be the same kind of person. After all, I am a wise man, and with just a glance, I can see what kind of person he is. He's not your obedient little darling. Artorius Pendragon is a born hero. His ambition rivals that of Alexander, Attila, or Julius Caesar. A person like him only has two outcomes, either death or becoming greater than anyone else. There is no third option. Ah, look, Your Majesty, your great son is coming. Have you thought about how to bid him farewell? While Merlin spoke, Artorius had already finished his speech. The Knights of the Round Table guided the volunteers away. They headed south, boarded the ships in Londinium, and set sail for Gaul, where they would meet the Roman army. Artorius himself turned around and headed towards the castle, preparing to bid farewell to his father, King Arthur. He had many things he wanted to say to his dearest father. Chapter 21, My Mother, Artoria. When Artorius ascended the steps of the castle once again, the first person to greet him was his nominal mother, Guinevere, a girl who appeared delicate on the outside but possessed a strong will on the inside. Over the course of 10 or so years spent with her, Artorius transitioned from initial resentment due to his knowledge of her history to developing a profound respect for her. After all, not everyone could embrace the role of a mother and raise her husband's non-biological son as if he were her own. Of course, if one were to consider the true gender of King Arthur, then, well, things become a bit complicated. Artorius decided to set such matters aside. Nevertheless, Artorius had no concerns or doubts before him. The king is waiting for you, Artorius, Guinevere spoke, her gaze upon him resembling that of a mother watching over her child. As the savior of Britain, Artoria was often engaged in battles abroad, and Agravain, acting as Artorius's teacher, usually only focused on his education and abilities. Thus, in the absence of Artoria, the woman before him became the one who cared about his daily life. She was an exceptionally gentle and loving big sister. Thank you, mother. Artorius nodded to her and prepared to move forward. Artorius. Guinevere called out to him before he could proceed. You, be good to your father. Of course. Artorius smiled and nodded. I am the most filial son after all. Guinevere couldn't help but find Artorius's words strange. Although, strictly speaking, there was nothing wrong with his statement. Shortly after, Artorius faced Merlin. Well, well, young prince, have you discovered your own destiny? Merlin's demeanor remained as frivolous as ever. Artorius initially thought about giving him the middle finger and leaving. But after a brief moment of consideration, he decided to say a few more words. What have you seen this time? Artorius paused and asked. Nothing at all, just chaos as always, Merlin replied. Oh. Artorius's tone remained calm, neither pleased nor saddened. "Ah ha ha ha, that's why humans are truly fascinating," Merlin said with a joyful smile as he watched Artorius depart. Meanwhile, Artorius had a subtle illusion. When it comes to towers, what's the first thing that comes to mind? Well, at this moment, Artorius thought of fairy tales. In fairy tales, princesses always reside at the very top of towers, patiently awaiting the rescue of their princes. And there would always be an evil dragon guarding the princess, opposing the prince. Unfortunately for Mother, she is both the dragon and the princess. Fortunately for me, I am both the dragon and the prince. So this time, I will be the one to love you, protect you, and save you. Artoria. My mother. Artorius thought with determination before pushing open the grand doors. The majestic and flawless king turned around, fixing her gaze upon Artorius. Artorius. Her eyes carried a calmness tinged with a hint of sorrow. Father. Artorius bowed to her and then stepped forward. Behind him, the magnificent white gate closed, separating the inside from the outside. Only King Arthur, Artoria, and her son, Artorius, remained here. As always, when facing him, she appeared unsure of herself. In contrast, Artorius maintained his gentle smile, moving forward and reaching out to hold his mother's hand. I'm about to embark on a journey to Europe, to seek my own glory. Father, you will bless me, won't you? Aye. The Saxons have settled down, and the grain from Gaul will continue to flow into Britain. I have taken away those resentful nobles and ambitious individuals. The nation will become more stable. In this way, Britain will become better, won't it? My son. Ah, of course, I also have my own selfish desires. Artorius said kindly, I also want to become someone great. I want you to be proud of me, father. As Artoria remained silent, Artorius's actions became bolder. He reached out his hand and, like an ordinary child, hugged his father's waist. The cold and sturdy armor prevented the sense of touch, but a warm and peculiar sensation gave Artoria a subtle illusion. From today on, you don't have to bear those burdens alone. Artorius smiled, I will share the weight of the nation with you, even if it's just a small part. I have always wanted to hand over this magnificent and perfect nation to you, Artorius. After a brief silence, Artorius spoke with a somewhat hoarse voice, I have always wanted. I know. I know, but father, don't underestimate your son. I can do better. After saying that, Artorius lifted Artoria's face and kissed her forehead. Please bless me, father. Bless your son. To bring you victory and glory. Afterward, Artorius turned away from Artoria, leaving the city of Camelot, leaving Britain, and heading to the war-torn lands of Europe. As his army gathered, the decisive battle between the Romans and the Visigoths was about to begin. The Visigoths, a branch of the Germanic peoples, descendants of Alaric who once sacked Rome, were now the strongest in Gaul. They aimed to completely expel Roman influence from Gaul. In contrast, the Roman emperor sought revenge for Rome's destruction. This battle would determine the final fate of Gaul and the destiny of the two nations. Artorius would lead the Knights of Britain to participate in this battle, making a name for himself on the battlefield of Europe. Chapter 22, War and Unstoppable Britain. This is my beginning. After another audience with the emperor, Artorius returned to his army. The combined forces of the Knights of Britain and the Saxon army were larger than what Artorius had previously promised. There were 300 knights and their squires, while the Saxon army numbered around 4,000. In addition to the veterans who migrated from the British Isles, there were also those who joined along the way. Among them were Saxons from the continent and warriors from other Germanic tribes. Artorius didn't discriminate against anyone. Conquering a country might be possible with just one tribe, but to conquer all of Europe, he had to become the king of all barbarians, just like Attila. This was the first appearance of the Knights of Britain on the continent. After returning to his camp, Artorius summoned his Knights of the Round Table and assigned tasks. Gareth, Mordred, Gawain, and others became commanders of units or captains of knight squads, while Agravain handled administrative and logistical matters as usual. Artorius's trusted men held military authority. Regarding this, some Saxon chieftains had grievances. Traditionally, warriors of a tribe should be commanded by their own chieftains. And that's precisely why you've always failed. Artorius interrupted the Saxon chieftain without hesitation. But the current leader is me. Artorius cut off the Saxon chieftain again, know your place, or should I remind you how my granduncle Vortigern dealt with those who disobeyed his orders when you were working for him? How did he punish those who dared to defy his commands? No, your highness, not at all. We fully obey your orders. That's good. Artorius patted his shoulder, almost knocking him down. Now, any more questions? None. Very well, then let's prepare. A few hours later, fully armored Artorius joined the ranks of the Roman army. On the front lines were 5 Roman legions and 5 auxiliary legions forming an infantry formation. Artorius commanded 4,000 infantry soldiers. Emperor Lucius Tiberius, the overall commander on the Roman side, was also present. Artorius could see the Roman emperor riding in a war chariot. He raised the deep red imperial sword, Florent, the brother sword to Clarent. Shouting orders, he commanded his soldiers to maintain formation and advance. In addition to the Roman imperial guards clad in plate armor, a group of massive monsters surrounded him, phantasmal species known as giant. Wearing oversized Roman-style helmets, these giants, under the guidance of mages resembling beast tamers, moved forward with vague roars and slow steps. These desperate and deranged creatures, lacking magical energy, were destined to perish without reaching the reverse side of the world. This era marked the final feast of giants and the other monsters unable to enter the reverse side of the world. They would revel, slaughter, go mad, and eventually meet their demise at the end of this age of gods. March forward, Roman warriors. Crush all the scum. The arrogant emperor roared in excitement. Simultaneously, the Visigoths' formation facing the Roman army adopted infantry tactics very similar to the Romans. This makeshift version of infantry tactics crumbled continuously when facing genuine Roman formations. This was due to the efforts of Lucius. The Roman emperor had raised the military capabilities of Rome. Meanwhile, mages from both sides continued to cast spells, summoning massive elemental forces or unleashing magical storms. Flames, lightning, frost, rocks, and sometimes direct use of magecraft, everything was in play. All supernatural forces capable of inflicting pain, killing people, and reducing them to mere fragments were wreaking havoc on the battlefield, yet amidst this frenzied magical warfare, the Romans still held a slight advantage. Bodies continued to accumulate before the ranks. If this continued, it was undoubtedly the Visigoths who would first succumb. However, Artorius didn't want to wait any longer. It's time for us to enter the stage. Artorius raised Clarent high and bellowed at the knights of Britain. What do I have by my side? Yes. That's right, 433 knights of Britain. Can I depend on you to conquer the world? Yes. Long live the prince. Mordred, who was closest to Artorius, shouted with the same fervor, raising her lance in response to Artorius's words. Charge! Driven by unparalleled confidence and arrogance, Artorius and his knights charged toward the Visigoth army in a frenzy that seemed capable of breaking through everything. At the same time, coincidentally enough, Lucius was also preparing to make his own appearance. It's my turn, gentlemen. As he observed the frontline stalemate, Lucius discarded his cloak, jumped down from his chariot, and prepared to join the battle. As the foremost expert of the Roman Empire, a master swordsman blessed by the gods and possessing the strength of a giant, Lucius believed he would surely seize victory. But before that happened, Your Majesty, look. Sirius, by his side, shouted anxiously, Those are the Knights of Britain. As Sirius spoke, Artorius and the Knights of Britain had already, like an unstoppable torrent, overwhelmed a corner of the Visigoth legion before them. Artorius led them from the front, enveloped in an unparalleled storm of magical energy. With every thrust of his lance and every swing of his sword, Clarent, he swept away the enemies in front of him. The Knights of Britain were like monsters, solidifying their victory. These Britons, they have such formidable combat strength. Sirius's voice trembled. We've always heard that there were many talented warriors and mages under that King Arthur's command, but... Ha ha ha, isn't this great? Unlike Sirius, Lucius laughed happily. But, Your Majesty. I know what you're going to say, Sirius, Lucius said casually, but rest assured, they won't have a chance. If that guy, Artorius, dares to betray me, I'll twist his head off. Of course, you are the strongest, Your Majesty. Sirius said with confidence. At the same time, amidst the chaos, Artorius found the king of the Visigoths. I surrender. As the opposing king shouted in a panic, Artorius wasted no time and beheaded him. Watching the headless body slowly fall, he wiped away the splattered blood from his face. This is a good beginning. Artorius murmured to himself, then surveyed his surroundings. The Knights of Britain were pursuing the enemy, while the Visigoths were in disarray. They had won this war. Chapter 23, Celebration. As the greatest hero and the key figure in the victorious war, Artorius naturally became the center of attention at the celebration banquet. Second only to the Roman emperor himself. I have high hopes for you, Lord Artorius. Despite being a cruel and brutal emperor, Lucius was exceedingly generous when it came to rewarding his troops. Or rather, any emperor who was not generous enough had long been wiped out by the rebellion of the Praetorian Guard. He also called Artorius by his first name now to be more friendly. Enjoy yourself, for Rome is always generous to valiant warriors. Goo-ha-ha-ha. Amidst hearty laughter, the emperor embraced voluptuous ladies, scantily clad and plump, one on each arm. Compared to the seriousness and chivalry of Britain, Rome was more romantic, or rather, vulgar. At the banquet, Roman generals skillfully flirted with the women of allied barbarian tribes and indulged in the company of these alluring and seductive women. Immersed in the sensory pleasures brought by fine wine and beauty, they momentarily forgot about the chaos and warfare. Such was the scheme of Rome, to employ women as tools of seduction and captivate valuable targets. Latin-flavored sugar-coated bombs. Ha. Artorius turned his head, observing his subordinates to see if they had been corrupted. Lancelot, who had just arrived and joined, seemed to be thoroughly enjoying himself. He appeared quite accustomed to such scenes, effortlessly mingling among the ladies. Presumably, his encounters with both Gaul and Rome had exposed him to such situations frequently. However, just as Lancelot was about to lead the ladies to a corner for some light-hearted cultural exchange, he was struck unconscious. The one carrying out the assassination was the assassin lurking behind him, Galahad. Galahad swung an iron club, viciously striking the back of Lancelot's head. His movements were incredibly skilled, leading Artorius to believe that it wasn't the first time he had done something like this. The Lake Knight, who had been knocked out by his own son, remained silent and swiftly collapsed, before being dragged away by Galahad. I apologize for disturbing everyone's enjoyment. The white-haired knight had a refreshing smile on his face. I will take care of this irredeemable trash immediately. Please, pay no attention. His smile was refreshing, yet his presence exuded immense pressure, leaving those around him, who were attracted to him, unable to utter a word. Well, he brought it upon himself. That's why family matters are important. The Pendragon family is different. We Pendragons treat each other with brotherhood and respect. Father shows kindness, and the son is filial. Artorius thought with satire in his mind with a sense of superiority, observing the father-son situation between Lancelot and Galahad. He shifted his gaze to another corner. Today, Agravain remained his usual indifferent self towards women. He was the kind of person who could make the boxers tremble in fear. No need to worry about him. The Roman lady assigned to take care of him wore a look of embarrassment, seemingly unable to find a topic to discuss. On the other side, the only one enjoying all of this was Gawain, the so-called prince in white horse, and Artorius' cousin. Of course, given his level of expertise, it would be more accurate to say that the Roman ladies were the ones that trying to seduce him, rather than the other way around. After all, he was one of the 4 notorious individuals known in the Knights of the Round Table, alongside Tristan, Lancelot, and Kay. The average Roman lady was not in the same league as him. So Artorius didn't bother about him. Having confirmed the reliability of his subordinates, Artorius shifted his attention back to his side, only to realize that the situation was not looking good. At some point, the number of Roman ladies on his side had exceeded the cautionary limit and became exaggerated. 200, 300, 400, and still rising. Those women had a gleam in their eyes, constantly licking their lips and twisting their voluptuous bosoms and beautiful buttocks, as if unable to resist the urge to get physical with Artorius. This had considerations of both strength and authority, as well as buff from Artorius himself. It must be admitted that the barbarian chieftains, whom Roman noblewomen usually served, were generally rough and smelly old men. Compared to those guys, who were rough and uncouth, Artorius was delicate, refined, and attractive. It was like comparing a bread loaf filled with sawdust and sand to a creamy honey cake, the difference was too great. Don't look elsewhere, licking lips, look at this big sister, licking lips. Young man, you're so adorable, can you tell big sister your name? Licking lips. Stop worrying so much, young man. Let's go do something fun, a huge amount of lip licking. Artorius. He felt a bit dizzy in his head. As an undefeated renowned general on the battlefield, Artorius was still a novice in matters of love. It was no problem to fool around with someone like Mordred, a level 0 player in this field. But facing elite monsters like these Roman women, and in a group no less, was a different story altogether. It was the typical cliché of elder sisters meeting the pretty Shota. Probably not long before the confused and clueless Shota would be taken away by the hungry elder sister and subjected to physical and mental suffering and got milked dry. Yes, that's right. Another man captured by Rome's romance and extravagance. Watching the scene unfold, Lucius smirked. In this way, you will bow down beneath the greatness of Rome and become a part of it. Humph. No matter how talented you are, in the end, you will become this emperor's weapon. Lucius, in a great mood, extended his hand and picked up a grape, placing it in his mouth. Then he chewed it vigorously. His sharp and sturdy teeth quickly crushed the soft flesh of the grape. Then he swallowed it whole. In theory, a soft fruit like a grape shouldn't be chewed like that, but he just liked it. However, as Artorius pondered, maybe I should try to be more adventurous, just to expand my experiences and knowledge. At that moment, an unromantic figure in armor pushed through the crowd and whisked Artorius away. Make way. You witches. The figure yelled angrily, showing no respect to anyone. Mordred. Artorius, who was being dragged away from the banquet by his sister, experienced a roller coaster of emotions. He quickly devised a plan to deal with his little sister. However, the subsequent development was somewhat different from what he had anticipated. "Are you all right, brother?" Mordred asked anxiously. "Those women didn't do anything to you, did they?" Artorius. He was a bit speechless when hearing a hint of showing off in Mordred's concerned tone. Chapter 24, Jealousy. In a small grove outside the military camp, Artorius and Mordred were present. The moonlight filtered through the bare branches, casting a pure white glow upon the snowy ground. All right, Artorius said with a smile, reassuring Mordred. "Don't be so nervous, Mordred. It's not such a big deal." "Not a big deal?" Mordred exclaimed. "But I clearly saw those women, they looked like they were going to devour you." "Oh, that's just a Roman specialty," Artorius replied in a relaxed tone. "After all, we'll be living in Rome for some time. It might not be such a big deal to embrace some Roman customs. But try to get used to it, Mordred," Artorius smiled. "Have some fun with those noble ladies. Is it your first time? It's better to find an experienced elder sister for your first time. That's just some advice based on experience. Although it's my first time too, so I don't have much right to say such things, hee." He continued, we must experience it, so we will get used to this kind of things, and eventually our hearts will be stronger to resist women's temptations if our enemy someday uses them on us. After saying that, Artorius turned around and pulled Mordred along toward the banquet area. "Come on, we still have plenty of time." Mordred. As expected, Mordred wasn't budging. She remained standing in place, head bowed. Well, if you don't want to, I won't force you, of course. Would you like to go back to the camp instead?" Artorius asked, and at the same time, Mordred felt extremely uncomfortable. According to logic, as his brother, she had no right or reason to interfere in her big brother's personal life. But the moment she imagined her dear big brother being devoured in various ways by those Roman witches, she felt a strong sense of anger and dissatisfaction. This emotion was so strange that Mordred couldn't comprehend it. Mordred. Confirming that Mordred neither obediently returned nor said anything else, she just stood there with her head down. Artorius became somewhat worried and curious, so he halted his steps, turned his head, and looked at her. "What's wrong? Do you have any other questions?" Mordred didn't know what to say, but she felt a sense of grievance and wanted to cry. "All right." Artorius smiled, took off her helmet, and gazed at her delicate face, as beautiful as their mother's. The refined chin, eyes that shined like morning stars, and an innocent expression like that of a child. "I'll stay behind then." "You will." Hearing Artorius's words, Mordred's smile returned, and she happily pulled him back to the camp. They went about their usual routine of removing their armor and lying in the same tent, covered by the same blanket, seeking warmth from each other on cold nights. It had become a habit since they arrived on the European continent from Britain. Before falling asleep, as the big brother, Artorius would tell Mordred bedtime stories like Hatchie the Bee finding his mother, Beauty and the Beast, or Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. As the little brother, Mordred would always be fascinated by Artorius's imaginative mind and show a longing expression. For the first time in her life, Mordred received affection from someone. Her mother only relentlessly instilled hatred in her, and her fellow knights held her in disdain. Her half-sibling, like Agravain, always saw Mordred as a threat, even an enemy. Artorius was the only one who treated her so well. "But I'll probably find a Roman woman to be my wife." But at that moment, Artorius was describing to her his future plan of him being taken away by a woman. "Of course, Germanic women would also do. It depends on our future development plans. Or perhaps, like King Solomon, I could marry several wives to win over other tribes." "Oh, right, the church doesn't allow that. So, Mordred, you'll have to work hard too." "Me?" Listening to Artorius talk about marrying wives was enough to annoy Mordred, but she hadn't yet understood the topic. "I don't want to get married," Mordred said, frustrated. "I want to stay by my brother's side forever." Being away from Britain, away from King Arthur, Mordred's mindset underwent subtle changes. In the spotlight, shining brightly, the person who filled her heart with longing was no longer her father King Arthur, but her brother Artorius. To Mordred, this was a more beautiful world. Unlike King Arthur, who was unattainable, her brother cared for her, loved her, and took care of her. All of this made Mordred feel incredibly satisfied. But now, Artorius told her that they would eventually part ways. They would separate and form different families. There would be other women to replace her, appearing by Artorius' side, enjoying his tenderness and love. With these thoughts, Mordred's negative emotions intensified to an unbearable degree. "I want to stay by your side," Mordred said, but Artorius dismissed it as a childish outburst, not taking it seriously. All right, I understand. It's getting late now, let's go to sleep. Artorius said to her, making Mordred feel extremely uncomfortable. I'm serious. Really, serious. Artorius's voice sounded a bit drowsy as if he was about to fall asleep. This situation made Mordred feel like crying. Even she knew how dangerous the situation was. If she didn't do something, her big brother would truly be taken away by those shameless women outside. But the problem was, what should she do? Think of a solution, Mordred. Although you're not very clever, please try to think of something. After desperately racking her brain, a brilliant idea flashed in Mordred's mind. I've got it. If my brother wants to get married, why not marry me to him? Mordred, oh Mordred, you're truly a genius. Mordred praised herself. Chapter 25, A Woman. As Artorius was about to doze off, he suddenly felt the blanket become heavier. When he slightly opened his eyes, he found Mordred lying on top of him. Mordred, stop messing around. Artorius closed his eyes again, his body shaking slightly, trying to shake off Mordred who was sitting on him. Actually, I have something to tell you, brother. Can't it wait until tomorrow? Instead of using words, Mordred chose to express herself through direct action. She grabbed Artorius's hand and pressed it against her chest. Artorius. He instantly woke up, opened his eyes, and looked at his little brother with an incredulous gaze. Mordred, you're a woman. Mordred responded to Artorius with her actions. After Artorius expressed his surprise, Mordred boldly leaned forward and kissed him. Half genuine, half playful. Half serious, half teasing. Artorius never imagined that his dear sister would reach this level on their first try. He thought Mordred would be conflicted, would contemplate, and feel discouraged. He expected that she would consider herself a weapon and confront him after being entangled in various negative emotions for several days. He never expected that Mordred would come directly and passionately from the very beginning. This kid is really... While enduring Mordred's direct attack, Artorius couldn't help but marvel. At the same time, he couldn't help but ponder if he had gone too far. But... whatever. A few seconds of reflection were replaced with indifference. Artorius embraced Mordred's waist. The next day. Your Highness. Your Highness. In the early morning, Gareth arrived at Artorius's tent. I heard you suddenly left the banquet yesterday, and the Roman Emperor seemed displeased. Is everything all right? You're not up yet. Looking at Artorius sleeping peacefully on the bed, Gareth couldn't help but mutter. Then Gareth's entire attention focused on Artorius's side, on the figure with golden flowing hair. She had her back turned to Gareth. Her upper body is exposed, with smooth skin. A small yet perky bottom, slender waist, and back, formed a beautiful figure that made Gareth blush inexplicably. Such outstanding allure made her feel somewhat inferior. Mordred. She cautiously called out. Mordred didn't respond to her. Instead, she first grabbed the nearby coat and draped it over herself. She brushed her golden hair out from the collar and then put on a simple silver mask, covering her face. Only after that did she stand up, turn around, and speak to Gareth in a smug tone, like a victorious person. His Highness is tired. Do not disturb him. Oh. Hey. Wait. What? After Mordred left, Gareth took a while to regain her composure. Why did she feel Mordred was bragging? Why did she feel such strange reverence towards her? And. Mordred is a woman. She never heard that before. When Mordred left, she was wearing tight-fitting clothes that accentuated her figure. Even though her body was still youthful and not fully developed, it exuded a unique teenage aura. Gareth was similar in that regard. She often wore form-fitting attire and heavy armor. The former was usually when she was by Artorius' side, while the latter was on the battlefield. So, when she realized that Artorius and Mordred were staying in the same tent and days had passed, the expression on her face grew pale. Your Highness. Gareth ignored Mordred's warnings about him needing rest and being overworked and quickly rushed to Artorius' bedside. What on earth is going on? At the same time, Artorius was contemplating whether he should pretend to be asleep or just go YOLO and face the situation. Meanwhile, Mordred was in a nearby empty warehouse, laughing foolishly and rolling around. She was saying things like, "Brother, my brother," in between her laughter. If Artorius were to witness this scene, he would surely exclaim, "Little Mo is still a child after all." To think a simple kiss could resolve everything. A pity, he didn't. After considering that evading the situation was both shameful and pointless, he stood up and chose to bravely confront it. Gareth. He looked earnestly at Gareth. If I were to say that things aren't what you think, that I only just found out Mordred is a woman, and nothing happened between us, would you believe me? Gareth instinctively shook her head at first, but soon, when faced with his sincere gaze, she changed her head shake into a nod. I believe you, your highness. Well, that's good. Since Gareth said that, Artorius wouldn't just abandon the girl. He reached out his hand and gently gave her a head pat, smiling without saying a word. The affection from her master made Gareth smile with joy, almost to the point of lying down and showing her belly in loyalty. Of course, that wasn't happening. Before that could happen, the men with the perpetually gloomy expression had silently appeared, putting an end to the youthful playfulness of the young boy and girl. Your Highness. Agravain calmly spoke, the Emperor requests your presence for an audience. Time for rewarding achievements, huh? Artorius stood up. I wonder what the outcome will be. It's quite exciting. In that case, Your Highness, what kind of outcome are you hoping for? Agravain asked by Artorius' side. Where do you wish to lead us? Just watch, Agravain. Artorius calmly replied, I promise you, our future will be glorious. Yes, Your Highness. Agravain bowed to Artorius. Today, even the Iron Knight was like a machine, providing Artorius with flawless and impeccable service. For Artorius, as long as Agravain maintained this state, there would be no problems. Even if he only showed complete loyalty when facing King Arthur. Chapter 26, Common Misery. As if completely forgot about the unpleasantness of the banquet yesterday, Lucius happily stood up and greeted Artorius with his knights as he entered his tent. Lord Artorius, there's no need to be so formal. He appeared joyful and, after exchanging greetings with Artorius, started discussing the arrangements for Artorius and his Briton knights. We didn't have much fun yesterday, did we? That kid can't understand the pleasures of adults, goohahaha. It seemed that he had learned about the relationship between Artorius and Mordred from somewhere. But it doesn't matter. Once we reach Rome, I assure you, you'll have plenty of opportunities to enjoy the luxuries of Rome. His eyes gleamed with unmasked greed. It was a desire for Artorius and his Briton knights under his command. Lucius wanted to seize this powerful armed force. Therefore, his decision was to bring Artorius to Rome. The great, glorious eternal city still stood on the Italian peninsula. Although in certain timelines, the Western Roman Empire had relocated to Ravenna after a series of chaos and turmoil, in the timeline where Artorius existed, despite facing 2 invasions by the Huns and the Goths, Lucius had tenaciously rebuilt the city. He had brought all kinds of worldly extravagance and luxury into the city. Artorius and his knights were the emperor's precious assets in Rome. According to his plan, Artorius and his knights would become a part of this eternal city. Just like the Roman nobles, they would quickly immerse themselves in the prosperity and decadence of Rome. They would serve him and no longer pose a threat to the empire. Unfortunately, Artorius decisively rejected him. His reason was, my men and I don't want to stray too far from our homeland. Please allow us to operate in the northern continent. What do you mean? The emperor's gaze gradually became dangerous. And he secretly decided that if Artorius, like those barbarian allies, demanded a piece of Gaul land, he would categorize Artorius as one of the most dangerous enemies. After occupying Gaul for several centuries, it had become the empire's most important and prosperous territory. None could rival it. Unlike the mountainous regions of Spain and Italy or the cold lands of Germania, Gaul was flat, warm, surrounded by 3 seas, and easy to defend. In the age of agriculture, it was the best land blessed by God, the optimal foundation for ruling Europe. For the Western Roman Empire, losing Spain, North Africa, Britain, or Germania posed no problem. Gaul, however, was different. It was the second most important territory after Italy. Within this crucial territory, there should not be too many strong barbarians. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case. Artorius' proposal surprised Lucius for quite some time before he regained his composure. What Artorius desired was not to occupy a place in the vast and prosperous Gaul. He wanted to acquire the lands of Upper Germania. Those lands were colder and faced the front line of the Germanic barbarians. They were regions where Rome exiled criminals and those who had failed in political struggles. More importantly, those lands, just like the neighboring provinces of Lower Germania, Rhaetia, and Belgica, had already fallen under harsh weather and the invasion of mad barbarians. In other words, if Artorius wanted that land, he would have to seize it himself. Are you sure about this, Lord Artorius? Lucius looked at Artorius with surprise. That's not a good place, you know. Yes, as a knight, it is my fate to be on the battlefield. Rather than spending the rest of my life in the splendor of Rome, I prefer to enjoy war in the northern icy lands. Very well. Lucius pondered for a few seconds and then made a decision. Then I entrust you with this task. I will appoint you as the governor of Upper Germania and provide partial military funding and provisions. Continue to serve Rome faithfully in the future. At this point, Lucius had made up his mind. Since Artorius had chosen this path, he would treat Artorius as Rome's watchdog. He would let him and his followers, together with the barbarians of those frigid lands, perish. However, Artorius's next words completely changed Lucius's resolution. "Of course, your majesty," Artorius said earnestly. "After all, Romans and Celts share a common misery." "What did you say?" After a few seconds of astonishment, Lucius interrogated, "How dare you?" "I am the mighty Rome. An era, a fate, the mystery is fading." Artorius's 3 words choked the emperor's words. As the Roman emperor, Lucius Tiberius, who carried the role of a savior similar to his mother, as King Arthur, with the mission to save Rome, couldn't possibly be unaware of the fading of the Age of Gods and the dominance of the counter-force. The inhabitants of the Age of Gods that the counter-force aimed to exterminate were not limited to the Celts alone. From the perspectives of the Age of Gods and its association with mystery, the arrogance of Romans surpassed that of the Celts by far. Even though they had abandoned the traditional ancient beliefs of chosen gods, the connection between Rome and the mystery had not been entirely eradicated. The savior of Rome, before their eyes, was proof of that. Lucius Tiberius was clearly a human, but his combat prowess was not inferior to that of the son of dragon Artorius. Blessings from gods, a magic sword, the strength of a giant, and the power from the Roman god Romulus, all of it allowed this emperor to possess strength comparable to that of gods. Rome boasted tens of thousands of mages, possessed the strongest magecraft in all of Europe, and even tamed powerful phantasmal species like giants. In this waning Age of Gods, in an age where the true ether was continuously dissipating, leaving only remnants, this was truly a great miracle. Unlike their Eastern relatives, who chose to completely abandon mystery, beliefs, and way of life, Western Rome was the sole remaining shell of the Age of Gods. The emperor of the Western Roman Empire still held the final stronghold. From the perspective of national strategy, Britain and the Western Roman Empire were enemies. However, from the perspective of the remnants of the Age of Gods, who were fighting against the counter-force, they were undeniably allies. "It seems that I can trust you a little more, Lord Artorius." The Roman emperor deeply looked at Artorius and said, "Go, my governor. For me, and for yourself, go and confront this age, confront this world, confront everything that seeks to destroy us. I will provide all the support you desire in Rome. Your will is my duty, your majesty." Artorius bowed to him, and during the process of bowing, he lowered his head deeply to prevent the other party from noticing the desires and ambitions in his eyes. Chapter 27, The Legend of Artorius. The invasion of the barbarians on Britain has temporarily ceased. Similarly, the invasion of Rome by the barbarians has also come to a halt. On the continent of Europe, an astonishing scene unfolded. Peace had unexpectedly descended upon this war-torn land. People left their houses in astonishment, opened the gates, and looked around. They found themselves strangely safe. After the initial surprise came overwhelming joy. The people of the Western Roman Empire were caught up in an ecstatic frenzy. It was the last pleasure before impending doom, a chaotic revelry of debauchery and indulgence. During this brief period of safety, the Romans chose to drown themselves in alcohol. And the Roman emperor, Lucius Tiberius, chose to conquer and make himself even greater. There is only one Rome in the world, and it belongs to this emperor. With such a declaration, Lucius launched an attack on the Eastern Roman Empire, either surrender and acknowledge him as the sole Roman emperor, or face death. Thus began a meaningless war, aimed solely at satisfying the emperor's vanity. Meanwhile, in Britain, Artoria was desperately searching for the Holy Grail and dispatching her Knights of the Round Table to resolve conflicts, or in other words, sow the seeds of their own dominion. In the increasingly desolate land, the contradictions within Britain naturally grew sharper. Commoners and nobles, minor nobles and major nobles, kings and great nobles, all vied for limited resources. The pie was only so big, and no matter how it was divided, it could never satisfy everyone. The result of the Knights of the Round Table running rampant was the accumulation of resentment, heaped upon Artoria herself. In response to this situation, Artoria's approach was to search for the Holy Grail with even greater desperation, leaving no stone unturned. As long as we obtain the Holy Grail, everything will be all right. For Artoria, this was not merely a solution but an obsession. In contrast, there was Artorius. In just 6 short months, he became the most crucial general, leader, and powerful contender for the throne of the Roman Empire. After all, in Rome, might makes right. The laws of coup d'état and the Praetorian succession law were peculiar to the Roman Empire. This was due to a combination of his policies, ambitions, abilities, and geographical location. Artorius employed advanced agricultural techniques, allowing him to cultivate and maintain a certain level of food supply even in unfavorable climates. The Western Roman Empire and Britain, as well as the Germania Black Forest, served as sources of talent and troops for him. All those who seek wealth and glory, follow me. All skilled warriors who feel unfulfilled, follow me. All those who wish to prove their worth on the battlefield, follow me. I don't care about your past, your race, age, gender, or anything else. As long as you can wield a weapon and achieve greatness on the battlefield, you can obtain everything you desire. With each legendary victory of his, Artorius's words spread far and wide. A large number of knights and soldiers, be they Germanic tribes in the Black Forest, Vikings from the northern peninsula, Romans on the continent, or the Celts on the British Isles, all gathered under his banner. Artorius became one of the most powerful leaders in Germanic regions. Artorius, that barbarian from Britain, is becoming increasingly powerful. This was not the first time Emperor Lucius Tiberius, the great ruler of Rome, had heard people speak legends of Artorius. Sirius, the governor of Gaul who was Artorius's neighbor, almost daily complained to the emperor. That barbarian is about to rebel. That barbarian intends to lead 1,000,000 Germanic barbarians across the Alps and burn Rome. That barbarian wants to become the Roman emperor. Your Majesty, you must think of a solution. Of course, Artorius sent letters to inform Lucius that Sirius was about to rebel with the same frequency. This made Lucius feel annoyed and uneasy, but he always found reasons to reassure himself. Artorius showed unparalleled loyalty to the empire. Furthermore, both sides understood the concept of the end of the age of gods. Therefore, Lucius believed that Artorius would not betray him. They stood on the same side. Moreover, victories against the Germanic peoples were the only source of solace for Lucius. Because apart from that, the empire was constantly plagued by problems. The wars with the Eastern Roman Empire never went smoothly. Even the battles against the barbarian tribes within their borders were no exception. Despite his immense power, unmatched by anyone else, he consistently failed due to inexplicable external factors. Sometimes it was storms ravaging the fleet. Other times it was outbreaks of disease among the troops. Several offensives against the Eastern Roman Empire had ended in failure, causing the decline of the Western Roman Empire. On the contrary, while Artorius continued to expand, dissatisfied individuals from the Western Roman Empire gathered around him. The people of Britain, disappointed in King Arthur, were no different. Subsequently, the largest force under Artorius consisted of the Germanic tribes. Since his arrival at the border of the Black Forest, the tribes emerging from within became Artorius's prey. Those tribes were crushed, annihilated, and devoured by him and his Germanic army. Strong individuals joined his army to fight for him in all directions, while the weak became his slaves, clearing forests, filling marshes, and cultivating the land for him. A correct yet cruel political, economic, and military system created this monster known as the Empire's Germanic army, a highly efficient and fanatical war machine that was entirely different from the decaying and decadent Western Roman government. More importantly, Artorius, or rather the Germanic peoples, possessed a fate. The hunting grounds they roamed yielded more prey than the Romans and Celts. The land they cultivated produced more crops than the Romans and Celts. Each Germanic peoples was more ambitious than the Romans, despite being considered foolish compared to the Celts and Romans. In terms of civilization, technology, and even individual combat prowess, they were inferior to the Celts and Romans. And yet, they undeniably obtained a fate and were favored by fate. These people would uphold this fate in future timelines, where they would establish a world order in which they would dominate. It was already predetermined from the start, that is their fate. Raising a tiger leads to troubles. As such, when Lucius secretly regretted in Rome, the 16-year-old Artorius firmly made up his mind. It's about time. After another intimate moment with Mordred, he reached a decision. Little M.O. Artorius spoke to his giddy brother, no, it was his sister now, who appeared blissful in his embrace. Do you miss home? Home. Upon hearing that word, Mordred, who had been enchanted by Artorius for the past 2 years and had lost track of everything, took a while to understand that home referred to Britain. Ah. Even though it had been less than 2 years since they left, it felt like a long, long time ago. That's right, home. Artorius stood up and said to Mordred, I'm going back to Britain. Will you come with me, little M.O.? Upon hearing Artorius's words, Mordred instinctively felt a mix of familiarity and anxiety. But in the end, she responded to Artorius. Wherever you go, I will go, brother. Chapter 28, Return. A warship from the continent of Europe docked at the port of Londinium. Unlike before, the people disembarking from the ship were not Saxons or any other Germanic invaders, but their own people from Britain. In addition to Artorius, Mordred, and a few other relatives, including Gareth, there were knights from various parts of Britain and Saxon warriors who had already settled there. Once the ship docked, porters, merchants, and even some beggars hurriedly gathered around. Children playing with wooden swords in the streets and elderly people conversing under trees were also drawn to the commotion. This was because, over the past 2 years, the Germanic army had continuously brought resources and wealth to Britain. The knights and tribal warriors who followed Artorius would either return directly to Britain during their furloughs or entrust a powerful and reputable knight to bring back the spoils and rewards they had obtained. The wealth from the European continent filled the void in Britain's treasury, the food shortage caused by increasingly barren lands, and the empty pockets of the people due to King Arthur's constant expeditions. It's truly a sign of the times that even those bandits can brazenly appear on British soil. Although some people made such comments, when the ships from the Germanic army docked, most people looked at Artorius and his entourage with excited and envious eyes. As the banners of the Red Dragon of Britain, the Roman Eagle, and the Germanic Wolf flew high, everyone, after a moment of surprise, descended into a state of frenzied excitement. In all of Europe, and even the world, there was only one person who simultaneously used these three banners. He represented Britain, son of Dragon, the Roman Empire, and the ruler and conqueror of Germanic, Artorius Pendragon. It's the Prince Artorius. He's back. He's back. Almost everyone in Londinium rushed to the port as quickly as possible. They cheered loudly, welcoming their great leader back home. Artorius had gained immense prestige through his continuous victories in the European wars. When the knights who had achieved fame under Artorius returned to their hometowns, they always sparked people's longing for Artorius. Especially in the situation where King Arthur's rule was deteriorating. People seemed more inclined to follow a leader who could bring them benefits rather than a ruler like King Arthur who constantly demanded their perseverance and patience. Artorius's reputation in Britain had already caught up to or even surpassed that of King Arthur. The Battle of Camlan. Riding on a pure white warhorse, Artorius surveyed his surroundings, waving and gesturing to the people on both sides of the street who cheered for him, and he thought to himself. In the original history, the Battle of Camlan must be about to happen. Which means Britain's tolerance for my mother's rule is nearing its limit. Now, Britain's situation was completely different from the original timeline. Due to Artorius's efforts on the European continent, Britain's situation was more stable than before. The nobles, lords, and kings all tried to please him. They often sent letters or dispatched envoys, and their words, whether explicit or implied, were all about their hopes that Artorius would bring them wealth in Europe. If one were to consider it from the perspective of King Arthur's rebellion, Artorius had done much better than Mordred in the original history. The reason he could unite the lords and nobles of Britain, aside from their disgust and fear towards King Arthur, was that he could bring them tangible benefits and promises. This was something Mordred in original history couldn't achieve. Of course, Artorius never thought of betraying his own mother. But if fate demands my mother's downfall, then Artorius felt a bit conflicted. So far, everything he had done had indirectly fulfilled the demands of fate. That is the rise of the Germanic and the challenge to Rome. But what if fate demanded that he must betray King Arthur, Artoria, and deal a fatal blow to his most beloved mother? What would he do then? Humph. I dare you. Thinking this, Artorius sneered disdainfully. Then he continued to wave and gesture to the welcoming crowds around him. This was something that Artoria would never do. That upright and honest king would never resort to such tricks, speeches, or a populist attitude to show everyone, I love you. Artoria always relied on concrete actions. Unfortunately, in terms of effectiveness, Artoria's concrete actions paled in comparison to Artorius's showmanship. Many times, what people need is this kind of attitude and feeling. They need to have the illusion of being noticed and cared for. While Artoria is aloof and upright or noble and just, the ultimate outcome is simply growing distant from people. In contrast, Artorius, who evokes cheers and emotions from people, is the one who truly fulfills their expectations of a king. Humans are truly interesting creatures. Brother, what are you talking about? Mordred, curious yet somewhat puzzled, asked Artorius as he made such a sighing remark. Oh, nothing. It's just that. Artorius gazed at Mordred. I can't help but feel that humans are truly fickle creatures. Because, several years ago, when Artoria, leading the Knights of the Round Table, attacked, expelled, and defeated the Saxons, everyone in Britain welcomed them with open arms, just like they do now to him. But, now was a different story. Question mark. Mordred still didn't understand her brother's words, but this time, she chose not to inquire further. Instead, she showed a lovely smile and let it go. Happy girls don't bother themselves with such things. All she had to do was obey and follow Artorius's commands and bask in her brother's affection. She didn't need to concern herself with anything else. Clinging to her purpose, Mordred became Artorius's most sharp-witted shield and sword over the course of these 2 years. Suppressing rebellions, dealing with enemy forces, and commanding battles, under Artorius's guidance, Mordred's talents were fully brought to light. Just as Artorius hoped, Mordred showcased her full potential and proved to be a genius, almost on par with Artoria herself. Mordred aptly assumed the role of a prominent military general, standing on her own, and showing absolute loyalty to Artorius. She was his best companion and partner. She readily undertook many tasks that other Knights of the Round Table found inconvenient, ensuring they were handled efficiently. Moreover, aside from the battlefield, in Artorius's daily life, Mordred obeyed his every word, leaving nothing unsaid. She also took care of his daily needs and provided solace for his weary body and soul. Chapter 29, My Aunt, Morgan. Are we going home? On their way, Mordred asked Artorius, "Are we going back to Camelot?" "Not exactly." Artorius replied with a smile. Since they were in a crowded street, he couldn't hold his dear sister in his arms and gave her head pat while speaking, as he would during their private moments. "It's your home, little Mo." Artorius said tenderly. "Mine." Mordred's expression changed. She understood the meaning behind his words of your home. It referred to her mother, Morgan Le Fay's residence. Artorius going to see mother meant there was something important happening. Now, where did Morgan live? Morgan, as Princess of Britain, held a high position and possessed exceptional abilities. She had numerous lovers and husbands, all for the sake of power and mutual gain. She could skillfully utilize the castles owned by those individuals. Mordred suspected that beneath those castles lay workshops where Morgan practiced her magecraft. Furthermore, Morgan Le Fay represented the dark aspect or the evil polar opposite of the Lady of the Lake, Vivian. She also possessed the ability and qualifications to access Avalon. So. No, you've got it wrong, little Mo. After the welcoming banquet, Artorius politely declined the invitation from the lord of the city of Londinium. Instead, he chose to settle in his own estate outside the city. As the most powerful and possibly the wealthiest person in all of Britain, Artorius had established bases in significant regions of Britain. Londinium, as one of Britain's future important cities, was no exception. Upon entering the city, Artorius's loyal knights of the Round Table immediately secured the estate. Mages raised barriers, and released hounds and familiars, transforming the estate into a fortress within the shortest possible time. Mordred, now wearing casual attire within this estate that solely belonged to Artorius, relaxed. It was only then that he answered her previous question. "We're not going to find my aunt, but rather, we'll have her come find us." "Have her, come find us?" Mordred stood by Artorius, like the most loyal of guards. It wasn't until he held her hand and pulled her towards him that she gracefully fell into her big brother's embrace. Mordred, now clad in lightweight attire within the estate, leaned comfortably against Artorius's arm, extended her hand, and wrapped it around his waist. She felt warmth and reassurance from this gesture as she continued her questioning. "But why?" "Because of desire." Artorius joyfully stated. "My dear aunt, also your mother, desires this country, desires Britain to be hers. That's why." As usual, Mordred's plump cheek butt expressed against Artorius's thigh, which always brought him a brighter smile than usual. And as always, he enjoyed using an inductive approach in his conversations with her, training her adorable sister's logical thinking skills. So. Unlike Artorius's radiant smile, Mordred's expression became solemn and distressed. Like her siblings, she was dispatched to the Knights of the Round Table by Morgan, naturally with intentions against King Arthur. An assassin, that was. However, just like her brothers and sisters, she eventually betrayed Morgan as well. From this, one could deduce how much of a failure Britain's witch was as a mother. Her children had all turned against her. She will come to brother, intending to harm. Yes. Artorius interrupted her and nodded with a smile. Because you see, I pose a greater threat to her rule over Britain than our dear father, ha. Mordred. Little Mo, are you worried about me? Artorius asked, observing his sister's somewhat gloomy expression. Don't worry, I still have a few tricks up my sleeve when it comes to dealing with that woman. But. Or, are you worried for your mother? Artorius inquired, continuing to reassure her. Rest assured, I won't really do anything to her. After all, she's still my aunt. Artorius's assurance alleviated most of Mordred's worries. The remaining small fraction dissipated completely in his sweet kiss. As Artorius gazed at her with gentle eyes, the conditioned reflex caused by the Pavlovian effect swiftly plunged Mordred into a state of readiness for battle. Artorius, with his hands, felt the warmth of his adorable sister in his embrace and then lowered his head. MMMHH. Even though they had experienced it many times before, this encounter still excited Mordred. Brother, she murmured in a daze while wrapping her arms around Artorius's neck. Externally, she always appeared dominant and rebellious, but in front of Artorius, she was as weak as a lamb. Both her body and mind were completely captivated by him, under his absolute control. After Artorius landed in Britain, he didn't immediately head north to Camelot as some might have expected. Instead, he stayed in a mansion near Londinium, leading a blissful life together with Mordred. They would train and spar with each other during the day and continue their training at night. Life was full of joy, and Mordred knew nothing else. What is Britain? Who are mother and father? Morgan Le Fay, who is that? This delightful life continued for 4.5 days. As Artorius anticipated, something unexpected happened. On that evening, while Artorius and Mordred were enjoying a candlelit dinner, just before he was about to tell his sister a modified fairy tale, he sensed a disturbance in the force, or rather in the true ether. Clearly, Mordred, who sat across from him, had not noticed it. Either she wasn't sensitive enough or her attention was too focused on Artorius. So, it wasn't until Artorius snapped his fingers and added an extra set of cutlery to the table that she finally realized her mother, Morgan Le Fay, had suddenly appeared. Chapter 30, Britain, do you want it? There stood a beautiful woman dressed in a long black dress, wearing a black veil. Through the translucent veil, one could catch a glimpse of a face that bore a striking resemblance to Mordred's. If young Mordred were to grow into a mature woman, she would probably look something like this. No, that won't do. It's hard to imagine Mordred in the body of a mature woman of that age. Artorius lacked a bit of imagination in this regard, indicating that he was still a good-natured boy. His aunt's appearance was even more alluring than Mordred's, and her figure was even more enchanting. Her curves were pronounced, far superior to the adolescent Mordred's. Artorius silently gave his approval. Morgan Le Fay. Artorius Pendragon. Speaking of which, this was Artorius's first meeting with his aunt. They raised their glasses in a toast to each other. Their smiles seemed genuine, lacking any hostility, which relieved Mordred. Just a moment ago, upon sensing the arrival of her mother, she almost drew her sword and attacked. Of course, it would be at her mother. Who else? However, after the gesture of raising their glasses, Artorius simply placed his glass back in its original position. Did you put something in the drink? Morgan's voice matched her figure and good looks. It had a seductive, slightly husky quality. It easily evoked thoughts of what kind of songs she would sing if she were thrown onto a bed and various other activities took place. Of course not. Artorius nearly burst into laughter at the other's deflective behavior. He leaned forward slightly and continued, "My dear aunt, it seems that it was you who slipped some aphrodisiac in there by yourself." The two silently locked eyes and continued to do so for a while before they burst into simultaneous laughter. Their laughter held genuine delight rather than a forced or insincere smile. This only puzzled Mordred further. Her wariness didn't diminish, instead, it grew stronger. "So, you're here just to wait for me?" Morgan asked Artorius. After receiving a positive response, the alluring woman leaned back, accentuating the voluptuous parts of her body. She looked at him with a gaze filled with confusion and seduction. Because previously, she had detected astonishment, desire, and a conquering urge in his eyes. Just like the men she had encountered before. He desired herself. And so, she could use this man to achieve her goals. For Morgan, it was an easy matter. And if not, maybe we should find a different place to have a proper discussion. Morgan's gaze flickered, tinged with teasing desire. Sure, no problem. Brother. Upon hearing Artorius's response, Mordred grew anxious. In her heart, her mother was a fearsome existence. The thought of leaving Artorius alone to face Morgan terrified her. Don't worry, I will be fine, Artorius reassured her, holding Mordred's hand. But. Really, don't worry. With Artorius's reassurance, Mordred regained her composure. Your brother isn't as helpless as you think. Relax, okay. Okay. Morgan watched coldly from the side, while her feeling of resentment continued to grow. Although she hadn't invested much maternal love in Mordred, there were times when she would become excited and even filled with murderous intent as she looked at Mordred's reflection that resembled her sister. But now, seeing Mordred receive Artorius's favor and witnessing the interaction between the siblings, she couldn't help but feel anger and dissatisfaction. Mordred was her daughter, her possession. Yet she had been taken away. Damn it, all those Pendragon bastards are damn traitors. Whether this one or that one, they're all damn bastards. Unconsciously, she cursed herself as well. The witch gritted her teeth tightly until Artorius calmed Mordred and looked her way. Then she revealed a seductive smile as enticing as poppies. In the next moment, Artorius and Morgan vanished, leaving only Mordred behind. The girl who deeply loved her big brother felt a heavy sense of unease. Even though Artorius had assured her, the true state of affairs remained unknown. Before her brother's return, Mordred had to prepare for the worst. Please be safe and sound, my dear brother. She silently prayed like this. Meanwhile, while Mordred silently prayed for Artorius. In a castle hundreds of kilometers away, belonging to Morgan Le Fay. This heavily fortified magecraft fortress easily opened its doors to Artorius. The situation was completely different from what Mordred had imagined, even the opposite. Artorius and Morgan were engaged in a delightful conversation. The air was filled with the scent of exotic incense. Magical puppets acted as musicians, playing smooth and elegant melodies. Moonlight and starlight, enhanced by the effects of magecraft, illuminated the castle hall, making it incredibly splendid. In this dreamlike ballroom, Artorius gracefully held Morgan's waist as they danced. They gazed into each other's eyes, witnessing the desire gradually intensify and become passionate. Morgan confirmed that this handsome boy was different from his mother. He lacked any sense of righteousness and integrity, instead exuding a strong desire for material things. For Artoria, as long as there was clean water and sufficient black bread to sustain her energy for battle, she was content. She could sleep in a stable, even while wearing armor. But for Artorius, he indulged in fine wine, exquisite food, and beautiful women. He loved palaces and luxuries. You're quite skilled at dancing. The same goes for you. The ambiguous atmosphere gradually heated up. Although they were meeting for the first time, it felt like they had longed to meet each other. Well, if one talks about being relatives, Morgan was the sister of the king, so she was Artorius's aunt. They were close kin, so having certain similarities in character was acceptable. It was a normal thing, right? So, what is your purpose? Morgan asked with a tempting voice, adopting a gentle yet seductive tone. However, this feigned gentleness disappeared after Artorius spoke the next sentence, replaced by deep resentment and hatred. Britain, do you want it? Facing Morgan Le Fay, Artorius Pendragon, the crown prince and the leader of the Germanic army, asked casually. It was as if he was asking Morgan if she wanted a bone-in ribeye steak. If you cooperate with me, I will consider giving Britain to you. Artorius said to her in a joking manner. Chapter 31, Dragon Prince and Witch of Vengeance. Are you playing with me, King Arthur's son? The dance continued, and Artorius still held Morgan's waist, keeping a firm but gentle grip. However, there was a change in her gaze, adding a dangerous allure. It was as if, at the slightest provocation, she would go all out, using her black magic, her treasures, her body, her nails, her teeth, everything at her disposal, to kill the men before her. Artorius began to understand why other knights of the Round Table had complicated feelings when it came to Morgan Le Fay. This madness and hatred sent chills down one's spine from the depths of her being. Not at all. Nevertheless, Artorius disregarded Morgan's hatred and madness. He spoke to her in a gentle tone, as if he were a tender lover. Compared to what I desire, Britain is just a meager reward that I, as prince, have earned. Oh. Is that so? As if it were an illusion, the hatred and madness from before vanished entirely. Morgan returned to being the enchanting witch she was. Your father, the king, probably wouldn't approve of your actions. Trust me, I have the ability to persuade her. In English, there is a distinction between feminine and masculine third-person pronouns. When Artorius referred to his father as her, Morgan confirmed that this prince knew the secret of her sister's identity. Fufufu, isn't this betrayal? Is it really okay for someone like me to conspire with you, my dear nephew? The burden on my father is too heavy, isn't it? As his son, it is only natural for me to share the responsibilities and fulfill my filial duty. Hey, hee, ha ha ha, I've never met someone who could make treason sound so unique before. Artorius's words amused Morgan. But it doesn't matter. In the end, it will be my foolish sister, who will regret it and shed tears. So, tell me, young prince, what benefits do you seek from me? She whispered in Artorius's ear, her voice carrying temptation, and it sparked numerous intriguing and wild thoughts in his mind. While Artorius tried to suppress his spear from standing, he also countered by lowering his voice, brushing against her ear, and conveying his intentions. Cooperate with me. No, wait a moment. This feeling, this sensation. Just as Artorius suppressed his spear, Morgan also tried to suppress her wet cave by clamping her legs. That sister of hers, whom she both loved and hated, bore about 70 to 80% resemblance to this extraordinarily handsome and attractive youth, possessing a heart of schemer like herself. Everything, be it his status, appearance, abilities, or temperament, matched her interests. Artorius was a mighty attacker against every woman with sabers faces, a specialist in attacking the heart of women with twisted desires and thirst for love, and a deadly attacker against any mature beauties, a triple threat that was unrivaled in the world. Artorius, the White Dragon Prince. In typical fairy tales, usually, a dragon and a prince would be in a hostile relationship. The dragon devours the prince, and the prince seeks to slay the dragon. But in this exceptionally peculiar circumstance, where the dragon became the prince. When sharp fangs and immense terror merged with tenderness, redemption, and sunlight, everything associated with a prince, the world witnessed the one and only dragon prince, Artorius Pendragon. Simultaneously possessing the plundering and possessive nature of a dragon and the gentleness and passion of a prince, the fusion of the two became a deadly poison to women. It surpassed the so-called elixir of love, remaining more profound, covert, and lethal. And, of course, it was more genuine. In this game of love and mutual testing, Morgan was at a disadvantage from the very beginning. Although her stunning beauty and demeanor captivated Artorius, it ultimately stemmed from his lust. If it were a voluptuous and seductive big sister, like a certain purple lady, he would have fallen just as easily. In other words, Morgan had already lost from the beginning. Yes, she had indeed lost without a doubt. Morgan, this sensation. Artorius, cooperate with me, help me achieve my goal, and I will give you Britain. Morgan, this feeling. Artorius, as for something more specific, do you know how to usurp fate, that kind of magecraft? Morgan, NGHHH. Artorius. He ceased his conversation with Morgan and even prepared to halt his steps because he sensed that something was off with Morgan's state. Usurping fate. Of course, in the next second, Morgan had already snapped out of that intoxicated state, returning to normal. She was not a gentlewoman longing for love, nor a valiant warrior. Instead, she was most commonly known as a malicious and vengeful woman. Yes. Artorius said while gazing at her weirdly. You should know about my plans and my grand ambition, right? Rome. Morgan focused her gaze on Artorius. Everyone says that one day you will start a war and destroy Rome, replacing it. That's right. Artorius replied without hesitation. In the lands of Britain, far from Rome's control, he no longer needed to conceal his ambitions. So, I need your help. Despite not having an advantage in terms of age or physique, the attractive youth unabashedly extended his hand in an assertive manner, lifting Morgan's chin. I need you, Morgan Le Fay, to join me. Help me fulfill my desires, and I will pass on to you the concept of king of the island that I inherited from King Vortigern. May you become the Queen of Britain. In an instant, Morgan's heart skipped a beat. In that case, what can I do for you? She asked. When you speak of usurping fate, what specifically does it entail? Like what you heard. Artorius released his grip. The dance continued as he let go of Morgan's waist, allowing her to complete a turn before pulling her back into his embrace. Before attacking Rome, first, I must obtain and usurp fate. The fate of Rome. You aim to usurp Rome's fate. Not exactly. Artorius continued, surprising Morgan with his words. What I seek to usurp is the fate belonging to the Franks. They are fated to replace Rome and become the representative of the Germanic peoples, the ruler of Europe. I want their fate. Can you do it, Morgan? If possible, Morgan really wanted to say to Artorius, yes, I can do it, and then throw herself into his embrace without hesitation. But she couldn't. It wasn't just about losing face. Well, in reality, losing face was indeed her concern. However, the bigger reason was that Morgan couldn't fulfill what Artorius had said. I can't do it, that goes beyond the boundaries of magecraft, almost akin to a miracle. Even the gods cannot freely shift the fate of an individual, tribe, or nation. You mentioned freely. Artorius seized on the key word in Morgan's statement. Can I understand it as you being able to do this under certain conditions? Chapter 32, Resentment. Under Artorius's gaze, shimmering with a flame of desire, Morgan swallowed nervously. Reluctantly, but facing the undeniable truth, she found herself at a disadvantage when confronted with this prince. Despite her reluctance, she mustered the courage to express Artorius's desires. I can conduct research, but it would be best to find mages who have a deeper understanding of fate. The more top-tier mages we can gather, the better. She said to Artorius. In addition, immense magical energy is required. And, you must have complete control over the target you wish to transfer fate to. Immense magical energy is not a problem. Artorius replied, his gaze flickering. Complete control, that is also not a problem. As for mages with the deepest understanding of fate, do you have any candidates in mind? Well. Morgan began pondering. You do, don't you? Artorius interrupted. The distance between Artorius and Morgan grew closer as if a slight movement forward would allow their lips to meet. It was as though with a bit more assertiveness, he could press the seductive and alluring Morgan against the wall, and ravish her body. Yes, I do. Morgan admitted. Under such pressure, Morgan compromised once again and revealed what she knew, the most familiar individuals when it came to fate. They were characters who appeared in both Celtic and Norse mythologies. At the fading of the Age of Gods, as many gods fell and the survivors retreated into the reverse side of the world, unable to return, it was the perfect timing for Artorius to find the best candidate. A top-tier mage well-versed in rune, especially primordial rune, Morgan said the name. Scathatch. Artorius seemed to be not surprised. He stared at Morgan with an expression that said, hearing that name doesn't surprise me at all. Meanwhile, Morgan, even though the flicker of desire in Artorius's eyes was brief, couldn't help but feel a tinge of jealousy. This rascal, even though he's holding me and dancing with me, is thinking about another woman. This jealous emotion, which was unimaginable when they first met, gnawed at Morgan's heart. Very well, with her, we have two candidates. Artorius said, seemingly unaware of Morgan's emotional turmoil. He wore a joyful smile and began considering other candidates. The more exceptional mages, the better. Under the current circumstances, they would need at least 3 candidates. As for those average mages, given the power and reputation of Artorius right now, he could acquire as many as he needed. As the final brilliance of the Age of Gods, the territory of Rome was home to countless mages. Artorius would have no shortage of mages willing to be recruited. But when it came to truly top-tier ones, Merlin, perhaps. That frivolous man was the first to come to Artorius's mind, and then he contemplated. That pleasure-seeker, I wonder if he'll lend a hand. 50-50. If Merlin were to respond as the court mage of Britain, he would likely decline Artorius's request for such a dangerous endeavor. However, if respond as the pleasure-seeker incubus, the mischievous mage who didn't shy away from any mischief might be more enthusiastic. After all, back then, when Artorius's grandfather, King Uther, asked for his help in creating a man-made savior, he eagerly helped. That was the kind of person he was. For now, let's consider Merlin as one option. But relying solely on Merlin might not be enough. As he pondered again, Artorius came up with another candidate. At the same time, Morgan, who had been observing him closely, immediately sensed his thoughts. Another woman came to his mind. Damn this womanizer. I'm still in front of you. Her jealousy and resentment towards Artorius intensified. With that person, we have 4. Artorius concluded simultaneously. Having completed his calculations, he shifted his attention back to the woman in front of him. Excellent. Confirming that his plan had taken another step forward, he felt satisfied. A radiant smile appeared on Artorius's face as he looked at Morgan. That's right, before that, Morgan had never received anything. Whether from her father, her sister, or any of her siblings, she had never received anything. Even though she was the eldest daughter, her father always favored her younger sister. He invested all his love in her sister and went through so much trouble to make her the ruler of Britain. She was the eldest daughter. According to inheritance rights, she should have been the first. Even according to the mystery aspect, she inherited the authority of the king of the island, and was a blessed child. Her status was even higher than that of a man-made savior sister. Why did all the attention go to her sister? Why wouldn't her father even give her a little bit of love? Then, as she grew up, for a period of time, Morgan also tried to love her sister. But it didn't work. They were family, sisters. Even though they didn't live together when they were young due to family circumstances, they were still sisters. She had even helped her sister so much. But why? Why wouldn't her sister even look at her properly? Her sister didn't want to be with her, didn't want to accept her feelings, and didn't like her. If that was the case, then she didn't want a sister like that either. And those children, as children, shouldn't they unconditionally obey their own mother's commands? They should unconditionally obey her, love, and respect her. But why? Why did all of her children gather around her sister instead? Just thinking about it ignites hatred and resentment, surging incessantly. Then emotions spiral out of control, anger builds up, wanting to destroy everything cherished by that foolish sister. No, it's not about destruction, but about taking away. No, actually, all of those things belong to her in the first place, so it's just reclaiming what is rightfully hers. This Britain, this throne, whether it's familial love, friendship, or romantic love, everything must be taken back from Artoria's hands. Of course, besides that, there's also someone that belonged to her sister, and that someone was now softly spoken in her ear. You did well, Morgan Le Fay. Someone named Artorius Pendragon, the son of her sister, Artoria, King Arthur. As our first collaboration, I feel quite satisfied. An existence perfectly aligned with Morgan's desires right now. Whether it's the desire for affection or the desire for revenge. I believe that in the future, we will. Artorius's words were forcibly cut off as a dagger was thrust into his side. Chapter 33, Reality Marble. Artorius tilted his head, gently touching the oozing wound, and looked at Morgan with a puzzled expression. I'm really sorry, Your Highness, the witch responded, wearing a pleased smile. Compared to obeying your commands like a slave and constantly worrying about your heartless abandonment, this is much simpler. Artorius pulled out the dagger. As one of the legendary dragon species, his regenerative ability should have healed the wound instantly. But this time, it didn't. Not only did the wound fail to heal, it even festered. Before that, Artorius was wearing beautiful noble clothes, a combination of blue and silver, reinforced with magecraft to surpass ordinary fine plate armor. Yet, it was pierced effortlessly by the opponent's dagger. The mage who crafted the clothes had boasted to Artorius, vowing its imperviousness. Was he not afraid of Artorius, so he cut corners and compromised on the clothes' quality? Or maybe he wasn't as skilled as he boasted. Perhaps neither was the true reason. The real reason was the woman in front of Artorius named Morgan Le Fay. Her strength was unreasonably powerful. Poison. Artorius said to her. Yes, that's right. Artorius felt no pain from the wound. Instead, there was a slight numbing sensation, confirming Morgan's methods. Are you trying to kill me? It wouldn't benefit you either. As if the poison had taken effect, Artorius said while covering the wound, slowly taking 2 steps back. Then he sat down on an apparitional chair. Despite his composed expression, beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and the muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably, evidence of his pain tolerance. Why the sudden change of heart? What benefit do you gain from dealing with me here? You can guess. Morgan replied, maintaining her distance from Artorius. Simultaneously, a black mist appeared around her, rapidly transforming into a fully armored battalion of knights. With the clanking of gears, even larger puppets appeared, followed by stone gargoyles and bipedal wyverns in midair. These creatures almost overcrowded the once empty hall. They were ferocious, malevolent, and exuded an unrestrained sense of terror. It seemed that Morgan had brought out all her resources, sparing no expense to capture Artorius. Hee hee. Artorius chuckled softly, then unsheathed his sword. Do you really think you can defeat me with these weaklings, Morgan? You won't know unless you try, right? As her words fell, the monsters, puppets, knights, gargoyles, and bipedal dragons all ferociously lunged toward Artorius, baring their fangs and claws. It was as if they wanted to tear the dragon prince apart. Of course, they wouldn't actually kill Artorius. Morgan's plan was to render Artorius defenseless in this battle. That would be enough. It was sufficient for her to execute her other plan. Though it was an impulsive and recently devised plan, in an instant, Morgan's desire reached its peak. Well, you're really cruel, Aunt. Artorius had no choice but to stand up, swinging his sword and slaying all the creatures rushing towards him. His swordsmanship was extremely refined, a fusion of martial arts and military sword techniques, forming a style unique to him. Such swordsmanship was suitable for dueling both single opponents and multiple experts, as well as sweeping through armies. The elegance of his swordplay and the ferocity he displayed in battle as a dragon stirred Morgan's heart. Yes, you're right. She responded cheerfully to Artorius, saying, after all, I am a witch, my dear nephew. While in her mind, Morgan thought repeatedly, I must have this boy. I must have this boy. Humph. A witch, huh? Artorius snorted. I'm going to take this boy home and raise him. Morgan said obsessively in her mind. In the next moment, Artorius released his grip on his wound. As he gripped his sword tightly with both hands, his magical energy surged rapidly, fueled by the dragon magic core until it reached its maximum capacity. With his rapid manipulation of magical energy, the temperature within tens of meters around him suddenly dropped, as cold as death. In an instant, all the monsters approaching Artorius were frozen, transformed into lifelike ice sculptures. Suddenly, the area around Artorius became a desolate place of pale silver and icy blue. This absolute silence, the overwhelming cold and frost, spread rapidly from him to the surroundings. Even Morgan felt a sense of dread from this terrifying reserve of magical energy. Wait, what is this? It exceeded her understanding. Even the highest-ranking dragons, the highest-ranking magical beings, including Artoria, the red dragon of Britain, or the white dragon Vortigern, who bestowed Artorius with great power, did not possess such immense magical energy. Moreover, he was being affected by her poison, which she had carefully prepared, originally meant for her adorable sister. If it weren't for her adorable sister already possessing Avalon, a scabbard capable of withstanding any harm, Morgan would have already celebrated her victory by now. But you really underestimate me, Aunt. Artorius smiled, and the presence of the dragon prince continued to rise. In his hand, Clarent flickered with a dazzling and ominous blood-red light. Don't you ever hear an idiom of, don't judge a book by its cover? As Artorius uttered those words, Morgan's castle had already transformed into a frost domain belonging to the dragon prince. It was the reflection of Artorius's will, his reality marble, known as Frost of Deathly Silence. It was a technique obtained through relentless battles and constant victories against the mad Germanic armies, as he led his army through the icy landscapes of Europe. I have been making progress and getting stronger, you know. The frozen sculptures of the creatures shattered in an instant, turning into debris on the ground. At the same time, the warmth within Morgan's body was also taken away. My body, I can't move. Morgan wanted to scream, but found her voice had been stripped away as well. Her sense of touch, hearing, sight, in her current state, was utterly vulnerable. In a state of utter horror, Morgan, one of the most famous and powerful witches of her time, was subdued by Artorius Pendragon instantly. Chapter 34, Victory and Defeat. Artorius pressed Morgan tightly, his gleaming silver-frosted magic sword, Clarent, poised at her neck. In the blink of an eye, he could sever her fair neck, separating her beautiful head from her body. Artorius's reality marble had vanished without a trace. The castle had returned to its normal state, with all of Morgan's deployed creatures crushed. Well, I must say, Morgan, you really made this prince break a sweat. Morgan's poison had indeed posed a significant challenge for Artorius. Despite the tremendous transformation in Artorius's foundation or concept, from Dragon of Britain to Dragon of the Emperor, and Dragon of Europe, while White Dragon refined through the baptism of the Teutoburg forest, ascending as Frost Dragon. His power had also greatly increased after devouring numerous Germanic tribes and embodying the concept of a Germanic ruler. But the pain still persisted. Targeted poisons were still targeted poisons after all. Although their effectiveness had diminished, it was akin to reducing a potentially lethal pneumonia to a severe cold. It was still uncomfortable, still painful. Of course, he had long grown accustomed to pain. His body, honed beneath his elegant attire, bore scars crisscrossing it. Aside from the scars on his face that needed to be eliminated, Artorius retained all of those as his medals. While Artorius was happy as he gained victory, Morgan on the other hand, even in defeat, also felt happy. Ha ha ha. As Artorius laughed merrily, Morgan found herself thinking it wouldn't be so bad to be killed by him like this. After all, her life had always been chaotic. A chaotic life, coupled with an ironically fitting death for a witch, seemed quite appropriate. However, that was not the case. To Morgan's astonishment, Artorius's blade passed beside her neck, and then, with an air of superiority, he kissed her passionately. Morgan resisted only slightly as her frozen body, encased in the icy stillness, melted under the warmth of the moment. She grabbed hold of Artorius's back, viciously digging her 10 nails into him. "Don't misunderstand," Artorius said, his gaze flickering. He continued speaking in a pleasurable yet condescending tone, "This prince isn't interested in an old hag like you. It was merely a contingency measure to ensure your limbs wouldn't freeze. After all, I still need you for my plan." Morgan's response to Artorius came in the form of a slap across his face. Of course, before it could hit its target, Artorius grabbed her wrist. Morgan glared at the arrogant guy who had pinned her down and spoke shamelessly. He seduced her to such an extent but refused to take any responsibility. This guy was a bastard. With that thought, Morgan's other hand swung toward Artorius's face once more. Naturally, it was caught again. Her attempt to kick his knee was also suppressed, and in close-quarters combat, he had the upper hand. "Don't go too far, old hag," Artorius said to her. In the next moment, the dagger that had previously pierced Artorius's abdomen was transferred to his hand, and without hesitation, he used it to stab Morgan's body, exactly where he had been wounded before. Intense pain caused Morgan's body to convulse. Her eyes widened, and tears uncontrollably streamed down her face. Before she could scream in agony, Artorius covered her mouth with his hand. "Rejoice and consider yourself fortunate that you're still alive because you are still useful to this prince. Otherwise, the punishment for raising a hand against this prince would be much worse than this." Artorius spoke to her in such a manner. Only then did he release his grip on her mouth and rise from her body. "Ugh, you bastard. I've never seen such a despicable bastard like you." Morgan, who struggled to get up, rebuked the scum of the night world with trembling words, You. And then her words stopped there. Confronted by Artorius's aggressively piercing eyes, feminine vulnerability and fear engulfed Morgan's heart, leaving her trembling and almost powerless to resist. Observing the pitiful state of this woman, clearly already in a disadvantageous position, unable even to muster a bold retort, Artorius revealed a delighted smile. He approached once again, enveloping her in his embrace. The effects of fear, along with her inexplicable state of mind, allowed Artorius to control Morgan as he pleased. "So, it's settled." Artorius spoke to her with a teasing tone. "For a first encounter, I'm quite satisfied with your abilities. So, let's meet often in the future, Aunt Morgan." Arg. With that, Artorius withdrew the dagger from Morgan's body. The excruciating pain caused her to spasm. "I'm going back to accompany little M.O. I will take this as a token of our meeting." Artorius stowed away the dagger and, with a magnetic tone, whispered in her ear. "Continue to assist me. If you manage to please me, I'll ensure your satisfaction as well, my dear aunt." Ha ha ha. Amidst the cheerful laughter, Dragon Prince Artorius vanished without a trace, leaving behind a scorching frost and a wounded witch overwhelmed by a sense of defeat resonating within her. Author's note. Clarent was initially silver in color, but when it fell into Mordred's hands in canon, it transformed into an evil sword of hatred with a dark red color scheme. However, when wielded by Artorius, the sword took on a silver frost hue. Chapter 35, Obsession and Worry. Damn him, that bloody bastard. In the desolate and dilapidated castle, a beautiful woman lay on the ground, grinding her teeth and cursing the Pendragon's kin. This time it wasn't her father, sister, or children, but her newly met nephew. Though it was their first encounter, the animosity Morgan harbored towards him had already reached a level comparable to that of others. Of course, aside from hatred, Morgan's other feelings toward him were equally numerous and complex. I won't give up. Dragging her disheveled body, Morgan struggled to make her way to her magic workshop. The antidote to the poison on the dagger awaited her there. I will definitely seek revenge on that guy. On her journey to the magic workshop, Morgan stumbled several times due to pain, fatigue, and a mix of pleasure. She even ended up with bruises and a swollen face after falling down the next set of stairs. But she persisted and finally arrived. She dared not perform any spell since her physical condition was too terrible at the moment, making it nearly impossible to concentrate. With such a disheveled body, forcing herself to use spells would undoubtedly lead to a tragic outcome. If it came to that, when they met next time, Artorius would not see his revenge-driven aunt, but rather a fallen figure, nothing more than a discarded puppet. I won't let it end like that. After stumbling and staggering, Morgan reached her magic workshop. Along the way, she fell once again, pushing her body to its limits. Gasping for breath, she fought off dizziness and overwhelming desires, making her way to the cabinet where the antidotes were stored, rummaging through the bottles and jars. Her once delicate fingers, adept at handling any materials, now trembled uncontrollably, and everything she saw seemed to spin before her eyes. I will come back for revenge. Finally, after carelessly knocking over numerous precious or dangerous potions, her trembling hand managed to grasp the bottle filled with the antidote. Morgan eagerly opened it and poured it into her mouth, emitting a satisfied, ah sound. Immediately after came an intense surge of sensation. Her body began to recover. However, at the same time, the flames of passion surged higher. How should she put it? She had brought it upon herself. When concocting the poison, in addition to its paralyzing and weakening effects, Morgan had added a debuff, which made the victim get enchanted and horny. Originally, Morgan had considered various scenarios, envisioning her dear sister being captivated, her body weak and burning with a mix of hatred and anticipation, and looking at her with those eyes. But of course, once she decided to use it on Artorius, the character's image changed. Thinking about Artorius, her dear sister's good child, kneeling before her like a puppy, panting and licking her silk-clad legs, begging for a favor. No, if she entertained such thoughts further, she would lose herself. After a hee laughter, Morgan fell into a state of self-disgust, feeling utterly embarrassed by her recent actions. But once again, she had brought it upon herself. Even though she was desperately trying to endure, the more she resisted, the stronger the desire became. Although Morgan, as the creator of the poison, should have been well aware of its nature and effects, she subconsciously followed the predetermined path. She had set the trap for herself. Artorius. Artorius. Artorius, ah. The voice of the witch became hoarse as she called out her enemy's name. Gradually, bit by bit, her calls transformed into whispers. Exhausted and dehydrated, she collapsed, succumbing to the drowsiness that enveloped her. At the same time. Tap 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 tap. Mordred spun in circles, feeling increasingly anxious. Really? As one of Morgan's children, Mordred was no less cautious and distrustful of Morgan than any of her siblings. Will my brother be okay? Just moments ago, she was having dinner with her dear big brother, enjoying a candlelit meal together. After dinner, her brother would tell her stories, and then, well, you know. Today was supposed to be a wonderful day for Mordred. However, this beautiful day crumbled with Morgan's appearance. Her dear brother left with Morgan. Although Mordred had confidence in Artorius, well, it's Morgan we're talking about here. The most terrifying and wicked schemer, the most malicious woman in the world. And her big brother, Artorius. He was so gentle, so pure, so kind. How could he possibly be a match for Morgan? Would he face misfortune? Would he be targeted? After all, Morgan's fondness for King Arthur was so low to the point of hatred. Artorius as King Arthur's son surely would be hated by her too, right? So, what would she do to her own brother? Imprison him? Interrogate him? Beat him? Coerce him? Just the thought of it made Mordred feel like she was about to explode. She now deeply regretted her own powerlessness. Artorius and Morgan had been transported to who knows where through magecraft. She had encountered that kind of magecraft before. Her brother Artorius had even taught her, but she was too lazy and more interested in swordsmanship and spearmanship. So, her studies were half-hearted at best. Her brother had criticized her for it. The result? Mordred had learned to act cute and coquettish on her own to avoid her brother's scolding. Gah, if only I had studied magecraft properly before all this happened. With that, at least when she felt the urge to rush in and kill someone, she would know which direction to go. She could charge into a castle where Morgan was likely hiding and cause a commotion, rescuing her dear brother, instead of feeling helpless like she was now, just spinning in circles here. As time passed, her frustration grew and accumulated, driving Mordred insane to the point of pulling her hair and rolling on the ground. Fortunately, before she could embarrass herself any further, Artorius returned. Brother. Brother. Mordred rushed into Artorius's arms at lightning speed, examining him up and down while reaching out to check his body. How are you? Are you hurt? Are you hurt? Don't worry, little M.O., I'm fine. Watching Mordred fussing over him, Artorius extended his hand affectionately, stroking the kid's head. It was just Morgan, after all. She can't hurt me. Chapter 36, Frustration, I. In the face of his adorable sister, who trusted, admired, and loved him, Artorius naturally wanted to display his heroic demeanor. Even though he had been tricked by Morgan before due to his overconfidence and arrogance, Artorius conveniently omitted that part when recounting his encounter with Morgan to Mordred. He simply told Mordred that he was very strong and that Morgan, that person, was no match for him at all. Although Morgan had indeed tried to use tricks to harm him, Artorius mercilessly foiled her plans. In the end, Morgan could only plead for mercy while lying on the ground, severely dehydrated. Taking into account the fact that Morgan was his aunt and still had some usefulness, Artorius spared her life. He warned Morgan that if she ever dared to do bad things again in the future, she would face punishment similar to today's, or rather, even more dreadful punishment. Morgan tearfully promised Artorius that she would never cause trouble again. Only then did he forgive her and return to reunite with Mordred. Oh, so that's how it went. Brother, you're amazing. Indeed, Mordred was truly something. She wholeheartedly believed everything Artorius casually said without questioning. He found it amusing. Initially, Artorius felt a bit embarrassed treating her like that. But it was truly entertaining to fool Mordred. After all, his sister was so pure and adorable, like a cute creature from the feline race or rather a lion cub possessing a deadly charm. It was necessary to treat her well, give her head pat, and play with her. Otherwise, it wouldn't do. Just as Morgan hated, her daughter had completely become Artorius's possession. All right. After teasing Mordred, exhaustion appeared on Artorius's face. After all, he had engaged in a vigorous activity with Morgan earlier. Even a dragon had to lower its head and rest for a while. Let's go to sleep and rest properly. Letting out a yawn, Artorius carried Mordred to their bedroom. There, he skillfully used the incense he obtained from Rome, rose essential oil expertly blended by the finest mages, to restore their physical and mental strength. After receiving a massage from her dear brother, Mordred also felt a bit tired. The desire to have Artorius spoil her reduced somewhat. Occasionally, just cuddling with her big brother's arm like this was enough. Seeing his peaceful sleeping face, akin to that of an angel, was already sufficient. My big brother. Mordred smiled and lightly kissed Artorius's cheek. Today was another wonderful day. Meanwhile. Still can't find it. Inside the office of Camelot, inside the White Castle. Even though it was deep into the night, the King of Knights remained wide awake. Artoria, possessing the factor of the dragon and the magic core of the red dragon, surpassed ordinary people in physical and mental capabilities. However, at this moment, she still felt exhausted. They still couldn't find it, the Holy Grail. No matter how they searched or dispatched the shrewdest and most powerful knights of the Round Table, they still couldn't find the legendary, all-powerful wish-granting device. No matter how they crossed plains, scaled mountains, or traversed oceans, the Holy Grail that could save Britain remained unattainable. Britain's conditions continued to deteriorate. The temperature was dropping, and the concentration of true ether was diminishing. People were starving, and monsters were restless. The kings and nobles of neighboring kingdoms whispered in secrecy. In such circumstances, all she could say to everyone was, just hold on a little longer. Why all of these happened? What she should do? Artorius. With these thoughts in mind, Artoria once again remembered her beloved son. The son who had achieved great military feats in Europe. Her mood grew even worse. Over the past few years, Artorius had gained a reputation in Europe that surpassed her own, thanks to his agricultural knowledge, which was centuries ahead of the rest of the world, his iron-fisted rule, and his invincible military achievements. Even in Britain, the name of Dragon Prince could now rival that of the King of Knights. However, this reputation had its pros and cons. The people ruled by the Dragon Prince adored him, revered him, and feared him. His series of agricultural reforms, such as crop rotation, irrigation systems, storage techniques, and mixed planting methods, along with the promotion of cold and drought-resistant crops, ensured that the people under his rule never went hungry. His implementation of a system of military ranks, medals, and strict military laws motivated the armies to excel. By combining Germanic customary law with Roman law, revising and compiling them as the Artorius Code, implementing a more widespread system of officer selection, establishing schools, and promoting education, he brought prosperity to the Germanic regions under his rule. However, at the same time, the fear of political enemies, the bloody slaughter and suppression of enemy armies and rebellious nobles, instilled a tremendous sense of fear in people's hearts. Those who were not ruled by the Dragon Prince were suspicious of him, anticipating him, and fearing him. The Germanic peoples yearned for the prince's protection while dreading the might of his armies. On one hand, they envied the good life enjoyed by those under his rule, who were also Germanic tribesmen. On the other hand, they trembled in fear as his forces ruthlessly crushed the Germanic enemies on the battlefield. From the Roman perspective, Artorius was the empire's towering pillar of strength, supporting its golden beams across the sea. It was Artorius who had halted the relentless invasions of Burgundians, Vandals, Goths, Franks, Saxons, and other mad Germanic tribes, thus maintaining the stability of the empire. However, only the most foolish and ignorant individuals would see Artorius as a loyal servant of the empire, rather than a figure like Dong Taisher or Cao Cao. In every Roman city, one of the classic topics of idle conversation among those with nothing better to do was, when will General Artorius become the emperor? I hope it's today. Even beggars indulged in such fantasies. When Artorius marched towards Rome, the world would be shaken and transformed. The lines between nobility and commoners would be redrawn. The old order would collapse, and a new order would be reshaped. This was the greatest and final opportunity of their generation, one that no ambitious individual could afford to miss. Such was the perception of Artorius by outsiders. But not by Artoria. In her eyes, regardless of Artorius's actions and achievements, he was still that sweet child who would clutch onto her cloak and look at her with admiring eyes. He was the person she loved the most in this world, the one who needed her care. Artoria's level of love for Artorius was only second to her nation. Yet, the final outcome was that her beloved child had become a terrifying evil dragon who devoured lives. Chapter 37, Frustration, 2. Artorius's actions were highly controversial in the eyes of the public. Different perspectives emerged when it came to evaluating his deeds. As for the debates and arguments, Artorius himself could remain indifferent. However, the same cannot be said for Artoria. As a king who bore protection engraved in her very essence, she was highly displeased with her son's behavior. She believed that launching attacks on other nations and crushing tribes and nations for the sake of his own ambitions, bringing nations under his dominion, and even rebelling against the Roman emperor as his ruler, all of it was an act of evil. Yet, as someone who carried the title of King of Knights, she did not attribute the blame solely to Artorius. Instead, she blamed herself. She was a person who treated others with generosity but was strict with herself. Her integrity and righteousness were no jokes. They were not merely empty words. If only she could find a better way. If only she could find the Holy Grail sooner. If only she had paid more attention to Artorius's education. In short, she considered all the killings and chaos her son did as her own fault, feeling intense pain and regret. Another thing that caused her immense pain and would surely lead to future regrets was the fact that she couldn't stop Artorius in the present. She had no reason or standing to intervene in this continent's war. Moreover, Britain needed the Germanic war zone at the moment. In this era, with temperatures steadily dropping, known in history as the Little Ice Age, the entire Europe, or rather, the entire Eurasian continent, was shrouded in hunger and severe cold. The dying mystery of the Age of Gods was unable to resist the chilling influence emanating from the will of the planet. The human civilization that had developed on the foundation of mystery was utterly powerless against this natural disaster. Naturally, it became an era of survival of the fittest, where the new humans who were more adapted to the times devoured the ancient humans without hesitation. Relying on their flesh and blood, they endured the most difficult era and eventually established a dark and ignorant medieval world upon the ruins of Rome. Political systems, ideologies, technology, medicine, everything regressed significantly. It was nothing short of a living garbage heap. This chaotic and disastrous order persisted for centuries. It was an unbearable stretch of time. But this time, Artorius's appearance brought some relief to the dire situation. Food. Artorius possessed the most valuable asset in this era of famine. With agricultural techniques advanced by 1500 years and an iron-fisted rule, he ensured one of the basic necessities of life for the people under his governance, even in the Little Ice Age. He held the largest food reserves in all of Europe. It was a strategic weapon even more formidable than his 5 legions and tens of thousands of elite soldiers. To prevent her own army, officials, family, and even herself from starving, Artoria had to rely on her son. She had to cooperate with him. Regardless of his instigations and enticements, she had to integrate her own people and the foundation of her country's military might, the excellent knights, into his forces. At first, it was only the disheartened and disillusioned individuals who joined him. However, with Artorius's remarkable success, more knights gathered under his banner. The Germanic war zone and the various nations of Britain became bound together. Therefore, even if Artoria mustered her courage, she could not act against her beloved child. That would be tantamount to suicide. So, my son has landed in Britain. Artoria, of course, knew about Artorius's landing in Londinium. But he hasn't come to see me. This disappointed Artoria greatly. He must be disappointed in me. Such a useless father. Although in reality, she was a mother, well, it wasn't so certain. But in the lonely night, Artoria gazed through the window into the distant starry sky, contemplating the ancient Britain of the Age of Gods. At that moment, she was not the king of knights revered by the Knights of the Round Table. She was not the ruler of Britain. She was merely a mother yearning for her child. Artorius. The next morning. I had a good dream. Artorius murmured as he opened his eyes and then turned to look at Mordred, who was sound asleep, hugging him tightly. She's really adorable. So innocent and pure, his own sister. In the past, Artorius would have taken his time to admire her for a while and then wake her up. But not today. It's not because of the intimate time he spent with Morgan last night but for other reasons. It was the dream. A beautiful, pure, and romantic dream, like a lily flower in full bloom. Because it was too pure and sweet. Is it because of Britain? Or because of father? Perhaps due to historical inertia, even though he had known for a long time that his father was his mother, Artorius sometimes still referred to her as such even when there was no one around. It's only temporary, I can't be by your side yet. Should he call it shyness toward his homeland, or was it due to other reasons? In any case, Artorius, who knew his mother's personality well, didn't want to meet her at this moment. They were walking different paths. Meeting her before his own career reached its peak would only make things worse. So, just endure a little longer. Artorius thought, soon, I'll be able to save you. Thinking this, he felt a sense of joy. The pure love he felt upon waking up had also dissipated. His feelings towards Mordred had also undergone a slight change. Over the course of more than 2 years spent together, his heart had gradually softened. The dream became a catalyst, leading him to truly embrace her as his sister and family, rather than just viewing her as a pawn or tool. She truly was his sister, so adorable. With that in mind, Artorius reached out and pulled his sister closer and woke her up as they soon began their morning training. T/N, Segs. A dragon never bows its head. Author's note. Artorius finally had some change of heart for his sister. Artorius, who treated his younger sister as a multifunctional tool, was a total jerk. Chapter 38, Return to Avalon. In the morning breeze of Britain, Artorius and his companions set off once again. They traversed the country, heading towards Wales. Artorius intended to board a ship there and travel to the Irish region in search of the woman mentioned by his dear aunt, the woman who could help him to usurp fate. That woman was none other than Queen of the Land of Shadows, Scathatch. She possessed the primordial rune. As we journey, let's make a stop at Avalon again. It would be perfect if I can persuade Vivian. Artorius thought while observing his surroundings. Although it was May, the weather still felt like early spring. Occasionally, they came across pedestrians dressed inadequately, shivering in the cold. They seemed tired and lacked vitality. This was not solely due to poverty, hunger, and cold. The diminishing presence of true ether, the essence of the Age of Gods, played a significant role. The people of Britain, as inhabitants of the Age of Gods, relied on this factor as if fish couldn't survive without water. As the Age of Gods gradually faded away, their physical conditions naturally deteriorated. In contrast, there were the Saxons. Their spirits seemed far more vibrant compared to the Celts. Despite facing the same cold and hunger, they exuded an inexplicable sense of vitality. It was as if they were chosen. Well, in reality, they were indeed chosen. The process of racial integration needs to be accelerated. Artorius thought. In the Germanic regions under his control, policies regarding intermarriage between Celts, Germanic peoples, Romans, and Gauls were reasonably well implemented. He commanded a group of knights from Britain who actively worked towards this goal. They married noble daughters from Germanic, Roman, and Gaul backgrounds, setting an example for others. This led to a favorable pace of ethnic integration. Artorius had conducted experiments and found that these children, with mixed Germanic heritage, had hardly any physiological issues in the absence of true ether. He believed that with a few more generations of integration, the influence of the Age of Gods would completely fade away. The Celts of Britain would then become members of this human era, ruling the earth and becoming the dominant species. However, in Britain, without a strong central government to promote such policies, the pace of integration was frustratingly slow, relying solely on the spontaneous actions of the population. This won't do. Artorius thought. The Age of Gods is on the verge of disappearing. We don't have so much time to spare. To address this issue, I need to implement policies similar to those in the Germanic regions. And to implement such policies, I need to obtain political power. No, even with that, the progress would still be somewhat sluggish. So, should I employ better tactics? After contemplating for a few seconds, Artorius still believed that the leadership role was indispensable. As Dragon Prince destined to reign over Britain in the future, he should lead by example, charging forward and setting the standard. If it were Roman ladies, he could reluctantly consider them. But those Germanic peoples were somewhat. No, let's think positively. Maybe it's because I haven't found the right one. Look at Brynhilde from FGO, she's not bad, right? She's considered a Germanic, isn't she? So, for the sake of his grand plan, perhaps. Artorius began to seriously consider a plan to entice 10 or 8 Valkyries. As for whether her stories of tragic love with Sigurd would deviate because of this, he couldn't care less. Such matters would at most create a parallel world. No matter how you look at it, it wouldn't cause human civilization to stagnate and subsequently face the judgment of Alea. Let's give it a try. When I have some free time. No, it's better to send spies to gather intelligence first. After returning, I'll discuss it with Agravain. Agravain, the chief spy under Artorius' command, was one of the few individuals Artorius could trust completely. Although, in certain timelines of the future, this guy displayed an abnormal obsession with Artoria. But at least for now, he remained someone who prioritized national interest. He was the kind of individual who would resort to any means necessary to protect the country. For an outstanding ruler, such individuals were as essential as trusted ministers and capable generals. Send more scouts to the Germanic lands to gather information. If we can capture a few Valkyries, it will be even more advantageous. Yes, that's the decision, and it's quite delightful. By sacrificing oneself, His Highness is also doing it for the nation. I'm sure everyone who learns about the situation will be moved by that. Brother, is he pondering over strategies for governing the country and ensuring its security again? At the same time, Mordred, mounted on a warhorse beside Artorius, couldn't help but think that way. And she cast an admiring gaze at Artorius. Constantly pondering how to bring welfare to the people, shining with brilliant thoughts at every moment. As expected of brother. At that moment, Mordred was one of his subordinates who had been deeply moved by Artorius' dedication. In this era, are there any famous beauties in the Germanic region? Ah, I should have read more history books. As the son of Dragon, Artorius felt a strong sense of distress. At the same time, witnessing his brother's distress, Mordred also felt sorrowful, cursing her own foolishness for being unable to help her brother. So all she could do was silently pray, hoping that her brother would quickly find the right solution to the problem. Artorius, the Dragon Prince, led his armies forward without any hesitation. Before them lay Wales, and across the sea was Ireland. Just the thought of finally meeting the Purple Lady, whom he had been longing for, made Artorius feel a bit excited. Of course, while marching, Artorius didn't forget to take a detour to Avalon. That utopia, far away from everything, couldn't be reached from a physical perspective, one could only approach it from a spiritual perspective. As the saying goes, where the heart desires, the body follows. To put it in simpler terms, Artorius simply thought about it and instantly appeared in Avalon's courtyard. It was safe to say it was very convenient. Artorius. And so, the next moment, Artorius, who had now turned 16 years old, transitioning from a pretty and attractive boy to a handsome and captivating youth, had a reunion with the fairy big sister, the Face's Cleanser. Chapter 39, Love. In the Garden of Avalon, by the azure lake, amidst a vibrant sea of flowers, Artorius once again encountered the fairy. Artorius. It's really Artorius. Oh my goodness. Embracing Artorius tightly and rubbing against him, the woman who was desperately seeking attention was Vivian. The Lady of the Lake herself, a fairy big sister figure. She had beautiful silver long hair, like an adult version of Amelia from Re-Zero. Although Artorius was already an adult, she still treated him as if he were a child. While she was doing the usual face cleaning to Artorius, she spoke to him in a cheerful tone. You know, your big sister always waiting for Artorius to come here every day. I bake cakes and prepare tea every day, hoping that Artorius will come to me and we can do all sorts of fun things together. But at this point, the big sister with crimson eyes loosened her grip on Artorius a little, making sure he could look into her eyes. With her terrifying, dark, and intense gaze, she asked, but why don't you come? Every day, your big sister waits for Artorius. Why don't you come? Why? 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 Her empty eyes looked directly at Artorius as if stared directly into his soul, as she continued again, your big sister waits for Artorius every day. Why don't you come? Do you dislike your big sister? Are you tired of your big sister? Your big sister will cry, you know. He he he, he he he. Danger. Artorius. Danger. Artorius realized that something was off about the big sister in front of him. If he didn't find a way out, she would likely chop off his head and carry him into the lake while hugging him. So. I miss you too, big sis Vivian. In the next moment, Artorius, with even more passion and emotion than the big sister, threw himself into her embrace. This kind of approach was not part of her plan. As a result, Vivian's functions momentarily paused. She was somewhat at a loss as she said to Artorius, even if you act like this and pout at me, I won't forgive you. Artorius completely disregarded her statement. Oh, big sis Vivian, it's so great to see you again. He spoke to her in a slightly childish tone, not quite matching his 16-year-old self. He joyfully rubbed against her soft bosom, saying with a happy voice, I never want to be separated from big sis Vivian again. Artorius. In an instant, the frustration, resentment, and various negative emotions that had built up over nearly 2 years of being ignored and forgotten in Avalon dissipated by about half. As she looked at the adorable boy in her arms, with his beautiful silky hair and eyes as beautiful as sapphires, the remaining fraction of negative feelings quickly faded away. But she still needed to clarify the situation. Why hadn't Artorius come to see her in these past 2 years? Of course, it was definitely not because Artorius had been preoccupied with his cute little sister and had disregarded the troublesome fairy big sister. It was because. It's because of work. I've been incredibly busy. I couldn't even make it back to Britain. Artorius wore a troubled expression on his face. Afterward, he turned to Vivian to pour out his grievances, magnifying every problem he had faced in the past 2 years by 10-fold or 20-fold. The harsh weather, the unforgiving environment, the savage barbarians, and the jealous Roman bureaucrats who constantly hindered his progress from behind. Faced with all of this, Artorius was just a child, weak, pitiful, and helpless. He could only suppress his urge to cry, just like the protagonist in a shonen anime, and move forward with his will, strength, and power of friendship. I've been through so much hardship, big sis Vivian. Artorius said, and at the end, he collapsed into the arms of the fairy, taking a deep breath. After hearing his account, Vivian chose to forgive him. It's truly been so tough. Looking at the adorable yet resilient boy, even a fairy couldn't help but feel a surge of affection. After all, this kind of emotion wasn't exclusive to humans alone. Gods, beasts, phantasmal species, and even monsters, all species capable of reproduction experience love for their offspring. Fairies were no exception. Though they had never tried it, fairies as phantasmal species were evidently rich in emotions, with many of them being related to love. Despite their different thought processes, diverging from those of humans, the Lady of the Lake couldn't escape the fate of being deceived and used by Artorius because of love. If it's so difficult, why continue? Vivian asked. Then, Artorius, stay in Avalon from now on. Be with me forever and ever. To dwell eternally in a timeless paradise far from everything, alongside the silver-haired, crimson-eyed fairy big sister. What kind of heaven was this? No, it was more like, what kind of hell was this? No matter how beautiful and well-shaped she was, because fairies had fragile principles, any form of jest could be entertained, but in the long run, it would become tiresome. In other words. No. Artorius appeared solemn and heroic, his eyes gleaming as if brimming with tears, as he gazed at the silver-haired, crimson-eyed fairy big sister. It's my responsibility, and I must take charge. I'm not just a prince of Britain, but also the overall leader of the Roman Germanic war zone. My people need me, and I can't abandon them. So. As he spoke these words, Artorius once again threw himself into the embrace of his big sister. I've managed to find the time to come back to Britain and see you, big sis Vivian. There's absolutely no other reason. I simply wanted to see you again. Upon hearing Artorius's words, Vivian felt deeply moved instantly. She fully understood. Artorius, just like his father, the King of Knights, was a ruler who took his responsibility for his subjects very seriously. So, in such a chaotic external situation, he dedicated almost all his energy to governing the people and waging war, without any spare thoughts for matters of love and romance. His days were spent like an ascetic monk, resembling his father, a virtuous and upright king. He's still just a child. Thinking this, Vivian couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. She believed that she owed this child a lot. Apart from that, the fairy big sister felt immensely happy. Even in such a busy and preoccupied state, Artorius had overcome countless obstacles to see her. What did that signify? Love. Of course, it was love. It represented Artorius's intense affection for her. When the person you love also loves you back, what could bring more joy to a fairy in this world? Chapter 40, Guilt. Before, as soon as Artorius laid eyes on the fairy Vivian, she was ready to assess the situation, either end their relationship or break his limbs and keep him as a collection. It was not without reason, since she had a bad experience with a certain bastard mage. Unfortunately, over the past 2 years, not only did Artorius significantly enhance his strength and skills, but his way with words surpassed the average for a ruler. His persuasive speech that never failed to amuse Mordred managed to charm the fairy of Avalon within minutes. Now, the silver-haired, red-eyed fairy no longer harbored anger toward Artorius. Instead, she felt guilty. She felt remorseful for witnessing the hardships Artorius had endured during these past 2 years while being unable to assist him. She felt sorry for him. With this sense of guilt, Vivian asked Artorius if there was anything she could do for him. The response from the kind-eyed youth deeply moved the fairy. He said, I only want big sis Vivian to accompany me right now, it's enough. He truly isn't a fraud, just as I suspected. This response further diminished Vivian's wariness. He's nothing like that bastard named Merlin. Thus, Vivian's guilt towards Artorius increased even more. Despite him being such a good child, I was suspicious and worried that he deceived me. I really shouldn't have. Filled with apologies, gratitude, and the desire to make amends for the past, the silver-haired, red-eyed fairy warmly welcomed Artorius. She showed him firsthand the passion of a fairy. Although her efforts to make the dragon yield were in vain, she reluctantly bid farewell to Artorius. "Goodbye, big sis Vivian." During their parting, Artorius said to Vivian, "I will come to see you again." They made a promise to each other. Artorius would visit Vivian every few days during his stay in Britain. While this brought joy to the fairy, it also left her somewhat desolate. If possible, she wished she could stay by Artorius' side forever and ever. But it was not possible. At the end of the Age of Gods, as a fairy, she could hardly leave Avalon and adapt to a world without true ether. The fairy population in Avalon was approaching saturation, and that was one of the reasons. Even in Britain, known as the navel of the planet and the last remnant of the Age of Gods, the concentration of true ether was gradually decreasing, causing the decline of phantasmal species. When the white dragon that resided in Britain, named Vortigern, was alive, he would sometimes bring along some magical beasts and try to restore the Age of Gods. But now, Vortigern was dead, long gone. Even the concepts of white dragon and king of the island were handed over to Artorius. The former was upgraded by Artorius as the frost dragon, while the concept of phantasmal species decreased significantly, and the concept of titles increased substantially. It was similar to how Artoria Pendragon was known as the king of knights by her title. As for the latter, Artorius treated it as a bargaining chip to entice a certain witch. After all, keeping such concepts had no benefits amidst the impending demise of the Age of Gods. Therefore, the current Vivian could only wait in the Avalon, hoping that her beloved boy would find time to visit her. She couldn't take the initiative. As for forcibly keeping Artorius by her side, Vivian, after all, was a great mother-class fairy. She was elegant and detached from mundane pleasures. Ordinary fairies, upon seeing Artorius, would merely desire to play and fulfill their physical needs. But Vivian was no ordinary fairy, she was an exceptionally powerful one. What she desired was not just Artorius's body but also dominance over his mind. Her thoughts were, during this time, I will support Artorius and make him feel my excellence. When he saves Britain or fails, he will come to me and we shall reunite. Perhaps ordinary fairies struggle to make the right choice between fleeting happiness and everlasting joy, but Vivian was clearly not that type of person. For now, she would endure and reap the rewards later. As a result, Artorius passed the test smoothly and returned happily to the real world of Britain. And upon returning, he acted as if nothing had happened. It was as if the friendly relationship activities with Vivian during their journey to Avalon didn't exist at all. Of course, when facing Mordred, Artorius was in a different state altogether. Though Mordred appeared silly and easily fooled on the outside, Artorius knew that she had been educated well and had become quite clever. Especially when it came to matters related to women, she had become very perceptive. With her skill in discerning various perfumes, powders, body scents, and floral fragrances, she could easily determine whom Artorius had encountered and who he had seen today. Was it a Roman noblewoman or a Germanic woman? Mordred felt no threat from such trivial matters. She could simply ignore them. Among the opposite sexes currently around her brother, the only one who made her feel somewhat threatened was Gareth. That wolf-like girl possessed the attributes of a dog, and she was both powerful and obedient. During their time in Britain, Gareth had achieved a series of victories against several top knights. She could hold her own against Gawain, the strongest knight in broad daylight, in a matter of hours. Her spearmanship was even on par with Lancelot, who was touted as the mightiest of the Round Table. This was her prowess in combat. However, when it came to appearance and figure, Gareth paled in comparison to Mordred. Mordred had an outstanding appearance, without a doubt. In terms of physique, although she lacked the rounded and plump appearance of mature women due to her age, if one looked at Morgan and the Artoria Lancer, it was clear that Mordred had great potential for future growth. It was only a matter of time before she acquired that captivating aura. Regarding this, Artorius had also told Mordred that although she might lack confidence in herself, she had complete faith in her dear brother. Whatever her brother said would come true. If her brother said she would have a great future, then she would undoubtedly have one. As for Gareth, Artorius wasn't too sure about her future. Perhaps, as Morgan's child, there might be expectations for Gareth's future as well. But it was uncertain. At least for now, compared to Mordred, who already had a peach-shaped figure and a beautiful back curve, Gareth seemed lacking in competitiveness. The only thing she had over Mordred was a pair of hands that could bring a smile to Yoshikage Kira's face, earning her the nickname Beaumains. However, even though Artorius claimed to be an all-fetish person who liked every fetish, he hadn't really developed a taste for hand-related fetish. In conclusion, the wolf girl was not a cause for concern. Mordred could continue to enjoy her brother's favor. But the feeling of unease grew within Mordred's heart. The fragrance emanating from Artorius was of a type that Mordred had never encountered before. It was the scent of a mature, seductive silver-haired and red-eyed fairy big sister. This made Mordred feel uneasy. Chapter 41, Usurp Fate Plan. Brother, are you hiding something from me? After Artorius went to Avalon, Mordred couldn't help but feel suspicious. Has he met another woman? The scent, though unfamiliar, feels strangely familiar. Mordred's thoughts were driven by the fact that Artorius imparted knowledge to her during their time on the continent of Europe, whereas his interactions with Vivian occurred while he was still in Britain. This made her feel both familiar and unable to discern the truth. If this situation continues, it will surely worsen. Suspicion will breed. And eventually, transform into jealousy and hatred. Mordred might turn into Mordred Alter, launching a rebellious act against her beloved big brother. But Artorius would never let that happen. To make such a thing occur, the seeds of suspicion must be discarded, and other seeds of emotions must be sown abundantly. Let Mordred continue, and forever belong to him. In other words, I went to find Vivian. Artorius openly confessed his grand plan to Mordred. Why did brother go to her? In other words, to alter fate. According to the proper human history of the Type Moon world, after the Age of Gods, the Roman Empire would fall into chaos and fragmentation. From the remains of the Roman Empire, various Germanic kingdoms would emerge. There were prototype kingdoms like the Ostrogothic kingdom, Visigothic kingdom, Vandals kingdom, and Lombard's kingdom. After these prototypes collapsed due to the empire's counterattacks, the invasion of the Huns, and internal conflicts, the world entered the Middle Ages. It was during this time that the great and prosperous Germanic entities, which laid the foundation for the future, began to emerge. The Anglo-Saxons established England. The North Germanic peoples of Scandinavia invaded the islands, conquered Eastern Europe, and laid the groundwork for the future Russia as Kievan Rus. On the Iberian Peninsula, the remnants of the Visigoths and Suebi, along with the local Basques, took nearly 1,000 years to counterattack and successfully occupied the entire region of Spain. They would become the future Spaniards and Portuguese. The number of kingdoms established by the Germanic tribes was so vast, prosperous, and powerful that it became the stuff of dreams. However, if one were to ask who, in the Middle Ages after the fall of the Western Roman Empire, had gained the most benefits and established the most powerful, glorious, and magnificent dynasty in Europe as the Germanic peoples, everyone would choose the same name. Frank. Originating from the east bank of the Rhine, the Franks then swept across all of Gaul. After experiencing 3 dynastic changes, they occupied most of the territories of present-day Europe, including France, Germany, Italy, Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg, and Switzerland, the core of Europe. In the Middle Ages, they were the most powerful, the core, and the most successful among the Germanic tribes. They seized the imperial heritage of the Western Roman Empire and became the Roman emperors, the epitome of the Germanic peoples. They were the Franks, the ancestors of Europe. What I want to usurp are the concept of Frank and the fate of Frank. Compared to Britain and the Roman Empire, which is fated to perish, why can't we become the fated victors, Mordred? Artorius' eyes shimmered as he spoke word by word to his most trusted sister, revealing his grand plan. Anglo-Saxons, the Germanic peoples who landed on the British Isles, are already within my grasp. But that's not enough. There are still thousands of years until the rise of the Anglo-Saxons. I don't want to wait that long. So, the Franks are the best choice. I discussed this topic with Morgan. She told me that, theoretically, it could be done. Though it's challenging, it's possible. But it requires a sufficient number of exceptional mages. At this point, if it were an ordinary person, they would surely be astonished by Artorius' terrifying and crazy ambition. What he desired wasn't salvation or clinging to the remnants of the old era in sorrow. It wasn't even about squeezing into the new era to secure a place among the ruling class. No, he simply wanted to usurp the most crucial fate of this era and make it his own. How audacious it was. However, the one Artorius faced was Mordred. She was the ideal subordinate he had educated and his most loyal sister. She had little interest in almost everything outside of Artorius. Fate, the so-called greatest things of the new era, or any kind of usurping, all of these meant nothing to Mordred. So after Artorius finished speaking, Mordred had only one thought. Oh, so my brother went to find that woman not because of her silver hair, red eyes, and big chest which perfectly fit his type, but for a grand plan. If that's the case, then there's nothing to worry about. Those were words she kept inside, unable to voice them. As for the words she could say, she assured her brother, please rest assured, dear brother. Like the most loyal and resolute knight, Mordred knelt on one knee before Artorius, bowing to him. I, Mordred Pendragon, shall assist in fulfilling your wish. Thus, Mordred's slight doubt about Artorius vanished into thin air. She remained Artorius' most loyal knight, his finest commander, his beloved sister, and his best companion. Observing such an indescribably loyal sister, Artorius felt not only relieved but also moved, filled with abundant love for her. Yet among these emotions, there was, of course, a tiny, insignificant, and inconsequential sentiment. That is, make little Mo happy, so that I can find time every day to go to Avalon and play with big sis Vivian without raising suspicion. And so, during the subsequent journey, Artorius went to Avalon every day, leaving Vivian utterly charmed by him. Several days passed like this before Artorius gradually began to change his demeanor and attitude. Every time he went to play with Vivian, he wore a worried expression. When the fairy big sister asked, "Artorius, what's going on?" Artorius chose not to tell her. This only fueled Vivian's curiosity, her desire for knowledge, and her thoughts of helping Artorius alleviate his worries to increase her likability in his heart. These desires grew stronger and stronger. Chapter 42, Ireland. Artorius, what's going on? Just tell me, please. In the Garden of Avalon, amidst a perpetual blooming flower sea, fairies witnessed a surprising scene under the warm and gentle sunlight. Among them, the strongest and most exceptional was Vivian, the Lady of the Lake, who acted like a little girl, playfully pestering a youth of around 16. It was a rather indescribable feeling. Fairies, these creatures, some were as tiny as butterflies with insect-like wings and miniature figurine-like bodies, cute and fantastical. They were innocent, lively, and mischievous, just like children. But there were also some, the powerful ones, with proportions akin to humans, and among them, the most formidable possessed unparalleled wisdom. Just like Vivian. Vivian wasn't like those half-hearted fairies that always boasted, "I'm the smartest," when in reality was a fool. No, she was the real deal, possessing top-notch intelligence. She was admired by the fairies, as an exceptional and clever big sister. One could even say she was the queen of the fairies. That's why Vivian always carried herself with grace and elegance in front of the fairies. She was the admired big sister. Never did any fairy imagine that their exceptional and wise big sister would make such a cute gesture towards a human boy named Artorius, even though he was indeed cute in their eyes. But can someone really be judged solely based on cuteness? Well, considering the simple thought process of fairies, they probably wouldn't understand. It had been 5 or 6 days since Artorius had been troubled, unwilling to reveal the situation to Vivian, and now, her curiosity and concern regarding Artorius had reached its peak. Despite being a queen, a goddess, and a big sister, Vivian was still a fairy. Her curiosity was not inferior to that of any other fairy. To satisfy her curiosity, it wouldn't hurt to act cute in front of Artorius, of course, only in front of him, others were out of the question. It's nothing. Artorius resisted as usual. He displayed a forced smile while declining Vivian. "I don't want to trouble you with this, big sis Vivian." Artorius's response showed progress compared to the previous days. A few days ago, he simply told Vivian, "It's nothing." Now, he said, "I don't want to trouble you." After uttering those words, Artorius promptly vanished, leaving Vivian alone, sulking. "What on earth? Obviously you are already a lover of this big sister, yet you still hiding something from big sister. Really? Really? You're not being a good boy." As she grumbled, Vivian vented her dissatisfaction with the flowers and plants around her. Her delicate feet kicked the ground. However, after pondering for a short while, Vivian made a decision: she would forgive him. Yes, she had decided to forgive Artorius. It wasn't just because he was adorable or kind-hearted and well-behaved. It was because Artorius, by concealing things from her, was actually for her own good. Despite facing difficulties himself, he worried about burdening her. Such a child was truly, truly precious. I will definitely help him. After Artorius left, Vivian felt happy for a while and made a decision. Since he treated her so well, she was determined to wholeheartedly repay him. Meanwhile. "Brother, did something good happen to you?" Mordred asked curiously by Artorius' side. Observing Artorius involuntarily smiling, Mordred became slightly curious. "Yeah." Artorius replied. "The plan to convince the fairy Vivian has moved on to the next stage." "I see." Mordred said, realization dawning on her. As usual, her brother didn't deceive her and chose to share all the secrets and plans with her, even during their journey to Ireland. At the moment, they were already aboard a ship, enduring the turbulence of the waves while the excellently designed longship, with its raised dragon head, sailed bravely forward. This type of ship, invented by the Norsemen, gained significant fame in later times because of the Vikings' extensive use. Despite being a type of sail and or vessel like their counterparts in the Mediterranean, it was better suited for navigation in the stormy North Sea. In later years, Viking adventurers even relied on these ships to sail the Arctic Ocean and eventually reach the New World. Artorius, commanding a considerable number of Germanic peoples, naturally adopted this ship, best suited for the North Sea, as the standard equipment for the Germanic army. They made some modifications to the ship's design. Land. At that moment, a sailor standing on the lookout shouted excitedly. This announcement made the rowers even more enthusiastic. Artorius preferred using free sailors over slaves. Although they were harder to control, having more combatants in naval engagements was always a welcome advantage. "We have arrived in Ireland," Artorius informed Mordred, saying, "The next step is to proceed to the Land of Shadows." The Dragon Prince spoke confidently, harboring some anticipation for what would happen next. After all, who doesn't love that purple lady? Half an hour later. The longship, with its shallow draft, ran aground on a sandbar. Sailors armed with various weapons, pirates, and soldiers cheerfully disembarked onto Ireland's isolated land, which had little connection with the continent since ancient times. Although the region had experienced Roman influence and been inhabited by Celts who migrated from Britain, politically, economically, and culturally, Ireland remained independent. It had always been a land of divided factions. Small kingdoms constantly battled each other, never achieving unity. If history is correct, this chaotic situation would persist for centuries until Britain eventually annexed it. But now, perhaps there's another possibility, Artorius pondered. It's just a remote corner of Europe, an inconsequential place. In the end, it will also be an addition to Britain. Even if we bring it under control and annex it now, won't it trigger any adverse consequences to fate, right? Chapter 43, Wrong Place. Poor Irish people, the last refuge of the Celts, were still unaware of how their future would become glorious due to the impromptu decision of the Son of Dragon. Of course, not as Ireland, but as part of the great empire of Artorius, a county in the province of Britain. In present-day Ireland, 4 powers stood side by side, Leinster, Munster, Connaught, and Ulster, the 4 small kingdoms, constantly engaging in various alliances and intrigues, like a miniature version of the Middle Ages. However, no matter how they maneuvered internally, they dared not offend any powerful existence, especially someone like Artorius. Knights serving under Artorius hailed not only from Britain but also from some Irish Celts. There was also some trade between the Germanic regions under Artorius's control and Ireland. So, after landing, when Artorius dispatched envoys announcing his intention to visit the Land of Shadows, the rulers of Ireland's small kingdoms all submitted obediently. They eagerly sent envoys, willing to act as guides. Becoming a vassal state of Rome was not a problem either. However, the situation changed upon hearing that Artorius's goal was the Land of Shadows. There's no way to enter the Land of Shadows. Artorius furrowed his brow as he faced a sweaty and visibly fearful Irish envoy. The location was Dublin. Of course, it wasn't called Dublin yet. The city was built during the Viking era in its original history, but that didn't matter. Anyway, in Dublin, the messenger who met with Artorius brought bad news. Yes, great General Artorius, that's how it is. The Irish envoy replied with a forced smile. In recent years, Queen Scathatch hasn't recruited any disciples and hasn't appeared in Ireland. You know, the Land of Shadows is a place we ordinary people cannot enter. Normally, those who go to the Land of Shadows are invited by Queen Scathatch herself, so. Artorius inquired further and visited some of Scathatch's former students in Ireland. The youngest of these students was already over 60. From them, Artorius confirmed that Scathatch's activities had gradually diminished over 30 years ago. Is it because of the demise of the Age of Gods? Artorius wondered. He knew Scathatch managed to live through to the present, but being alive didn't mean she could freely act in the mortal realm. So, what should we do next, brother? Mordred asked anxiously, observing Artorius deep in thought for several days. This is a problem indeed. Artorius replied. Before leaving, Artorius handed over the intelligence and spy organization to Agravain. As for internal affairs, he entrusted the administrative system he personally planned for the Germanic regions. This ensured the stability of the Germanic regions for a certain period. However, this was still an era primarily governed by individuals, an era centered around bloodlines, heroes, and strength. If the core supporting this system, Artorius, were to remain abroad for an extended period, the situation would become uncertain. I definitely need to find a solution. Artorius thought and made a decision. If we can't obtain news of Scathatch in a short period, we'll leave behind some intelligence personnel and envoys to continue the search in Ireland. Then we'll return to the Germanic regions. The time required to sail from Ireland back to the Germanic regions wouldn't be too long. It wouldn't significantly delay their plans. Well, okay. Mordred said. Since Artorius had made up his mind, Mordred settled down. The group then began searching the lands of Ireland for traces of the Land of Shadows. Until one night, when, after telling Mordred a modified fairy tale, Artorius also entered the realm of dreams. In the dream, Artorius followed his thoughts and headed toward Avalon. Upon waking up, he had to take care of Mordred, but once he fell asleep, he would go to Vivian and act spoiled. If he were just an ordinary human, he would have probably withered and died long ago. But Artorius, being the son of dragon, was different. A dragon never bows its head. When his mother, Artoria, who was still immature at the time, was an apprentice knight, she would train diligently during the day and receive education in kingship from Merlin while asleep. The current Artorius is an enhanced version compared to the Artoria Lily of the past. Naturally, he is unstoppable. Now, I can confront Big Sis Vivian. He thought as he moved forward. The path in the dream is determined by one's state of mind. It can be long or short. However, this time, Artorius felt like he had been walking for a long time without encountering the floral sea from his memories. Did I take the wrong path? No, can the path in a dream be wrong? Pondering over this question, Artorius started to feel a bit annoyed. Just as he was contemplating what to do next, a lush forest appeared ahead. Birds were singing, and small animals like rabbits and squirrels were hopping around. Artorius could also hear the sound of flowing water. Does Avalon have a place like this? I haven't been here before. Thinking this, he approached the area with a curious feeling. And then he heard it. It was the hum of a girl. A scene that was famous in works of art. A girl with long, pink hair and delicate skin was bathing in the waist-deep water of a spring. She had her back turned to Artorius, so he could only see the curve of her back. It was something that could make him couldn't help but whistle. It was on par with Mordred, if not surpassing her. If they were to be distinguished, Mordred had a more toned and smooth figure due to her training, and her skin was slightly healthier in complexion. While the girl with her back to Artorius appeared softer and had fairer skin. Both were beautiful in their own ways. As Artorius thought this, he turned around to leave. Although his inner desires befit the name of a dragon, Artorius, in general, was a gentleman. He would not engage in voyeuristic behavior. He quietly left, not letting the other person notice his presence. That was Artorius's decision. However, before that happened. Is someone there? A pure voice with a hint of seduction came through. He had been discovered. As Artorius thought this, he halted his steps and faced the girl in the spring, who was completely exposed. As a ruler and an iron-fisted leader, he was undoubtedly a gentleman, but he was not a pushover. He wouldn't panic. Thus, they maintained eye contact for 2 minutes. Chapter 44, Pink-Haired Seductress. Such a handsome child, the woman said. Although she wasn't wearing anything, the woman with pink long hair and a gentle face smiled, giving off a remarkably sweet appearance. She seemed completely not embarrassed. With that body and that face, it was as if she were born to entice men. She was a natural beauty, indeed. Different from Mordred, Morgan, or Artoria, and even different from Vivian. Mordred was not only a girl but also an excellent warrior, a versatile talent trained by Artorius, and an outstanding commander. Morgan, aside from being a woman, was a powerful witch, a mage. Vivian could be considered a fairy queen, and Artoria, needless to say, was the king of knights. However, now, smiling and looking at the woman in front of him with great interest, Artorius couldn't discern her status or anything else with his ability that resembled appraisal. Knight, swordsman, mage, commoner, villager, noble, little sister, lady, big sister, this woman didn't have any of those attributes. Artorius wasn't just boasting, over the past few years, he had significantly honed his ability. If he were to guess, he would likely be correct 8 or 9 times out of 10. But, at this moment, it seemed like this ability had lost its effect. Apart from being a female, Artorius couldn't see anything else. There were 2 possibilities. The first possibility was that this woman had an incredibly strong feminine power. So her profession and characteristics were inherently female, or rather, female itself. The other possibility was that this woman possessed a powerful affinity for magic, or she was skilled in magecraft. Thus, she concealed her own characteristics. Regardless of which possibility it was, neither was an easy one to deal with. Artorius thought to himself and then asked the beautiful woman in front of him, "Big sister, are you a fairy?" Saying such words, Artorius adjusted his demeanor to that of an innocent, naive, and cute boy. It was his natural defensive behavior when dealing with unfamiliar big sisters. As for the question about the fairy, it was a kind of test. Artorius had seen many fairies in Avalon or Britain. Some were as small as butterflies, and others were a bit larger, like figurines. The most powerful fairies probably had the proportions of a legal loli. Fairy big sisters like Vivian were few and far between. Artorius hadn't encountered many of them so far. "No, not a fairy," the other person said, smiling gently at Artorius. Then, "Besides fairies, are there other beings in Avalon? Like goddess?" Artorius proposed another hypothesis. "No, not that either," she replied with a smile, getting closer to Artorius as the sound of water flowed. "Well, even though many people say I have a beauty resembling that of a goddess, I am indeed a human, you know," she said as she approached, gradually revealing more of her figure. The natural and aesthetic feeling emanating from her had a considerable impact on Artorius. This person truly is a seductress, Artorius thought to himself. While he had this thought in his mind, the pink-haired seductress happily approached the shore. She was getting closer to Artorius. At this proximity, Artorius had to maintain his innocent boyish image and acting. So, even though he wanted to push this big sister down and scold her for being shameless, he just turned his head slightly, blushing, as if he wanted to see but didn't dare. This attitude pleased the pink-haired seductress. Little brother, she intentionally put on a sad expression and said to Artorius, don't you like big sister? Isn't big sister pretty? Pretty. Artorius, who pretended as the pure, introverted, and shy boy, replied with a bashful tone, I've never seen such a pretty big sister before. This was a lie. Based on Artorius's standards, this woman was indeed exceptional. However, she didn't surpass the women in his own family. Moreover, in this short moment, Artorius had a daring guess. He figured out who this woman was. Well, if that's the case, why don't you take a good look at big sister? No, it's not right. Artorius spoke this time with conviction, saying, as a knight, it's inappropriate to be disrespectful to women. If it were the 12-year-old Artorius, he could have answered, because mother said it's not right, continuing to emphasize his shota cuteness. But if 16-year-old Artorius said that, it would feel a bit fake. So he used such a firm and righteous way of speaking. I see, such a cute little knight. I'm not little, I'm already 16. In answering this question, Artorius also displayed the stubbornness and persistence typical of boys his age. When he said that, he unconsciously opened his eyes and looked at the other person. With wide open eyes, he quickly turned his head again, saying, please put on your clothes first before speaking. Yes, you're not a child anymore. The big sister with pink hair smiled happily. So don't worry, I'm already dressed, you know. So please open your eyes and look at me, my cute knight. I see. Artorius breathed a sigh of relief and then opened his eyes. Yes, she had indeed, properly, put on her clothes. A fluffy white outfit, boots, a white crown, and a garment that resembled a highly revealing swimsuit more than clothing, showing off a lot of skin. Should I say it's worthy of Type Moon World? Even though it's the medieval era, they have such modern attire, what nonsense. Artorius rolled his eyes in his mind and continued his acting. After pretending to be stunned for a while, Artorius then pretended to panic, closed his eyes, and waved his hands in front of him, as if trying to slap something away. What? Artorius shouted loudly while feeling like he had grabbed 2 soft marshmallows with his hands. Then came the happy yet erotic hum from the big sister. In this delightful hum, her fondness for Artorius once again increased significantly. Of course, this was also part of his calculation. Chapter 45, Meb. Queen Meb. The queen of the kingdom of Connaught felt like she had hit the jackpot. But, to have called her the Queen of Connaught was already a thing of the past. It had been quite a while since then. In any case, now she, like anyone who had left a significant mark in the Age of Gods, possessed sufficient power and had no desire to die, had arrived at the reverse side of the world, that incredibly boring place. Meb felt extremely frustrated, almost going mad. If this boredom continued, she might as well just commit suicide. Although, after committing suicide, there was no way to continue making love in the Throne of Heroes. After all, she had heard that the heroic spirits in the Throne of Heroes, under the control of suppression, were actually quite dull and monotonous. But at least there would have been some feeling, right? All the good men from ancient times, the past, the present, and the future, all existed on the Throne of Heroes. Just thinking about it made her happy. So Meb had already made a decision. If this boredom continued for a few more years, she would commit suicide. Of course, now that she was feeling frustrated and wanting to die, it had disappeared. Because she had encountered a handsome boy. A very innocent and pure one. A prince who perfectly complemented her girlish, dreamy pink color. With beautiful pale platinum hair, splendid silver frost armor, and innocent, lively sky blue eyes. He was the most attractive, adorable, and handsome male she had ever seen. Have the gods answered my prayers and sent this child to me? He. The current Meb no longer wanted to die at all. What she desired now was to love and possess this innocent boy. With such thoughts in her heart, the romance had already begun, and the queen was happily overwhelming the boy by pressing him down. She could sense that this boy possessed great strength, not inferior to any great heroes she had seen before. He might have even surpassed that guy and excelled beyond measure. But because she was a cute big sister and he had smelled the soft scent emanating from her at close proximity, the boy didn't want to harm her. He didn't use force and allowed her to overpower him. Artorius, Meb felt triumphant in her heart and enjoyed the boy's weak protest of, let go of me. While pressing him down. She felt like she was about to burst with pleasure. What an incredible child. While pretending to be shy, Artorius also didn't forget to adjust his attitude. Since he was the type of character who adheres to his beliefs but still has desires. Before, he would protest, close his eyes, and even act shy. Now, he raises his spear high to show respect. My, feeling the size of his spear, Meb reveals a joyful expression. Although in her heart, she wishes she could do this and that to him right now, she obediently gets up from him. The reason she acts this way is that Meb also has her own aesthetic sense. If she were to force things now, the boy on the ground would probably hesitate and resist. What was the fun of that? Well, she wasn't a twisted, perverted nymphomaniac. It was something completely incompatible with her aesthetics and pleasure. Regardless, she wouldn't do anything to spoil the mood in front of such an attractive boy. So, she had to use seduction. She would make this adorable young knight hers, both body and soul. Then she could slowly indulge herself. Days in the reverse side won't be boring at all. Foo. She thought happily, although I don't know why this child ended up here, now that he's in my hands, he belongs to me. She had a certain feeling. Even though she had lost everything, all her lovers, beloveds, husbands, fiancés, and the like, as long as she had this boy by her side, she was the victor. A feeling emerged in her mind. This child's worth exceeds that of C.U. Chillin. It made her lose herself for a moment. Now, what should be the next step in my conquest? While Artorius pretended to be cautious and shy, she changed her swimsuit-style clothes to a beautiful velvet coat. She also playfully swung a small whip, making a snapping sound. Though it still looked a bit off, at least she was dressed. Seeing this scene, Artorius sighed in relief. He maintained a calm demeanor and introduced himself. My name is Artorius Pendragon. I am the Prince of Britain, as well as a general and leader in the Germanic army of the Roman Empire. As he spoke these words, the aura of a general, a dictator, and a mighty warrior flashed briefly, making Medb's eyes sparkle. A powerful male was also a bonus for her. Then, big sister, may I ask where this place is, and who are you? If it was a strong, handsome, and innocent boy, then it couldn't get any better. Artorius had 2 effective attacks against Queen Medb. One was an attack against older ladies, and the other was an attack against femme fatale who longed for love. Or perhaps it was precisely because of the existence of these attacks that Artorius always attracted these peculiar women everywhere. Foo. After admiring the attractive boy for a while, Medb replied cheerfully to his question, "This is my home, my cute knight. As for how you got here, I don't know. All I know is that ordinary humans cannot reach this place, and even if they do, they can't return." What? Can't return? Or let's say it's very difficult to return. Although in reality, by now Artorius had already interpreted the dream more than 50%. But he continued to pretend to be surprised and said to Medb, "That won't do, I must go back." "Don't worry too much, young one. I will help you find a solution." "In that case, thank you so much, Just call me Medb." "Well, big sister." Medb. Hearing the sweet, affectionate way the boy called her name, Medb felt extremely happy. So she proceeded with the next step of her plan. "But before that, why don't you take a little rest?" As she said that, she took out a honey-scented wine jug and looked at Artorius expectantly, thinking about the pleasurable development to come, drinking wine, entering a state of intoxication, and then, being completely devoured by her. He. However, things didn't unfold as she had expected. Artorius didn't agree, nor did he continue to act innocent. Instead, he looked at her with a strange gaze. That gaze seemed to say, "Is that all?" Chapter 46, Disappointing. With his knowledge of magecraft and the potential to become a caster in the future, Artorius immediately recognized the ingredients and purpose of the honey wine that Medb had produced. His gaze toward her instantly became slightly grim. Knowing that she was Medb and aware of her reputation, Artorius was willing to engage with her in this inexplicable situation, either to indulge in her company or to seek a technical exchange. Medb relied on her charm to manipulate men and achieve success, while Artorius was quite the opposite by using his charm on women. In a way, they were colleagues. So, it was normal to desire to acquire some techniques from a fellow practitioner, wasn't it? That was why Artorius pretended to be an innocent boy from the start. He wanted to see how Medb seduced men, how she enticed them, and how she used her language, abilities, and strategies to manipulate them. All these things could be incorporated into his own skill set. By the time he woke up the next day, he would be able to bring happiness to Mordred as well. Even in a situation like this, I haven't forgotten about my sister. I truly am a good brother. Artorius felt a sense of pride in his heart. While Artorius did exploit women to his advantage in this chaotic age, he had no choice due to the limited options available to him at the moment. Utilizing his charm, which proved to be the most effective tool at his disposal, became necessary for him to achieve his goals. In return, he ensured their happiness, as he did with his little sister Mordred, for instance. It could be said that he altered her fate as a traitor, preventing her from meeting her demise at the hands of her father. He even sacrificed his own body for Vivian's happiness. However, the reality is often disappointing. Is this it? Where were the promised techniques? Where were the persuasive words and the strategies? Did she go straight for an aphrodisiac? Is this all? What a waste of time. This woman. How disappointing. Artorius's expression grew gloomy. What? Meb exclaimed in surprise while Artorius stood up and looked at her with eyes akin to those assessing trash. I thought as a legendary queen, you would bring forth profound insights. Yet, you present such vulgar items. Meb, wah. Though she didn't understand why, after Artorius spoke so vehemently all of a sudden, Meb felt quite guilty. She had a feeling that she might suffer a heart attack, cough up 3 liters of blood, and die. This sense of guilt intensified as Artorius continued. The decline of the Age of Gods, Gaia's calamity, leading to the successive rise of Germanic tribes then seized Rome and brutalized its inhabitants. Consequently, the Senate was filled with rotten officials, while beasts feasted upon the temple's offerings. Well, these things don't seem to have much to do with you, I suppose. Meb, what are? Shut up, you vulgar bitch, how dare you bark at me? Her small protest was completely ignored by Artorius. He continued righteously. Your life story, I am well aware of it. You are the Queen of Connaught, known as the Passionate Maiden, the Eternal Lady. When this gorgeous prince arrives, you should have responded gently, enjoyed a romantic rendezvous, shared your hearts, and... Meb, isn't it troublesome to go through all that? Why don't we skip the formalities and get straight to the point? Enough. Hearing Meb's words, Artorius's dissatisfaction grew even stronger. You were supposed to help me. Yet, you resorted to aphrodisiacs, intending to deceive me. Your crimes are grave, and the heavens and earth won't tolerate you. Meb, what? Aren't you exaggerating? Her small protest was once again disregarded by Artorius, who continued righteously summarizing his thoughts to Meb. Queen of Connaught. You pink slut have long departed to the reverse side of the world, so what right do you have to seduce me? I have never seen such shamelessness. After uttering these words, Artorius turned and walked away without looking back, leaving behind a startled Meb to continue standing in place, stunned. What just happened? As she regained her senses, she realized that she had been tricked by Artorius. He had scolded her and then disappeared without a trace. She remained in a daze for a while, pondering the situation. Did this boy see through me, and rejected me? No, that's not right. He even tricked me. He wasn't charmed by my allure at all. No, it's more like he thinks I'm a fool. Ah. I've been humiliated by that little bastard. Meb was on the verge of going mad. From her appearance, it seemed as though Artorius had committed an unforgivable act. If Artorius were to appear before her at this moment, she would undoubtedly teach him a lesson in her own unique way. Bastard, that Artorius. I'll remember you. I will seek revenge. Mark my words. I absolutely must make him mine. At the same time. As Artorius moved forward, leaving behind the spring where Meb was bathing, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. If she could read his mind, Meb wouldn't have been so angry. Her charm was still effective on Artorius, to some extent. It just wasn't as effective as she had hoped. If only I hadn't been so decisive in leaving. Even if I couldn't learn any seduction techniques, I could have at least enjoyed a free service. What's so bad about that? After all, I wouldn't take any responsibility. Damn, I regret it. Is it too late to turn back now? After contemplating for a few seconds, Artorius ultimately decided against it. Losing face for the sake of his dragon spear satisfaction wasn't worth it, indeed. And that woman is probably holding a grudge against me. If there's a chance in the future, she'll likely cause trouble. But oh well, she's trapped in the reverse side, and she's not a god. She'll probably die in another 2 years and head to the throne of heroes. It's not that easy to meet again, right? With that thought in mind, Artorius cast Meb aside and began pondering other matters. The place he was in right now was indeed a dream. However, it wasn't the way guiding toward Avalon. Artorius pondered, is it because I'm in Ireland that the situation has changed? Could it be that the connection lies within the reverse side changing to a place associated with Ireland? Was that why I came to the holy spring where Meb is located? If that's the case, Artorius thought of a possibility. If that's true, could I also reach the land of shadows through this method? Maybe I can give it a try. Artorius made up his mind. With thoughts like, land of shadows, land of shadows, land of shadows. In his mind, he moved forward. But it had no effect. Did I get it wrong? After thinking for a moment, he decided to try a different approach. Purple granny, purple granny, purple granny. As Artorius thought this, he moved forward. Deep down, he felt certain that he would definitely get scolded by the purple lady. Regardless, his mission to find a way to the land of shadows was accomplished. I truly am a genius. With this cheerful thought in mind, Artorius walked forward happily. But, gradually, he began to hear Mordred's voice in his ears. Brother, brother, brother. The voice grew clearer and clearer. Don't bother me, little M.O. Your brother is busy doing important things. After uttering these words, Artorius woke up. Chapter 47, Return. He remained to lie on the bed inside the military tent, with Mordred by his side. Although Mordred only revealed her identity as a knight, she couldn't continue sharing a tent with Artorius. However, sneaking in quietly at midnight was still possible. Every morning, Artorius waking her up was one of Mordred's happiest moments, second only to the daytime training and night training. But today, Mordred sensed something was wrong. Until now, Artorius hadn't woken up yet. Feeling a bit worried, she could only resort to physical means to wake him. Of course, that was after trying magical means with no effect. Mordred. Artorius woke up. Sorry, brother. But if you don't get up soon, everyone else will be awake. As she spoke, Mordred turned around. I'll go back first. You should hurry too, brother. After saying that, Mordred silently left, leaving Artorius alone. It's already this late. Artorius also sat up. He quickly put on the scattered clothes nearby. Then, he yawned and stood up, walking out of the camp. It was still early morning, and hardly anyone had woken up yet. They were in a jungle by the roadside. Apart from Artorius, Mordred, and the guides and messengers from Ireland, there were hardly any people around. The soldiers had been left behind by Artorius at the landing site. Artorius had requested them to establish a stronghold there. This stronghold would become the Empire's future base for trade, invasion, and colonization of Ireland in the future. Currently, it was mainly used for trade and cultural exchange. After wandering outside for a while, everyone began to wake up. They started cooking their food in the marching pot. It was a simple one-pot dish, along with some porridge and coarse grains. It was a watery soup. Apart from being freshly satisfying, it didn't offer many advantages. But for the soldiers and people of this era, it was already a rare delicacy. In addition to the fresh porridge soup, breakfast included game hunted from the woods and biscuits brought along. The former was skewered and grilled over the fire, while the latter was torn into pieces and thrown into the soup to soften before eating. In this era of abnormal global climate, every bit of food had to be conserved. Even the Germanic military district, which possessed agricultural technology surpassing the era by 1500 years, had to do the same. Perhaps in another 2 years, with more cultivated land being opened up, the situation would improve. Currently, most of the Germanic regions still relied on traditional methods of farming/and-burn agriculture. Changing all of that wouldn't happen overnight. Speaking of which, this land belongs to Connacht now. During breakfast, the Irish guide playfully winked at everyone, seemingly preparing to share a local legend. Speaking of Connacht, the most famous figure is undoubtedly the legendary Queen Medb. He cheerfully and endlessly recounted the exploits of this widely known queen, especially the stories between her and Siu Chilin, the son of Ireland. By the way, this place used to be Queen Medb's palace. It is said that occasionally, people still catch glimpses of Medb here. Really? It's been so many years. Probably just a scam. Next, the guide's assurance and everyone's doubts had become meaningless. Artorius didn't want to listen any further. Is it because of this reason that I saw Medb last night? Artorius thought to himself, then gave the command. We won't search anymore. We'll return to Britain tomorrow. Although Artorius's followers found it strange, they didn't dare to object. The Irish guide, on the other hand, felt a bit anxious, worried that he had done something wrong, causing dissatisfaction to the influential figure from the foreign country. If the figure were unhappy, would he be implicated? Of course, Artorius didn't really care about the thought of an ordinary guide. The Britain exploration group happily departed in this manner. Shortly after their departure, a certain person, mockingly referred to by Artorius as the vulgar bitch and the pink slut, came riding in a metallic chariot with a menacing presence. Where is he? Where is he? Surrounding her were soldiers created in large quantities using her blood and genetic factors. This magecraft product of the Age of God couldn't exist in present-day Ireland for too long. So she had to act quickly. Where did that brat, who refused to defile my body, run off to? Damn it, I won't let him get away. I must capture him and give him a proper education. Furious with her eyes bloodshot, she searched the forest where Artorius and his group had camped several times, inside and out. But she found nothing. This only made her angrier. Yesterday, at the reverse side of the world, she had pondered over it. In the end, the more she thought, the angrier she became. After Artorius left and a brief moment of chaos ensued, she understood everything. From the beginning, she had been deceived, completely deceived. That boy had been a comrade from the very beginning. The shyness he had shown before was all an act. The reason for that act was to fool herself, gather information, and conquer her. But when she presented him with the bewitching wine, the boy turned on her immediately. Because she skipped the steps and went straight for the outcome, making the child find it disappointing. Mere physical relations were not his pursuit. So he ridiculed her and walked away. Damn it, I must get my revenge. I will make him experience the wailing and tearful acknowledgement of his mistake, bowing down before this queen's might. She vowed solemnly, thinking like this. However, since she couldn't find him, she could only continue her impotent rage. Garg. Like that. At the same time. Returning to Britain, I will find that white-haired shady mage. It's the final piece of the puzzle. Artorius, riding on his warhorse, traveled at the fastest speed while thinking like this, surveying his surroundings. Just like Britain, Wales, and Ireland were also the last home of the Celts. This needs a slight correction. Previously, Artorius believed, along with certain literary works and the concept of the counterforce, that the Age of Gods had ended with the complete annihilation of the Celts. However, this belief is not entirely accurate. Because in places like Britain, Wales, and Ireland, tucked away in the corners, Celts still exist. So to say that the true ether disappeared, and the Celts would be eradicated, is not quite right. The Celts indeed managed to survive. It was just that the cost was too great. All parts related to the Age of Gods and true ether were severed. Just like having an amputation below the neck. The surviving Celts no longer had the strength to participate in grand history. They could only survive in the bitter cold corners. In proper human history, they had Northwest significant place of their own. They couldn't even be considered extras, they were just a group of background characters. So, my plan is still correct. With this thought in mind, Artorius returned to Dublin's anchorage at the fastest speed. By this time, the sky was gradually darkening. Artorius was about to enter the dreamland again. Author's note. Celts are completely extinct. That's absolutely ridiculous. Celts exist in Ireland, Wales, and Brittany. They have survived up until now. And if you're talking about the Type Moon world, there are Celts there too, even in modern times. Otherwise, where did Grey and Bazet come from? Chapter 48, Scathatch. Good night, big brother. Mordred said. Mordred always greeted him with good morning, so it was only natural for her to bid him good night as well. With a contented smile, Mordred closed her eyes and soon the sound of her steady breathing filled the room. Artorius, making sure his adorable sister had fallen asleep, prepared to doze off as well. Who will I dream of tonight? Artorius wondered to himself. Will I find the way to the land of shadows? Artorius was filled with anticipation before falling asleep, and perhaps he envied Merlin a little. As an incubus, Merlin possessed much stronger dream-invoking abilities than him. Finding the land of shadows should be much simpler for that guy. If it doesn't work out, I'll ask for his help when I meet that shady guy, Artorius thought, pulling Mordred, who instinctively moved closer to him, into a tight embrace. If it were an ordinary couple who slept like this every night, the woman would develop cervical issues, and the men would suffer from shoulder inflammation. But Artorius and Mordred were exempt from such problems. Their physical condition ensured that they wouldn't encounter any issues even if they slept upside down. However, there's no guarantee I'll reach the land of shadows smoothly. I might end up in some other region within the reverse side. Artorius continued to ponder. In that case, will I be able to meet that pink-haired woman again? It wouldn't be bad if it were her. It would make up for yesterday's mistake. Although Artorius believed that Med would be furious and seething with anger after he left yesterday, it didn't matter. Regardless of how displeased she might be, she could only endure it while gazing upon his exquisitely unparalleled look. The purple granny is also nice, but it's frustrating to see her without being able to have her, huh? As he was about to fall asleep, or rather, slip into unconsciousness, Artorius sensed that something was amiss. There was someone beside him. With this thought in mind, he immediately reached for Clarent, preparing to strike without hesitation. As a general who had witnessed countless assassinations on the brutal battlefield, Artorius had experienced his fair share of assassination attempts. Killing while in sleep was a basic skill. However, his opponent's speed was astonishingly fast. Almost as soon as Artorius sensed something was wrong and gripped Clarent, a heavy blow landed on his forehead. Fuck. Is it going to end here? Artorius forced himself to endure the dizziness and struggled to open his eyes. At least let little M.O. As he thought this, he readied his sword. But what he saw before him surprised him greatly. It was a stunning woman dressed in tight, purple leather armor with a black mask, her flowing hair a vibrant shade of purple. She was the one who had viciously struck Artorius's head, causing him to be dizzy. Purple, overwhelmed with shock, Artorius nearly blurted out his inner thoughts, but before he could finish his words. Exclamation point. The woman's eyes flickered, and her gaze toward Artorius became even more dangerous. With two more swift strikes to Artorius's head, she finished him off. And so, Artorius successfully slept away. Dreamland. My head. Ugh, it hurts. Upon waking up again, Artorius found himself in a dream. Really, I should have been more careful. The prince regretted it silently. He knew that after the Age of Gods, those Irish people had vanished into the reverse side of the world, but he had no idea they could jump back and forth between the reverse side and the real world. If he had known, he definitely wouldn't have taken that purple granny words as a slogan and kept mentioning them at every opportunity. At least he wouldn't have been so reckless when he arrived in Ireland. But thinking about all this now won't change anything. Artorius thought to himself, if she didn't strike at me right away and kill me, then there must be something to talk about. This is a dream. She pulled me into this dream because she was captivated by my handsome appearance and charisma. So she was enchanted and wanted to make me hers, huh? Well, I don't actually mind this kind of development. In fact, I've always been an admirer of yours. As Artorius happily entertained these thoughts, a red light shimmered not far away, followed by a cold gleaming crimson spear, soaring toward Artorius. It was none other than Scathatch, the purple lady whom Artorius had been longing to encounter, wielding her weapon known as the Gee-Balg. In the next instant, Artorius swiftly swung his sword, Clarent, clashing it with the spear's blade, producing a crisp sound. Then, in another instant, Artorius took a step back, clashing his sword again with another blood-red spear of the same style. At the same time, Artorius caught a glimpse of her. In her eyes, excitement and killing intent sparkled, accompanied by a joyful smile. Wielding her dual spears, she moved like she was dancing, gracefully and skillfully. Scathatch! Artorius Pendragon shouted with delight, swinging his sword fiercely toward his opponent. This time, it wasn't a clash of martial techniques. Although they exchanged only a few moves, Artorius had already realized that his combat skills were no match for his opponent's. Secondly, his fighting style was not suitable for one-on-one combat. Clarent, in his hands, was a two-handed sword, its techniques vast and varied, making it a formidable presence on the battlefield. However, when faced with an opponent who surpassed him in speed, agility, and techniques, it was not enough. Scathatch's combat skills exceeded his own, wielding her dual spears with agile and cunning techniques. It perfectly countered Artorius in a one-on-one duel. If he insisted on fighting head-on, the chances of victory were slim. Therefore, Artorius decided to use his sword beam. Frost-colored magical energy gathered on the blade of his sword, and he launched it forcefully toward his opponent. This move was devastating on the battlefield. Its power was equally formidable in personal combat. Compared to all sword beams, whether it be his mother, Mordred, his cousin Gawain, or Lucius, Artorius was no less capable. However, not bad. However, compared to the purple-haired lady on the other side, he still seemed too naive. His opponent simply swung her spear. To Artorius's astonishment, her spear pierced through his beam. It was as if a sharp paper knife cut a piece of paper in half. Scathatch broke through the beam and closed in on Artorius, getting closer and closer. Got you. When Scathatch was less than 1.5 meters away from Artorius, fully within her striking range, Artorius felt a sense of pride within him. A freezing sensation suddenly emanated from his body. Reality Marble, Frost of Deathly Silence, activated once again. The chilling cold capable of freezing souls spread along Gee-Balg's spearhead, extending towards her arm. Swiftly, at a speed even Scathatch couldn't react to, her arm was frozen. This battle ultimately ends with my victory. This was Artorius's final thought before he was knocked unconscious by the spear on Scathatch's left hand. Chapter 49, Testing. Fuck, it hurts. Headache. Artorius felt like someone repeatedly hitting the back of his head with a spear, both in reality and in dreams several times, so goddamn painful. Artorius, who regained consciousness again, groaned, "Ack. Such an attractive youth, such agony." If it were the usual big sister, she would have surely shown concern and care by now. But the other person didn't. "You're not dead, kid." The cold, purple-haired beauty uttered such cold words. Artorius, dizzy and disoriented, fixed his gaze on her icy face. Unlike the battle-hungry woman from the previous battle, this Scathatch had an aura of tranquility and wisdom. She crouched beside Artorius's head, looking at him with indifferent eyes. Just now. Artorius recalled and confirmed how he had been defeated. When his frost of deathly silence froze her right arm, Scathatch swiftly turned around, allowing it to pass. In that split second before the frost of deathly silence could spread, she struck Artorius on the back of his head with the butt of the spear in her left hand. As the frost dragon, Artorius had an incredibly robust physical constitution, so he shouldn't have fainted from a single blow. However, he also had to factor in the head injury caused by Scathatch's surprise attack in the real world before. The combination of the two made Artorius lose consciousness. It was just a moment. Artorius thought, if just a little longer, the frost of deathly silence would have spread throughout her body, and then the victory would have been mine. That's why he had to get close to her, initiating the reality marble. He was concerned about her speed and reaction. If he couldn't strike from zero distance, she would undoubtedly evade his reality marble's range, use some magecraft, or find other ways to counter him. Artorius's plan had indeed succeeded. As for the subsequent failure, it was the result of the shameless surprise attack from her before the battle. So, let's call it a draw, 50-50. Since she as well could barely hold her ground against me after all. Artorius deliberately spoke in a tone that Scathatch could hear and said softly. Scathatch. The Queen of the Land of Shadows felt that she hadn't hit this kid hard enough. Although she didn't fully understand Artorius's thought process, by putting herself in his shoes and reconstructing the previous battle scene, Scathatch, possessing the wisdom of Dun Scaith, could grasp about 70 to 80% of his meanings. And then, she felt like hitting him. I only used spearmanship, kid. After standing up, Scathatch said to Artorius with a casual tone, I didn't use magecraft, nor did I use my authority as the Queen of the Land of Shadows. And yet, I'm the one who emerged victorious. Ah, yeah, sure. Artorius also stood up and looked at the purple figure in front of him with a slightly contemptuous gaze. You won, okay. Are you satisfied now, big sister? Scathatch. No, she wanted to hit him even more. This kid's attitude seemed to say, you're already such an adult. Why bother arguing with me, a child, about these trivial matters? So competitive and eager to prove yourself. What Queen of the Land of Shadows? What hero? You're just too narrow-minded. So. She took 2 deep breaths, suppressing the desire to beat him up, and then said to him, why were you searching for me all over Ireland, Britain son of dragon? Firstly, your address is outdated, Artorius told her. My primary titles now are Governor of the Roman Empire, Conqueror of Germania, Guardian of Gaul, and Savior of Europe. Secondly, I no longer wish to find you. The journey of seeking you, prompted by a momentary whim, has ended because this prince is now satisfied. So now, it is you who has come to find me, your majesty. You're the one who's so competitive. Watching Artorius behave shamelessly like that, talking nonsense with a straight face, Scathatch burst into laughter instead of anger. Is this the kind of tough guy act you put on in front of women you like? She commented. Of course, even if you're like that, I don't dislike it. Hearing Scathatch's words, Artorius showed a flustered expression of, how did she know, which made Scathatch burst into a joyful laugh. Don't pretend, kid. Scathatch leaned in close to Artorius's ear and spoke with a magnetic voice, with your craftiness, you wouldn't be flustered just by this. Stop this poor performance of yours. Ha ha ha. Hearing Scathatch's remark, Artorius finally revealed a genuinely happy smile from within. It's not poor at all, your majesty Scathatch. Artorius turned his face slightly, imitating Scathatch, and whispered in her ear, I've been earnestly contemplating your feelings. That's why I'm acting with great care. Such a boring trick. Really? Is that what you think? Don't you find it amusing? What a twisted taste. Agree to disagree, then. After this conversation, the two of them separated. 2 chairs appeared out of thin air behind them, and Artorius and Scathatch sat down together. Artorius could see a sense of appreciation in the other's eyes. From the moment Scathatch appeared before Artorius, they were testing each other. To be more precise, Scathatch was the one testing Artorius more. Testing his reaction speed, his martial skills, his intelligence, character, and even his shamelessness. It was her instinct as an excellent teacher. Every teacher tests their new students to assess their abilities and tailor their teaching accordingly. Scathatch was no exception. She divided each test subject into 6 grades, EDCBA, and an extraordinary evaluation that didn't fit into any category, EX. Of course, in reality, these should be written with runic letters. But using modern English directly makes it easier to understand, right? Scathatch's evaluation of Artorius was quite high. Martial arts, B-. Coming from a disciplined background, he is very solid. He has gained a lot of practical experience on the battlefield, but without guidance, his techniques and moves need improvement. Magecraft, B. He patched together his knowledge, self-taught. His foundation in magecraft is weak, but there is a lot of room for improvement. Physique, A+++, whether his speed, strength, endurance, or magical energy, they are all top-notch. Flexibility, reaction speed, and body control need improvement, but with training, they can reach the highest level. Wisdom and temperament, A-, quite intelligent, cunning, and willing to resort to any means necessary. In some aspects, he even exceeds her expectations. In conclusion, this is a child with considerable talent and potential. The potential and talent are so high that it made her excited. It's hard to resist the urge to teach and eagerly anticipate his progress. Teacher Scathatch is very satisfied with this. Chapter 50, Misunderstanding. You came to find me, basically for that kind of thing, right? Sitting upright and enjoying the sight of the attractive youth, Scathatch continued speaking to Artorius with an assured and effortless tone. Considering your sincerity in coming all this way to find me, and your diligent efforts to impress, I'll reluctantly agree. When she mentioned that kind of thing, of course, she wasn't referring to what Med next door was up to. It was about the cliché plot for the Fate series transmigrators or reincarnators became disciples of Scathatch. Be grateful, kid. You should also be aware of the current state of the world. Technically, I shouldn't be taking on disciples anymore. After finishing these words, Scathatch realized she had made a mistake. Because in front of her, Artorius had a pleased expression. That expression seemed to say, "You fool, you've finally fallen into my hands." This puzzled Scathatch. Apart from her considerable skills and the ability to teach, she didn't have any other advantages. This dragon prince went to great lengths to come here, searching and fooling around with Medbin dreams. Wasn't he seeking her guidance to further improve himself? What else could it be? Surely he wasn't genuinely infatuated with her beauty. Thinking this, Scathatch couldn't help but chuckle. If this were 500 years ago, she might have considered it. But now, the queen of the land of shadows had already withered inside. Love and romance, she had passed the age of pondering such things. So, she envied that child, who, even now, maintained youthful vitality and remained like a typical girl, Meb. In fact, one of the reasons she came to find Artorius today was partly because she wanted to vent her frustration by showing Meb who was the boss. Of course, now, Artorius held a higher position in her heart than Meb and didn't bother about that pink woman anymore. Could it be him? If it's him, perhaps my wish can be fulfilled. Though she wasn't at the point of being desperate or exhausted, the current Scathatch had a premonition, an expectation, a belief. She needed a disciple who was strong enough, tenacious enough, and ruthless enough to be prepared for the worst. Of course, even if he wasn't ruthless enough, the guy she possessed would ensure he acted mercilessly when facing her. So, she had originally chosen that target. The one named Siu Chulin, the Hound of Kilin, as her insurance. But that guy died. And he died so miserably. It was truly laughable. With that in mind, her satisfaction with Artorius grew even higher. This kid was clearly an old fox. He was ruthless enough and shameless enough. Probably, if necessary, he would mercilessly attack her without hesitation. With his sword, his spear, he would ruthlessly pierce through her body. However, it was not at all like that. Artorius mercilessly rejected her, saying, "I searched for you, to discuss a matter of great importance that affects the whole world." Facing Scathatch, who seemed somewhat bewildered, he continued without hesitation. "If it were back when I was just starting out, I would have accepted you as my teacher. But now, my position is different. Ultimately, I am a leader, a prince. In the future, I am destined to play the role of an emperor. If the emperor were to personally engage in combat, wouldn't the empire be deemed a failure? What would be the purpose of having so many subordinates? Therefore, all I need is a certain level of combat ability to protect myself and leave the rest to my subordinates. Oh, of course, if you have an obsession with teaching and can't bear not being someone's teacher, that's not a problem either. I can introduce you to my sister. She's the one." Hold on a moment. When Artorius reached this point, Scathatch interrupted him. "In other words, you're not here to seek my instruction in martial arts or magecraft and such?" "Nope, not at all." "Then. I already said, I need your help, not as a teacher, but for research in magecraft. In this age where gods are hiding, you are the one I can find with the most extensive and profound knowledge of magecraft." "No. That's not it." Before Artorius could reveal his grand plan and his ambition to usurp the fate of Franks, and before he could try to persuade her to assist him with a series of reasons, Scathatch interrupted his torrent of words. She stood up and approached Artorius. This proximity was too dangerous for a teenage boy like him. So Artorius couldn't continue saying what he wanted to say. He could only fix his gaze on her assertive outstretched hand, feeling embarrassed as he thumped back into his seat. With a strong sense of shame, Scathatch looked intently at Artorius, like a predator stalking its prey. Was she mistaken? In other words, did she misunderstand everything just now? Did she make a fool of herself in front of this boy? Was she too overconfident? Look at the expression in his eyes, they were filled with contempt as he looked at her. Though he didn't say it out loud, Scathatch was certain he was completely denying her teaching ability. It was as if he was saying, "A granny like you wants to be my teacher? I think you're delusional. You, a granny, can you compare to Chiron? Look at his numerous disciples, the finest of them being Greece's top heroes. And yet, your best disciple is a dog, for God's sake. You may seem wise and intelligent on the surface, but you're failing so miserably. You're probably a member of the Tosaka family as well." With this thought, Scathatch suppressed the desire to thrust her spear through Artorius and made a decision. Since that was the case, there was only one path left to take. "Speak." Scathatch looked at Artorius seriously, her red spear trembling in her right hand. You came here to seek me out, desiring my unrivaled glorious martial arts and the world's greatest magecraft. You want me to teach you how to become stronger, right? In an instant, 180 thoughts raced through Artorius's mind. From, this woman has gone insane, to, maybe she wants to imprison and exploit me. Before he could select the most reasonable answer from these 180 options, a thunderous sound reverberated as Guy Ball gouged out a trench tens of meters deep and hundreds of meters long, burying Artorius's words in the ground. After swallowing a gulp of saliva, he calmly repeated the words Scathatch had just said. I came here to seek you out, desiring your unrivaled glorious martial arts and the world's greatest magecraft, and to ask you to teach me how to become stronger. After saying these words, as Artorius watched Scathatch's expression turn pleased and relaxed, he added the second half of his sentence. By the way, I also want to discuss a matter related to the fate of the world. Feeling refreshed, Scathatch neither confirmed nor denied it. Chapter 51, Teacher. Artorius, in the end, reached a contract with Scathatch. It was a geis, an unbreakable oath in Celtic magecraft. Scathatch agreed to teach Artorius everything she knew. She would teach him as much as he could learn. That was the price Artorius had to pay. As for Scathatch, her price was to seriously discuss with Artorius, to engage in a matter that concerned the fate of the world. And as long as Artorius proposed a viable plan, she would provide him with sufficient assistance. Thus, this geis, this oath, was sealed. This wicked and unequal treaty was established under Scathatch's coercion. Originally, she only intended to teach, not to assist in his matters. But Artorius Pendragon remained steadfast. He shamelessly declared that his learning was not for sale. He wouldn't be her disciple unless he was paid enough. In the end, Scathatch had to compromise. Then, looking at this kid before her, whining as if greatly wronged, Scathatch realized she had been deceived. Damn it. She had to be his teacher and teach him skills. She had to help him tirelessly with significant tasks. It seemed like she was being taken advantage of inside and out. What's more, this kid even looked at her with a resentful gaze. Then, Artorius spoke, I am prepared, teacher. He stood up, facing Scathatch's gloomy and angry gaze, and firmly declared, although this contract was signed by your coercion and intimidation, as a knight, a leader, and a good person who keeps promises, I will fulfill our contract without compromise. It's best if you think that way. Teacher, your smile is so wicked. Did you eat something wrong? Not really. Teacher has contracted a strange illness. It's called, can't resist bullying a cute and troublesome pretty boy. Teacher, please don't joke around. Such a funny illness doesn't exist in this world. Teacher, what's wrong with you, teacher? Please don't come closer with that terrifying face. No, teacher, what are you doing? After ruthlessly tormenting Artorius's adorable, handsome face for a gruesome half-hour, Scathatch finally regained her cold and tranquil demeanor. Like a brilliant mandrake flower from the land of the dead, enchanting and untouchable. At the same time, Artorius rubbed his reddish face, looking at his future teacher with a resentful gaze. Although he occasionally still pretended to be a pure and innocent boy, he was actually 16 years old, god damn it. Being treated like a child and having his face pinched ruthlessly, it was really. Alright, stop pretending. Once again, Scathatch spoke these words, I'm delighted that you're cooperating with my torment. But it's a bit much to put on such a pitiful expression. No, this time I'm not pretending. Artorius continued to look at her with a pitiful gaze, teacher, you really hurt me, a fragile and pure-hearted youth with wounded pride. You. Hearing Artorius say this, Scathatch shook her head in resignation, always smiling and lying, I don't even know which of your words to believe. Then believe them all. Artorius had a confident demeanor, as your disciple, I would never deceive my teacher, right? Scathatch chuckled. The purple-haired beauty stretched her slender and graceful figure, pleasing Artorius's eyes. Scathatch had no comment on his pervert's gaze. She had already had her fill today. And she didn't dislike Artorius, who was so cunning and calculating little devil. Because she knew that the more Artorius used words, thoughts, and ideas, the more he gained advantages. A clever, sly, handsome, and exceptional little devil like him, she genuinely didn't dislike at all. Starting tomorrow, embrace your own hell. Scathatch said to Artorius, I'll train you well, Artorius. After saying these words, she turned around and disappeared without a trace. Perhaps she had returned to the land of shadows. At the same time, Artorius waited a while but realized he still hadn't woken up from the dream. Isn't it time yet? Where can I go next? He muttered to himself. In the dreamland, within the reverse side, one could theoretically go anywhere, yet it felt like one couldn't go anywhere at all. The only two reliable options were Avalon and the Holy Spring, the two landmarks etched in memory. Should I go and settle things with that pink-haired woman, the things we didn't finish yesterday? Or should I comfort my big sister Vivian's injured heart? It's really difficult to decide. Artorius pondered over this matter. Then he decided that going to Avalon was indeed more important. After all, big sister Vivian was so soft and easily fooled. It would be too mean if he didn't treat her well. With that thought in mind, Artorius appeared next to the holy spring. Then he undressed and began bathing. The water in the spring was cool. All the mental trauma from his brawl with Scathatch had vanished. But why had he ended up here instead of heading to Avalon? Could it be that deep down he was actually a worthless scumbag? No, that's definitely not it. I just got lost, that's all. Tomorrow, I'll reach the real Avalon, definitely. Artorius immersed his whole body in the holy spring in blue bubbles. That's what he thought in his heart. At the same time, in the woods beside the holy spring, the treetops rustled slightly, shifting position. The next morning, despite getting his head bashed by Scathatch, Artorius considered himself fortunate, thanks to the healing properties of the holy spring. So when Artorius woke up the next day, he felt refreshed. His mind was clear, and his efficiency in doing things had greatly improved. The effect of that spring is really quite impressive. I should visit it often in the future, Artorius thought happily, completely unaware that something interesting had happened at the holy spring after he left. Damn it. It was Meb, the one Artorius had been searching for all day yesterday, but couldn't find anywhere. After Artorius had left, the joy she had felt from secretly watching the handsome youth bathe vanished, leaving only embarrassment and regret. She gritted her teeth and walked toward the holy spring. This spring belongs to me, and yet he dared to bathe in it. Muttering these words, Meb suddenly felt her mouth becoming dry and parched. She was thirsty. She needed to quench her thirst. So, glug, 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 glug. Chapter 52, Lie. Besides the holy spring, after Meb drank her fill of water, she lazily wore a pleasant expression and then fell into a peculiar state of confusion like someone who got heavily drunk, gazing at the sun and making strange, aba sounds. Essentially, she became useless. At the same time, Artorius and Mordred's next destination was Camelot. Because their final target was none other than Merlin. Although Artorius had also attempted to find that guy, Merlin, in dreams, he couldn't locate him no matter what. Who knows where that guy ran off to, flirting with flowers and grass, or perhaps he was avoiding Artorius and didn't want to meet him. The former scenario was somewhat better. Artorius would eventually encounter him in Camelot. However, if it was the latter, the situation remained uncertain. Heading to Camelot would take several more days. So today, Artorius was sleeping on the shores of Wales. This barren mountainous region was one of the last refuges for the Celts in history. After enduring the invasions of the Anglo-Saxons and Vikings, the Celts of Wales eventually succumbed to the tides of time. The Norman invasion, led by William, the illegitimate son from Normandy, is also one of the most famous events in English history. He defeated the Anglo-Saxons in England, established the rule of the Norman dynasty, and attacked Wales. Through cunning tactics and superior military strength, he forced the Welsh to acknowledge his son as their leader. Since then, successive English princes have held the title of Prince of Wales. Although Wales still existed from a legal perspective, in practical terms, Wales had been annexed by Britain. It's quite ironic, huh? Artorius couldn't help but think. He also reflected on the popular Three Kings banquet that became famous in later eras from Fate/Zero. Looking back now, both Gilgamesh and Alexander seem to speak without reservation. Of course, Gilgamesh must know much more, viewing things from a different perspective. As for Alexander, he had lived his whole life carefree and joyful, so even if he met his demise, it wouldn't matter to him. With this realization, Artorius closed his eyes and entered the dreamland once again. This time, nothing strange happened. The path in the dream was clear, directly leading to Avalon. Artorius. Well, this kind of situation is quite common too. Moreover, upon careful consideration, going to Avalon to comfort Vivian was one of Artorius's predetermined goals, wasn't it? It had been 5 or 6 days since he last saw Vivian. There was a 2-day gap from their regular encounters. If this continued, the fairy might turn dark again and become a Yandere fairy. Dealing with that situation wouldn't be good. So today, Artorius also feigned exhaustion and enjoyed the facial cleanser from his big sister. Truly, fairies were amazing creatures. They wouldn't age, and their personalities wouldn't change. No matter how long had passed, their spirits remained as firm as ever. They were truly a wonderful indulgence for men. So, have you been busy these past few days? Unlike Artorius's concern about Vivian being upset due to his late arrival, it was quite the opposite. In his somewhat surprised state, the other party was showing concern for him. Because Artorius had previously appeared troubled, Vivian, as the kind and amiable big sister, felt it was her duty to help Artorius overcome his worries. Whether in daily life, on a spiritual level, or in matters of the body, it was all the same. In fact, well, it's nothing. As Artorius said this, he thought, finally it's coming to an end. The so-called end naturally referred to finally revealing the situation and then pleading for Vivian's help. What exactly is going on? This time, Vivian was determined. She was resolved to make Artorius speak about his difficulties. We're family, right? Vivian gently said to him. Artorius is my beloved. Since my beloved is facing difficulties, I must help, I must alleviate Artorius's troubles. Vivian. Watching Vivian's sincere expression, Artorius was genuinely moved, his emotions were not feigned, he was truly touched from the bottom of his heart. Despite Artorius's sly and manipulative nature, and his penchant for lying and deception, he was genuinely a good child. The reason he did all of that was also for the greater good. Being a good child, it was only natural for him to feel moved when he encountered such sincere treatment from a big sister. In addition to the sense of being moved, there was also a hint of guilt. After all, the other person treated him so well, yet he still intended to deceive her. But it doesn't matter anyway. I'm sure Vivian will be fine. After the fleeting pang of guilt dissipated, Artorius wore a solemn expression and said to his big sister, Vivian, it's about the life and death of our Britain, and it's been haunting me day and night. Oh. I see. Vivian responded. Upon hearing Artorius's reason, the fairy Vivian displayed an expression that seemed to say, just as I expected. If Artorius didn't disclose his difficulties, Vivian would naturally make her own guesses. The result of her speculation was as follows. As someone at the top of Britain and a serious, responsible good child, from Vivian's perspective, upon learning that his country was on the verge of destruction, he would naturally feel distressed, troubled, and would desperately try to find a solution to salvage everything. Just like this child's mother, Artoria. Isn't it already being resolved? Vivian comforted Artorius and said, the Knights of the Round Table are all searching for the Holy Grail. Once you obtain it, this matter can be resolved, right? Britain can be saved, right? Is that really the case? Listening to the fairy's words, Artorius looked at her earnestly and asked. Of course, it's true. Trust your big sister, Vivian replied. Under Artorius's sincere gaze, the fairy couldn't help but avert her eyes shyly. As one of the most exceptional mages in the waning age of gods, Vivian had some understanding of fate and proper human history. She knew that Britain in the age of gods was fated to perish. It was a predetermined event. In order to ensure the accuracy of proper human history, the counterforce would spare no effort to ensure its completion. And even if, hypothetically, Britain defied fate and managed to save itself, that wouldn't guarantee redemption and happiness. On the contrary, it would become an existence akin to a lost belt and be judged by the world. So, the idea of obtaining the Holy Grail can save Britain from its doomed fate was nothing more than a gentle yet cruel consolation. To put it more seriously and realistically, it was a goddamn lie. Chapter 53, Merlin's Fault. Can't you give me an answer? Artorius looked earnestly at the silver-haired, red-eyed fairy, his expression serious. It made Vivian feel even more sorry for Artorius. Her original plan was to bring him to Avalon when he was about to perish with Britain after his failed efforts. This plan had gained the strong support of her other sister, Morgan Le Fay, in recent times. From the perspective of the Lady of the Lake, Vivian represented the good side of the Lady of the Lake, while Morgan Le Fay represented the evil side. They were sisters despite not having any blood relation. Vivian didn't yet know why Morgan suddenly supported her plan. However, that wasn't the most important thing right now. The most important thing was still how to handle Artorius's questioning. Artorius spoke in such a way because he must have sensed that something was amiss. He might have even obtained some information and evidence. Vivian, who was unaware that Artorius was a reincarnator from another world, thought so. She pondered on how to brush off this matter. Even if Artorius would despise her afterward, just like how Artoria despises Merlin, Vivian decided to continue deceiving him for his own sake. As for Artorius getting angry, hating her, or harboring resentment afterward, Vivian had considered 180 ways to resolve this matter. Although Britain would be destroyed, the Pendragon family would survive. Morgan Le Fay, Artoria, Artorius, and even Mordred, they could all be brought to Avalon. There, they would enjoy endless life and happiness, far away from troubles, experiencing pure familial bliss. As for the anger and resentment that would arise from Britain's destruction, she believed it would gradually dissipate over time. Vivian tried her best to manipulate Artorius in 180 different ways so that even if he resented her, he wouldn't be able to truly hate her, especially when their children were born. Don't lie, big sis Vivian. Vivian's wishful thinking was shattered by Artorius. Her plans would never work for him. I already know everything about the proper human history and the fated demise of Britain and the Celts. The idea that finding the Holy Grail can save Britain is nothing but a lie you and Merlin wove together, isn't it? Exclamation point. The hidden secret inside her was suddenly exposed. Vivian couldn't utter a word as she looked at Artorius, who spoke with righteousness and anger. After a moment of silence, she turned her head slightly and whispered to Artorius. It's mainly Merlin's fault, Artorius. I only knew and kept it secret. Big sis Vivian. Artorius's voice was low, making the fairy feel even more sorrowful. You were saying before that we were family and shouldn't hide anything from each other. But now it has turned out like this. I never intended to deceive you, Artorius. Whether intentional or not, it remains an act of deception. What's even more troubling is that this deception revolves around such a crucial matter. It's not only deceiving me, it's also deceiving my father. All of you are truly despicable, there isn't a single good person among you. As Artorius shouted out those lines in frustration, his emotions became slightly unstable. At least half of what he said while yelling at the fairy, Vivian, was true, because what they had done was truly outrageous. Of course, the fairy, although despicable and rotten, was mostly aware but remained silent, merely an accomplice. The real scoundrel was that infamous shady and scammer bastard. He had truly deceived Artoria all her life. That scoundrel should bear at least half the responsibility. Because that scoundrel had always been telling Artoria, it can be saved, as long as you do this and that, Britain can be saved. When someone has no expectations, they are vulnerable to disappointment. Likewise, when they have already lost everything, there is no room for further loss. Despair only emerges when hope existed but ultimately proved unattainable. So, if possible, Artorius actually wanted to question and berate Merlin heavily. But unfortunately, he couldn't find Merlin, so he had to settle with Vivian for now. Artorius. In this situation, under Artorius's semi-angry and semi-fake expression, the fairy felt utterly ashamed. He stood up, seething with anger, ready to leave. The fairy completely lost her composure. Wait, Artorius, wait. She hurriedly stopped Artorius, then looked at his expression and made up her mind. She used her most potent weapon, her breast, to directly embrace him. Please, Artorius, listen to me. Vivian gently spoke to Artorius, saying, all of this is Merlin's fault. I am also a victim, deceived by Merlin. Really? But, Artorius couldn't help but snort coldly in his mind. He had expected her to come up with a better excuse in her rush, but this. Vivian's reasoning was truly terrible. Rather than explaining, it seemed more like shifting the blame. But, this was really big and soft. With the female fairy's ample breast forcefully and softly sticking to Artorius, any discontent in his heart was neutralized by the warm and cozy feeling. Thus, Artorius accepted the fairy's apology and the reasons she provided. Vivian was innocent. Everything was Merlin's fault. But, after figuring things out, Artorius also responded to Vivian's embrace. Using his face, he rubbed against Vivian's breast, saying to her, but the problem still needs to be solved, big sis. I've been racking my brain over this matter. Hearing Artorius say this, Vivian also started pondering over it. When you know there's no way to solve a certain situation, it's either foolishness or stupidity to challenge it. How should they go about saving Britain? After much contemplation, I came up with a solution that is not really a solution. With Vivian staring at him in a bewildered manner, Artorius happily said to her. In proper human history, the counterforce seeks to end the age of gods and the Celts. So, as long as we become something else, can't we just slip through unnoticed? In this way, Artorius revealed his plan of usurping fate to Vivian. Chapter 54, Irony. As long as Britain becomes Franks and the Celts become Germanic peoples, then we'll definitely win, right? Artorius concluded with a smile, then looked at Vivian cheerfully. What do you think, big sis Vivian? Aren't I clever? Well, yes, you're indeed clever. Vivian reluctantly replied, forcing a smile, trying not to dampen Artorius's enthusiasm. Meanwhile, she was contemplating hard in her mind. In theory, it might work, but can it really be done? Could it deceive the counterforce? But, the counterforce, in the end, is just a counterforce. It doesn't possess human-like emotions of being fooled. So as long as Britain's Celtic civilization perishes, it won't get angry, probably. In that case, this plan, it's really... No, wait. Everything now is discussed under the premise of successful usurpation of fate. The question is, can fate truly be usurped? Vivian couldn't help but ponder, and quickly arrived at a conclusion similar to Morgan's. After all, both of them were basically Lady of the Lake with similar abilities, albeit in different areas. Morgan excelled in creating homunculus and potions, while Vivian's talents focused on fooling children and creating magical tools. Alright. After understanding all this and seeing the expectant expression on Artorius's face, Vivian's heart swelled with determination. Let's give it a try, she thought. Even if it's just for this child. Okay. I promise you. Vivian said to him. I'll help you usurp the fate of Franks, Anglo-Saxons, and even all the Germanic peoples. Ooh. Artorius cheered happily and looked at her with adoring eyes. Big sis Vivian is amazing. As expected of you, you're incredible. I really like big sis Vivian the most. After saying these words that pumped him up, Artorius continued rubbing and snuggling in Vivian's embrace, generously offering his body. This made Mordred, who wanted her daily Artonium the next day, furious. So, on that day, Mordred remained in a state of strangeness and doubt, filled with confusion. Clearly, Mordred had always been with her big brother. They hadn't been separated, and there was no sign of any strange pests or anything of the sort around her big brother. Why, then, did her big brother occasionally struggle and look exhausted? He couldn't even scrape together the usual portion for his little sister, yet had the audacity to say something like a dragon never bows its head. Seriously. At the same time, Artorius felt a bit embarrassed himself. One could say it was all thanks to the Lady of the Lake, after all. She had directly milked him dry and she said, "This is to show you that your big sister has the ability to usurp fate." What was the correlation between them? Could it be compared? One was usurping fate, while the other was usurping life. She devoured him like no tomorrow. Are you sure you're a fairy and not a succubus? Luckily, dragons not only have great endurance but also strong stamina. In just a few minutes, Artorius had recovered and generously offered Mordred her share, free of charge. It made Mordred realize that a dragon never bows its head wasn't a scam. Artorius successfully guarded his little sister's happiness, and as they continued on their way to Camelot, Mordred remained happy, cheerful, and radiant. By the way, it's actually like this. Adhering to the resolve of, I will never deceive little Mo, Artorius told her about his experiences in his dreams. It's the land of shadows and scathatch. Have you heard of them? Yeah, I've heard of them. Weren't we going to Ireland to find that person? But we couldn't find the place. Riding on a horse, Mordred responded casually as they headed toward Camelot. By the way, the road conditions in Britain were really terrible. These roads that connected various territories, cities, and castles in Britain mainly were built during the Roman era. Since Britain entered an era of warfare, these roads were not maintained or repaired. Many roads had already collapsed and were impassable. The reason for this was Britain's divided situation and internal chaos. Starting from Artorius's grandfather, King Uther's time, the entire Britain was fragmented. The so-called kings of those small kingdoms lacked the capability and sufficient resources to carry out infrastructure development. In their eyes, roads were extremely dangerous. They weren't just transportation routes or passages for commercial and material exchanges, they were potentially deadly routes enemies could exploit to attack them. In such circumstances, forget about maintaining and repairing roads, some individuals would even intentionally destroy roads to hinder enemy advances, making their territories more formidable. As the King of Britain, both King Uther and King Arthur only unified Britain in name. King Uther fared slightly better. He relied on marriage alliances and the Roman legacy to maintain some authority. There was still some weight to it. But King Arthur was different. In the beginning, King Arthur was just a tool for salvation. Not to mention the various kingdoms in Britain, even within Camelot itself, there were countless lords, nobles, and knights who didn't accept King Arthur's rule. After all, everyone had their own interests and land to protect. Why should they listen to someone who drew a sword from a stone out of nowhere and declared himself a king? Because in childhood, King Arthur was not acknowledged as the heir by his father, Uther. Since Arthur was in truth born a female known as Artoria, while Uther wanted a male as his successor. That's why she was given into Merlin's care and later on entrusted to an ordinary knight named Ector as his own child and raised as a male. Because of that reason, King Arthur's initial identity was completely unknown since it was kept secret, and so she ascended to the throne without the support of the people. That's why, her attempts to build certain infrastructure received no response whatsoever. And once she achieved a resounding victory over the Saxons, she poured almost all of her resources into the futile pursuit of the Holy Grail. There was no money left to repair the roads. What irony. This can't go on. Artorius couldn't help but think, when I become the King of Britain, I'll have to repair all these roads. And, if possible, build new highways. At the same time, Mordred beside him said, by the way, Father sent almost all the knights of the Round Table to search for the Holy Grail, right? Yeah. Artorius replied. The Holy Grail. Can it really grant people's wishes? Who knows? Artorius shook his head. Rather than placing one's wishes on something intangible, I still believe in my own power. Oh. If it had been Mordred from before, when Artorius uttered such a blatant denial of King Arthur's actions, she would have been upset, even if she didn't make a scene on the spot, she will hold a grudge silently. But now was different. The way she responded with a simple, oh, indicated that she already understood and didn't really bother about King Arthur's matters anymore. The reason for this change was that she now loved and worshipped her big brother Artorius more than anyone else. Chapter 55, Sisters' Conflict. Artorius and Mordred's impending return to the city of Camelot had already been conveyed to Artoria's desk through scouts and messengers. This brought both joy and concern to her. The joy was naturally due to the reunion of father and son, bringing happiness to the whole family. In the midst of dedicating almost all resources and nearly all the exceptional knights to the pursuit of the Holy Grail, Artoria's heart felt heavy and depressed. In this situation, being able to reunite with her child after a long separation would naturally console her weary soul. The concern, on the other hand, arose from Artorius's identity and the reason for his return. Rumors of this nature had been circulating within King Arthur's court and even among neighboring countries. Artorius's return to Camelot was said to be a request for King Arthur to abdicate, with him taking over Camelot, as well as the entire territory, status, and most importantly, the army of Britain. And it was the army that mattered the most. Presently, Artorius commanded half of the Knights of the Round Table. In terms of military strength and the number of knights, Artorius had amassed tens of thousands of loyal soldiers, including over 1,000 elite knights and triple the number of heavy cavalry, making him much stronger than King Arthur. However, when it came to top-notch experts, King Arthur still had the upper hand. One reliable rumor amidst the hearsay of, when will Artorius become the Roman emperor, was, once Artorius becomes the king of Britain and gains the loyalty of all of Britain, he will launch a total attack on Rome, along with the Briton knights, his loyal Germanic men, and other barbarians. Even Artoria herself had mixed feelings about this plausible rumor. She feared that her beloved son would return, walking into the city of Camelot amidst flowers and applause, only for her to ask him, "Artorius, what are you doing here?" Artorius would respond, "I am here to claim your throne, father." Then he would draw the clarent and strike at her. If that were the case, how would Artoria confront her own son? To make matters worse, the Knights of the Round Table were all absent, gone in search of the Holy Grail. At this moment, Artoria didn't even have someone to discuss matters with. So, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Until she heard a voice next to her during one of her shifts. Sorry, Guinevere. Artoria said apologetically, thinking that her constant tossing and turning had disturbed her nominal queen's sleep. But that wasn't the case. When she turned and looked, any trace of drowsiness that had finally emerged completely vanished. Because beside her was not her nominal queen Guinevere, but someone who looked like an adult version of herself. It was her sister, Morgan Le Fay, smiling, dressed in a robe, with a graceful figure. Morgan Le Fay. Even though she was in Camelot, blessed by fairies and resistant to magic, Morgan had still managed to enter. Sending all the Knights of the Round Table away had weakened Camelot's defenses to an unacceptable level, allowing Morgan to infiltrate easily. Thinking of this, Artoria reached for the sword by her pillow. Just like Artorius, in this chaotic era, any seasoned warrior would keep their weapon within easy reach at all times. Gripping the sword of promised victory, which was the legendary Excalibur, she pointed the blade at Morgan. Only after clutching her weapon did Artoria breathe a slight sigh of relief. However, her gaze toward Morgan remained cautious. "Calm down, my dear sister." In contrast, Morgan smiled, seemingly unconcerned. "I didn't come here to fight with you. No matter what, you are not welcome here." If it were before, Artoria might not have acted this way. However, prior to this, she had suffered several losses at the hands of Morgan. There were even a few instances where Morgan had nearly brought her to the brink of death. Of course, Artoria didn't yet know that her losses to Morgan had been avenged by her filial son, Artorius. In any case, after learning that her sister was a twisted and evil woman, Artoria no longer harbored any hope about Morgan. On the eve of Britain's impending destruction, Artoria didn't have much time left to indulge in games with her wicked sister. Hurry and leave. Rather than resorting to direct violence, Artoria wanted Morgan to depart. This was the greatest compromise Artoria was capable of making. "Don't be so impatient." Nevertheless, Morgan continued to smile. "I've already told you, I didn't come here to fight you. Besides, do you think I would come to this place if I had nothing else to do? Camelot is in a terrible state, reeking of decay from every corner. Every moment spent here makes me nauseous." "Then leave." "Not yet, at least." Morgan smiled cheerfully. "Because I have been entrusted with a task that requires me to stay in Camelot for a while." "Entrusted? By whom?" "You don't know yet." Seeing Artoria's puzzled expression, Morgan appeared as though she had stumbled upon something incredibly amusing. She raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a joyful smile, and said to Artoria, "It's your son." Morgan spoke happily to Artoria. "I didn't infiltrate, nor did I break in. I came here properly, invited by my dear nephew. That's why I'm here, my dear sister." Artorius. "That can't be." "Why not?" Without hesitation, Morgan spoke loudly to her. "Just because he's your son. Or because he's your subordinate. Neither of those reasons, my dear sister. My dear nephew has unique standards for evaluating people. Love doesn't shut someone out just because you don't like them for silly reasons. In his lovely evaluation, I play an important role, my dear sister. This time, Artoria couldn't find the words to respond. Because she knew her wicked sister was speaking the truth. At least, it sounded like the truth. That's all for now. After saying this, Morgan seemed satisfied. I came here today just to say hello. I will be staying in Camelot from now on. Farewell, my dear sister. Yes, from the start, Morgan addressed Artoria as sister. She was one of the few who knew Artoria's true gender, and she had kept it a secret for Artoria's reign. I'll be keeping an eye on you. Finally, with an unwilling tone, Artoria uttered these words. I'll be watching you closely, and I will ask Artorius if you're lying. Morgan didn't hear what Artoria said afterward, nor did she care to listen. Now she had found a new obsession, and her interest in her sister had fallen from first place to second, and the gap between the two was growing wider. With her new hobbies, her obsession with Artoria was diminishing, almost to the point of insignificance. Chapter 56, Land of Shadows. What foolishness! Morgan thought happily as she walked down the corridors of Camelot Castle towards her room. Yes, as the Princess of Camelot, she still had her own room in the White Castle of Camelot. Even though she was a witch and stood against Artoria, her status and position as a princess, along with the most important treatment, wouldn't change because of all the nonsense mentioned above. Despite her disgust towards Camelot, which she criticized as a filthy and nasty place, having room to rest in the current situation was quite convenient. Morgan didn't mind taking advantage of such convenience. Damn it. At the same time, Artoria Pendragon, with her hand no longer gripping the sword, was overwhelmed by negative emotions. She was worried about her evil sister, Morgan, and what evil deeds she might have done to her beloved, innocent, kind, pure, and weak son. On the other hand, Artoria was also concerned about whether the situation was as Morgan had described. Was it true that Artorius had invited her to Camelot? Considering the news of Artorius soon returning to Camelot, what Morgan said was likely the truth. At least part of it. If that was the case, then the scene Artoria least wanted to see would probably unfold, her beloved, innocent, and kind son falling under the influence of the evil witch, Morgan Le Fay. Could it be that Artorius's actions over the past 2 years were all instigated by Morgan? Artoria's hatred towards Morgan intensified once again. Of course, Morgan didn't care if she knew what Artoria was thinking. Even if she knew, aside from the strange responses of absurd slander, and you really have no idea what kind of person your precious son is, it would likely bring her more joy and indifference. Even though they lived together as father and son, their understanding of each other was inferior to that of Morgan's encounters with Artorius, since she already saw the two sides of Artorius. There's no need to explain the joy. As for indifference, it's for the aforementioned reasons. Artoria was no longer Morgan's primary target. It's quite amusing to think about. Artoria still considered her as the greatest enemy, yet Morgan no longer cared about Artoria. In this roundabout way, it could be said that she had outwitted her foolish sister, in a sense. Foo-foo-foo. Joyful feelings come and go quickly. In this bizarre situation, defeating minor enemies like her sister no longer brought Morgan much joy for long. Now, the only person who could bring her unparalleled pleasure was Artorius. She wanted to thoroughly defeat him, and return the shame he brought upon her with 100-fold, 1,000-fold vengeance. She wanted to pour all of her emotions onto him. She wanted to mock him, beat him, insult him, abuse him, despise him, hate him, imprison him, nurture him, kiss him, torment him, praise him, serve him, violate him, love him. She wanted to strip him of everything, completely and utterly, making him hers in body and soul. Only then could Morgan experience the utmost delight. Foo-foo-foo, I was careless last time, but this time, my dear nephew, I won't let you in so easily. Hee. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Artorius, who still had more than half a day's journey remaining to Camelot, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. As if a certain evil, MILF, Yandera aunt had set her sights on him. Is Morgan still not giving up? It seems the lesson I gave her last time wasn't profound enough, huh? Before saying good night to Mordred and drifting off to sleep, Artorius began to devise a plan for Morgan's re-education. He wanted to teach his dear aunt to become a gentle, kind, and refined lady. First, like this, then like that, and this way, ha ha ha. Brother's smile is so creepy. Mordred said in her mind while observing her brother's expression. As time passed, both Artorius and Mordred had fallen asleep and entered the dreamland. It wasn't Avalon, nor was it the Holy Spring. The sky was dark as if shrouded in clouds or enveloped in nighttime. The surrounding forests, trees, shrubs, and grasses were all dark. Gray, purple, black, looking eerie and ominous. Is this the land of shadows, brother? Just as it appeared now, Mordred had already been educated by Artorius to become a well-behaved and polite child. As for the current situation, it was naturally the training with Scathatch they had agreed upon before. Similarly, as agreed with Scathatch, Artorius had brought Mordred along. For Mordred, although being educated by someone else was a bit displeasing, her brother's orders were absolute. So she agreed to come along. As for Mordred's question, well, I suppose so, Artorius said. Artorius had never been to the Land of Shadows before, but judging by the surrounding terrain and vegetation, it wasn't hard to guess. They were indeed in the Land of Shadows. So, what should we do next? Mordred looked at him with anticipation, while Artorius himself felt somewhat troubled. Speaking of which, he had made an agreement with Scathatch to come to the Land of Shadows yesterday to receive some lessons. But yesterday, he had changed his course and went straight to Avalon instead. And he also managed to settle things with Vivian along the way. That was undoubtedly a good thing. However, from another perspective, Artorius had broken the agreement with Scathatch. Although they hadn't spent much time together, Artorius could tell that Scathatch was a bit petty. So, for now, it would be better to be cautious, a little more cautious. With a cautious mindset, Artorius and Mordred moved forward together. After passing through the purplish-gray forest, they suddenly arrived at a clear open space. The breathtaking view before them made Mordred exclaim, "Ah," in surprise. It was a sea of alluring red mandala flowers. Amidst this floral paradise, the most radiant, enchanting, and dazzling figure was Scathatch, gracefully wielding her dual spears. "You're late, Artorius." "Well, please let me explain, teacher." While Artorius was contemplating what excuse to come up with, Scathatch swiftly attacked. "Oh, you naughty kid. I'll have to punish you properly." Swinging her dual spears, the Queen of the Land of Shadows appeared before Artorius in a graceful manner, her crimson spear aimed directly at his vital points. At the same time, Mordred swiftly moved forward and shielded him behind her. Chapter 57, Join the Fight. "No matter who you are, you're not allowed to harm my brother." Mordred swung her sword, blocking Scathatch's attack. "Oh." Scathatch's attitude was slightly peculiar in response to this action. "A lively child, huh? I don't dislike it, but by saying those words, you understand that you've become the target of my wrath in his place, right? No matter who you are, no matter what you intend to do, hurting my brother is unacceptable." "Oh. You've been educated well. Let me see then, aside from your big talk, what else do you have?" While speaking, Scathatch brandished her dual spears, unleashing a fierce and swift storm-like assault that engulfed Mordred. Scathatch's attitude was relaxed, and her demeanor was equally carefree. It was evident that she didn't consider the battle against Mordred as something too significant or consequential. Damn it. In contrast, Mordred, despite her fierce determination and desire for victory, fell short compared to Scathatch in the most crucial aspect, strength. If one were to compare their stats, Mordred was considerably inferior to Artorius. After all, he was the Frost Dragon, while Mordred was just a young dragon. However, when it came to pure technique, Mordred was somewhat stronger than Artorius. As mentioned before, Artorius was a leader with a larger army and territory. He was a ruler. That's why he rarely took matters into his own hands to defeat someone. It was more common for warriors like Mordred to handle such tasks. As a result, she gained more experience points than him. Although Mordred appeared foolish on the surface, it was mostly a facade. The true Mordred was intelligent, even cunning. Especially after receiving Artorius's careful guidance over the past 2 years, her adaptability in actual combat had grown stronger. Therefore, "You can do it, little M.O." From the rear, Artorius acted as a cheerleader, encouraging and supporting Mordred. And now, she had realized that her strength fell far short of Scathatch's, and if she continued to engage in a head-on fight, she would definitely be no match for her. So, just like the previous battle between Artorius and Scathatch, she switched from offense to defense, employing numerous tactics. "You're a clever child. I don't dislike that." Watching the scene unfold, Scathatch's lips curled up, revealing a pleased smile. "Damn you." Although Scathatch's statement was not intended as mockery, it felt that way to Mordred. And just like an angered lion, her fur stood on end. "I will definitely defeat you." Meanwhile, Artorius had completely taken on the role of a bystander and began analyzing the match between Scathatch and Mordred. Little Mo's physical attributes are almost on par with Scathatch. However, her combat experience and technique are far inferior to Scathatch. Today Scathatch didn't use magecraft and solely relied on martial skills alone to fight. But even so, the chances of Mordred winning are not high. It's a 70-30. While Artorius was thinking this, he was earnestly observing Scathatch and Mordred's moves, trying to grasp their fighting styles and tactical considerations. He pondered whether he could integrate these techniques and ideas with his own to enhance his own strength. Scathatch is truly amazing. Every inch makes her stronger. Perhaps I should learn some spearmanship as well. They seem advantageous in one-on-one combat. Artorius couldn't help but contemplate. Recalling the battle between Mordred and Artoria during the Fourth Holy Grail War, it all felt quite strange. It was one sword versus dual spears, and in the end, without unleashing their noble phantasms, the odds were evenly split. This probably indicated that Artoria's actual combat prowess was stronger than Mordred's. "Keep it up, little M.O." Artorius encouraged his sister while letting his mind wander. "Oh-hoo." Mordred responded, whether in anger or in acknowledgement of her brother's call, it was hard to tell. But one thing was certain, after Artorius's words of encouragement, she seemed to have gained a significant boost, and her combat prowess had become even stronger. They have such a good bond. Scathatch couldn't help but think as she witnessed the scene. Then she shifted her attention to Artorius and playfully said, "Hey, hiding in the back while your little sister fights in the front, are you even a man?" Artorius replied with a relaxed tone, "I had my turn a couple of days ago." It was more like an introductory test for the new disciples. So this time, it's little Mo's turn. "Heh." Scathatch chuckled, her long purple hair flowing. It seemed odd to have long hair like that during a battle, as it would typically be a hindrance. However, Scathatch had infused her flowing locks with magecraft, allowing them to effortlessly dodge her own weapons, line of sight, and even her skin. On the other hand, Mordred occasionally found her face tickled by stray strands of her hair, causing a slight itch. It was frustrating for her as she couldn't scratch it with her hands, leading to a feeling of discomfort that made her fiercely angry. She let out an irritated howl. "I had the same thought as." Mordred began to speak, but before she could finish, multiple magical spears appeared behind Scathatch, numbering a total of 32. They were all Geebalgs, identical in style and seemingly just as powerful as the two red spears she held in her hand. "Seeing you enjoying yourself so freely, makes me feel annoyed," Scathatch said, and all the red spears were unleashed toward Artorius in unison. "Oh." At first, Artorius contemplated mimicking Berserker Lancelot when using Knight of Honor against Gilgamesh. But unfortunately, his combat skills were slightly inferior to Lancelot's after he became a Berserker heroic spirit. The barrage of magical spear attacks unleashed by Scathatch with her long spear was far more potent than those of Gilgamesh, since he simply haphazardly threw his collection of weapons without the level of mastery and familiarity that she possessed. So, after reluctantly intercepting the first spear and using it to deflect the second, Artorius abandoned the spear and drew his sword, Clarent. After all, using an unfamiliar weapon in battle was akin to suicide. And thus, Artorius Pendragon joined the fight. Chapter 58, 2-on-1. Oh. Clearly, fighting alongside Artorius was an encouragement for Mordred. "Come on, big brother, let's defeat this woman together." She shouted loudly while wielding her sword more fiercely, charging forward with valor. Artorius responded with a pleasant hum, acknowledging Mordred's words. Although he didn't want to offend his teacher too much, in this situation, he had no choice but to face it head-on. "So, this is the fighting style of this child." Scathatch confirmed with clarity that during her charge, Mordred instinctively protected Artorius by her side, shielding his flank. At the same time, Mordred's position allowed her to rush forward and block any sudden attacks on him. Of course, Artorius, who advanced silently in tandem with her, was almost the same. They covered each other, one wielding Clarent and another wielding a sword with specifications and style very similar to Clarent, both swinging at Scathatch. Their synchronized cooperation and correct tactics not only multiplied their power but even momentarily suppressed a formidable opponent like Scathatch. Even in the face of Scathatch's deadly spear thrusts, Artorius and Mordred still held the advantage. "We can do it, we can win." Two swords suppressed two spears. Artorius and Mordred almost encircled Scathatch, launching a concerted attack. "If we keep this up, victory will be ours." Artorius also felt a sense of joy. Although he didn't care too much about winning or losing, since they could win, who would enjoy losing? Not bad at all. Scathatch's eyes shimmered, unlike the battle with Artorius 2 days ago. That battle was more focused on intellect, trickery, and schemes. Today's battle was a straightforward clash. There were no tricks or schemes, no traps or conspiracies. Artorius and Mordred employed a frontal assault. The most important, or rather, the most crucial reason for this approach was. This style of battle instantly ignited Scathatch's warrior spirit. "Such a good child, both your physical abilities and technique are excellent. I haven't been this excited in a long time." As she joyfully declared, 25 primordial rune appeared around her, swiftly rotating. They exuded Land of Shadow's characteristic dimness and ominous crimson hue, tinting Scathatch's dual irises with a blood-red color, filled with joy, excitement, and a touch of madness. In that instant, the pressure on Artorius and Mordred skyrocketed. As one of the top-tier mages from Age of Gods and possessing the primordial rune, Scathatch possessed an immensely powerful magical force. However, she usually refrained from displaying this power. Rather than magecraft or anything of the sort, Scathatch still preferred, trusted, and excelled in wielding her spears. And this moment was no exception. Unlike directly using magecraft to create various offensive techniques, Scathatch employed enhancement magecraft. She used the primordial rune to enhance her own strength, to an astonishing degree of enhancement, even surpassing the most top-tier phantasmal species, dragons. Even if Artorius were to elevate the concepts of Frost Dragon and Dragon of the Emperor further to Winter Dragon and Dragon Emperor, he would still be unable to reach this level. A god. What's worse, a really powerful one. She also pours all her power into physical strength. She already reached this level. Artorius had never encountered any god before, so he couldn't make a direct comparison. Though, after the age of gods come to an end, gods would deteriorate into divine spirits. However, he was certain that his teacher, Scathatch, had reached a level of strength that was unimaginable! Artorius was secretly alarmed while Mordred, by his side, suppressed a groan. Upon hearing this sound, Artorius confirmed, it's over. Mordred couldn't keep up with Scathatch's speed anymore. As a result, Scathatch's spear pierced her side, followed by her thigh, arm, shoulder, and collarbone. Since it was a dream, Scathatch held nothing back. All her attacks were aimed at vital spots. But, the reason they ultimately didn't hit the vital spots like head or heart was due to Mordred's constant evasion and blocking. Damn it. You bitch. Mordred's physical injuries visibly healed at a rapid pace, which brought a relieved expression to Scathatch's face. With such fast recovery speed, it was partly because of Mordred's good physical condition and partly because of their strong mental fortitude. From now on, there will be interesting punching bags to hit. Scathatch thought to herself, wanting to continue her enjoyable entertainment time. But in the next moment, little M.O. Artorius called out to Mordred. Then, she clenched their teeth, seemingly reluctant. However, her body obediently followed the command and retreated alongside Artorius. As she backed away, Artorius spoke to Scathatch. We give up, no more fighting. Realizing that continuing the fight would only result in becoming Scathatch's punching bag, Artorius, who had no inclination for masochism, made a decisive choice and chose to surrender, conceding half the battle. That won't do. However, Scathatch had no intention of letting her off so easily. You've ignited my fire. You better take responsibility. Accompanied by somewhat ambiguous words, another round of terrifying and powerful attacks ensued, like a storm. The spear thrusts that Artorius and Mordred managed to evade left long trenches or enormous craters on the ground. The sword used for blocking the spears unleashed a terrifying force that made muscles and bones cry out in agony. Falling victim to it meant experiencing intense pain and gruesome wounds. The last godlike existence of this era, the strongest in Europe, as expected of God Slayer. Artorius confirmed once again that the opponent they faced was such a monster! Afterward, Mordred was finally sent flying and fell to the ground, unable to rise again. Little M.O. Suddenly losing his ally, Artorius, amidst his alarm, also had his barely maintained defensive stance shattered. The last thing he remembered was Scathatch, wearing a pleased smile, delivering a swift and powerful kick. After that, came the abyss. Chapter 59, Teacher and Disciple. Fuck. Teacher really doesn't know how to hold back. After what felt like an eternity, Artorius opened his eyes once again, only to find himself lying on a soft velvet bed. Where am I? This is my castle. As Artorius muttered to himself, he heard Scathatch's voice beside him. Your castle. While Artorius continued his self-talk, he turned his head and saw Scathatch sitting by his bedside. Don't worry, the battle is over, and I've had a good stretch myself. You're safe now, at least for the time being. The purple-haired beauty smiled and spoke these words. Her tight-fitting armor had been replaced with a more luxurious attire adorned with velvet, exuding an air of elegance. She also wore a gold-trimmed veil on her head. It seemed that this was Scathatch's usual attire when not in combat. She looked stunning. Although Artorius already knew that Scathatch was a beautiful woman, seeing her like this made him feel a bit mesmerized, unable to contain his slight fascination. He couldn't help but be captivated by her from the depths of his heart. Of course, the previous gallant and agile Scathatch was also admirable. Her martial prowess and agile movements made one feel a sense of conquest or the desire to be conquered. But if Artorius were to offer his evaluation, the current mysterious and luxurious Scathatch was even better. She appeared softer, arousing a desire to explore her secrets and make her his own. Because, Artorius's true essence was not that of a warrior, but rather that of a ruler, leader, and conqueror. He preferred the enjoyment of manipulating and controlling a nation, a group, or an army over engaging in battles on the field or dueling against powerful warriors, knights, monsters, or demigods. To develop a country to prosper, to lead a group to become the top, to command an army to be invincible, this was Artorius' source of pleasure, the reason he felt happiness and saw life as so beautiful and the air as so fresh. Therefore, compared to female warriors, Artorius favored noble women. This taste wasn't something he acquired from a decadent, luxurious, and corrupt place like Rome, but rather something innate to him. Perhaps not entirely innate. After all, he grew up under the influence of his mother, Artoria. His mother Artoria as King Arthur was a noble, dignified, and refined ruler. She was unbeatable on the battlefield. When the sacredness of a ruler and constant victories in wars intertwined, she became the most powerful and influential person on Britain. She was also the person closest to Artorius by blood ties. So Artorius admired her, loved her. When he was still young, Artorius even thought of becoming like her in response to her mother's earnest expectations. Of course, all of this turned into fleeting smoke as Artorius matured. Ideas from his childhood, even the things he dedicated his utmost effort to and considered as life goals, proved unworthy in hindsight. Surely, everyone must have experienced such things. However, the taste that was gradually cultivated from childhood did not change with the passage of time. Presently, Artorius still preferred noble women, ladies, queens, or princesses over female warriors, female knights, or valkyries. Of course, there were exceptions. After all, Artorius was also quite lustful. I always feel like you're thinking something impolite, my disciple. It's just your illusion, teacher. Facing Scathacca's furrowed brow, Artorius didn't hesitate to choose to lie. He maintained a poker face and asked, "So, what's the current situation? Did you capture me to keep me as a pet because I satisfied your desire for battle?" Artorius asked while maintaining a relaxed demeanor. "It's not just you in fact." "Oh. Little Mo2 huh?" Artorius couldn't help but roll his eyes. "I didn't expect your taste to be so wicked, teacher." "That. It doesn't matter." Artorius interrupted, jumping off the bed. He checked his body briefly to confirm that nothing unusual had happened, then he breathed a sigh of relief. "Good grief, you didn't take advantage of me while I was unconscious." This time it was Scathacca's turn to roll her eyes. Of course, a beauty is a beauty. Even when rolling her eyes, she still appeared charming and alluring. "We are still in the dreamland," Scathatch said. "No, I should say you two are still in the dreamland. So. Don't worry, there won't be any side effects. I have also adjusted the flow of time between the land of shadows and the real world." And finally. As Scathatch said this, she approached Artorius. Although Artorius had a strong will since his journey in Europe, he couldn't help but feel nervous when Scathatch got closer. When she cupped his face and leaned in very, very close as if she was about to kiss him in the next second, he found himself blushing and his heartbeat slightly quickening. "Heh, so cute." Scathatch commented, "You're cute when you imitate adults as a child. But after seeing you imitate adults so often, suddenly seeing you behave like a normal child makes that cute feeling double." "You mean Gapmo?" "I get it, fuck." Artorius wanted to say that but realized he couldn't because Scathatch was holding his face, preventing him from opening his mouth. "Now listen carefully, Artorius Pendragon." Scathatch looked at him earnestly. "Let's repeat the previous contract, my dear disciple. I will push you to your limits with all my might. At the same time, I promise you that we will face that problem concerning the world thing together. I will also help you usurp fate. You believe you've struck gold, don't you? You believe you've struck gold because you feel you've gained too much, leading to uncertainty and a lack of confidence. You feel unreal and feel all of these are too good to be true, even with safeguards like Geis. Because you know, for someone like me who skillfully wields the primordial rune, that kind of thing like contracts or Geis is trash that can be played with by me anytime, anywhere. It's not reliable at all. Am I right?" For a moment, Artorius actually thought he was done for. He feared that he would either be eliminated by her violent outburst or find some other way to make his life a chaotic mess. He'd become nothing more than her pawn. But surprisingly, Scathatch didn't do that. "What I want to tell you is," Scathatch happily said to Artorius, "I've already obtained what I wanted." Chapter 60, Training. After saying those words, Scathatch released her grip on Artorius's face, stood up, and walked towards the room's exit. "You're more interesting than all the disciples I've taught," Scathatch said calmly as she walked away, her back turned to Artorius. "And you have stronger desires than any of the disciples I've taught. A lot will happen between us. So for now, at least, you can rest assured that I won't kill you." Before Artorius could respond or say anything in reply to Scathatch, she had already reached the door of the room. "Let's leave it at that, that child will wake up soon. Have you thought about how to comfort her?" After Scathatch said these words, Artorius heard a cry of "ahh" from the neighboring room. That voice, even if he were deaf, he would recognize it. It was his beloved sister, Mordred. The surprise in her cry was likely due to awakening after being defeated by Scathatch. On the other hand, it could also be the fear she felt upon waking up and finding her dear big brother not by her side. Next came the sound of hurried footsteps and the opening of the door. Mordred rushed in at full speed. In the process, Scathatch, who had just been blocking the doorway, naturally stepped aside, making way for Mordred to reach Artorius unhindered. Brother. Brother, brother, brother. It's okay, dear, it's okay. Artorius gently stroked Mordred's hair as he comforted her. Mordred didn't know Scathatch well. This was their first interaction. So when Mordred was defeated by her, she had a lot of negative emotions in her heart. She couldn't help but feel fear. Fear of death, like any ordinary person. But, what she feared the most was the loss of Artorius's life. So now, Mordred was experiencing psychological trauma. The reason Scathatch didn't stop her or make any comments was that she had been there before and understood the situation. For Mordred, what she needed most was the warm and broad embrace of Artorius Pendragon, whom she trusted and liked as a pillar of her life. Just as they thought, after being comforted by Artorius for a while, Mordred finally calmed down. What's the situation now? She returned to her, Artorius's #1 loyal dog, state, being extremely obedient. It was the kind of obedience where if her brother said go east, she would go east, if her brother said go west, she would go west. The kind of obedience where she would betray anyone if her brother wished for it. And now, she asked Artorius about the current situation. After Artorius told her the information he had obtained from Scathatch, Mordred nodded seriously and said, understood, and didn't say anything else. She still had that look of worshipping her brother. That's how it is. Artorius said, looking at Scathatch. I'll leave the next 7 days to you, teacher. Sure. Scathatch nodded. Then she looked at Mordred and then at Artorius. Treat that child well, you rascal. Of course. Artorius ruffled Mordred's hair. She's my sister, after all. Who should I treat well if not her? Scathatch originally wanted to say something else, but looking at Artorius's cheerful smile, she couldn't find the words. After thinking for a moment, Scathatch decided to give up. After all, she wouldn't be the one to suffer the pain. Consider it a lesson for her self-proclaimed talented disciple. And so, the training journey of Artorius and Mordred began. They left the black castle that resembled an inverse version of the white castle of Camelot and arrived at the open space in front of the castle. There was various training equipment available here. Some Artorius could understand, while others were beyond his comprehension. These were probably the remnants of the hero training from the glorious era of the Land of Shadows. This place used to be a training ground back then. However, as the Age of Gods receded, the Land of Shadows became an inaccessible realm, and the training ground fell into decline. In dreams, basic training doesn't manifest in the physical body. Scathatch changed into her usual female warrior form-fitting bodysuit. Amid Artorius' silent admiration, she used her spear as a teaching whip, pointing and instructing him and Mordred. Fortunately, both of you have a good physique. Just remember to keep exercising what you learn here in the future. What exactly are you going to teach us then? Mordred always seemed a bit rebellious when dealing with people other than Artorius. Hearing Scathatch's words, she grumbled discontentedly. It's techniques, skills, and experience. And of course, magecraft. As she said this, Scathatch looked at Artorius. As one of the top mages of this era, Scathatch could naturally tell that Artorius excelled in enhancement magecraft. This was similar to Scathatch herself, she used rune in the past to enhance her own abilities. Of course, teachers favored clever disciples. But more than clever disciples, teachers preferred disciples who resembled themselves. Artorius happened to meet both criteria, so it was foreseeable that Scathatch would be especially strict in teaching him. With that said, Scathatch tossed 2 Gee-Bog spears to Artorius and Mordred, one for each. Aren't you a dual wielder? Mordred asked, inquiring further, why are you teaching us to use only one spear? Because it's the foundation, Scathatch answered, you both usually fight with swords, right? Sometimes we use lance though, Mordred replied. Yes, as knights, how could they not learn spearmanship, though what they usually used was lances, but it's still the same right? It's just that Artorius possessed the magic sword Clarent, and Mordred was a die-hard fan of his older brother, which is why they primarily use swords. They are different, the techniques of wielding a lance and a spear are not the same. The former emphasizes coordination with the warhorse and swift thrusts, while the latter focuses on agility and versatility. In any case, with me, you must start from scratch. TCH. Mordred grumbled, seemingly not too happy. But she obediently complied. After all, Mordred doesn't want to suffer consequences if not obey this woman. With talents of mine and my brother, we can learn all her spear techniques in a very short time, right? Then we can seek revenge. Humph. Just wait, you old hag. We'll make you pay. Feeling that Mordred's state of mind was a bit odd, Artorius turned his head slightly and glanced at her. Confirming that she was thinking about some nonsense about Scathatch, he gave a pleading look to Scathatch, pleading mercy on Mordred's behalf. Scathatch smiled gently and nodded, granting Artorius's request. In the following training, she became even stricter with Mordred. Chapter 61, Spearmanship, I. The basics of spearmanship. First, thrust. The position, angle, and force of the thrust are the key. Pay attention to the key points of my movements, the way I exert force, and the techniques. As Scathatch spoke, she swung her gibbalg, demonstrating the moves in front of Artorius and Mordred. First, she showcased them with a wooden humanoid target with markers around its body, executing the moves with utmost precision and speed. Her long spear was an extension of her arm, extremely precise. It swiftly rose, lowered, and made a series of rapid thrusts, piercing the markers on the humanoid target. Did you see that clearly? Just that. It's quite simple. I can do it too, Mordred replied nonchalantly, embracing an attitude of, I don't acknowledge anyone except my brother, and happily fooling around. Is that so? While saying this, Scathatch snapped her fingers, restoring the humanoid target to its original state. She took a step back, giving Mordred room to demonstrate. All right then, let's see what you've got. Mordred was brimming with confidence. She approached without hesitation. Of course, there's a difference between confidence and blind arrogance. Before actually making the move, she adjusted her body, wielded the spear, and felt the weight, length, and adaptability of the weapon. After performing a couple of techniques in place, she walked forward with full confidence. And then, in an instant, the markers on the humanoid target got pierced by her spear perfectly, or rather seemed like so. How was that, Teacher Scathatch? Mordred grinned and looked over, her eyes hinting at a hint of provocation. It's passable. Scathatch assessed. Just passable. Mordred furrowed her brow upon hearing Scathatch's response. I obviously hit them like yours. Artorius. This time, Scathatch didn't respond directly but called out to Artorius. Explain it. Well, little mo, Artorius approached with a smile, and with a snap of his fingers, the humanoid target that Scathatch had pierced reappeared right next to Mordred's target. Take a closer look, little mo. Oh. Mordred wasn't a fool, on the contrary, she was quite clever. She hadn't realized it earlier because there was no physical reference. Combined with her confusion, she failed to grasp it. But now, prompted by Artorius, she immediately understood. Scathatch's target and Mordred's target appeared almost identical at first glance, but upon closer inspection, there were clear differences. The round holes in Scathatch's target were all the same size, with smooth edges where they passed through. While Mordred's target had different-sized round holes, with some edges containing wooden fragments and sharp edges within. It's about the technique of exerting force, the angle of the thrust, and... Mordred furrowed her brow, carefully contemplating the gap between herself and Scathatch. And it's also about will and spirit, little mo. If it were before Reincarnated, Artorius would never have mentioned these things. Instead, he would have been a stoic martial arts master with no emotions who used calculation and theory, perfectly integrating Euclidean and non-Euclidean geometry into his swordsmanship, making it easy to cut through opponents. Unfortunately, Type Moon is a world driven by ideology. Will and spirit truly have an impact. This was one of the reasons why Artorius felt he could not reach the pinnacle of martial arts. He didn't consider his will and spirit to be particularly ideological. Instead, he preferred to be adaptable, innovative, and calculating. He found it hard to imagine sacrificing everything for something other than his mother, Artoria, and his sister, Mordred. Artorius had a strong desire for material possessions, his soul wasn't noble. He couldn't reach the level of sacrificing everything for certain things. Artorius was self-aware, he had always confirmed that he was a leader, a schemer, but not a hero. Even if you say that, I still... Upon hearing Artorius's words, Mordred didn't have an epiphany but furrowed her brow. It seemed that will and spirit were also quite challenging for her. Well, then watch carefully. This time, it was Scathatch's turn to teach, though she didn't use words or written expressions. Instead, she opted for something more direct. Mordred, stand still and watch my moves. As she spoke, Scathatch swung her spear and thrust it toward Mordred. Mordred! Exclamation point. Instinctively, she tried to dodge or block, but her body couldn't move. Scathatch's magecraft had bound Mordred's body. Am I done for? As Mordred couldn't help but think this, Scathatch retracted her spear. Although she could clearly feel the sensation of her skin touching the cold spear tip, not a single inch of her skin was damaged. Scathatch had mastered the control of force to the extent that it became an extension of her will. How far was she from achieving the so-called realm-breaking strike? Don't space out, pay attention. While Mordred was surprised while thinking, wow, I'm not dead after all, Scathatch loudly shouted at her, snapping Mordred out of her reverie. Then she began to watch attentively. Viewing the situation from a third-person perspective felt different from the first-person perspective. What mattered even more was the angle and perspective from which she observed the situation during intense danger and the desperate effort to concentrate. I see now, I see it. So that's how it is. This woman is amazing, no wonder I couldn't beat her. As Mordred watched Scathacker's attacks, she entered a state of focus, even forgetting her fear. She single-mindedly paid attention to Scathacker's techniques, memorizing everything. Only after Scathatch withdrew her spear and released Mordred from the immobilization spell did Mordred fall to the ground. Physically unexhausted, but mentally weary. Have you learned it? Yes, teacher. This time, Mordred willingly called her teacher and was not felt forced like before. Unlike Mordred in another timeline, who didn't receive recognition from her father, resulting in her stubborn and difficult personality like annoying Sundra, the Mordred in this moment was cheerful and bright. Omo. Scathatch nodded and then looked at Artorius. I won't need it, right, teacher? Before she could speak, Artorius rejected her with a playful smile, but unfortunately, this act of skipping class did not gain Scathacker's approval. In the next second, he was also immobilized by Scathatch, experiencing a storm of spear thrusts. Only after a round of attacks was complete did Scathatch release Artorius. Signaling the end of this lesson, he fell to the ground next to Mordred. That's it for this lesson. Take a break, then start practicing on your own. I'll come to assess you in an hour. After saying these words, Scathatch turned and walked away. Chapter 62, Spearmanship, 2. How's it going, little M.O.? How do you feel? Artorius, who was still lying there, calmly asked Mordred. It's really powerful. Mordred responded with a tinge of emotion. If we're talking about physical abilities alone, I'm confident I won't lose to her by much. But when it comes to technique, the gap is quite wide. No wonder even when we fight her together, we couldn't defeat her. She truly lives up to the legend. Yeah, I agree. Artorius nodded, confirming that Mordred was not mistaken. However, Mordred continued, jumping up and appearing revitalized, I won't just give up like that. I will learn everything she taught and surpass her. I'll become a warrior even stronger than Scathatch because that's the only way to live up to the title of Brother's Protector. Little M.O. Artorius watched his sister's radiant smile and felt a slight surge of excitement in his heart. Ah, she's really my sister, so adorable, so brilliant. I must cherish and love her properly. At the same time, back at the castle's upper level, Scathatch looked through the window and wore a joyful smile. I don't dislike such a child, she said, referring to Mordred. Both Mordred and her brother had successfully passed Scathacker's assessment and adeptly grasped the crucial, thrust aspect of the foundational spearmanship during an hour of training. After that, they learned other techniques such as parry, disarm, and entangle. It took Scathatch a day to teach the basic foundations of spearmanship and all the fundamental moves to Artorius and Mordred, not merely informing them but guiding the Pendragon siblings to master all of that foundational spear techniques to the utmost level. Without Scathacker's instruction, Mordred could still be able to effortlessly thrust using a spear like before. However, this instruction aimed to push the Pendragon siblings to their limits in mastering these foundational spear techniques. Now, their utilization of these moves had reached a level of perfection, though this perfection was limited by Artorius and Mordred's own strength, intelligence, and understanding, rather than the technique's inherent limits themselves. Nonetheless, it was still commendable. In the past, it took me a day to teach my best disciple these things. Scathatch thought, their talent is no less than that guy's. She felt even more satisfied with her disciples. And so, the first day of training was complete. After flawlessly blocking thousands of spears with his move called Guard, Artorius earned a nod of approval from Scathatch. At the same time, both he and Mordred had reached their limits. Although their bodies didn't tire in the dreamland, the mental exhaustion from the exertion still left them feeling weary. Let's rest now, Scathatch said. Take 3 hours off and come back here for the second session. The reason they weren't given time for sleep was that Artorius and Mordred were already asleep. Even if they were to sleep more, it wouldn't provide additional mental recovery. Ah. As Scathatch departed without hesitation, Mordred swayed her body and leaned against Artorius' shoulder. I'm so tired, big brother. The adorable sister half playfully and half seriously coaxed Artorius, saying, I can't walk anymore. Artorius understood Mordred's underlying message, of course. Whether it was, carry me on your back and hold me, or, wake me up with a kiss. Under normal circumstances, Artorius wouldn't refuse Mordred's small pleas. But today, Artorius had a better plan. I see. In that case, let me take you somewhere that I'm sure you'll be satisfied with. Artorius said with a cheerful smile and then, under Mordred's curious gaze, he took her hand. In the next moment, the scenery around them changed, and they appeared in a forest beside the holy spring. The air here was fresh, and the true ether was thick, creating a pleasant sensation for Mordred, who was a dragon. So, where is this? Medb. Medb. Are you here? As Mordred wanted to ask her big brother about their location, Artorius looked around but didn't see the pink-haired woman. After calling out a couple of times and still not seeing anyone. She's not here, so it's not a problem. Artorius muttered to himself and then said to Mordred, "This is a hidden place I found in Ireland. If you take a bath here, you can quickly replenish your energy." Really? Mordred was very interested in this. Really? Great. Let's give it a try. Yeah, let's try it. So, they all tried it together. The effect was truly as Artorius had described. The mental exhaustion caused by their intense training was completely recovered. Mordred even felt that she could immediately dive back into training without needing to wait for 3 hours. Then let's go directly to find Teacher Scathatch. Artorius was pleased to see Mordred so motivated for power. After all, the stronger she became, the greater the benefits for him. A certain silver-haired guy sitting on his plastic chair would also be delighted. Yeah. Thus, the Pendragon siblings happily left the Holy Spring. After their figures disappeared, a certain pink-haired individual who had been hiding in the bushes carefully emerged. Her heart was filled with regret. Because the moment she sensed Artorius' presence, she felt like she was going to explode. After waiting for Artorius to call out, "Medb, are you here?" she quickly hid instead of responding. And then, she could only watch Artorius bring another woman and enjoy the Holy Spring that had originally belonged to her. Damn it. Does he think he owns this place? I am the true owner here. Everything here belongs to me, doesn't it? After Artorius and Mordred finished their enjoyment and happily left, Medb's inner regret reached its peak. Why did I hide anyway? I didn't do anything shameful. No, I did do something shameful, but Artorius doesn't know. So what am I afraid of if he doesn't know then? Damn it, damn it, damn it all. It's so damn frustrating. That rascal. I'll make him mine no matter what. She swore in her heart. Glug, 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 glug. And so, today, Her Majesty the Queen filled her belly with the Holy Springs water, or rather bath water once again. Chapter 63, Not Ready. After returning to the castle, Artorius and Mordred found Scathatch. The training began once again, and it was a delightful experience. Their lives fell into a routine. Daily training. They pushed themselves to exhaustion and then headed to the Holy Spring for Medb to fill her stomach with bath water. Afterward, they returned to continue training. In addition to their spearmanship, they also studied magecraft. Artorius was thrilled to delve into Scathatch's magic workshop. The magecraft classes were conducted separately. Mordred was not happy about this, but there was no other choice. Due to her poor foundation in magecraft, studying with Artorius was like a kindergartner attending high school classes. So while Scathatch instructed Artorius, Mordred continued practicing her spear techniques. It worked the other way around as well. This way, Scathatch had the opportunity to spend time alone with Artorius. Although it didn't serve much purpose at the moment, it might prove useful in the future. In the blink of an eye, the 7th day arrived, and Artorius and Mordred were about to awaken. At this moment, Mordred was diligently practicing spear techniques on the training grounds. In the span of 7 days, she had made significant progress. Not only did her spearmanship improve by leaps and bounds, but even her previously weak magecraft abilities also saw an improvement. Meanwhile, in Scathatch's magic workshop, she thoroughly taught Artorius the first rune, which represented the concept and usage of wealth. Only 7 days, and you've completely mastered a rune. You truly have remarkable talent, Scathatch remarked while looking at Artorius, surrounded by a frost-colored rune. When it came to talent in spearmanship, among her disciples, there were perhaps 1 or 2 who could compare to Artorius. As for magecraft talent, there were also 1 or 2 individuals who could be mentioned. However, to possess both talents simultaneously at the highest level was unprecedented, with Artorius being the only one. This sense of destiny's calling made Scathatch hold him in even higher regard. What is your so-called grand plan? She asked earnestly, looking at Artorius. It's about time you shared it with me. You're quite impatient, teacher. Artorius smiled cheerfully, then continued, half-jokingly and half-seriously addressing Scathatch, if my plan doesn't align with your intentions, what would you do, teacher? Or perhaps, if my plan surpasses your capabilities, what would you do? As he spoke these words, he looked at Scathatch with a playful yet serious gaze. Unlike Merlin, Morgan, and Vivian, in Artorius's plan, Scathatch was crucial and irreplaceable. Her understanding and mastery of fate were profound. To usurp fate, her assistance was indispensable. On the other hand, Morgan, Merlin, and Vivian could be substituted or even absent. Therefore, when it came to Scathatch, Artorius was more cautious in his approach. Regarding what Scathatch said, I've already obtained what I wanted, from before, he analyzed and contemplated it earnestly. In the end, he reached a conclusion. What she wanted was the pleasure of teaching and nurturing someone. After all, she was a legendary teacher. There was a saying, to obtain the world's talents and educate them is a triple delight. In other words, as long as she could educate an outstanding youth like Artorius, Scathatch would be all smiles. As a famous teacher in the Age of Gods, although she wasn't as outstanding and famous as Chiron, she definitely regarded children with an innate talent for teaching as a source of joy in her life. Not to mention, he was not just any ordinary youth, but an extraordinarily talented one. This point was something Artorius could confirm. As for the other things she wanted, Artorius could only rely on speculation. What did Scathatch want to gain from him? Or perhaps, Scathatch had already gained something from him. Emotions. Happiness. The thrill of battle. Or something else entirely. Surely it couldn't be love. Even someone as intelligent as Artorius couldn't know for sure because there were too few clues. So he needed to probe further, to delve deeper into Scathatch's innermost thoughts. To unearth, acquire, and even control the secrets, emotions, and heart of this unparalleled and unique woman in the world. The best outcome would be to completely win over Scathatch, to make her obedient to him like Mordred. If that wasn't possible, at the very least, he needed to establish a strong and intimate relationship. A partner. A lover. Such a relationship might not be that solid for celts like them. What Artorius wanted was to become the supreme and sole figure in her heart. It didn't matter if it was brother and sister, mother and son, teacher and disciple, or lovers, any positive relationship would suffice. After all, Artorius had grand plans, and he needed to ensure that his plans would go off without a hitch. Using emotions to manipulate the other party was also one method. Although it didn't seem to be going smoothly at the moment. As he contemplated in this manner, he spoke probing words and looked at Scathatch, waiting for her response. How much you desire determines how much you must be prepared to sacrifice. Scathatch didn't directly answer his question. Instead, she said that sentence and then asked him. I am always prepared to engage in a war, even at the cost of my life. But what about you, Artorius? It's clear that you lack such determination, you're not ready. While Artorius remained silent, Scathatch answered for him. We will meet again. After Scathatch spoke those words, everything in front of Artorius became increasingly blurry until the next second. He regained consciousness, returning to his senses, lying inside the tent. A week is neither long nor short, and, what did she mean by, you're not ready? Determination, huh? Artorius thought to himself, then turned his head to look at Mordred. The latter seemed to be a little more dazed than him as if not fully awakened from the dream. Little M.O., snap out of it. Brother. Oh. Mordred looked at Artorius with a silly expression for a while before finally coming to her senses. Land of Shadows, Scathatch, training. Thinking of this, Mordred jumped up in an instant and quickly put on her clothes, rushing outside. Little M.O. I'm going to test it out. Once Artorius also dressed and walked out of the tent, he would understand what Mordred's test it out meant. It was spearmanship. Mordred casually picked up a spear from the camp and effortlessly wielded it, smoothly executing techniques and moves with ease. Although the techniques were simple and not varied, they gave off a sense of power, fear, and even an unstoppable aura. It's not a dream after all. My spearmanship has really improved. Feeling simple happiness from this, she revealed a brilliant smile under the sunlight. How wonderful, with an increase in strength, I can better assist my brother. Thinking of such things, Mordred felt extremely happy, as if she were a contented little kitten after being thoroughly petted. After receiving Artorius' promise, we will continue to head to the Land of Shadows and receive training from teacher Scathatch. Mordred once again made a firm resolution to learn earnestly and respond to her big brother's trust and affection. This joy continued until the afternoon. Their group finally returned to their home, the White City shining under the sun, Camelot. Chapter 64, Homecoming. He's back. In the highest room of the White Castle, Artoria looked through the window and saw her beloved son advancing slowly with his cavalry. In Camelot, a guard of honor that had been waiting for a long time finally gathered and accompanied their governor, general, and leader of the Germanic army, for a show of power. It felt a bit like a triumphant return. Artorius had been away for 2 years, and being a materialistic person, he couldn't simply return without any pomp. It was only natural for him to make a stylish comeback. The so-called Guard of Honor originated from the Germanic military region and was known as the Dragon Sentinel. It served as Artorius' most elite force. Their origins were complex, comprising knights from Britain, veteran heroes from Rome or Germanic tribes, and even some nomadic people from the Far East, such as the Huns, Alans, and Alvars. Every warrior who could join the Dragon Sentinel was handpicked by Artorius himself. They had to excel in horsemanship and possess exceptional combat skills, specializing in spears, swords, bows, and javelins. After being selected, Artorius personally trained them, taught them, and provided them with generous salaries, land, the best weapons, and treatment. This was one of the mightiest forces under Artorius' command. Due to the constraints of the era and the monopoly of knowledge and tradition, Artorius had to select a portion of his elite group's members from the nobles in order to establish the empire he intended to build. However, this was not something that could be resolved in a short period of time. Each of Artorius' guards rode on equally tall pure white warhorses. These warhorses were specifically collected by him and possessed bloodlines of phantasmal species. Each one was remarkably swift, able to continue fighting tirelessly even while clad in heavy magic plate armor, running for days without tiring. The guards also wore valuable magic plate armor, their weapons shimmering with magical light. Dragon Sentinel, bearing flags of the Red Dragon, Black Eagle, and White Wolf, numbered a total of 400. This number exceeded that of the Knights of the Round Table. In terms of top-notch experts, Dragon Sentinel cannot match the Knights of the Round Table. However, in terms of overall quantity, this group of warriors is the strongest of their time. In this regard, even the Knights of the Round Table, consisting mostly of Gauls with a few selected warriors from the British Isles, couldn't compare to them. But if I could bring the heroes of the Knights of the Round Table under my control, it would be even better. Riding at the forefront were Mordred and Gareth, who had just arrived and joined him, with Galahad guarding the middle, while Artorius himself was busy pondering. In this era, Britain was fated to become extinct, yet it seemingly had the favor of fate. Was it merely a coincidence? Heroes abounded in this era of Britain. The top 12 of the Knights of the Round Table, except for Kay, were all exceptional warriors. Among them, the outstanding ones were also prominent among the heroic spirits. This was something that even the mighty Rome couldn't match. What a waste of such power, squandered by the king, consumed in the meaningless search for the Holy Grail. Percival, Tristan, Lancelot, Gawain, Bedivere, Lamorak. These knights who possessed extraordinary combat prowess or made remarkable contributions in other aspects embarked on journeys with no results due to the king's stubbornness. Moreover, even worse was the fact that among the Knights of the Round Table who followed Artorius, the will of King Arthur also spread. Lancelot, who played an important role in Artorius' strategy on the continent, used his army's power to assist the knights in their quest for the Holy Grail. These forces and resources should have been used to conquer Rome. What bothered Artorius even more was Galahad, who stood by his side. On the road to the Camelot, Artorius had a final conversation with his best friend. Unlike Mordred, who wholeheartedly supported Artorius, or Gareth, who saw herself as a knight of Artorius, Galahad had exceptional abilities and potential surpassing even Lancelot, making Artorius consider him a talent. However, Galahad was deeply influenced by King Arthur. Although Galahad considered himself to be Artorius' friend and promised to help him in his endeavor, Galahad still believed himself to be a knight of King Arthur. Therefore, after their usual meeting, he proposed to Artorius, "I plan to temporarily leave the Germanic army and travel to various parts of Europe to search for the Holy Grail." Artorius neither agreed nor opposed. Observing Galahad's serious expression, he knew that convincing him would be difficult. So he decided to use a delaying tactic. "Don't say that, Galahad." Artorius replied, "Let's discuss your departure after we finish our current tasks, all right?" Upon hearing Artorius' response, Galahad hesitated. He wanted to say more, but he remained silent. Perhaps he was concerned, or even afraid. Afraid that Artorius would persuade him to stay, making it difficult for him to refuse. As an important member of the Germanic military region, responsible for the region's daily administrative work, his position was equivalent to that of a half-prime minister, making him the top figure in the civil service system. His status was almost on par with Mordred, the foremost figure in the military system. For a figure like him to leave, it would be like an earthquake in the Germanic region. It couldn't be decided casually, no matter what. But after that, if Artorius, His Highness, refuses, can I really leave? Galahad expressed doubt about this. He knew deep in his heart the truth about his best friend, the lord and ruler he was currently serving, and the future that awaited him, a ruler whose dark side was concealed beneath the radiant sunlight. The brighter the sunlight, the denser the shadows became. The purer the frost, the darker the earth beneath the snow. That was Artorius, a powerful and enigmatic ruler who couldn't be judged simply as good or bad. I understand. Following that, Galahad expressed his obedience. Chapter 65, Reunion. On top of the city walls, Artoria pondered for a moment and made a decision. Although it was inappropriate and went against her royal status, she decided to personally leave the city and welcome her dearest son. However, surprisingly, besides Queen Guinevere and the witch, Morgan Le Fay, there was not a single important figure on Artoria's side. In its heyday, the Knights of the Round Table, with 300 knights, now dwindled to only 20 knights and a handful of guards. The other knights either acted in Artoria's name to intervene and maintain balance throughout Britain or were engaged in the pursuit of the Holy Grail. Camelot appeared desolate, even the flag of the Red Dragon on the city walls drooped with a lackluster air. All of this seemed to foreshadow the decline of the Pendragon dynasty in Britain. With these thoughts in mind, Artorius felt a heavy heart. The title of a ruler of a fallen kingdom is not something to be proud of. As he contemplated, he dismounted. Initially, according to diplomatic etiquette, as the supreme leader of the Germanic army which was part of the Roman army, he should have maintained composure and even displayed arrogance when facing Artoria, the king of Britain, to showcase the greatness of the Roman Empire. But Artorius didn't care about such bullshit. When the gates of the castle swung open, and the drawbridge lowered, his father, Arthur, and his mother, Guinevere, walked out together, and Artorius eagerly approached them. Father, mother. At least in that moment, Artorius was sincere. He greeted them first, then embraced and kissed them on the cheeks. I missed you both. Seeing his son, who had grown into a handsome young man surpassing herself in stature, Artoria also showed an excited expression. For that brief moment, she forgot the fear of Britain's impending doom, her immense responsibility, overwhelming pressure, and profound sense of helplessness. She simply immersed herself in the joy of being reunited with her beloved child. Artoria embraced her own child and felt the change in their physical positions. She couldn't help but feel a bit saddened. Previously, she could rest her head on top of Artorius's, but now she could only lean against his chest. The sword of selection, Caliban, had already shattered. However, Excalibur as the superior existence to Caliban remained under her control. This meant that her body remained unchanged, just as it was before, at the age of 15, without the slightest alteration. In terms of height, Artorius had surpassed her already. If he continues to grow, there may come a time when I won't be able to match Artorius's embrace anymore. Artoria lightly kissed the side of Artorius's face, unable to resist such thoughts. Ahem, ahem. Perhaps feeling that Artorius and Artoria's embrace lasted too long and the scene was too heartwarming, Morgan, who was nearby, felt as uncomfortable as if she had swallowed dozens of pounds of highly concentrated lemons. She couldn't help but cough lightly a few times to draw their attention to the situation. However, she was completely ignored. Whether it was Artorius or Artoria, they continued to enjoy the pleasures of family life in their own ways, to compensate for the longing of not seeing each other for 2 years. Morgan, who was beside them, felt as if she had consumed a mixture of grape, lemon, orange, plum, sour pear, and green apple juice. The sound of teeth grinding against each other echoed. Father and son ignored her presence, treating her as if she were invisible. These years have been tough on you, father. Artorius said to Artoria with a nostalgic tone. You too. Artoria sighed, responding to his words. Setting aside their differing views on each other's actions, they both knew the hardships they had endured in these 2 years. Artorius suffered physically. Conquering and governing were not tasks that could be easily accomplished. Though Artorius had a strong materialistic desire, he had not yet fallen into depravity, at least not at present. He dedicated the majority of his time to his work. 18 hours a day working, 5 hours for exercise, 1 hour of rest. Fortunately, being a dragon allowed him to handle such a lifestyle, otherwise, he would have died from overexertion long ago. Artoria, on the other hand, was burdened with mental fatigue. In the fragmented state of Britain, with no wars or external pressures, there were very few matters in which she could intervene. Camelot was merely a small domain with a crude management style and methods. The king had few daily administrative tasks to handle. However, the pressure was immense. The rise and fall of Britain rested on her shoulders. The pressure she had to endure in a chaotic world without hope was unimaginable. What made Artorius feel somewhat saddened was that he had also become a source of pressure for her. Whenever Artorius created a magnificent war and achievement in Europe, Artoria would feel that it was her responsibility. Fortunately, everything can still be salvaged. As Artoria looked at her beloved son with deep respect, this was what she thought in her heart. Despite all the changes, Artorius's love for her had not wavered, giving Artoria a sense of illusion of she could persuade him to turn back. Unfortunately, all of this must continue. As Artorius looked at his loving father, he sighed inwardly. Artoria remained the same as always, a naive and a cutie. He wondered whether it was her education and way of thinking that confined her thoughts or if, on the day she drew the sword of selection, her mind stopped growing just like her body. In any case, she hadn't changed at all. In the face of reality, the warm scene of a father and son had overshadowed everything. Except for those directly involved, no one else seemed to notice. Guinevere, in particular, looked on with satisfaction. On the other side, Morgan gritted her teeth, secretly relishing the pleasure of being ignored and feeling cheated, or rather, experiencing the sensation of being cucked. If Artorius knew what she was thinking, he would surely hold her in contempt. After all, everyone else was focused on serious matters, while she was off in her own world. In this scenario, it wouldn't really be a problem to say that Morgan was kind of a loser. After all, she always misunderstood anything and thought about nonsense. Such were the various thoughts of the Pendragon. But, the knights also had their own thoughts. Behind Artorius, Gareth was moved by the affection between father and son. Mordred felt a hint of envy, while Galahad, the sensitive young man, sensed that something was amiss. Is it really impossible to bridge the gap between the king and his highness? His mood grew increasingly heavy. Chapter 66, Banquet Dinner. The reunion dinner at Camelot was a disappointment. Even though Artorius was welcomed back to the palace, Artoria couldn't offer anything decent to treat the honored guests. In Camelot, the only thing available in unlimited supply was the unappealing black bread, a product of magecraft. It had no advantages except for its large quantity, and it was as hard as a rock, dry and overly coarse. One would worry about developing esophageal cancer from eating too much of it. No one in the whole world enjoyed eating such a thing, except for Artoria herself. But suddenly, Artorius heard his mother saying, "To be honest, I'm starting to get tired of this thing after eating it so much." Upon hearing these words, Artorius looked at his mother with extreme shock, causing her to feel a bit embarrassed. "What's wrong, father? Is there something you don't want to eat or a problem?" Artoria then deliberately tried to appear imposing, wanting to suppress and stop Artorius from questioning her, but her efforts were ineffective due to his overwhelming astonishment. It was evident that treating guests with something Artoria, the king herself, grew tired of eating was akin to severing ties with the entire world. Fortunately, the king had a good son. Artorius had long anticipated this awkward situation and simply clapped his hands. The chefs and waiters, who were prepared in advance, began bringing in dishes one after another, quickly setting up a table. There were dishes like roasted suckling pig, roasted whole lamb, and braised beef, tough and substantial dishes. There were also next-generation Western cuisines such as foie gras, caviar, truffles, and lobster. The table was filled with pies, apple tarts, cakes, and candies, representing next-generation pastries. Various fruit juices and wines were available as well. In order to cater to everyone's tastes, Artorius even presented traditional extravagant dishes like roasted swan, roasted peacock, and roasted dolphin. He made sure to fulfill every guest's desires. As Artoria saw the table filled with a feast that perfectly met the standards of a king, her expression grew increasingly serious, even as she desperately swallowed her saliva. Her gaze towards Artorius became stricter and more severe. "Artorius. What's the matter, father?" Artorius smiled gently, seemingly oblivious to her anger and dissatisfaction. "Oh my dear father, I know you're a glutton through and through. Why, this is too extravagant." The only consolation for Artorius was that Artoria dragged him to a corner before speaking with him, minimizing the impact of the situation. To some extent, it could be considered an attempt to hide the obvious. Those carefree individuals could easily dismiss it, but for the more perceptive ones, Artoria's actions garnered even greater attention. Take Mordred, for example, who had been closely watching Artorius and Artoria. Despite having delicious food in front of her, she paid no attention. Or Galahad, who had just discussed slightly sensitive topics with Artorius and was now feeling uneasy in his heart. And Morgan, and Guinevere. Well, among the people present in Camelot, all the important figures noticed their conversation. This is too extravagant. Why invest so many resources into hosting a banquet? Because that way, everyone will be happy. Facing the earnest questioning, Artorius assumed an air of nonchalance and replied naturally, causing a momentary pause for Artoria. She didn't expect Artorius to respond like this. Before this, whenever she educated her son, he always appeared attentive, obedient, and well-behaved. Of course, she didn't know that it was all a facade, a way to lower her guard. How could everyone be happy? Despite her efforts to suppress her anger, Artoria's tone unintentionally rose. The people are suffering from hunger. Even though we have changed policies, reclaimed new lands, and implemented new agricultural measures, the issue of food shortage in Britain remains unresolved due to weather problems. While the people can't even have a satisfying meal, we're here hosting a grand feast, indulging in luxury. This is not right. Father. Artorius lowered his voice slightly, "Please calm down. Everyone is watching." Upon hearing his words, Artoria, feeling a bit flustered, glanced around. As expected, her loud voice caught the attention of many people, who unconsciously looked over. "Can't it wait until after the banquet, father?" Artoria. Having become the mood spoiler, she glared at Artorius, who, in turn, tried to soothe her like a cat whose fur had been ruffled, with a gentle and helpless smile. In the end, she reluctantly gave in, not really surrendering, just temporarily compromising. She suppressed her temper and anger, saving them for later, after the banquet. With this thought in mind, she ate and ate, desperately. While everyone joyfully indulged in the delicious delicacies brought by Artorius, Artoria fought to devour bread. The kind mentioned before, the hard black bread that made a sound when bitten. Surrounded by fragrant and sweet aromas, everyone was delighted. Only Artoria suffered. It seemed as if everyone was ganging up on her. This peculiarity did not go unnoticed, and the joyful atmosphere was dampened considerably. Many people still felt quite awkward, and their voices became subdued. My king. Appearing next to Artoria during this moment, gently persuading her, was none other than Queen Guinevere. She approached Artoria with a plate of the meat she loved the most. Just have a little bite. The roasted meat emitted an enticing aroma. In addition to the savory scent, there was a hint of spices. It was a delicacy that Artoria had never tasted before. Salivating. She salivated heavily. No, I can't. However, even though Artoria desperately wanted to eat, even to the point of wanting to gnaw on the plate itself, she couldn't. It's a matter of principle. I won't eat these things. She firmly expressed her position. As a result, the atmosphere throughout the entire banquet remained rather peculiar. What a foolish little sister. At the same time, Morgan, savoring a strawberry cake, thought merrily. After observing all of Artoria's actions, she couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration, thinking, now that I think about it, how could I lose to such a fool? She continued, also this little rascal, after not seeing him for a few days, has become even more delicious. Turning her head, Morgan looked at Artorius and couldn't help but think joyfully. With elegance, she used her knife and fork to cut the small pastry in front of her, made with honey, cream, a soft cake base, and strawberries, into small pieces, and put them in her mouth sensually. She let out a satisfied sigh as if she had finally achieved her wish and had Artorius in the palm of her hand. Chapter 67, Argument, I. The banquet came to an unpleasant end. Artorius's guards were settled in the military camp at Camelot. The knights each had their own rooms to rest, so there was no need to worry. After everything was arranged, Artoria, who was eagerly waiting, hurriedly led her beloved son toward her study. My king. Artorius, hopefully everything is all right. Seeing this scene, Guinevere, as the queen, felt deeply uneasy. She was not alone in feeling this way. Many of the Camelot soldiers, officials, and a few remaining knights of the Round Table present also shared the same sentiments. Apart from feeling uneasy, they also felt guilty and remorseful. During the banquet just now, King Arthur suppressed his desires and forced himself to eat the black bread. However, they couldn't help but indulge themselves to some extent by partaking in the delicious delicacies brought by the prince. This made them feel as though they had betrayed their king. As Queen Guinevere went to persuade the king with the roasted meat, everyone watched, their hearts filled with complex emotions. If the king accepted the roasted meat, they would be able to indulge in it without any sense of guilt. Honestly, they had been enduring hardships alongside the king for many years. Ever since the king took the throne and launched the counterattack against the Saxons, they had been eating black bread every day. And even now, they were still eating it. Occasionally, there would be some dried meat, vegetables, or fish, which could barely be considered an additional meal, especially during wartime or when they were on the march, where they could at least do some hunting. However, in recent years, the situation has worsened. Seeing the land in Britain deteriorate, the king set an example by leading everyone to tighten their belts. They only ate 2 meals a day, and each meal consisted of hard and magecraft-made black bread. Such a frugal lifestyle was becoming unbearable for many. If everyone had to endure this frugality, it would be manageable. However, everyone knew that the soldiers and knights who followed the prince to Europe were treated well. As long as they worked hard and had abilities, even a lowly commoner without any status could become someone important. With such a stark contrast, continuing to endure a frugal life in Britain was already a sufficient demonstration of their loyalty to the king. But occasionally, just occasionally, indulging once and enjoying something good to eat wouldn't be a problem, right? That's why they were concerned about the king. When they saw him refuse the queen's persuasion, they felt helpless on one hand, but on the other hand, they were also a little pleased. The king remained the same upright and honest king, not bowing down or compromising in the face of temptation. However, the king's righteousness and honesty seemed to have gone too far. In the span of just one meal, the mindset of many who remained at Camelot underwent subtle changes. Some admired the king even more and reaffirmed their belief in continuing to stand by him. More people felt frustrated, disappointed, and even a sense of disgust. Subconsciously, they felt that what the king had done was not right. Therefore, they developed a disdain towards the king for not responding to their emotions. Some even had the desire to leave him and join Artorius. Oh, the complexities of human nature, they truly are hard to understand. Artoria was completely unaware of this. What on earth is going on? Why would you do this? Artoria sternly questioned Artorius, hoping to ignite a sense of shame within him. The people can't even have a decent meal, and here we are feasting. What kind of message does that send? Things didn't go as Artoria had imagined. Artorius didn't pretend to be obedient. Instead, he chose to confront her head-on. Because it's a day worth celebrating. Artorius replied in a relaxed tone. The soldiers have been eating plain bread for so long, so what's wrong with giving them something better once in a while? But. Oh, don't worry, Artorius smirked. As a benefit of my return to Camelot, I've distributed bread and salt to every person in Camelot, and every household has received smoked meat. The men even get a cup of beer as a gift. Everyone is quite pleased. Artoria looked at Artorius in surprise, realizing that she didn't sound as righteous as she thought she did. However, even so, she still believed that he had done something wrong. Even if that's the case, our banquet should still be more modest. No. Artorius decisively rejected her words. Does Father think it's fair for everyone to eat the same food and endure the same hardships? Does Father believe it's unjust that soldiers, knights, and even we enjoyed a lavish banquet earlier, while commoners were only given bread, salt, smoked meat, and beer? Isn't it? In my opinion, it's the opposite. Artorius said. Those who work harder should receive more. Blindly adhering to egalitarianism is the real unfairness. Treating soldiers and knights, who bear heavier responsibilities, the same as commoners when it comes to food and clothing, that's tyranny. How is that possible? Artorius's words surprised and puzzled Artoria. But this is a time of great need. She instinctively wanted to argue with Artorius, but after weighing the arguments of those who work harder should receive more and egalitarianism, she realized she might not gain many advantages. Although she firmly believed she was right. But, like a certain auburn-haired boy had said, just because you're correct doesn't mean you're right. Even among the Knights of the Round Table, there were many who pursued material desires. When she asked everyone to tighten their belts and allocate resources to aid the people, there were heated debates within the Round Table. Some couldn't bear it from the beginning. Some couldn't bear it after persisting for a while. Except for herself, perhaps only Guinevere, her closest friend, could maintain a life of austerity and give almost all resources to the people. Let's leave this matter aside for now. Artoria reluctantly said to Artorius. Artorius, there are many things I want to talk to you about. Yes, Father. I also have many things I want to discuss with you. The tension between mother and son gradually subsided. After all, they were family, and even if they had conflicts, they could be reconciled, or so they thought. But that wasn't the case. After the discussions of egalitarianism, sharing hardships, and rewarding hard work, Artorius began to propose to his mother that the treatment of Camelot's military should be improved, no matter what. It's okay for the officials of Camelot to skim off some benefits, but the military must not be deprived. This is the foundation of Camelot, Father. Artorius earnestly pleaded, genuinely wanting what was best for his mother. However, she appeared clueless, unable to comprehend his intentions or the importance of bribing and buying off the military. Isn't sharing the honor with them enough? But honor doesn't fill their stomachs. Don't they have black bread? It's not enough. Artorius sighed tiredly. Author's note. Honors and material rewards. We must strive for both. The protagonist's conflict with his mother's beliefs didn't stem from Artoria herself but from Merlin. All of her mindsets were taught by Merlin. She is merely a tool for salvation. So, everything is Merlin's fault. Chapter 68, Argument 2. All right. I admit that everyone has been working hard. Artoria nodded and began with her usual talk, but it's not a problem as long as we find the Holy Grail. That's the problem. If we continue like this, merely waiting for the Holy Grail to be found, our Pendragon dynasty will be doomed. Lamented Artorius helplessly, his gaze fixed on his mother. Father, do you know what is most important in such difficult times? Asked Artorius. The people, of course. Replied Artoria naturally. No, you're wrong. It's the army, the power, the strength, Father. Artorius replied with a heavy heart. Artoria fell silent, contemplating his words. Artorius believed she had taken them to heart and continued. So, our top priority is to ensure the loyalty of the army. To achieve that, we need to meet their needs and desires, at least to some extent. Are you suggesting we pamper them with luxuries? Artoria resisted, her eyes glaring earnestly, as if ready to confront Artorius if he were to say yes. Of course not. Satisfying desires too easily leads to greed. Fortunately, the standards set by you are low enough that we can gradually improve. We can start by providing them with something better than black bread. For example, some meat, hot soup, and vegetable rations. It would be enough to sustain their lives and make them better off than the commoner. It will be enough to barely support their families. We simply don't have enough resources. Artoria firmly rejected Artorius. And even if we did, we should prioritize aiding the people. That's not a problem. Artorius took a deep breath. He realized that continuing to argue with her would be meaningless. This person was as stubborn as a rock and completely ignorant of people's hearts. I can provide those supplies. Artorius said seriously. After all, I am still the prince, so, Father, I am willing to supply Camelot with additional resources, a sufficient amount to sustain the entire kingdom, the army, and their families. After all, Camelot was just one of the many countries within Britain, with only a few tens of thousands of people. It wouldn't be a burden for Artorius, who ruled over millions in the Germanic land. Before Artoria could respond, Artorius continued. Naturally, these resources won't be given for free. My request is, the Knights of the Round Table. Of course, not all of them. I only want the top 12 knights. Father, I ask that you order the 12 Knights of the Round Table to join my command. What do you think, Father? Isn't this a good deal? Artorius believed it was a win-win deal. He would gain a scarce and elite group of top-notch warriors, while Artoria would obtain the resources to improve the lives of the people of Camelot. With this elite force, Artorius would have an advantage in facing the challenges of the Germanic peoples and the Romans. His plans would go more smoothly, and the Pendragon dynasty would attain supreme glory. They would replace Capet, Hohenzollern, Plantagenet, and Rurikids. In the future, they would substitute for Bourbon, Habsburg, and Romanov. Even as they entered a new era, experiencing Napoleon, 2 world wars, and countless upheavals and chaos between the outer and inner worlds, Artorius would ensure the splendor, continuity, and greatness of the entire Pendragon dynasty through his intelligence and abilities. Whether in the outer world or the inner world. When all these resources and technologies matured, Artorius would go further, thoroughly saving the entire human race. He would liberate humanity from the control of the counterforce and provide true redemption and freedom. This would inevitably involve a game with the counterforce, battles, exchanges, and conflicts with extraterrestrial civilizations, as well as the obstacles posed by other human organizations. But even so, Artorius would persevere. Forge the future, break free from Earth, and venture into the cosmos. Annihilate all the wandering star, Velber, Ultimate One nonsense, and other godforsaken things until his human universe plan is accomplished. Then they can finally enjoy peace of mind. That was the entirety of Artorius Pendragon's plan. At this time, the so-called usurping fate plan seemed grand in scale, but it was just a mere part of the grand plan in reality. Even with just that part, it had already violated the taboos of the counterforce. That's why Artorius hadn't even informed Mordred about the following grand plan. Because it was simply too dangerous. The more people who knew, the greater the risk. Rather than foolishly bashing one's head against the wall or just YOLO like Artoria did, ending up with a broken head and bloodshed, Artorius believed strategy was necessary. How did the wise ones put it? Protecting people while losing land preserves both people and land. Losing people while losing land leads to the loss of both people and land. So they must preserve the living no matter what. They had to ensure their own survival. After all, if they couldn't survive, even if they established the human universe, ushering in a beautiful new era, they wouldn't be able to enjoy it. Therefore, in that round of dealings with his mother, incorporating the Knights of the Round Table into his control was the first step towards the new world. Such a magnificent first step. A small step for humanity, a great step for the Pendragon dynasty. You agree, right? It benefits both of us, doesn't it, my dear father? Artorius looked at his mother with delight and eager anticipation. Artoria's expression struggled, then became calm. Then she looked at her beloved son, Artorius, with seriousness and determination. Your terms are very favorable, my dear child. I can tell you genuinely want to help. You truly want to contribute to Britain. However, I refuse. Her crystal-like eyes earnestly gazed at Artorius as she asked, those things. Did you acquire them through plundering, exploiting, and oppressing? I know, Artorius, that in your Germanic regions, you have been implementing high-pressure policies, destroying those who defy you. Or forcing them to pay taxes and provide provisions. I cannot accept such resources. Artorius. The frost dragon of Europe fell silent for a few seconds. Father. Artorius struggled to control his emotions, but ultimately, he couldn't. I've managed my regions well. He took a deep breath and then angrily said. In my territories, anyone who works diligently can survive. All individuals of value can live well, including the military, soldiers, craftsmen, mages, scholars, and technicians. They all receive good treatment. Farmers and laborers can support their families through their own efforts. Women are organized for textile production, and children are encouraged to contribute through labor and learning to the best of their abilities. Even those without value, such as the disabled, those who have lost their ability to work, and the elderly, are not abandoned. Under my care, they can all obtain a luxurious livelihood that is exceedingly rare in this era. What more do you want from me? If I were to govern Germanic peoples with your idiotic, sharing hardships together approach, I would be slaughtered by the dissatisfied Germanic lunatics, along with my entire people in the next second. Do you understand that? Artoria shook her head, looking at Artorius with a gaze of helplessness, as if she were looking at a child who had gone astray. Although Artorius also had a similar look in his eyes when he looked at her. Chapter 69, Argument 3. Artorius spoke the truth. Under his mobilization, the entire Germanic military region operated at high speed. Everyone was driven and motivated, striving desperately for survival and a better life. They worked hard, produced tirelessly, and engaged in killing and plundering those who were not part of the Germanic military region, those who were not their own. This attitude of striving in life and way of life perfectly aligned with this era and would continue to be the norm in Europe for thousands of years to come. Even in modern times, such a situation still exists, still considered normal, only cloaked in layers of elaborate and highly deceptive facades. Artorius excelled at it. As a ruler and a leader, it was the same for him. He rewarded and punished clearly, he was generous, and he led the way in war. He governed his territories with wisdom and insight. To his own people, he was the best leader one could have. The kind of leader for whom even on the brink of death, one could cry out, "Leader, in my next life, I'll follow you again." But to his enemies, he was a demon, a calamity, a nightmare, the embodiment of terrifying destruction. In the Black Forest, he was the mad and ruthless frost dragon, their hero, their archenemy. In this little ice age, while everyone strived to survive, could one say it was wrong? Those Germanic tribes that did not belong to the Germanic military region treated Artorius as subjects in the same way. And there were also the Romans, the Slavs, and the nomadic people of the steppes. Everyone was damn used to such things. That was the difference between Artorius and Artoria. Artoria, who was idealistic and taught by Uther and Merlin, was bestowed with the title of the perfect king. However, she could not accept Artorius's realism, pragmatism, and utilitarianism. "Artorius, you're talking about Camelot alone, and not Britain, right?" Artoria said to Artorius like this, "You can't provide resources to secure the entire Britain, can you?" Artorius: "Yes, I can't." He remained silent for a moment and then said to Artoria, "At least, we can't provide them freely, to those kings and lords." Artorius didn't finish the second half of his sentence, which was, he needed their people, manpower, knights, and army. If they wanted resources, they had to give something in return. And then, those people in the army would become part of the Germanic military region, fighting to the death for Artorius's ambitions. Just like all ambitious people in this world. But, there is a mistaken view here. Artoria was not indifferent to the people starving to death, nor was she a fool who did not understand why her son did all those things. Instead, all of this was because she believed that the Holy Grail could save her country, restore the concentration of true ether to its former level, and bring Britain back to its good old days. In light of this, why must she follow her son's plan, which causes the people to suffer, turning them into tools of war and cannon fodder? They sacrifice long-lasting peace and even their lives for temporary gains, leaving their homes behind and heading to the cold and war-torn Europe. But, Father, can you really find the Holy Grail? What if you can't? Or what if you find it, but it doesn't possess the great power you believe it holds? Artorius continued his questioning reluctantly, only to be met with a happy smile on her face. "Let me tell you some good news." Artoria showed a cheerful expression, saying, "We have received news about the whereabouts of the Holy Grail. Sir Percival has sent word, confirming the location of the Holy Grail. Now, if a knight of pure and noble heart goes there, they can obtain the Holy Grail." "Artorius, your plan has completely failed." As she spoke these words, Artoria displayed pure delight and a sense of relief. It must be that in her eyes, the long period of endurance, suffering, and trouble was about to come to an end. Britain would return to its good old days. Upon hearing these words, Artorius, on the other hand, felt as if he had fallen into an icy cave. So, the Holy Grail had been located. No wonder Galahad bid farewell to himself before. So that's how it is. In that case, the course of history would be exactly the same as before. Meaning, Galahad would die. And even that is not the worst outcome. The worst outcome is when the king truly receives the Holy Grail. That will be like the damned sixth singularity, the Lion King's ending. Damn it. Artorius. Seeing Artorius stunned, Artoria's heart softened. She took a step forward and embraced Artorius by the neck. "That's why, you don't have to work so hard anymore. You don't have to sacrifice yourself for the people, and you don't have to bear the weight of the nation. I have everything arranged." Artoria gently embraced her beloved son. "You will return to Britain, back to my side, right, Artorius?" She looked at Artorius with hopeful eyes. And the response she received was Artorius's equally gentle embrace. Ah. Indeed, this was his mother. Gently carrying everything on her shoulders. Even if she was deceived, wrongly educated, and treated as a tool for saving the homeland. She was always striving for the best. The only thing different from the original history was probably himself. She entrusted many beautiful emotions to himself, her son. So this time, it was his turn to refuse. The Holy Grail plan is doomed to fail. Artorius calmly looked at Artoria. The counterforce will not allow any mistakes in the proper human history. Britain is fated to perish. That's engraved in the inevitability of proper human history. That incubus should have told you that. Artorius. If I'm guessing correctly, the Holy Grail is a trap. Artorius continued calmly, it's a trap set by the counter-force. There won't be a good ending by obtaining the Holy Grail. Artorius. So, Father, forget about that Holy Grail nonsense and be more realistic. Artorius. Answer my question first. Artorius interrupted her with a louder voice than Artoria's. If the Holy Grail is useless, what would you do, Father? The Holy Grail. Answer me. Would you do whatever it takes to let the people of Britain survive? Even if it means going against your own will, ideal, and morality. There was a long silence in response to Artorius, but afterward, Artoria still answered him. I would. Even if, through slaughter and plunder, even if in the end, the concept of Celts disappears, and our bloodline merges into the Germanic peoples, as long as everyone can be happy, then. Very well. Artorius nodded. Remember what you just said. After saying that, he kissed his mother's forehead. Then let's try the Holy Grail first. If the Holy Grail works, I'll stay in Britain just like you wish. If the Holy Grail doesn't work, then we'll do as I said, agree. After a moment of silence, Artoria nodded, putting Artorius completely at ease. Well, that's good, although I feel a bit sorry for Galahad. Artorius thought sadly in his mind. Everything would unfold according to history. Galahad would fail and then die. By that time, Artoria would be completely heartbroken. In the original history, after the Holy Grail returned to the heavens, Artoria lost all motivation to move forward and just mechanically carried out what she should do from then on. But this time, Artorius presented her with a different path. Even if it hurtful, even if it went against her will, Artoria would follow the path indicated by Artorius, her son. Perhaps at that time, her heart would become twisted. Perhaps she would become a merciless and cruel king like the altar version. But what difference did it make? In the end, they would live happily together. Humanity would be saved. The world would be saved. Even though Galahad would die in exchange. But in another 1,000 or so years, he would return as a servant to Chaldea. So, all in all, wasn't it a gain? However, I will personally confirm it and personally take the Holy Grail. Artoria's next words once again shocked Artorius. If it's really a trap, then let me be the sacrifice. Father. But. By that time, Artorius, you will inherit all of Britain. Facing Artorius, who was almost speechless with surprise, Artoria smiled gently. Although I can't fully understand. I believe you will become a better king than me. You are more suitable for this era, stronger than me. If it's you, even without relying on mystery, you will surely succeed. Father. Because you are my pride, my child, my son. Artoria lightly kissed the side of Artorius's face. When that time comes, carry my last wishes and go forward with strength. My son. Author's note. Here, everyone should remember a few essential points. Artoria opposes Artorius's plan based on one premise, which is the Holy Grail. Many of you are spoiler enthusiasts who know that the Holy Grail doesn't work. But she doesn't know that. You can't expect her to act, respond, and be like you who know the truth. To sustain through killing, conquering, and plundering. Artorius's actions indeed bear the nature of evil. What he's doing is essentially no different from the invading Anglo-Saxons in Britain. Artoria naturally feels repulsed, her view goes something like this. Kid, my salary will be paid in 2 days. I'll buy you some food then. Just endure for 2 more days. What? You can't endure for 2 days and have to resort to robbery. Why did you do that? The premise on which she makes her judgment is that the Holy Grail will works and restores Britain's land to its former glory as in the Age of Gods. If it truly works and has no negative outcomes, then it's indeed better than Artorius's plan. But after Artorius pointed out the flaws in the Holy Grail, Artoria became hesitant and the seed of doubt took root in her heart. Chapter 70, Uneasiness. Father. Because you are my pride, my child, my son. Artoria lightly kissed the side of Artorius's face. When that time comes, carry my last wishes and go forward with strength. My son. But if that's the case, Father, you will. I will die. But it's okay. With her eyes as pure and flawless as crystal, she gently looked at Artorius. Because we already have Artorius, don't we? You are a better savior than I am. Right from the beginning. You are my excellence, my everything. Even if I die, you will take care of Britain. You will do a better job than I did. So I can die without regrets. A pure smile, like that of Artoria Lily, appeared on her face. Artorius felt heavy-hearted. He couldn't persuade his mother, no matter how hard he tried. Artoria was willingly sacrificing herself for her country and people. Even though Artorius warned her that it might be a trap, she also had a faint sense of it herself. Yet, she was still willing to give it a try. As she had said, even if she died, there would still be Artorius. That's what she believed. Oh, my idealistic, foolish, and adorable father. Artorius sighed helplessly. All he could do was hold his gentle, petite, and lovely mother tightly, expressing his frustration. As he held her in his arms, Artorius didn't see the glorious and radiant king of knights or the red dragon incarnation who could single-handedly defeat Vortigern and emerge victorious. Instead, he saw a delicate girl in need of protection. She wasn't born as a human. She wasn't raised as a human. She wasn't educated as a human. She wasn't used as a human. She had never lived for herself. Yet, it was this girl who stood up at the critical moment when the Celts of Britain faced the imminent threat of being wiped out by the Saxon invaders. She led the charge, reclaiming lost territories and defeating the terrifying White Dragon. In the original history, she defeated Rome and the traitorous knights, almost vanquishing all enemies. From the perspective of bystanders or those who judge from an omniscient standpoint, they might feel that her actions were not good enough, not fulfilling enough, or not excellent enough. But from the perspective of the person involved, Artoria Pendragon, there couldn't be a more suitable role for her. After all, in the original history, there was no Artorius. Artorius. Enjoying the love and care of her child, Artoria smiled with happiness. It seemed like she had let go of all burdens, responsibilities, and pressures. At this moment, she was completely content and ready to sacrifice herself at any time. With that, Artorius left. Now, what should I do next? Artorius pondered. Persuading his mother to stay away from the Holy Grail was impossible. So, how could he stop her? Should he reveal her secret as a woman to the public and claim the throne? No, no, no. That would be a path of usurpation and wouldn't stop her at all. Even if she were not the king, she could still go to the continent and obtain the Holy Grail. Then proceed to the throne of heroes. So, should he confine her, hold her, imprison her in the dungeon? Unless it's absolutely necessary, it's best not to do that. Artorius thought to himself. Otherwise, father will surely resent me for the rest of his life. So, that means. With this idea in mind, Artorius had already made up his mind. Just get to the Holy Grail before father does. If someone must be sacrificed, just throw in some insignificant person. Not father, not Galahad. Just let some random person touch the Holy Grail. Of course, I have to keep it a secret from father, otherwise, he won't be at ease. I need to plan it properly. Oh, right. How about making that damned Merlin touch the Holy Grail? TCH, it seems impossible, that guy still has some usefulness. Artorius felt a bit regretful about this. Artorius swiftly devised a cunning plan, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Then, at the entrance to King Arthur's study, he encountered his nominal mother, Guinevere. Unlike Artoria, who maintained the appearance of a 15-year-old, Guinevere, approaching 30, appeared mature and dignified, embodying the gentle demeanor of a wife. "What's wrong, Artorius?" she asked, somewhat concerned. "I heard a loud noise just now. Did you have an argument with your father?" "It's nothing, don't worry," Artorius replied, maintaining his respect for his nominal mother. He smiled and reassured her, pretending everything was fine. After uttering these words, he turned to leave. But before he could do so, "Artorius," Guinevere called out to him. "Treat your father well," she said with a gentle voice. "He's been going through a lot lately, so, please consider his feelings, okay? Of course, after all, he is my dearest father." Artorius responded nonchalantly, but it made Guinevere uneasy. As a result, she entered the study room. "What happened, my king? What did you and Artorius discuss? Did you have an argument?" "You could say we argued," Artoria replied. "But don't worry, we've made up." She smiled and approached Guinevere. "Guinevere, you've always worked hard." Guinevere felt worried by Artoria's words, a faint sense of unease rising within her. "My king, are you saying?" she started. "Soon, you will attain your freedom, Guinevere," Artoria gently said. "You no longer need to worry about me. You can enjoy your life freely. I will go to Europe to obtain the Holy Grail. Regardless of success or failure, I will pass the throne to Artorius. And then, you can pursue what you truly desire." Artoria spoke these words to Guinevere, but they failed to bring her joy. She only felt sorrow, and as she embraced her closest friend, tears uncontrollably streamed down her face. Author's note: Merlin's attitude towards Artoria in the original work was that he did indeed inform her that Britain was fated to perish, and that part is correct. But the following interaction more or less goes like this. Artoria, but we should still try our best. Merlin, then let's give it a try. If it's you, there's a chance you might succeed. And then he continues to observe Artoria perform and ponders, I'll advise her again after some time. It wouldn't hurt to try, right? As time goes on, they reach the time of the Battle of Camlin, and Artoria is trapped forever in the confines of time, bearing the pain and regret, waiting for the summoning of the Holy Grail War to make a wish and fix her so-called mistake of, she should never be the king and pulled the Caliban. While Merlin exclaims something like, what the hell? Did I mess up, and then retreats into a 20-story tower, shutting himself in while inadvertently leaving Vivian behind. Furthermore, Artoria isn't acting out of stubbornness. The premise of her statement to Artorius is that she has already found the Holy Grail, and they are only awaiting a pure and noble person to claim it. At that moment, she believed she was the only suitable candidate. Moreover, in the event of the Holy Grail plan's failure, she has a backup plan, which involves executing Artorius's plan. His presence would allow her to die without worry. Chapter 71, Confusion. And so, Artoria was accompanied tenderly by Guinevere. As for Artorius, after going through so much, he wanted to find a woman to comfort himself. He needed to regain his spirits before delving into any further conspiracies. Thus, he walked towards Mordred's room. Let's go and confide in little Mo, and discuss the details while we're at it. That was Artorius's plan. However, halfway through his journey, he coincidentally ran into Morgan, who seemed equally frustrated. She had just left Mordred's room. She was angry because once again, her children had betrayed her. Taking advantage of Artorius's absence, she had discreetly approached Mordred, hoping to gather some information about him and, in the process, convince Mordred to continue working for her. Unfortunately, she failed. Regarding the success or failure of obtaining information, it was a delicate matter to discuss. Mordred enthusiastically shared stories about Artorius, although most of it was, my big brother is amazing, and, my big brother is very kind, excessively adorned with her personal touch. Nonetheless, Morgan could still extract some useful intelligence from those words. However, when it came to persuading Mordred to continue helping her, Morgan utterly failed. Mordred firmly rejected her, holding her head high and assuming a haughty air as she said to Morgan, it's not possible, mother. Because I am now my brother's knight, I only obey his commands. Damn it. Hearing Mordred's words, Morgan felt both furious and puzzled. What had Artorius done to bewitch her daughter? She pondered how she could convince Mordred, whether through threats or by reminding her that as a daughter, she must obey her mother. However, before Morgan could decide on her approach, Mordred surprised her by initiating the conversation. Mother, she said earnestly to Morgan, why don't you also serve him? He is an excellent and fair ruler. If you earnestly serve him, he will grant you your wishes. Hearing those words, Morgan was almost rendered speechless with anger. This unfilial daughter. She had never shown such dedication when working for her. But now that she was working for her brother, she was playing the role of a devoted servant, acting like a fanatic. Who was she trying to deceive? Of course, amidst her anger, Morgan had a brief moment, only a moment, of intrigue. Would serve Artorius truly fulfill her wishes? What were her wishes again? To gain control over Britain. Ah, yes, that's right. She wanted to acquire Britain. It had nothing to do with desiring the love she longed for from her nephew. With these thoughts in mind, Morgan didn't choose to confront Mordred. Instead, she gave her a half-hearted response and left with a mind full of frustration. Damn it, how did this happen? Morgan muttered to herself, simultaneously annoyed and puzzled. Her own sons and daughters were incredibly rebellious. Each one had betrayed their creator, Morgan Le Fay. But why were they so loyal and devoted to the Pendragon, father and son? The brothers, Gawain and Gaheris were all serving in the Germanic military region, having risen to the position of Legion Commander. They were crucial pillars of Artorius's military. Their loyalty to him was unwavering. As for Gareth, due to her age and gender, she hadn't been given a significant role in the military. However, she held the position of captain. The elite heavy knights known as the Dragon Sentinel, the finest soldiers under Artorius's command, were under her control. Agravain, on one hand, handled various administrative tasks in the Germanic military region, and on the other hand, served as the leader of Artorius's spies and assassins division. He was responsible for covert operations. The guy had become one of Artorius's most fervent supporters. In private conversations, he often said things like, His Highness Artorius is the best choice, he is the most suitable ruler, and, he is the ruler I have been searching for. Similar words were spoken on numerous occasions. And then there was Mordred. This individual was Artorius's right hand and even considered his companion and successor. Her attitude toward him was unquestionable. This group of Morgan Le Fay's children were all exceptional individuals. She had specially selected, created, and trained them using Age of Gods genetic technology. Initially, they were content to stay by Artorius' side in Camelot. However, now there was an entire Germanic military region, larger than the territory of Britain itself, providing them with a bigger stage to fully unleash their potential and achieve even greater excellence and perfection than in the original timeline. In Arthurian legends, Gawain didn't even command a legion of tens of thousands, let alone Gareth's 400 elite soldiers. The feudal system was completely feudal, with vassals having vassals, and the efficiency of mobilizing troops was questionable. The chain of command was far from smooth, and each commander had only a limited number of direct subordinates. How did this come to be? Pondering these thoughts, Morgan found it strange and perplexing. Did Pendragon possess some strange charm that caused people to be fiercely loyal? But that couldn't be right. After all, she was part of Pendragon too. Why had she become so estranged from everyone? Lost in her confusion, Morgan encountered her beloved nephew, Artorius Pendragon, in the corridor. Artorius also noticed her presence, his dear aunt, Morgan Le Fay. Chapter 72, Bad Mood. A bonus chapter for every 1K Power Stones. Thank you for the support. Oh my dear nephew, you seem to be in a good mood. Did something happen? This was the first private meeting between Artorius and Morgan since the incident they were involved in. The latter seemed to have forgotten how her dear nephew had humiliated her before. Morgan's smile was sweet, even intoxicating. If one were to talk about her maternal side alone, it didn't seem much different from the previous Guinevere. For anyone meeting her for the first time, they certainly wouldn't associate this gentle big sister with the witch queen who had brought chaos to Britain. Of course, Artorius did not. From start to finish, Artorius maintained the highest level of caution towards this woman. Can Morgan make use of the Holy Grail? After contemplating for a moment, Artorius said with a negative tone in his mind, let's just use that guy Merlin. Reluctantly, he nodded at Morgan, considering it a basic courtesy to respond to her question. After that, he turned around, preparing to leave. But before that. Did you have a fight? Did you have a fight with my foolish sister? Fufufu, I guess that's as expected. After all, the gap between you two is too obvious. You can't possibly get along well. As Artorius turned his back, already 2 steps away, he heard Morgan's joyful, mocking words. And so, the next second, Morgan got what she wanted, Artorius pinning her against the wall. Let me warn you, woman. Artorius stared at her with a dangerous look, making Morgan's heartbeat accelerate. Don't try to manipulate my relationship with father. As he spoke, he extended his finger to lift Morgan's chin, making their eyes meet. Just that simple contact between their skins made Morgan feel her body heat up, and her breathing grew heavier. Otherwise, you will regret it. After saying those words, Artorius released Morgan and then turned around, continuing in Mordred's room direction. In such a bad mood, it seemed that he really needed Mordred's gentle comfort. Compared to the stubborn and inflexible king who didn't know how to adapt, the witch who seemed to exude a dark aura all over, as well as the tyrannical battle-crazed teacher, or any other irrelevant character, Mordred was undoubtedly the best. His little sister was obedient and always listened, doing whatever she was told without any fuss or unnecessary complications. It was truly wonderful. But then, he heard Morgan's voice again from behind. It seemed that she didn't really take Artorius's warning seriously. That sister of mine is quite persistent, isn't she? She has no idea how to adapt and is as rigid as a rock. Artorius turned around again, this time not directly pinning Morgan against the wall but narrowing his eyes, silently observing her. Morgan seemed to interpret this as encouragement, so she became bolder and more direct in her actions. She approached Artorius on her own initiative, reaching out her finger and lightly stroking his chest, tilting her head up, looking at him with a pleased expression. You and her are destined to be incompatible. She continued to speak to Artorius, she's someone idealistic who doesn't understand the human feeling and heart. You're different. You know the reality in front of you and how to adapt. You can do anything to achieve your goals. That's why. Her finger continued to slide down, caressing Artorius's firm abdomen, while her body leaned in closer. We are the same, Artorius. We are a perfect match. Saying this, Morgan felt her mouth dry. She slightly opened her mouth, and her bright red tongue emerged, licking her lips, silently inviting Artorius. After a few seconds of silence, Artorius smiled. With father, I have to be more serious, more cautious, and not act recklessly. But with my aunt, I can be a bit more casual, a bit more free. With this in mind, he reached out and embraced Morgan's slender waist, pulling her into his arms with a slightly forceful motion, and kissed her to dominance. Tonight, I'll be waiting for you. After the forceful kiss, Morgan, feeling somewhat satisfied after moaning erotically, said happily to Artorius, then released herself from his embrace and swayed her hips as she left happily. The slight advantage made her feel closer to Artorius, even creating a subtle illusion that she had a chance to win against her sister, although this competition was different from the usual ones. Despite investing more effort than Artoria in winning his heart, there were even suspicions that she used unconventional tricks. Nevertheless, a win is a win, right? At least she could savor the sweet taste of victory. What a bastard. Artorius mumbled frustratedly. Having been frustrated by a good woman like Artoria, he found some solace with a bad woman like Morgan. What irony. Afterward, Artorius continued forward and entered Mordred's room. Brother. Mordred greeted Artorius with a cheerful smile as she hadn't noticed what Artorius, her beloved brother, had done with a certain rude, evil, cunning, and sarcastic woman near her room. Little M.O. In front of his adorable sister, Artorius could finally let go of his burdens and show a slightly troubled and weary expression without any problem. Unlike in front of his subordinates, where he had to maintain a calm and composed appearance even when he was frustrated and mentally exhausted. It was necessary to maintain control in order to keep the situation under control. Otherwise, it would shake the morale and loyalty of his subordinates. Only Mordred needed no doubt in her determination, confidence, or loyalty, so she was Artorius' solace. Is something the matter? Ah, of course, you don't have to say anything if you don't want to. Skillfully using her thighs as a pillow for Artorius, Mordred gently held his hand and said so. Something came up, I'll tell you when I'm feeling better. Artorius replied. I understand. And so, Artorius rested his head on Mordred's thighs and closed his eyes. Take a short rest, since there's still some time. However. Though she didn't want to disturb her brother's rest, after being by Artorius' side for so long, Mordred understood what was urgent and what wasn't. What is it? Actually. Mordred said to him, Sir Galahad came by earlier. It seems he has something to discuss with you. It was regarding Galahad's departure. As Mordred mentioned him, Artorius also recalled it once more. Truly, none of them can put one's mind at ease. I understand. So Artorius got up. I'll go. Brother. It's okay, don't worry, little M.O. I'm not that fragile. Mordred showed a radiant smile. Chapter 73, For His Highness. Later that evening, Galahad was restlessly pacing in his room when he heard a knock on his door. Sir Galahad. Your Highness. With remarkable speed, the frail young man with thin white hair stood up and opened the door to his room, welcoming Artorius with an attitude that was more apprehensive than respectful. How have things been lately? Thank you, it's not bad. After this unfruitful exchange of pleasantries, Artorius and Galahad fell into silence. They sat in silence for a while until Artorius finally spoke up. Galahad, I assume you have heard the news about the Holy Grail. Yes, indeed. Galahad nodded. After that, Artorius thought quickly to himself. When Artoria suggested that she would be the one to retrieve the Holy Grail, the safest way would be to send Galahad to its location overnight and recreate the original plot. That would be the most appropriate course of action. But Galahad is one of my most outstanding subordinates and my best friend. Artorius thought, if the original storyline requires a specific individual to lift the Holy Grail, a scoundrel like Merlin won't do. In the end, I might have to sacrifice Galahad. He was in a dilemma and already ran out of time. So, Your Highness. As Galahad looked at Artorius in silence, cruel as it may be, he had no idea that the man sitting across from him was contemplating whether to save his mother by sacrificing him or not. The situation weighed heavily on Galahad's mind, as he worried about the repercussions his actions might have on Artorius, fearing that he might anger him. Whatever, let's consider Galahad as a backup option. Artorius thought tiredly. I need to act fast and bring a group of expendable pawns to the location of the Holy Grail. First, let the pawns go, then let Merlin go, and then, let Galahad go. I must resolve this matter before she comes into contact with the Holy Grail. After thinking realistically and making up his mind, Artorius looked at Galahad with a helpless gaze. Galahad. Artorius said to him, why do you want to go? He continued, we have experienced so much together. From Britain to Rome, and then to Germania. Wars, killings, governing territories, resolving disputes, creating laws, cultivating land, building castles, workshops, lumber mills, ports. We have done it all exceptionally well, haven't we? You have helped me a great deal, Galahad. You are my best friend, my most outstanding subordinate, and one of the finest commanders under my command. Artorius's tone carried a mix of helplessness and indignation. Are you doubting me? Do you know how much sadness that brings me? My sorrow surpasses that of Tristan. Although deep down inside, he thought of sacrificing the other party, Artorius still maintained an outward appearance of grief, making Galahad feel quite embarrassed. Do you think I am the kind of person who would disregard justice for personal gain? Do you think I would drag Britain into the flames for my own ambition? Do you think I would prevent the salvation of Britain if the Holy Grail could achieve it? No, of course not, Galahad. If the Holy Grail can save Britain, I would never hinder you. Faced with Artorius's earnest words, Galahad's heart was filled with emotion, even more stirred up. Yes, that's right, this is the prince I know, the lord I serve with my utmost loyalty. It is precisely because of this that I am willing to sacrifice my life for you, your highness. In the presence of such sacredness and profound compassion, Galahad's heart swelled with excitement, completely oblivious to Artorius's hidden thoughts. Since that is the case, what we need to do now is to go to the Holy Grail as quickly as possible and retrieve it. Artorius decisively said to Galahad. If we return one day earlier, the people of Britain will suffer one day less. Yes, you're right. The location of the Holy Grail has been confirmed, right? You know the location, don't you? Artorius looked at him seriously and asked. Yes, Sir Percival and Sir Bors found the Holy Grail. However, they couldn't lift it. It is said that only someone with a noble and pure heart can lift the Holy Grail. So, I want to try. Good, then what are we waiting for? Let's leave now. Now. Galahad exclaimed. Yes, now. Artorius turned to the side. How long are you going to keep watching, Merlin? After being called out by Artorius, a man with long white hair strolled over with a stylish gait. My, I thought my invisibility magic was unbeatable, but it seems it has been exposed. Humph. I know that you bastard just love to join in on the fun. Artorius scoffed. You know what you need to do, Merlin. Of course, of course. I'll take you all to the location of the Holy Grail, using the fastest method possible. That's why magecraft is such a convenient thing, even though I sometimes end up biting my tongue while reciting the spells. So. Alright, I'll do it okay. Don't give me that terrifying look, Artorius. By the way, I even carried you when you were a child, you know. Merlin's words made Artorius itch to draw his sword, but Merlin skillfully and effortlessly manipulated his magecraft, opening a portal leading to Europe, more precisely, the Gaul region. It seemed that he also knew the whereabouts of the Holy Grail without Galahad needing to speak. Galahad's expression became uncomfortable as he listened to the conversation between Artorius and Merlin. Perhaps it started from the moment Artorius entered his room and mentioned this matter. Galahad felt a strong sense of unease. It was as if he would have to pay a painful price, sacrificing something very important to him. Is it my life? Galahad thought so. And then quickly made up his mind. No, even if it means sacrificing my life, I will fulfill His Highness's wish. It's not about saving Britain, but... He looked at Artorius, his eyes filled with emotions. It's about His Highness's wish. With such determination, Galahad walked towards the portal. After they crossed the portal, Galahad looked around in surprise. The air was cold, insects chirped, and the stars and moon in the sky proved they were in the midst of the wilderness. To be more precise, it's Burgundy. Artorius calmly said beside him. Southeast of Gaul, by the banks of the Seine. It's surprising that the Holy Grail would be in a place like this. Look over there. Afterward, Artorius pointed into the distance. In the vast plain, amidst the sound of the flowing Seine River, a holy, platinum light rose into the sky. If I'm not mistaken, that's where the Holy Grail is located. While saying this, Artorius reached behind him and squeezed a magic crystal with his right hand. Chapter 74, Real or Fake? Meanwhile, in Mainz. This former capital of the Roman Empire's Upper Germania gradually regained its vitality under the management of Artorius. Gathering the displaced, cultivating the land, and constructing fortresses. Thanks to convenient transportation and its strategic location, Mainz rose once again and became the administrative center of General and Governor Artorius called the Germanic Military Region. During Artorius's absence, the one who took over administrative duties and also oversaw intelligence work was Agravain, Artorius's teacher in his younger days. Ignoring the time and late nights, Agravain tirelessly dealt with government affairs. Rubbing his eyes slightly, he prepared to drink a few sips of hot soup to rejuvenate himself when he noticed a frost-colored crystal shining on one side of his office. His Highness needs at least 100 volunteers, and the location is Burgundy, this landmark, With great speed, he stood up and walked over to the crystal, receiving the message. What are you planning, Your Highness? Due to limited magical energy, Artorius didn't fully explain the matter to him. However, this didn't hinder Agravain's loyalty or his execution of orders. In this regard, he and Merlin were two extremes, in opposite ways. One was reliable, while the other was not, in other words, extremely unreliable. Meanwhile, Sir Galahad, Lord Merlin, and Prince Artorius. Shortly after Artorius and his party set off toward the light, they encountered familiar faces. Bors and Percival of the Knights of the Round Table remained in their original location, sending messages back to Camelot. They established a camp. Inside the camp, in addition to them, there were their squires and other Knights of the Round Table who had gathered after receiving the news, as well as local guides. Because of the light emitted by the Holy Grail, they even saved on building a bonfire, instead gathering around the Holy Grail and establishing a small camp. When they saw Artorius and his group approaching, the Knights of the Round Table were somewhat tense until they confirmed that it was their people, at which point they breathed a sigh of relief. "I see, Sir Galahad has come to retrieve the Holy Grail." Bors, who said these words, felt a slight sense of disappointment. He said to Artorius and his party, "Sir Percival, the other Knights of the Round Table, as well as our squires, have all tried. The Holy Grail is as if it's rooted there, unable to be moved. So we stayed here and sent someone back to Camelot to report, and then... Your Highness, forgive me for being straightforward, but are you sent by the king?" "Not exactly," Artorius said, "but we do intend to bring the Holy Grail back to Camelot." Upon hearing Artorius' statement, the Knights of the Round Table exchanged glances. However, they did not voice any objections. After all, Artorius was still the legitimate heir to the throne. They would continue to live under Artorius' rule in the future, and even if they didn't, at least their sons or grandsons would. The seasoned and pragmatic Bors remained silent, while the straightforward Percival spoke up. "Of course, Your Highness. If you can really accomplish that, it would be a great help. Because it is said that only someone with a noble and pure heart can wield the Holy Grail. So initially, we thought the person who came would be the king himself." Hearing them speak like this, Artorius' internal vigilance increased once again. The closer he got to the Holy Grail, the more he could feel the terrifying power contained within it. It was different from the Holy Grail created by the three founding families or the Holy Grail spun by a certain Gaia. The Holy Grail Artorius faced was genuine. It was the true, legendary treasure held by the Son of God, containing boundless power and terrifying potential. If one were to gauge the influence of Catholicism based on the premise that Buddhism's influence permeates the universe, it is highly likely that the authentic Holy Grail's level surpasses the counterforce which is on a planet level. It would potentially reach the cosmic level, or at the very least, the galactic level or even the cluster level. Which means, if this thing is truly the true Holy Grail. If I can truly grasp this power, then I possess a trump card to counter the counterforce, or even. Thinking this, Artorius turned his head and looked at Merlin. Although he didn't speak, his meaning was clear: Merlin should come and observe whether this Holy Grail was real or fake. In response to Artorius' gaze, the Mage of Flowers paused for a moment, then rubbed his nose and showed a shy expression. "Artorius, even if you look at me like that with such intense eyes, I cannot reciprocate your feelings. Although you are indeed an exceptionally handsome youth, I, on the other hand, only have an affection for cute girls. Why don't you try Galahad, who's standing next to you? Although he may not be as gorgeous as me, Galahad is quite decent you." When this guy was halfway through his sentence, Artorius gripped the hilt of Clarent, almost unable to resist decapitating him. Of course, he managed to hold back in the end. Not because Artorius had a good temper or any other reason. It was simply because Merlin was powerful. The odds of decapitating him weren't high. It was better to bide his time and seize the opportunity to strike hard later. "What I mean is this really the true Holy Grail?" Artorius asked directly. "Well, even I can't say for sure," came the reply. "You dick wizard, your clairvoyance is utterly useless." As Artorius continued to mentally curse him, he couldn't help but feel a bit of regret. If he had known that teaming up with Merlin would be such a headache, he would have been better off seeking out Morgan earlier. Then. Artorius sought a compromise. Does this Holy Grail indeed contain immense power? That much is true. Can you release a portion of its power? Artorius asked further. Well, that's not something I'm skilled at. Artorius narrowed his eyes and ran out of patience with the so-called greatest mage. Calm down, Your Highness, calm down. Just get used to it, just get used to it. Your Highness, Lord Merlin isn't worth your time. Let him be. When Artorius couldn't resist drawing his sword again, the prepared Knights of the Round Table immediately rushed forward and separated Artorius and Merlin. Seeing how skillfully these guys acted, it was clear they had experience with this kind of shenanigans. It wasn't the first time they had done this before. Is it really impossible? After managing to calm down reluctantly, Artorius looked at Merlin and inquired. It really is impossible. How about changing the request then? I can teach you how to pick up girls. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. The next moment, Artorius once again unsheathed Clarent. Damn it, he was beyond mad. Does this prince really need you to teach him how to pick up girls, you dickhead? Chapter 75, Useless Merlin. Merlin is a useless piece of junk. He couldn't even lift the Holy Grail. That has been tested under the forceful supervision of the 4 Knights of the Round Table, including Artorius. Furthermore, he couldn't draw out the power from the Holy Grail at all, which is also part of Artorius's plan. On top of that, this bastard not only lacks skills but also has a loose tongue, babbling incessantly in front of everyone. It's only because Artorius has a good temper that he hasn't severed him with his sword yet and thrown him to Zelrich to become Magi-Mari. Initially, Artorius was considering whether he should win this guy over and have him join his group in usurping fate. But seeing the pathetic state of this guy right now, Artorius began to doubt. Even if this guy joined his group in usurping fate, what role could he possibly play? Or perhaps, the result might be the opposite. After all, we're talking about Merlin here. Let's just return to Camelot. With that in mind, Artorius took a deep breath, losing interest in conversing with Merlin. He turned to the others who remained and said, "Go find other helpers. Keep an eye on Merlin and don't let him cause trouble. If necessary, it's okay to eliminate him. This my command as the prince." After Artorius finished speaking, the knights of the Round Table nodded in agreement, enthusiastically vowing for Merlin's demise. Artorius nodded in satisfaction. Hey, don't talk about me like I'm trash," Merlin protested loudly. "At the very least, I can be a tool for transportation." Although he made such a statement, Merlin was still rejected by Artorius. When Artorius snapped his fingers and the portal to Camelot reopened, Merlin looked at him with surprise. He confirmed that Artorius's magecraft had made significant progress compared to before. Previously, it was a makeshift magecraft of rank B at most, but now it was a solid and well-structured rank B. This lad has managed to win new allies. Merlin thought to himself, Vivian doesn't have this ability. Then, Morgan. Merlin thought of something and, as a result, his lips curled up, revealing a pleased smile. Such a unique taste. That woman is someone I wouldn't even dare provoke. The new generation is pushing the old one forward. If Artorius knew Merlin's thoughts, he would definitely protest against what the bastard said. It seemed like Merlin was implying that Artorius had become even more of a scumbag than him, surpassing all the other 4 scumbags of Camelot. Oh my. After that, Merlin let out a slightly troubled sigh. Artorius has truly become a frightening adult. He evaluated Artorius in this way, is this what this lad has become? Before you know it, he has grown into someone unrecognizable. For your grandson, I took a hands-off approach, and the result is that he has grown into someone completely different from your daughter. Life is truly wondrous, don't you think, Uther? Calling out the name of his old friend, Merlin's face revealed a nostalgic expression. It was another emotion he imitated from humans. After reminiscing about his old friend, Merlin's gaze turned anxious as he looked at the Holy Grail. Despite always claiming his clairvoyance was useless, clairvoyance is still clairvoyance after all. The appearance of the Holy Grail meant something, and Merlin's understanding of it was second only to Artorius. So, as soon as Artorius left, his first thought was to persuade Galahad to pick up the Holy Grail, fulfill his fate, and prevent even worse things from happening. But afterward, he hesitated. Perhaps I should see what Artorius does first. Maybe Artorius has a better plan. Wait a little longer, maybe it's not impossible. Merlin is a procrastinator as always. At the same time, Artorius was already in the White Castle of Camelot. The spacious corridors made movement easy, and it was convenient to get things done when there were fewer people around. Especially when it involved those unsavory matters. Artorius was heading to Morgan's bedroom. Merlin may not speak in a civilized manner or do anything particularly useful. The previous guess regarding Artorius's magecraft, which involved Morgan, was also incorrect. However, it wasn't too far off from the truth. Artorius was indeed involved with Morgan. He even had the intention to form a deeper connection with her. It was an unavoidable matter. Merlin was hopeless, while both Vivian and Scathatch couldn't exert their full power on the surface due to the fading of true ether's concentration. So, Morgan became the best choice for his plan. But I remember that woman said to me before. Earlier today, Morgan and Artorius had an unexpected encounter, and the witch shamelessly uttered the words, "Come find me tonight." Artorius confirmed that if she wanted him to seek her out, it definitely wasn't to tuck her into bed. After all, she wasn't Mordred or Gareth. If only it were that simple. Because Artorius was a kind and innocent boy. He was good to others, always willing to help and generous with his help. He took anything that brought joy very seriously. But the problem was not as simple as it seemed. Whatever. After hesitating for a few seconds, Artorius made a decision. Keeping a lady waiting for too long isn't gentlemanly. He strode towards Morgan's room. Upon reaching it, he pushed the door open, and a scent reminiscent of exquisite alchemical spices greeted him, momentarily dizzying Artorius. Alchemy fragrance, of the highest quality. Its effects are self-explanatory. As the Dragon Prince contemplated this, he stepped inside and closed the door behind him. The room was dimly lit by magical lights emitting a faint purplish glow. With such dim and ambiguous illumination, the focus was on one side of the room, on a bed covered with a sheer curtain. To be more precise, it was a bed where a breathtakingly beautiful woman lay. She exuded an air of coolness, her skin smooth, tight, and delicate like porcelain. That was Morgan Le Fay. After Artorius entered, she smiled pleasantly, looking at him as if showing off and provoking, slowly raising her exquisite leg. From top to bottom, there were translucent, dainty toenails, the smooth and fair arch of her foot, the alluring curve of her body, shapely, slender legs with just the right amount of fleshiness, and a plump, rounded ass. All of it made one yearn to devour her in a single gulp. And she was barefoot. Only women with the best conditions dare to flaunt themselves, just like Morgan. She truly is an enchantress. Artorius couldn't help but sigh. The Pendragon women, Mordred and Artoria, were great, but they still seemed a bit inexperienced. When it came to the best figure and the most tantalizing allure, it was undoubtedly Morgan. Chapter 76, Failed Face-Slapping. Why are you standing there like a fool? Come over here, Morgan said. Of course, Artorius wasn't just standing there like a fool, but that didn't stop Morgan from happily imagining various scenarios or even scheming to conquer him. This guy is completely enthralled by me, foo. Now, he is my devoted servant. He's completely mine. Artoria, my foolish sister, this time, it's a perfect victory for me, the older sister. NGHHMHHM, just imagining it already makes me wet. And now, it was time to exercise the power of the victor and enjoy the spoils of war. Though it wasn't exactly so. Stop daydreaming, you old hag. Artorius wanted to say to her like that if he could. He wanted to decisively shatter Morgan's delusions, give her a profound and unforgettable lesson, and let her know who the dominant one was, who was the one in control of the situation. After all, Artorius was a fair, upright, and kind-hearted man. He treated good women gently and taught a lesson to the bad ones, not changing his attitude towards them just because they were seductive or alluring women. The lesson needed to be taught. The bad behavior needed to be scolded. Promises need to be kept. Of course, at the same time, he had to give this woman a little sweetness, a little hope, so as not to make her resent him in rage. In short, a carrot-and-stick approach. Morgan wasn't the kind of person Artorius desired. It was the same old story. If the situation allowed it, he would have made her realize just how terrifying the Dragon Prince's piercing attack could be. I have a serious matter to discuss with you. Artorius approached the bedside and said to her. Sure, a serious matter. It really is a serious matter. Don't forget your promise to me, Morgan. Artorius said earnestly, I need you now. Come with me to a place, the Holy Grail. You know about it, right? My plan requires its energy, but I don't intend for you to directly use the Holy Grail. I only need you to extract a portion of its energy and store it. Tell me, can you do it? Artorius decided to be straightforward about his intentions, to prevent Morgan from entertaining any unnecessary thoughts. He laid out everything in one go, his expression, tone, and demeanor, all serious and genuine, making it clear to Morgan that he was serious. Morgan. The witch widened her eyes and stared at Artorius in disbelief, as if saying, I've even taken off my pants, and you're here talking about this. Artorius felt helpless. He didn't want it to be this way. But he had no choice. He took a step closer and whispered in Morgan's ear, Don't worry. The beautiful youth's magnetic voice resonated next to Morgan's ear. After everything is over, I will compensate you with what you desire. The warm breath made Morgan's body tingle. This, too, was an act of helplessness. The only one who could help him right now was Morgan. A few minutes later. So this is the Holy Grail, huh? By the banks of the River Seine, Artorius unexpectedly led Morgan to the camp of the Knights of the Round Table. While they grew wary, Merlin, on the other hand, sported a delighted smile on his face. It appeared that he was pleased to see his guess coming true, implying that he hadn't used clairvoyance at all, but had merely relied on his intuition. Humph. Morgan, despite being low in leadership skills which in turn made the leadership of King Arthur seem great, still belonged to the Pendragon. While the Knights of the Round Table drew their swords and pointed their spears, showing guarded expressions toward her, she remained calm and composed. She coldly sneered and looked at them with disdainful eyes. She was a person with a strong sense of class consciousness, akin to a social elitist, and had no intention of blending in with the Knights of the Round Table. As a princess, her status set her apart from the knights who served in her own family. They were in no position to be compared to her. Seeing that Morgan wasn't cooperating or willing to speak, Artorius had to step forward and say, Don't worry, Lady Morgan is here to assist us. Upon hearing Artorius's words, both Morgan and the Knights of the Round Table felt dissatisfied. The former was displeased with his way of addressing her, and the latter was surprised and puzzled. Why would His Highness bring along Morgan Le Fay, an evil antagonist character here? Rest assured, everything is under my control, right, Lady Morgan? Artorius could see the concerns of the Knights of the Round Table. So, as he spoke, he looked at Morgan. Humph. Morgan let out another light snort. She didn't directly answer Artorius, but her meaning was clear. Yes, she agreed with his statement. This relieved the Knights of the Round Table, yet they remained somewhat puzzled. No one among the Knights of the Round Table wanted to provoke someone as influential as Morgan. After all, mages and knights were two different realms of power. As for their confusion, how did His Highness manage to make someone like Morgan Le Fay obey his word? The other Knights of the Round Table couldn't figure it out no matter how hard they thought. On the other hand, Bors engaged in a hushed conversation with Merlin, discreetly gesturing towards Artorius. This created an atmosphere filled with a sense of joy, as well as Artorius's and Morgan's growing sense of murderous intent upon witnessing the two men's joyful conversation. Merlin cheerfully hummed as he observed the aunt and nephew duo's angry glare directed at him. Unlike the shameless character of Merlin, Bors responded to the angered gaze with a warm smile. He portrayed himself as an honest individual, gesturing with an expression that said, "Please, go ahead," to Artorius. He was very confident, brimming with self-assurance. In fact, the other Knights of the Round Table were the same. No one believed that Morgan could lift the Holy Grail. They just considered her attempts as an opportunity to challenge their skepticism and see if she could prove them wrong. Little did they know, Artorius had brought Morgan here not to obtain the Holy Grail but to gain some small advantage from it. However, "Go ahead, Lady Morgan." Artorius addressed Morgan like this, and she let out a cold sneer. She took a step forward, then another, and another, until, under Artorius's curious gaze, she extended her hand and reached for the Holy Grail. Being a Pendragon, one of Morgan's favorite pastimes was saying no to those who were full of themselves. Demonstrating her prowess and proving them wrong served as an important lesson for the princess. In short, she enjoyed delivering a face slap to such individuals. "So, you thought I couldn't lift the Holy Grail? Very well, this time, I will lift it." But she couldn't lift it. Morgan fell silent for a few seconds before continuing her efforts. With steady footwork, like the twisted roots of an ancient tree and the rotation of a magnetic field with a force of 990,000 horses, she displayed her boundless martial arts skills, and yet, the Grail still didn't move at all. Chapter 77, Anomaly. See. I told you she wouldn't be able to lift it. If she can lift it, then I'll run naked in Camelot. Although in reality, none of the Knights of the Round Table said a word, it didn't stop Morgan from imagining their conversations. The Knights of the Round Table behind her were pointing and mocking her, ridiculing her for overestimating herself. Her expression turned sour, and she began to calculate the chances of eliminating everyone present except Artorius to cover up her failure. Lady Morgan. Watching this scene, Artorius understood that Morgan was throwing a tantrum again. As he sighed inwardly, he couldn't help but wonder why this woman, who had grown up, still acted like a little girl. Being at Sundra was no longer in fashion these days. He walked forward and said, "Please, Lady Morgan, I will remember your favor." If Morgan really went berserk, he might have to give her another beating. That would strain their relationship. Unlike Merlin, who was useless, Morgan was chosen by Artorius for an important position. So he needed to appease her and be mindful of her mood. If their conversation ended badly and he had to resort to physical violence, it would take a lot of time and effort to calm her down afterward. Hearing Artorius's words, Morgan let out a dismissive grunt, reluctantly drew her wand, and aimed it at the Holy Grail. Watching this, the Knights of the Round Table became more alert, even wanting to step forward and stop Morgan to prevent her from ruining the Holy Grail out of frustration. Although they had confidence in this sacred treasure, what if? What if she succeeded? They wouldn't have a place to cry. Fortunately, that didn't happen. With the emergence of a foreboding black aura and the convergence and surge of magical energy, what appeared at the tip of the wand wasn't a fireball, a thunderbolt, or any kind of magecraft attack. On the contrary, amidst the astonished cries of the Knights of the Round Table, the Holy Grail involuntarily trembled slightly. Even the knights, who were not particularly sensitive to magical energy, could feel a terrifying power slowly surging forth from the Holy Grail. Eventually, it took shape in Morgan's hand, gradually forming a phantom that resembled the Holy Grail itself. "So, I've been thinking." Artorius smiled and explained to the dumbfounded Knights of the Round Table, "What we need is not the Holy Grail itself, but its magical energy, right? So instead of moving the Holy Grail to Britain, why not directly extract the true ether from it? Wouldn't that achieve our plan? It seems to make some sense. But something doesn't quite feel right. Still, if it works out like this, then the plan can be considered a success. His Highness truly has a brilliant mind." The Knights of the Round Table discussed among themselves, feeling a sense of anticipation for the future. As a result, their eyes looking at Morgan no longer carried the previous hostility. If this matter really succeeded, then Morgan would have a great debt owed to her by all of Britain. However, the person who ultimately saved Britain was not King Arthur but Morgan. Just imagining that scene made the Knights of the Round Table uncomfortable all over. However. Exclamation point. A few minutes later. Under the expectant gazes of everyone, the transmission abruptly cut off with a snap. A force pushed Morgan backward, causing her to fall uncontrollably into Artorius's embrace. What happened? Failure. Before Morgan could even savor Artorius's embrace, she could only answer in frustration when he asked. There was a force that expelled me. At least you're all right and not in danger. Hearing his response warmed Morgan's heart. More than the failure of the plan, this guy cares more about my safety. Ah, it seems he has become fanatically infatuated with me, to the point where he can't function without me. MHGHMM. Artorius's concern for her, apart from his usual tricks to deceive women, was primarily due to her importance. In his plan, Morgan was a crucial pawn. Therefore, her safety had to be guaranteed. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome to pursue other options. So, this magical energy. Artorius's sentence was left unfinished, but Morgan understood his intention. Without showing any emotions, she nodded silently, not uttering a word. Artorius understood her meaning nonetheless. It was enough, although they had only obtained a small portion of magical energy from the Holy Grail, it was sufficient to activate the spell Artorius eagerly anticipated, the one that could usurp fate. The plan has taken another small step forward. Artorius thought to himself. At the same time, Galahad's mood became increasingly complicated as he looked at the Holy Grail. After Morgan's failure, he opened his mouth, ready to take the Holy Grail. Simultaneously, Morgan pulled Artorius along, leading him to a nearby corner. She lightly waved her magic wand, seemingly using some kind of spell to isolate the surroundings. There seems to be something wrong with this Holy Grail. Are you saying it's fake? Not exactly, but it's difficult to describe. Morgan hesitated for a moment. After coming into contact with this seemingly solemn and sacred artifact, Morgan sensed a hint of malice and darkness concealed beneath its radiance. However, this malice and darkness were not directed toward her, so they didn't activate. Perhaps that was the reason she could touch the Holy Grail and still survive. As for the malice of the Holy Grail and the trap attached to it, it's aimed at you, or maybe, Artoria. You are the greatest anomaly of this era. If you could be eliminated in such an amusing way, even the counter-force might burst into laughter. Her tone was subtly tinged with sarcasm. Of course, someone as cunning as you would never fall for it. The only one who would fall for it is my foolish sister. Morgan snorted lightly. So, you're prepared, aren't you? Artorius remained unresponsive, silently pondering for several seconds before asking back, can we try again? Extract it once more. Impossible. Then what about destroying it? Artorius asked again, destroy it, hide it, or do whatever it takes to get rid of it. Can you do it, Morgan? Unfortunately, that's something I can't do either. I see. Then let's wait a little longer. The eastern sky began to brighten, signaling the approach of dawn. Agravain, known for his high efficiency, had already started moving his pawn, his cannon fodder, or rather, his suicide squad from a distance. This is a trap. Only those deemed worthy can lift the Holy Grail. According to Bors and Percival, many knights and adventurers had come here before them, attempting to take the Holy Grail, but all had failed. This confirmed Artorius' suspicion that his cannon fodder strategy would most likely fail too. However, he still decided to give it a try since he felt sorry for his best friend if he didn't. And yet, the miracle did not occur. Chapter 78, My Friend, Galahad. Go ahead, you bunch of scumbags, try lifting the Holy Grail if you dare. Artorius shouted loudly at the people of the Suicide Squad. No matter if you succeed or not, all the sins you committed before will be forgiven. And if some lucky guy manages to hold the Holy Grail, then he's in luck. Bonuses, titles, land. Whatever you want, I will fulfill it for you. I give you my word. Artorius shouted at them, and as he finished speaking, the people of the Suicide Squad began cheering excitedly. Just as Artorius described them, this group of people were all villains, scum, mercenaries, and criminals. They had been captured, forced into military service, or sent for rehabilitation. Now Artorius had given them a chance at redemption, and naturally, they were overjoyed. Artorius's reputation on the continent of Europe was indeed, as he claimed, unparalleled. Except for those who had been fooled by him and ended up dead and cremated, Artorius had never deceived anyone. Except for the things he hadn't been exposed about, Artorius had never told a lie, of course. So his credibility remained at its peak. The prisoners believed that this leader wouldn't deceive them. Several brave members of the Suicide Squad even started flexing their muscles, shouting about earning a huge fortune. Watching the chaotic crowd, the Knights of the Round Table exchanged glances, feeling helpless but choosing not to intervene. They also thought that the Suicide Squad would likely be useless, just as Artorius had predicted. However, at the same time, they also anticipated the possibility of success, just as Artorius did. After all, trying it out wouldn't cause any problems. Thus, the Knights of the Round Table eagerly watched as the members of the Suicide Squad charged forward one by one. They were filled with anticipation and then filled with disappointment. It was like mobile gamers staring with expectation at their gacha pulls, hoping for an SSR, but no matter what, it just wouldn't come. Afterward, Galahad took the initiative to pull Artorius aside and spoke to him. "I have something I want to tell your highness." "Galahad." Artorius looked at him seriously. "Do you have any thoughts? Looking at this holy grail, do you have any wish? Do you want to use it to save Britain, just as we agreed before?" "Yes, of course." Galahad nodded without hesitation. Artorius could indeed deceive his friend for the sake of his mother and have Galahad take the holy grail from the start. But he didn't want to do that. So he wanted to make it clear to Galahad, to explain the dangers involved, the traps that might be hidden within. In any case, Galahad was his most important subordinate and also his best friend. He had been helped by Galahad since the beginning of his journey. It was with Galahad's help and support that he had come this far. If only there were more time, maybe he could think of another way. "I didn't expect there to be hidden secrets in this," Galahad said with a complicated tone. After Artorius told Galahad everything as it was, the young knight's expression mixed with surprise and awe. "So, Galahad." Artorius placed a hand on his shoulder. "From the bottom of my heart, I don't want you to take the Holy Grail. Because I don't want you to die. You are my best friend and also my most exceptional knight. Moreover, you are younger than Sir Gawain and Sir Lancelot. You can accompany me for a longer time. Your Highness. This is exactly what I wanted to tell you. Just call me by my name, Galahad." Artorius looked at him gently and asked, "Galahad, do you have wishes or dreams?" "Your Highness. Remember what I said before, answer my question." "Yes, I do." Galahad's voice became resolute. "I want to save this world. Whether it's the Celts, the Germanic peoples, or the Romans, all the people living on this land, I want to save them all. I want to create a world without hunger, without war, without suffering. But if we use the Holy Grail to save Britain, what about the people beyond Britain? What about them? I don't want to abandon them. I want to save everyone." Galahad continued with more resolution. "So, I have chosen to follow you rather than the king, your highness. I have always believed that you have the talent to rule. To achieve those goals, a strong nation and army are needed. We must use forceful means to unify everyone and establish a unified, authoritarian empire." As Galahad spoke, his eyes gleamed brightly. "Without a doubt, your highness, you are that person, the one who can do it. Not the king of knights, nor the Roman emperor or any other barbarian leader. Among the people I know, only your highness possesses such charisma and ability. You can achieve peace through war and establish a unified entity that encompasses all the nations of Europe, a well-functioning and efficient nation. That's why I follow you, willing to sacrifice my life for you. You are the greatest. Galahad." Artorius looked at Galahad with surprise. His words were different from what Artorius had expected. He wasn't blindly echoing others, nor did he adopt King Arthur's ideals and make saving Britain his only task and mission. "You will unify all of Europe. Bring together the Romans, Celts, Germanic peoples, Slavs, and others. Establish an empire that accommodates all the nations of Europe. A nation surpassing Rome. To ensure peace, order, and governance. Yes, you can do it, you are justice. Your Highness's dreams are my dreams, that's why I want and decided to take the Holy Grail." At this point, Galahad kneeled before Artorius. "I want to offer the Holy Grail to you. I hope to use the power of the Holy Grail to assist you in achieving your grand endeavor. We are not here to save Britain alone, but this era of suffering and all those who face setbacks. You." Artorius was left speechless, his heart rarely shaken. He was really wrong, he didn't expect Galahad to think like this. Is Galahad really this trusting and loyal to him, even more so than to King Arthur? Galahad remained resolute. "No one forced me into this decision, nor did anyone manipulate me. I have carefully considered everything, your highness." Galahad continued. "In fact, I am aware of the dangers hidden within the Holy Grail from the beginning. But at the same time, I can sense the power contained within it. Indeed, it is a power that can fulfill your highness's endeavor. That's why." After uttering these words, he turned decisively and headed toward the direction of the Holy Grail. "Galahad. For you, I am willing to take this risk. It is worth it for me to venture into it." "Wait. Galahad." As Artorius called out, Galahad unhesitatingly pushed aside the person who was about to touch the Holy Grail with his hand. Before the person could protest or retaliate, Galahad swiftly knocked him to the ground with a punch. "This risk is worth it. Hold on, Galahad. I will fulfill his highness's dreams." Speaking such words, under the gaze of the onlookers, Galahad gripped the Holy Grail with both hands. "I shall open the door to a new era, for his highness." Galahad. Chapter 79, Farewell. The light was spreading, and the true ether was overflowing. the fluctuations were greater, more intense, and more dazzling than before. It's Sir Galahad. Sir Galahad. Such radiance, such brilliance, marked Galahad's unparalleled determination and unwavering will, stronger than steel. It is indeed a trap. But the flaw of the one setting the trap lies in the fact that, in order to make the trap appear more authentic, they used the real one. This Holy Grail is real. Which means, I can do it. For His Highness. For our dreams. As Galahad held the Holy Grail in his hands, he experienced the power firsthand, 2 powers in total. One originated from a transcended savior beyond the world, and the other came from this world. Earthmoon, this was the name revealed to him by his lord, His Highness Artorius, to whom he pledged his loyalty. Counterforce, this is the term used to refer to the power that sustains this world. Gaia, this is the consciousness, the will generated by the planet, the Earth, the role that could cull or rule humanity. How could I lose to such existence? Galahad roared in anger. Ah! In Rome, in Britain, in the Black Forest of Germania, and even in more distant regions, along the Red Sea, in Thessaly, the Mongolian plains, the Central Plains, and many more. All the heroes and champions of this world, mages with sufficient power and perception, and even remnants of phantasmal species hidden in the world's surface, as well as dead apostles and true ancestors. Everyone sensed this power. This power that transcended the limits of the world, held in the hands of a young knight named Galahad in Europe, Gaul, Burgundy, and the nameless wilderness by the Seine. It's been lifted. Sir Galahad has lifted the Holy Grail. Eh! The young knight roared, raising the Holy Grail high. Witnessing this scene, the knights of the Round Table couldn't contain their excitement and enthusiastically shouted at Galahad. Sir Galahad! Sir Galahad! Sir Galahad! The holy light descended from the sky, illuminating Galahad. The harp and trumpet sound from above welcomed him like angels, and the gates of heaven were now open. My dreams and His Highness's are about to be fulfilled. Intense joy caused Galahad to ignore the excruciating pain throughout his body. At the same time, Percival, one of the knights of the Round Table, shouted in fear, "What is that? What's happening?" Galahad's body began to disintegrate. It seemed that the fundamental particles composing his body were dispersing like golden sand. Sir Galahad! Sir Galahad! The knights rushed forward, wanting to help Galahad. At the same time, Artoria and the other knights of the Round Table who had received the news felt it too and immediately rushed to the source of the power as soon as possible, while the knights on the scene tried to approach and help Galahad. But it was futile. A powerful and intangible barrier separated the knights from Galahad. This power surpassed ordinary comprehension. The knights wondered, was this Galahad's personal trial? And it seemed that Galahad was about to fail. His body started to disappear, starting from his feet. The hands gripping the Holy Grail trembled slightly. Is it still not enough? His will and spirit were already formidable. But the strength of his body was insufficient. Although he had lifted the Holy Grail, he lacked enough power to resist the aftermath left by the counter-force. No, I won't give up. The opportunity is right in front of me. How can I, Your Highness? Then, another shocking event unfolded, frightening Galahad and the knights once again. It was Artorius, who pulled out Clarent and swung his sword with all his might at the Holy Grail. Is this it? Is Galahad also going to the throne of heroes like in original history? Is this the only way? Our dreams, our dreams, our dreams, Galahad, you fool. I merely spoke some flowery words before, deceiving people to lay down their lives for me. I never had any dreams of saving the world. All I had was ambition. I only wanted to satisfy my own desires. Artorius felt his heart tighten. Even though he had already considered and convinced himself to sacrifice Galahad to save his mother if there was no other way, when it actually happened, he realized something. He wasn't as determined as he had thought. Wasn't this what he wanted? Now Artoria will be safe, right? But why did he feel unwilling? However, it was already too late to cry over spilled milk. He seemed to understand what Scathatch meant when she said, "You're not ready yet." Teacher, are you saying that I lack the determination to risk my life for my goal? That's right, not even once did he consider himself to be the one trying to lift the Holy Grail, as he knew that if he did, there was a big chance he would die. You're right. I have other plans for backup. I once thought that if the plan failed, I would simply give up. Surrender to the counter-force and repent later. I never thought of risking my life for the liberation of humanity. Freeing humanity from the controls of the counter-force. What a joke, I'm just an opportunist and ambitious person, a schemer. I'm not a hero or a savior. Galahad, why do you believe in me so much? Why are you willing to sacrifice your life for me? Shock, anger, and sadness filled Artorius's heart. And in the quickest of moments, he had a series of questions and answers in his mind. Not willing to sacrifice for Britain. Ah, perhaps. But what about the others in Europe? They have no connection to me, why should I risk my life for them? Then what about the people in other parts of the world, or more broadly, the entire world? Would you be willing to risk your life for the sake of all humanity? And, what about other worlds? Do you know parallel worlds exist? If you bear the responsibility not for just one world, but for many, would you be willing to fight and sacrifice for the happiness of all humans throughout history and across parallel worlds? With these questions in his heart, Artorius recalled his life after being reincarnated into this messed up world, from infancy until today. He recalled the earlier talk with Galahad. His dreams, his determination, his loyalty. Artorius tightened his grip on the handle of Clarent. From the depths of his heart, he arrived at a conclusion. Yes. His answer was yes. He would. Although he was just an ordinary person by moral standards, when it came to the sake of humanity, he was willing to make sacrifices, fight relentlessly, and strive for it. Why was this the case? Wasn't he someone who only cared about himself and his own people? Could it be that he wasn't what he thought he was? Had he unknowingly changed? Or was he always like this, only realizing it now? Was it because his mindset changed unknowingly after living in this world by always being surrounded by his righteous mother, his kind nominal mother, his fellow chivalrous knights, and his best friend? Did Galahad understand this? Was that why he was so resolute to sacrifice himself for him? Haha, you understand me better than I understand myself, Galahad, so, I am actually a hero at heart, screw this. With that in mind, Artorius swung his sword toward the Holy Grail. His mindset underwent a subtle change. The buried sense of justice in his deepest heart was ignited, making his soul shine brightly. Desire, lust, greed, ambition, all remained, but the awakened justice stood above everything else. First, let's start with Galahad, saving him from the shitty grail. Radiance gathered and power converged. The raised Clarent was enveloped in a pure frosty glow. Then it crashed into the barrier that separated him from Galahad. Boom. But it wasn't enough. Even the attack of an A+ anti-fortress noble phantasm couldn't break through. Even with Artorius's frost dragon's magical energy, it was insufficient. Give it to me. Are you sure? If you use it here, our future plans will be ruined. Despite saying that, Morgan still brought out the ethereal Holy Grail composed purely of magical energy that she gathered before, and handed it to Artorius. Power was growing, rapidly increasing. In an instant, Artorius had enough power to unleash an attack close to that of a god. Don't worry. The frost blue glow in his eyes almost overflowed as Artorius was filled with magical energy. I still have a backup plan. Speaking these words, the frost blue sword beam once again blasted toward the Holy Grail in Galahad's hands. Boom, crack. The beam broke through the barrier that separated them and reached Galahad. Your Highness. However, Galahad refused. I'm truly sorry. Meeting Artorius's gaze, Galahad made him understand his intentions. He could certainly be saved now, but he didn't want that. Instead of that, it's better to at least let your Highness gain power. Guided by Galahad, the power of the Holy Grail flowed into Artorius's body through the breach he had created. Instantly, a greater magical energy than the ethereal Holy Grail Morgan had handed him surged into Artorius's body. But this time, it wasn't a mere influx and saturation, it was a transformation of his body and, more importantly, a transformation of his soul. Galahad. At the same time, Galahad's body began to disappear at an accelerated rate. In Artorius's scream, Galahad showed a gentle smile. It's not the best ending. Galahad said to Artorius gently with his pure eyes. But it's not bad, Your Highness. The disappearance reached below the neck. At least I helped Your Highness obtain the power capable of changing the world. Please make good use of it. Farewell, Your Highness. Please be happy, and know that I will forever remain loyal to you. After uttering these words, Galahad finally disappeared with a sincere smile on his face. With the golden light accompanying the Holy Grail flying higher and higher, it eventually vanished behind the gate to heaven. All the irregularities disappeared completely. Everything returned to normal. There were no problems or irregularities anymore, only that Galahad was no longer there. At that moment, Artorius felt a sense of melancholy. He kneeled and gazed at the now empty place. It was the intense pain and sorrow that arose from the departure of a dear friend. He was not heartless after all, even the reasoning of, he only went to the throne of heroes and will reappear in 1,000 or so years with a different vessel as the pink short-haired girl couldn't alleviate 1,000th of the pain and sorrow in his heart. Now he understood what it meant by, you don't know what you've got until it's gone. As they watched the prince kneeling on the ground, immersed in silence, the knights of the Round Table, whether those who were already present or those who arrived later, also fell into silence. Finally, it was Artoria, who had just arrived, that stepped forward. Artorius. She placed her hand on Artorius's shoulder, wanting to say something comforting. Sir Galahad, he made this choice of his own will, to save the world. Before Artoria could find the right words, Artorius spoke. I don't have time to mourn, father. I must continue my grand plan. He stood up, raised his head, and looked at Artoria seriously. Please pass the throne of Britain to me. Author's note. The best friend had temporarily left the scene, leaving behind a dying remark. Galahad's cry for justice ignited Artorius' sense of justice. The Dragon Prince obtained a superpowerful buff. Chapter 80, Ascended the Throne. A bonus chapter for 1k power stones. Thanks for the support. Before Artoria could find the right words, Artorius spoke. I don't have time to mourn, father. I must continue my grand plan. He stood up, raised his head, and looked at Artoria seriously. Please pass the throne of Britain to me. Your Highness, what are you saying? What on earth is going on? Even if Sir Galahad sacrificed himself. Upon hearing Artorius utter these words, the knights of the round table around him started to discuss among themselves. Almost everyone was confused, unable to grasp what had actually happened. Some of them, who were quicker to react, seemed to have some idea but couldn't fully comprehend it. On the other hand, the slower ones wore bewildered expressions. Although they had held great expectations for the prince, this situation of ascending to the throne and even voluntarily requesting his father, the current king, to step down left many people perplexed. And yet, that wasn't the most confusing part. The most surprising and perplexing thing was that after Artorius spoke those words, Artoria didn't immediately rebuke him with anger like, "Traitor, what are you saying?" or, "Are you plotting treason?" If she had indeed said such things, at least 1/3 of the people present would have obediently followed her and engaged in a clash of swords against the prince. Instead, she only looked at her beloved son with a slightly astonished gaze. It was a gaze that definitely didn't convey disappointment or any negative emotion. It even held a hint of relief. Artorius, you. In my long life, the more I pursued my desires, the more unsatisfied I became. Artorius looked earnestly at his mother and reached out to hold her delicate hands. Sir Galahad made me realize, father. He made me understand that there are limits to ambition. So, Artorius, what are you trying to express? From this day forward, I will be a savior. Upon hearing Artorius speak these words and observing his gaze, Artoria confirmed that he was being truthful. He hadn't deceived her, acted on impulse, or been guided by any chaotic influence. He had arrived at the most correct conclusion through his own contemplation. That was to become the savior of Camelot, Britain, Gaul, Germania, Rome, Europe, and all the people. He will become more than just a ruler. From this perspective, his grand plan had not changed, and Artorius remained an ambitious person. However, he had transformed his greatest ambition from mere material and carnal desires, as well as any other dark cravings driven by selfishness, into the luminous and sacred goal of saving the world. Previously, his goal of saving the world by conquering Europe was mostly a pretense to cover his real desires, but now it had become a tangible reality. He would no longer evade his responsibilities, wander aimlessly, worry, or feel dissatisfied. After confirming all of this, Artoria's tears welled up, and her heart filled with excitement, like typical parents witnessing their child's growth. I understand. Amidst the discussions of the Knights of the Round Table, Artoria spoke. You have always been more excellent and suited to be king than me. My child. She said this while extending her hand, gently caressing Artorius' cheek. Afterward, Artorius let out a slow breath and knelt down before Artoria. We should return and have the Archbishop of Canterbury crown you. Artoria couldn't help but say, observing Artorius' demeanor. I would prefer to receive the crown from the hand of my respected father. Due to various circumstances, Artorius had no favorable opinion of the church. That's why he said this to her. Very well, I understand. Artoria nodded, then removed the golden crown from her own head. I entrust it to you, along with Britain. As she spoke those words, the discussions among the Knights of the Round Table grew louder. Meanwhile, those who didn't belong to the Knights of the Round Table were lost in thought. For the cannon fodder brought here without much thought, they can be disregarded. Even the curious locals who gathered due to the commotion caused by the radiance and the gathering army can be overlooked. The ones truly worth paying attention to were the Roman officers stationed there and a few scouts from the Kingdom of Burgundy. They were astonished, curious, and apprehensive. Before long, this significant political event would surely spread among the nations. Meanwhile, on Merlin's and Morgan's side, the former smiled, still maintaining a light and annoying demeanor. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern a hint of humanity appeared in his eyes, a gentle warmth. Yet, it was unclear whether this trace of human warmth was an instinctive imitation or something genuinely possessed by him. Perhaps even Merlin himself was unsure. Meanwhile, Morgan's expression was one of great excitement, even happiness. It was the kind of look that could be easily deciphered at first glance, as if it were as simple as reading a child's mind, surprising anyone who knew Morgan's true nature. She was actually delighted by Artorius's coronation. Despite her profound regard for Britain's monarchy, treating it as her own possession, and always wanting to reclaim it from her sister, she now willingly handed it over and appeared so happy. Since meeting Artorius, her mind had become more bizarre. Those who noticed this couldn't help but shudder with her bizarre mind, if they were able to perceive it. For everyone, like Morgan, their attention was solely focused on Arthur and Artorius, the father and son. They watched as the King of Knights, acting as a father, placed the crown upon Artorius's head. "You shall inherit all of my power in Britain. This includes the Knights of the Round Table, all the treasures in my treasury, the noble warhorses in the royal stables, and everything else that rightfully belongs to a king." After Artoria uttered these words, Artorius slowly rose to his feet. This time, it was her turn to kneel before her beloved son and pledge loyalty to him. Witnessing the scene, the Knights of the Round Table, who held absolute loyalty to Artoria in their hearts, couldn't help but shed tears. Why must the king abdicate? Doesn't that render all our efforts meaningless? No. It was Bedivere who spoke these words. "This is the passing of the torch. The Pendragon dynasty has completed its succession." At this moment, the sun had already risen, and its golden rays broke through the clouds, casting a direct light upon Artorius, enveloping the former prince and former king in a golden sheen. Observing this spectacle, the knights began to pay their respects. They made the sign of the cross over their chests and then knelt before Artorius Pendragon, their new king. Gawain, Lancelot, Lamorak, Bedivere, Tristan, one by one, knights with formidable power and unwavering convictions knelt before Artorius, their new ruler and the master of their souls. "Please rise, father." Artorius calmly spoke these words and extended his hand to help Artoria rise. From this day forward, she was no longer a king. "Please rise as well, esteemed Knights of the Round Table." Artorius addressed the knights with a clear voice. As they slowly rose, their eyes filled with anticipation and unease. Artorius drew his sword and declared, "With the dawn of this day, I ascend as the sovereign ruler of Britain, bearing the title of king. To my noble comrades, the valiant Knights of the Round Table, I implore you to unite our strengths and rally behind me in our noble quest to rescue this world from perilous darkness. Together, let us forge a path toward a radiant future, unlocking the gates to a new era brimming with hope, justice, and prosperity. May our valorous endeavors echo through history, inspiring generations yet to come. For Britain, for honor, and for the world. Long live the king." The resounding cheers echoed through the heavens. Chapter 81, Dragon King, Artorius Pendragon. Returning to Britain and Camelot at the fastest speed possible was the first thing Artorius did upon ascending the throne. Using magecraft, he swiftly spread the news of his ascension throughout all of Britain and requested that all the kings of the various kingdoms in Britain make their way to Camelot as quickly as possible for an audience. This news caused a slight disturbance among the kingdoms of Britain. The King of Knights who had once held dominion over the other kingdoms in Britain had actually abdicated. And that wicked dragon prince had become the new king of Britain. For a moment, the kings had various thoughts and considerations, but none dared to disobey the order. The King of Knights was ruthless enough. "Even though you're a king, and I'm also a king. I, as a king, have to listen to King Arthur. I can only call myself a king in my little corner, while King Arthur can call himself the King of Britain, representing the will of the entire country. Is that fair?" At least the other kings thought it wasn't fair. The problem, however, was that they felt it was futile to complain. The two generations of monarchs in Camelot, Uther and Artoria, were content with the current state of affairs. Unfortunately, Artorius, as the newest generation, wanted to go further. "I've had enough of Britain's division and the schemes of the nobles." In Camelot, Artorius spoke to the Knights of the Round Table. "Your Majesty, do you mean? I need a unified, consolidated Britain." Artorius answered one of the knights and declared, "The resources and manpower wasted by the king's mutual distrust are meaningless and a waste of time. In today's Britain, the loose organization and internal strife among the kingdoms are among the significant causes of our chaos and suffering. I don't want to continue wasting our efforts in this regard. I will order them, in the name of the King of Britain, to surrender their entire armies, accept the laws of Camelot, and regularly provide a sufficient tribute to Camelot. These tributes and armies will be deployed in the conquest of the continent of Europe. I will unite all of Britain to leave behind a prosperous empire for us and our descendants." The Dragon Prince, no, the Dragon King, radiating with majesty, surveyed his surroundings, imbuing his will into the depths of every knight of the Round Table. This was Camelot, and this was the policy change following the transfer of power in Britain. Different from Artoria, Artorius would take a more active role in manipulating and harnessing the power and authority of Britain, dedicating it to the wars on the continent. No longer will it be based on persuasion and voluntarism when he was a prince. It would become state policy, driven by power. Among the members of the Knights of the Round Table, some were excited, while others felt a slight unease. But whether excited or uneasy, they all obeyed Artorius's orders. The authority of the new king surpasses even that of the previous king. We cannot refuse His Majesty's orders, ever since that day on the banks of the Seine, when His Majesty received the power of the Holy Grail. His Majesty is invincible, in both strength and vision, surpassing everything. The Knights of the Round Table discussed among themselves in private. They held cautious optimism about Artorius's transformation. But, Your Majesty. Afterward, Lancelot, who had come rushing from Gaul and continued to pledge allegiance to the Pendragon, asked, what if those kings refuse? What then? Regarding this, Artorius curled his lips. Simple. Artorius said calmly. Gather a legion from the Germanic military region. Artorius spoke calmly, but everyone could sense the strong scent of blood within his words. Some people couldn't help but subconsciously glance at Artorius' side. At his side, Morgan looked at him with fanatical eyes. Ever since Artorius ascended to the throne of Britain 3 days ago, she had been following him. Her gaze toward him had been increasingly strange. And on Artorius's other side stood the former king, Artoria. Instead of retiring, she chose to join Artorius's ranks as a knight. This action, as well as her presence, also served as a stabilizing factor for the Knights of the Round Table. Some knights who were not overly loyal to Artorius or disagreed with his actions could still obey his commands unconditionally because of her presence. But the former king's hair seems to have subtly changed color. It was strange to some people. Artoria's hair used to be bright gold, but recently, its color had become paler, resembling light gold. Well, those knights who noticed this were a tiny minority. Most knights weren't that bored to pay attention to such minor details. After Artorius finished speaking about legion, everyone turned their gaze towards the former king, Artoria. They saw her with a serious expression, devoid of surprise, hesitation, or any other negative emotions. This proved that she fully supported Artorius's plan without any hesitation or resistance. King. Former king, you have indeed changed. That was the thoughts of every knight that was loyal to the former king, King Arthur. Very well, my knights. Continue with your preparations. 3 days from now, I shall host a grand banquet in Camelot, where all these so-called kings shall be brought to account if they fail to attend. It will be the Knights of the Round Table who shall carry out their punishment. Yes, Your Majesty. As Artorius waved his hand, issuing his final command, the Knights of the Round Table, each with their own thoughts, were instantly infected by his words. Regardless, they would all pledge their loyalty to Artorius Pendragon, their new king. The meeting came to an end. Artorius calmly turned around, leaving the throne that belonged to the King of Britain, and headed towards the study that once belonged to his mother. By his side were Artoria, who considered herself his guardian and never left his side, and Morgan, who inexplicably didn't want to leave his side, as well as Bedivere, acting as the court steward and government official of Camelot. Your Majesty. The handsome knight spoke with a gentle and somewhat concerned voice. Camelot is facing food shortages in 15 villages, with 3 of them experiencing extreme scarcity. Don't worry, food will continuously be imported from the continent, but there are conditions. Those villages must send people to join my army. Artorius said calmly. But in their manpower. Even if they lack young men, it's fine. They can work in logistics, transporting supplies, repairing roads and dikes. In short, they need to work to sustain themselves. Yes, Your Majesty. Bedivere nodded. Regarding the coronation ceremony in 3 days. Keep it simple. Artorius replied. Spend as little money as possible. As for grandeur, let those kings witness the elite soldiers and strong warriors under the banner of Camelot. Grandeur will naturally follow. Yes, Your Majesty. And there is also. Bedivere said again. What else? Speak up all at once, don't keep me waiting. Artorius said impatiently. Bedivere's ability to handle affairs was indeed strong, but his indecisive nature meant he was more suited to be an adjutant rather than an official in charge. It's about Sir Galahad's funeral and the selection of a burial site. Upon hearing this, Artorius fell silent for a moment. Then, with an unquestionable tone, he answered. Do it in the Mainz Cathedral. I will build a mausoleum there for the Empire soldiers. Chapter 82, Origin and Truth. The military honor, award system, military rank system, and military cemetery, all of these began to be promoted in the Germanic military region under Artorius's control. When compared to being buried in family graveyards, soldiers indeed preferred to be reunited with their comrades, even in death, and continue the fight together. Located on the outskirts of Mainz, the vast and solemn military cemetery was an essential part of instilling a sense of military honor and spirit. After finishing all the official business, Bedivere quickly ran off. Though he lacked decisive abilities, his competence in handling tasks was reliable. In the study room of Camelot, sitting on the chair that originally belonged to his mother, Artorius slowly closed his eyes. Just a little rest, a short moment. His physical exhaustion wasn't too significant, but unexpectedly, his mind felt uneasy. While he contemplated this, someone reached out from behind and began gently massaging Artorius' shoulders. The technique was skillful, relieving his muscle fatigue and, more importantly, easing his spirit. "Thank you so much, Morgan," Artorius said, opening his eyes and turning around to express his gratitude. Then came a sound that seemed like anger and an astonished voice of "Huh." Artorius turned his head to look and realized that the person who had just given him the massage was not the imagined Morgan but his mother, Artoria. Morgan stood not far from her, looking at Artorius and Artoria with a gaze that held envy, jealousy, hatred, and incomprehensible surprise, as if finding it hard to believe such a thing could happen. On the other hand, his mother, after a slight surprise, regained a calm expression. "You've worked hard, Artorius," Artoria calmly said to him, completely disregarding the envious and resentful gaze of her sister beside her. Artorius couldn't help but feel a slight sense of pride and joy in his mother's tone. "It's nothing to work hard for. It's just a matter of duty. Though you say that, back then, I wasn't as outstanding as you. I struggled with handling official affairs." "Is that so?" Artorius closed his eyes again. "I thought father wouldn't support my future plans." "Why not?" Artoria said to him, "As per our agreement, the Holy Grail plan has already failed. There are no more miracles or fantasies to rely on. As you said, now if we want to save Britain, we must be down to earth. If we want to save Britain, know the world, we must work even harder. We may even have to sacrifice some things." At this point, she paused. 2 days ago, after witnessing the actions of Sir Galahad, and you, I secretly made up my mind. I will support you, support your dreams and plans, and help you without reservation, my child. I will contribute all my power to assist you in fulfilling your grand ambition of saving the world and humanity. Thank you, father, really. Artorius felt slightly comforted by her words. "There's no need to thank me," Artoria said while reaching out once again to massage his temples. "I'm just regretful that I didn't come earlier when that happened." "Please don't mention that," Artorius interrupted her. "We're still together, and we'll continue moving forward, carrying Galahad's will with us." "Yes." Artoria nodded. "What I wanted to say is, if it were me, I could do it too. I could sacrifice myself for you. But I don't want that," Artorius said. "I don't want anyone else to sacrifice anymore, no more." As Artorius said this, he held his mother's hand, feeling the gentleness beneath his seemingly strong facade. Artoria's lips curled up, revealing a tender smile. "Yeah." She leaned forward, resting against Artorius's back. The scene appeared very heartwarming. I know, Artorius, my child. You are the best choice, the best savior," Artoria said gently to her beloved son. She said what she did for a reason that Artorius knew well, it was about his origin. On the way back to Camelot, she finally confessed the secret to Artorius. Just as Artorius had suspected, he wasn't a child born in the normal way. The question he had always pondered since he was reincarnated was, who is my mother or father? He was feeling confused and lost. Was Artoria his father by using magecraft to become a pseudo-male and using her sperm, similar to how Mordred was born? Or was Artoria his mother by genuinely giving birth to him, which means he had a real father? All the previous answers were wrong. It wasn't Guinevere, nor Morgan, or any women and any men, it was someone who never existed from the beginning. He, too, was created, a man-made savior like Artoria herself. Many years ago, his grandfather, King Uther, created Artoria and felt deeply uneasy. On one hand, it was about the baby's gender, and on the other, doubt. Was this savior, created in such a way, really okay? Could she truly save Britain? His unease troubled him and led him to make a decision. To create another being, a stronger and greater child with a different method. That was Artorius. Using a better and more powerful heart of the red dragon and factor of dragon, while also adding new concepts to Artoria's original template. Ambition. Desire. Power. Warfare. Politics. And of course, the most essential, justice. After all these concepts were set, what Merlin acquired were the souls from 1500 years in the future, originating from who knows where, through means almost akin to true magic and miracles. Blending all these perfectly would create a savior even more perfect than Artoria. In terms of bloodline, Artorius had no connection to Artoria at all. Meaning, they were not related by blood. Yet, in terms of concept, he still belonged to Pendragon. That was Artorius Pendragon. That's why, Artorius, you are a more perfect savior than me. After revealing this secret to Artorius, Artoria became somewhat excited. Why she always said he was more perfect than herself. Now, it made sense. She had no hint of jealousy towards Artorius at all, who was superior to her. She was simply filled with excitement and happiness. In recent years, I've been thinking, have I done enough? Have I done good? Can I truly save Britain? My conclusion is no, I haven't done enough, not good enough, not plentiful enough. In the end, I fear I won't be able to save Britain, even though I've been trying my best. But. Artorius, you are different. Your talent surpasses mine. You can accomplish things I can't do easily. You understand human feelings, you comprehend governance, economics, and agriculture, and you can ignite the passions of everyone. This was one of the reasons Artoria willingly stepped down from the throne upon Artorius's request. It wasn't just because her efforts had ultimately failed. It was also because she deeply understood Artorius's capabilities. The gap between father and son was now completely stopped. The era of the King of Knights came to an end. Now, she was simply a knight fighting wholeheartedly for her beloved son. Artorius also enjoyed this relationship. He relished Artoria's love and care for him. It compensated for the years they had spent apart, rarely seeing each other. It would be perfect if Morgan weren't present though. So, what should we do next? On the way back to Camelot, Artorius had already explained his plan to usurp fate to Artoria. After their tender moment, it was time to discuss the matter at hand. I've obtained all the necessary parts. Artorius appeared confident. Even though the imaginary Holy Grail was used, I obtained the power of the true Holy Grail. Now, I'm like a human-shaped miniature Holy Grail. Really? Can you fulfill wishes? Of course. Artorius replied. To a certain extent, I can fulfill any wish. He wasn't lying. With Galahad's help before his death, Artorius absorbed some of the power of the Holy Grail, and both his body and soul were evolving. According to Morgan's calculations, the strength of his soul and the magical energy it contained surpassed the limits of phantasmal species. What's more important is that even in this state, Artorius was still considered human rather than a phantasmal species or a god, allowing him to continue existing in the surface world. In other words, true magic. If his speculation was correct, he possessed the third magic, Heaven's Feel, the materialization of the soul. As he said this, Artorius reached out his hand, and to Artoria's astonished gaze, Sword of Selection, Caliban appeared in his grasp. It was a genuine, magical, A-rank noble phantasm capable of firing a sword beam. Unbelievable. Seeing this scene, Artoria couldn't help but widen her eyes. You can do something like this? Yes. Artorius nodded, paying no attention to Morgan, who was swallowing her saliva nearby. So, I now possess the immense magical energy required to activate the spell. I've also found 4 people who can assist me in completing the spell. After that, it's time to usurp fate. Upon saying this, Artorius stood up, glanced at Artoria, and then at Morgan. Tonight, I will take you both to a certain place. Artoria, Morgan, huh? The former had a serious expression, while the latter looked at Artorius with eyes that seemed to say, "This pervert and scumbag. You had promised me various things before we departed for the Holy Grail, but look at how it has turned out now. You rascal, are you not satisfied with me alone? Do you actually lust after your own mother, Artoria? And you even want to do me and Artoria together? How wicked, shameless, and degenerate. I love it. He. Morgan maintained a calm demeanor on the surface but secretly swallowed her saliva. Chapter 83, Misunderstanding. Next, it was time for the heartwarming dinner at the Pendragon residence. For women and one man. It was evident that everyone except Artorius was female. The House of Pendragon displayed a situation of decline and decay, causing some concerns about the future of this once glorious European lineage. Artorius was still the one who provided the dinner, with Artoria, Mordred, and Morgan joining him at the table. Morgan and Artoria sat closest to Artorius, with Guinevere and Mordred sitting beside them. This made Mordred a bit uneasy because when Artorius was still a prince, they used to sit together during meals. Now that he had become a king, it seemed like her status had diminished. Stupid Mordred, you should have gotten married earlier. Mordred muttered frustratedly. As the truth unfolded that Artorius was Mordred's conceptual big brother without any blood relation, she felt bolder than ever. She even started fantasizing about various things that may or may not happen. However, little did she know that she was not the only one in the House of Pendragon who coveted the newly appointed patriarch, Artorius. During this dinner, facing the various delicacies provided by Artorius, Artoria was not as revolting as before. She no longer ate her black bread in solitude as if she were being bullied. Completely liberated, she now hung onto his every word, like another Mordred. Her gaze toward Artorius was even more gentle than that of his nominal mother, Guinevere. On the other side, Morgan's obsession with Artorius had also reached new heights. Previously, she liked Artorius for his temperament, his wickedness, and his abilities. She liked his glorious and handsome appearance. But now, she had an unparalleled and fanatical adoration for Artorius Pendragon's aura as a king. Ah. So that's how it is. In reality, bad girls may indeed like bad boys. But in comparison, bad girls actually prefer good boys a bit more. Artorius naturally felt the passionate adoration the Pendragon women had for him. After all, he wasn't a dense protagonist from those Japanese light novels. But, he was equally aware of the danger ingrained in their fervent love. It was a terror that could easily lead to their own demise if he was careless. But so what? As the savior, Artorius had long set aside thoughts of life and death. He didn't give a fuck anymore. After we finished dinner, follow me, Artorius said, putting down his utensils and wiping his mouth with a napkin. He looked at the Pendragon women, who were devouring their food as if they were participating in a competitive eating contest, and continued, I have something to discuss with all of you. Morgan. Artoria. Mordred. Ignoring the strange expressions on the faces of the Pendragon women, Artorius stood up and strode purposefully toward his room, also calling for Gareth, who was still diligently studying. The girl's heart felt heavy. After all, Galahad was not only Artorius's friend but also her own, someone who had been with them since childhood. Now that Galahad's soul had departed to heaven, the girl naturally felt deep sorrow. However, she didn't want to show this grief in front of Artorius. She had to put on a brave smile and ensure her sadness didn't affect his judgment. After all, Artorius is now a king. I have something to say. Gareth gathered her courage and confessed her feelings to Artorius. I can also devote myself to your majesty, just like Sir Galahad. Artorius nodded approvingly. Very well, I can sense your determination. After receiving Artorius's praise, Gareth hadn't even had a chance to be happy when she heard him say, come to my bedroom tonight. Gareth. After saying those words, Artorius turned around and walked away briskly, leaving the wolf girl standing there in bewilderment. Although I expected this. But isn't this progressing too quickly? The girl stood frozen in place, soon, her head quickly steaming like crazy. And then, right after that, along with her mother, little sister, and aunt, she felt deeply embarrassed due to misunderstanding the words of Artorius. When they all appeared together in the land of shadows, even fools could understand that Artorius didn't mean what they thought. This was an important base for Artorius to carry out his plan of usurping fate. Bringing them here was to help them better assist him and join this plan. Gareth was to undergo training in spearmanship under the tutelage of Scathatch, to strengthen herself. Mordred was to do the same. Artoria and Morgan were to be involved in Artorius's plan, particularly Morgan, as she was chosen as one of the executors of the Fate Usurper spell. Among the other executors were the Lady of the Lake, Vivian, and Merlin. Although Artorius wasn't particularly keen on having Merlin around, he called him nonetheless for the sake of caution. Better be safe than sorry. With so many people arriving at once, the previously silent land of shadows became lively. But as Scathatch looked at the newcomers, her mood became somewhat complicated. Does this kid see me as a useful tool? She couldn't help but think like that. There's another new child for me to teach again. He won't keep dragging me into teaching from now on, will he? Of course, there was something even more surprising to her than that. And that was Artorius's transformation. Before that, the Artorius she had seen had no fundamental difference from ordinary youngsters. A bit cunning, a bit arrogant, wanting to achieve something great, wanting success and fame. But at the same time, he was somewhat lost, not knowing where his true path lay. Now, as the age of God started to end, she actually didn't want to get involved with such a person anymore. However, Artorius's talent was simply too good to be ignored. It would be a great pity to just let him go. So, she held her nose and reluctantly agreed to his nonsensical demand. But now, Artorius's appearance surprised her. It wasn't just his talent and strength. Artorius's spirit and soul had also fully matured. His soul was so brilliant, so dazzling, so bright, that Scathatch couldn't help but marvel at it. In just a few days we didn't meet, you've become quite a great man. Scathatch exclaimed. Looking at Artorius's resolute gaze, Scathatch was briefly taken aback, and then she sighed. I originally thought it would take you some time to find your own path. It's not time that changes a person, but circumstances. Artorius calmly replied. I met someone who could change my life, and that confirmed what was in my heart. It's as simple as that. I see. Scathatch nodded again. So, can you give me an answer now? Yes, I can. Artorius nodded. But before that, I also want to ask you something, teacher. Would you be willing to sacrifice your life for something or someone? Can I answer your question a little later? Of course. Artorius nodded and then turned to the people he had brought along. Now, everyone, please share your thoughts too about my question earlier. What are the things you are willing to sacrifice for? Would you be willing to sacrifice your life for that? Chapter 84, Answers and Delusion. Artorius nodded and then turned to the people he had brought along. Now, everyone, please share your thoughts too about my question earlier. What are the things you are willing to sacrifice for? Would you be willing to sacrifice your life for that? Of course. Mordred was the first to speak up, saying, I'm willing to give everything for my big brother. Without hesitation, and even with a touch of pride, she confidently addressed Artorius, saying, whether it's my life or anything else, whatever it may be, I'm willing to do it for my big brother. Thank you, little Mo. Upon hearing Mordred's words, although Artorius already knew her feelings, he still smiled gently and affectionately stroked Mordred's hair, thanking her tenderly. He didn't expect all his colleagues, subordinates, and allies to have the same determination as her. As long as they could fight side by side with him, that was enough. The reasons for fighting together were not too important. Whether it was for ideals, ambitions, or even for themselves, as long as they could lend their strength to him, it was enough. Of course, during this process, Artorius would also impart wisdom to them and lead by example, helping them understand right from wrong. Given enough time and Artorius's influence, they too could become human warriors and heroes with purposes and a sense of responsibility, just like how he changed after the Holy Grail incident. Mordred was like that, and Gareth was undoubtedly the same. After Mordred spoke up and gave her answer, Gareth looked at how Artorius praising Mordred. She couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration and disappointment when witnessing them. Ah. Mordred got ahead of me again. Gareth couldn't help but think that way and involuntarily recalled 2 years ago, when she eagerly followed Artorius to Europe, the day after their first victory and after the banquet. Because Artorius woke up late, she became curious and worried and went to wake him up. However, she discovered that Mordred was already inside his tent. At that time, the wolf girl was still unclear and didn't fully understand. But today, 2 years later, she understood completely. However, I'm the same. Gareth said her answer to Artorius. Although she believed that her beliefs and willpower would never lose to Mordred, it didn't matter. Everyone always remembers the first place, the one who receives praise, but who remembers the second place. So, after saying those words, she felt very disheartened. It wasn't until Artorius reached out his hand and gently stroked her hair and met her confused gaze. I understand. He kindly said to Gareth. I understand your feelings, Gareth. Ah, so he knows my feelings. He responded to my feelings. In an instant, the heart of the wolf girl was filled with excitement and thrill. While comforting the girl, Artorius exchanged a glance with Artoria. They had reached such a level of understanding that everything went unspoken. She didn't need to express her feelings, Artorius could understand her heart. If Morgan were to witness this scene, she would undoubtedly be seething with jealousy. The once vengeful enchantress, the mad and wicked witch, had pretty much lost her edge by now. Perhaps she would continue to struggle and make some fuss in the future. But the chances of her success were infinitely close to zero. As for the present, she was currently locking eyes with Vivian, locked in a staring contest. Meeting enemies only fueled greater resentment, especially when old grudges and new enmity were combined. Old grudges were easy to understand. Morgan and Vivian had always had a terrible relationship. It was the kind of love-hate bond. Vivian represented the Lady of the Lake, while Morgan was the opposite of the Lady of the Lake. Their relationship was like ice and fire, good and evil, Jedi and Sith, Harry Potter and Voldemort. They were destined to walk different paths, destined to be archenemies. As for the new enmity, it dates back to just a few minutes ago. Before heading to the Land of Shadows, Artorius had first met up with Vivian in Avalon. Upon seeing Vivian, her eyes were immediately fixated on Artorius, ignoring everyone else. She rushed towards him as usual, attempting to embrace him while making strange noises, wanting to welcome the attractive boy with the usual face wash. Artoria. Mordred. Gareth. Among the Pendragon women, the one who was closest to Artorius and reacted the fastest was Morgan. She stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Artorius, shielding him. Morgan Le Fay. Seeing her archenemy, Vivian quickly entered a state of readiness. Morgan was almost the same. She looked at Vivian pouncing towards Artorius and felt very displeased. In return, Vivian watched as Morgan shielded Artorius and felt a similar itch of hatred. How could you? How could you do this? Vivian said with anger. What did I do? What's wrong with it? Morgan said smugly. Although it wasn't actually the case, it didn't stop Morgan from assuming a triumphant pose. This attitude made Vivian even angrier. Damn you. You, how dare you? Let go of Artorius. What if I don't? As Morgan was about to continue enjoying her dominance and delightful moment, she suddenly realized that Artorius had disappeared. To be more precise, he had positioned himself between the two of them. And he was floating, at a height higher than Morgan and Vivian, allowing him to overlook them condescendingly. "Have you two had enough of your fussing?" The majesty and aura of the Dragon King immediately silenced the two embarrassed big sisters. "Is this the time to be fooling around?" "But..." Artorius. "No buts. Today is the first day of our plan to usurp fate, and I don't want any unexpected incidents. Otherwise, you know what will happen." He glanced at Morgan and then at Vivian. Seeing that both of them had fallen silent, although there was still some reluctance, they managed to maintain a fake and superficial sisterly appearance. Artorius nodded in satisfaction. "Very well," Artorius said, smiling. "Now, let's shake hands." With a smile, he took hold of Morgan and Vivian's hands. He forcibly brought the reluctant ladies of the lake together, making them clasp hands and reconcile. They could only make silly faces like children when Artorius couldn't see. Morgan. "Coo. What?" Upon hearing Artorius's emotionless voice, Morgan couldn't help but shiver like a mouse hearing a cat's meow. "Do you have an answer to my question?" Artorius looked at her, noticing that she hadn't been paying serious attention, but he didn't mind. He repeated the question. When it came to this matter, Artoria accepted him as he was, while Mordred and Gareth regarded him with great respect. As for the Knights of the Round Table, Artorius had the ability to ensure their loyalty. However, it wasn't enough to have good people, Artorius also needed a sample of the bad. And among the people he knew, Morgan was the worst. He was eagerly anticipating her response. Sure enough, after Artorius asked the question, Morgan gave him a look as if to say, "Are you an idiot? How is that possible?" Then she spoke in a manner befitting a villain. "The most important thing in this world is one's own life. How could there be anything more important than that? Sacrifice? No way." "I see." Morgan's words didn't surprise Artorius. Indeed, not everyone in this world is willing to sacrifice their life for something. That was only natural and didn't disappoint him, he was like that before. "Everything is within my calculations. I can confide in those who share the same ideals, but for someone like Morgan, I can only use power, authority, and self-interest to win her over and exploit her." That's what Artorius thought, while Morgan began to doubt herself. She secretly felt that she might have misspoken. What does he mean by asking me this question? Could it be that he's testing me? As she pondered, Morgan carefully observed Artorius. While the Dragon King remained calm internally and maintained a serious demeanor on the surface, Morgan wasn't Artoria, so she couldn't read his inner thoughts, only noticing his serious expression. Indeed, he is testing me. She further contemplated, what was he testing her for? By asking this question, could it be? With these thoughts in mind, Morgan entered a state of imagination, trying to figure out the reason behind his test. He asked me what is more important than life. What could be more important than life? Why did he ask me this question? Could it be? Could it be that he likes me? Morgan was surprised, flustered, and struggled to accept it. She interpreted Artorius's question as a veiled confession of love. No, calm down, Morgan Le Fay. She continued to say to herself. Although all the evidence points to the option, he likes me, it's not absolute. So, I need to sort out my thoughts and think carefully. Artorius, is there anything more important than life? Morgan, life is precious, but love is even more valuable. Artorius, then who do you love, Morgan Le Fay? Morgan, it's you, silly. Artorius, oh, stop it, Morgan, don't tease me. Morgan, no, really, I really like you, Artorius. Artorius, Morgan. Morgan, Artorius. And then, a happy ending. Morgan's contemplation came to an end. HMHMHMGH. Artorius prepared to proceed, but he heard strange laughter coming from beside him. He turned to see Morgan with a twisted expression as if struggling to hold back her laughter. It puzzled him. What's wrong with her? Why is she laughing in such a bizarre manner so suddenly? Has she gone insane? She's always been a shady and wicked woman. The only thing she's good for is her intellect. If her mind deteriorates any further, she'll be of no use for my plan. Artorius was concerned, but Morgan didn't notice. She was still immersed in her own world, with an uplifted mood and an increased pace of imaginative thoughts. What a stubborn guy, Sundara. He likes me but doesn't dare to say it directly, so he expresses it with these puzzling questions. Really, I'm fortunate to be intelligent. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to decipher his eccentric confession. Honestly, this guy, if he wants to confess, he should be more straightforward and show more affection. Just say it directly like, Morgan, I like you. Then dive into my arms and nuzzle against me. Seriously, he's such a gentle and handsome boy. He shouldn't be wearing that wicked smile all the time, pretending to be a villain boss. Oh, right, he actually is a villain boss. But wait, yes, my answer. At this point, Morgan suddenly realized that her answer wasn't appropriate. She answered Artorius's question with, the most important thing in this world is one's own life. By doing so, she had essentially rejected his confession, hadn't she? What did I do? Does that mean? Morgan realized that she had just sabotaged her own happiness. She could have had a happy ending with Artorius, living together in bliss, experiencing various moments every day. Together, they could have conquered the world, eliminating all the scum who dared to oppose them. If only she had just told him, even a woman like me has something more important than my own life. But she didn't. Fool. Why didn't I think it through? No, I need to calm down. There might still be a chance to fix the situation. First, let's see his reaction. With these thoughts, Morgan carefully observed Artorius. Although Artorius's current expression seemed normal, just like the usual sunny and innocent youth, but with an additional aura of majesty. However, there existed the idiom of, suspect the neighbor of stealing an axe. T/N, an idiom of being subjective instead of objective and giving judgment without evidence and facts. That idiom represented Morgan right now. In short, she was delusional. Morgan, who had something on her mind, couldn't help but feel that Artorius was concealing his disappointment. If it weren't for the dignity of his eventual leader status, he would have already covered his face and burst into tears. He actually likes me so much. Oh, what should I do? What should I do? Morgan, happiness is within your reach, but now it seems that the door to happiness is closing. Should I save my face or my happiness? Then, she came to a decision. Just a moment. Morgan hastily said. Is there something else? Artorius asked puzzled. Actually, earlier, my answer to your question wasn't honest. Question mark. Artorius looked at Morgan with a somewhat strange expression. So, what I mean is. She looked at Artorius seriously and delivered the lines she had already rehearsed in her mind. Even a woman like me has something more important than my own life. After saying these words, Morgan gazed earnestly at Artorius. It wasn't until he broke into a smile, blossoming like 1,000 flowers, that she breathed a sigh of relief. I understand. Thank you for the answer. Chapter 85, True Nature. She looked at Artorius seriously and delivered the lines she had already rehearsed in her mind. Even a woman like me has something more important than my own life. After saying these words, Morgan gazed earnestly at Artorius. It wasn't until he broke into a smile, blossoming like 1,000 flowers, that she breathed a sigh of relief. I understand. Thank you for the answer. Morgan, I can't believe it. I actually said that. Artorius, even someone like Morgan is willing to sacrifice for the greater good. Their thought processes and what they were contemplating were completely different. Yet, their emotions were surprisingly aligned. They both felt relieved and pleasantly surprised. As they looked into each other's eyes, emotions began to blossom, leaving the others around them perplexed. Artorius expressed astonishment and joy, which was easy to understand. But Morgan, why was she so delighted? Wasn't she the antagonist? Why would she go through fire and water for Artorius, to save the world? Has she lost her mind? Upon witnessing this, Artoria instinctively looked at Merlin, hoping her mentor would provide answers. However, the incubus, who couldn't comprehend human hearts, remained oblivious. He shrugged his shoulders, assuming a helpless expression. His lack of understanding was contrasting with everyone else's. Being able to observe the fate of those before him through clairvoyance, he understood Morgan's heart very well. Where is the vengeful witch of Britain? Laughable. She's obviously just a silly girl who's fallen in love. And what surprised me is, the progress between them is this fast. He could happily enjoy the banter between Morgan and Artorius. But what Artorius was thinking, Merlin had no idea. Due to Artorius's immense power and the uniqueness of his soul, Merlin couldn't foresee his future. He couldn't have anticipated that the soul he had stolen on a whim, with mischievous intent, would turn out to be so extraordinary. Taking something without permission is considered theft. By deceiving the cycle of death without the consent of the rightful owner, he utilized the soul. It was a rather evil act. Only an incubus like him who was ignorant of right and wrong, could do so without any burden. In this regard, Merlin's nature was even worse than Morgan's creation of individuals like Mordred. The artificial souls created by Morgan were obtained through the proper reincarnation of nature. There were no crimes committed against the manipulation of souls. You see, when I said I can't see your future. That's not a lie. Only you, Artorius, only you, I cannot see clearly. The inability to see clearly and face the unknown leads to confusion, resistance, and fear. It's a common condition among intelligent beings, and Merlin acquired and imitated these emotions from humans. For these reasons, Merlin had always subconsciously resisted getting too close to Artorius. Even when they met, he was unwilling to say too much. This situation persisted until now. You've become the perfect savior, surpassing even Artoria. Not just on the scale of Britain, but Europe, and possibly even reaching the level of the world and humanity. It's truly something to look forward to. How far will the final version of you go? Merlin is incredibly eager for it. Unlike a disciple who was taught step by step by him like Artoria who was like his daughter, the incubus's attachment to Artorius leaned more toward the relationship between an artist and their work. It wasn't the dedication of an artist pouring their heart and emotions into creating a masterpiece. It was more like a mischievous child haphazardly building a sandcastle. Today it might seem cherished, like the apple of their eye, but in the blink of an eye, they might ignore it or even deliberately stomp on it, reveling in the innocent smile that accompanies the destruction of the sandcastle. Different from Artorius Pendragon, who awakened his sense of justice in the Holy Grail incident. When Merlin witnessed Galahad willingly sacrificing himself, there was no fluctuation in his heart at all, he even felt a slight urge to laugh when witnessed the spectacle. The present incubus still couldn't grasp human hearts. In the original history, it was Artoria's very tragic fate that touched him, propelling him from a demon to a human. But now, whether this step can still be taken or not, no one knows. That's why Artorius doesn't trust Merlin. Unlike other knights who disliked Merlin due to his behavior and actions, Artorius saw through his true nature. A being that seeks pleasure, lacks humanity, and imitates human emotions. Such existence can be used but never trusted. What we're going to discuss is the future, the first step to saving humanity. Artorius spoke confidently in the corridors of the Black Castle. Meanwhile, Mordred and Gareth, left behind on the training grounds, watched everyone's retreating figures with envy. Merlin, however, was surprised. "Hey, Artorius. Have you forgotten something? Didn't you ask a question? I haven't answered yet. Is it necessary?" Artorius countered. "Your answer would surely be no, right? How can you falsely accuse me like that? I am going to be angry, you know." Merlin appeared agitated. "You didn't even ask, how could you know I would refuse? Look at Morgan, for example. She seems like a villain, even the boss of the villains. Did you consider the possibility that she would agree with you? No, right? So why can't it be the same for me? Can't you have some faith in me?" Continuing to argue with this idiot wouldn't get them anywhere. Artorius didn't have so much time to waste. So Artorius decided to be direct. "Then tell me, are you willing to sacrifice your life for something?" "Of course not." Artorius took a deep breath with clenched palms, suppressing the desire to tear Merlin apart. "Let's go." He decided that from now on, he would ignore whatever Merlin babbled about. With this resolution, the group arrived at the meeting room in the Black Castle. At the entrance, Artorius exchanged a glance with Scathatch. She didn't express disagreement, so he took it as approval. With a single thought, Artorius transformed the layout and furnishings of the meeting room. Under the violet glow of magical lights, they settled into chairs that shimmered like obsidian. In front of them stood a massive round table, similar in style to Camelot but black-purple in color. "It looks nice," Scathatch remarked in a relaxed tone. "I'm glad you like it, teacher." Artorius smiled. The Holy Grail not only increased his strength and broadened his horizons, but it also made him more straightforward and bold when dealing with women. His desires and lust hadn't diminished, in fact, they had somewhat intensified. However, he didn't have so much time in Rome to engage in romantic flirting with women. His main time and energy were dedicated to his plan of saving the world and humanity by conquest. He needed to manage his time well. So when it came to women, he preferred simplicity over complexity. If he could skip kissing and go straight to taking off his pants, he would. Speed and efficiency were crucial, even in intimate relationships. And so, the meeting began for the Dragon King and his loyal followers, centered around the mission of saving the world and humanity, in the newly arranged conference room bathed in the purple glow of magic. Chapter 86, Illuminati. In front of a round table that shone like amethyst, everyone took their seats. The Dragon King Artorius, without a doubt, occupied the head seat, radiating an aura of majesty as he surveyed his surroundings. "Everyone." Artorius began, his voice steady and powerful. "I won't waste words with unnecessary talk. You all know why we've gathered here. A common and great goal has united us, pushing aside our prejudices and solidifying our determination. That goal is the salvation of humankind. Therefore, I've named our assembly the Illuminati, hoping that we can ignite ourselves to illuminate the path for humanity." Artorius's voice resonated with authority. "Our ultimate objective is to ensure the everlasting existence and prosperity of humanity. Our mission is to become their guardians and guides. To achieve this, we must bring the entirety of Europe under the rule of a single nation, facing the first challenge of uniting the Germanic peoples, including the Franks. As for the specifics, I believe you all have a good understanding. But, what about our specific targets? Morgan interjected. Could you be more precise about which group or individuals? After all, the Franks constitute a significant portion of the Germanic peoples, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. In specific terms, it is Clovis. Artorius stated, prompting everyone present to wear expressions of confirmation. For those familiar only with type Moon, Frank would likely bring to mind Charlemagne, as well as Astolfo and Bradamante. Upon hearing the name Clovis, one would probably be perplexed, unaware of who he was. However, for those well-versed in European history, hearing that name would undoubtedly trigger a moment of realization, followed by a comment such as, "Ah, that one." Clovis was the founder and first ruler of the Frankish kingdom. While the Franks reached their peak under Charlemagne's rule, the transformation from an ordinary Germanic tribe into a nation was led by Clovis. He led the Frankish tribe, vanquishing the Romans and the Visigoths, thereby establishing complete dominion over Gaul. This laid the groundwork for the further expansion and growth of the Franks. The king of the Frankish barbarians. It's only natural to think about it. Clovis's standing and significance in this world were beyond the scope of previous historical accounts. Embracing the great fate of the Germanic peoples, the formidable fate of the founder of the Frankish kingdom. This barbarian king had now grown into the greatest enemy of the Germanic military region. Artorius' sudden emergence, the establishment of the Germanic war zone under his leadership, and his simultaneously gentle and ruthless treatment of the Germanic peoples rapidly fractured this fearsome nation. They were faced with a choice: either obey the orders of the great general Artorius, submit to the Red Dragon and the Black Eagle, transform from forest wolves into domesticated dogs, or join forces with the Frankish king Clovis, becoming part of his terrifying wolf pack. Under Artorius' pressure and attacks, the power of the Germanic peoples weakened compared to its historical state. However, in contrast, they grew more united and cohesive. Clovis, the leader of the Franks, became even more formidable than he was in history. All the Germanic peoples who desired a life of turmoil. All those who sought plunder and gain without effort, outnumbering those who sought rewards through effort among the Germanic peoples. Those who yearned for war, pillaging, and conquest among the Germanic peoples. Those who thirsted for slaughter, annexation, and aspired to rise above the rest among the Germanic peoples. They were all gathering under Clovis's banner, becoming participants in the invasion of Gaul. After returning to the Germanic military region, I will launch the war. Artorius declared calmly. I will defeat him, crush him, and then usurp his fate. As Artorius spoke, his gaze swept over Vivian, Morgan, Scathatch, and Merlin one by one. Your goal is to ensure that, as I defeat Clovis, you simultaneously perform the spell to usurp his fate. It must be done at the same time, and this point must be guaranteed. Morgan, Vivian, Scathatch, and Merlin. When he uttered the final name, a flicker of disdain flashed through Artorius' eyes. You are the most outstanding mages in this world. It will be up to you to create the spell for usurping fate. Is there any problem? It can be completed within 3 months. Scathatch replied. But I will need a helper. Then, I entrust this matter entirely to you. Don't forget the promise you made to me. Of course. Artorius nodded. Someday, my spear will pierce through your body. Until then, put your intelligence and talents to good use in my service, teacher. Having completed this conversation, Scathatch closed her eyes, indicating that her task was finished and she would no longer speak. Now, Lady Morgan. Artorius turned his gaze toward Morgan. You. I believe your majesty needs a proper court mage by his side. Before Artorius could say anything, Morgan preemptively spoke. She said cheerfully, compared to lazy folk like Merlin who lazes around all day, I'm a better choice. Can't you consider it? But I need an envoy. Artorius said, I need a powerful mage to help me recruit people, for the collaboration between the Atlas Academy and the Wandering Sea, as well as the establishment of the Third Mage Association. I need to concentrate enough mystery and research capabilities. Prepare for the future. Preparations after the Age of Gods ends and the mystery fades. Morgan asked. Yes. Artorius nodded, I need a magecraft system that can adapt and function even after true ether disappears. You've already mastered the third magic, or at least you're about to master it. Isn't that enough? Merlin asked with keen interest. Both personal strength and the strength of my people. I want both of those. Artorius replied. In that case, let me go, Merlin grinned and said, perfect timing. I happen to know quite a few excellent mages. Hearing him speak like that, Artorius fell silent. Merlin himself was indeed talented, and Artorius believed him when he said he knew outstanding mages. The only question was whether Merlin would be willing to work hard and seriously. No matter how Merlin pretended or said things like, trust me, Artorius wouldn't believe him at all. For this matter, please let Sir Kay supervise. Artoria, who was by Artorius' side, spoke up, I believe we can achieve the goal. Very well. Artorius nodded. Next, Vivian. Yes, yes. The fairy queen seemed unable to fully adapt to Artorius's transformation, from a cute and gentle boy to such a majestic man. Although her heart was pounding, she also felt nervous. You will assist Scathatch. Can you do it? No, no problem. Vivian nodded. She felt a bit disappointed. As a fairy, she could no longer adapt to a world lacking true ether on the surface, so she could only stay in the land of shadows and couldn't be by Artorius's side like Morgan. It made her feel a bit disappointed. Now one couldn't see the slightest trace of her Yandere appearance from back then. Now, she looked obedient, like a junior high school girl. I'm counting on you then. Artorius said gently to her, making Vivian smile. With all the tasks properly assigned, Artorius surveyed his surroundings. He saw the elite members under his command. A small but exceptional group. The awakened Dragon King, the inhuman Incubus, the Fairy Queen, the vengeful Witch Queen, and the gatekeeper of the Land of Shadows. It could be said that talents were abundant. Seeing this, Artorius couldn't help but feel pleased. With so many big figures, how could he not succeed in his grand plan, the rise of humanity? With their help, he would destroy Gaia, slaughter the wandering stars, Velber, and crush the outer gods as easily as turning his hand. Breaking free from Earth, ruling the galaxy, and establishing a human universe was just a matter of time. Our future is full of light. In the dimly purple-lit meeting room, Artorius muttered. The future of humanity is also filled with light. Chapter 87, King's Meeting. The arrangements were in order, and Artorius turned around, heading towards the training grounds. Before the final battle arrived, he had to ensure that his strength reached perfection. Then. Got a moment. In the corridor, Artorius looked at Morgan, who had a smile on her face, as he calmly asked. Of course, I also have something to talk about. Looking at her smiling face, Artorius pondered for a moment. Was this woman going to demand his previous promise? If so, what should he do? Should he fulfill the promise or not? The physical exertion required could be disregarded since his magical energy was limitless. However, when it came to the aspect of time. Artorius, take a look at this. Continuing on, under Artoria's astonished gaze, Morgan produced a treasure. It was adorned with vibrant blue enamel decorations set on golden metal, with fairy writing in the center. It was Avalon, the ever-distant utopia. It was also the thing Artoria had lost recently. You are the one who stole it. Artoria exclaimed angrily. Yes, I'm sorry about that. Her apology lacked sincerity, causing Artoria to become even more furious, while Morgan continued to smile and look at Artorius. You're the king of Britain now, so the scabbard should be returned to its rightful owner. Even without Avalon, I can still heal quickly. Artorius said. But either way, I'll accept your gift. As he spoke, he drew his own sword, Excalibur, sword of promised victory, and discarded the scabbard that replaced Avalon, replacing it with Avalon itself. He confirmed that he had obtained a considerably important asset. The true purpose of Avalon was never about quick recovery, it was an immensely powerful noble phantasm that possessed an absolute defensive ability akin to true magic. It was capable of even withstanding, of that Goldie, the king of heroes. Following Artoria's abdication, Excalibur became Artorius's new weapon, while she chose the holy lance Rongaminiad as a substitute. Artorius bestowed Clarent upon Mordred. Although Artorius was more familiar with Clarent, Excalibur had become the symbol of Britain's royal authority due to King Arthur. As long as you're happy with it. Looking at Artorius, who wore the holy sword, adorned with frost-colored armor and cloak, exuding an unparalleled heroic aura, the flames in Morgan's eyes grew even hotter. So. She almost forgot herself as she leaned closer. The promise you made to me before. I certainly remember. Artorius reached out, embracing her waist and pulling her into his arms without hesitation. Ignoring her surprised gaze, he spoke to her with a condescending, arrogant, and aggressively assertive tone. Tonight, make yourself clean and wait for me. After uttering those words, he pushed Morgan away and left without a shred of remorse, leaving her alone, collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Damn it. This man. He's truly. Morgan didn't know how to describe it. All she knew was that when Artorius held her, her heart raced intensely as if it were about to stop. At the same time. Artorius. Beside Artorius, Artoria hesitated with her words. Just say whatever you want to say, father. Artorius said without even looking back. Between you and Morgan. Morgan is useful. Her power is indispensable for our cause. And she's not the kind of person who can be swayed by words, ideals, or dreams. So, if we want her help, we have to find another way and pay a different price. Yes, I understand, but as long as it accomplishes my plan, I'm willing to be crushed to dust from head to toe. Artorius's words were passionate and resolute, making Artoria feel ashamed and realize that she still had much to learn and improve upon. And his actions were consistent with his words. That very night, he stormed into Morgan's room without a second thought, raised his mighty dragon spear, and pierced her repeatedly until she fell lifeless. Faced with Artorius's fierce assault, Morgan initially tried to maintain her dominance. She provocatively spoke to Artorius like, My, are you that eager for your aunt's body, my little nephew? She actively fought back, but as the saying goes, good prevails over evil. Morgan's forces collapsed while Artorius remained invincible, slaying countless enemies. No matter how Morgan boasted and how wild she behaved, she ultimately fell beneath the shadow of the great dragon. She cried uncontrollably, wailing like a bullied little girl, constantly begging Artorius for mercy. However, due to her previous arrogance, he showed no intention of forgiving her. Thus, the next day, during breakfast in Camelot, Morgan was absent. Witnessing this scene, the Knights of the Round Table in Camelot dared not speak or question. They simply carried out Artorius's commands efficiently. The kings from various countries of Britain were gradually arriving. The meeting of the kings of Britain was about to commence. The entire Camelot was restless, with soldiers and knights on edge. Artorius's wish to unite Britain had long been known through various channels. If the kings complied, all would be well. But if they refused, a civil war engulfing Britain would likely erupt. In such a situation, it became crucial to discern one's friends from foes, who would support them, and who would lead the opposition. Every day, Artorius discussed with the knights, privately communicated with the kings, dispatched envoys, tested each other, devised plans, formed alliances, and even resorted to assassination, threats, and kidnappings, all to ensure the realization of his desires. Until 3 days later, in the grand hall of the White Castle's throne room, Artorius sat high on the throne, overlooking all. Britain must unite. His voice was calm and indifferent. The territories must unite under the same banner. The kings had differing thoughts. Some were panting as if they were about to voice their strong opposition, while others had flickering eyes, contemplating their next moves. I promise you wealth, castles, and status. Artorius calmly surveyed the surroundings. But you must surrender your armies, people, cities, and territories. Unite everything under the banner of the Red Dragon. Only then. Impossible. At that moment, a furious voice interrupted Artorius. Chapter 88, United. A bonus chapter for every 1k power stones, thank you for the support. This guy huh? King Mark, who is also the uncle of Tristan. During the previous discussion, he was the most opposed to Artorius's policies. As expected. King Mark, wearing a golden crown, veins pulsating on his forehead, exclaimed, On what grounds? Just because you say so, you want us to surrender everything. On the grounds of saving Britain. Artorius calmly replied. What nonsense righteousness. It's merely an excuse for your desire for power. You, this dragon, are worse than Vortigern back in the day. After uttering those words, he turned around and walked out of the meeting room, saying, Whoever wants to be this kid's servant, go ahead. I'm leaving. From today onwards, I have nothing to do with any of this. He. Upon hearing this, Merlin, sitting beside the throne, couldn't help but laugh. Meanwhile, an arrow pierced through King Mark's back, exclamation point. Tristan, you. King Mark lowered his head, recognizing the appearance of the arrow. He immediately identified the person who had shot him. Why? To think, you'd personally kill your uncle who raised you. Behind him, the archer slowly lowered his bow, shaped like a harp. One of the most skilled archers among the Knights of the Round Table couldn't help but shed tears. I'm saddened, truly. Deeply saddened. You. One could say that he truly deserved to be the king in the age of gods. Even with an arrow piercing his heart, he didn't die. He still had the strength to roar in anger, the power to draw his sword, and charge towards Tristan. Witnessing this scene, many Knights of the Round Table couldn't help but draw their swords. Don't move, all of you. Tristan shouted in anger. Listen to him. Artorius also supported him. It is crucial to unify the power of Britain. Anyone opposing the will of His Majesty must be eliminated. As a knight serving His Majesty, I must remain loyal to my duty, even if the opponent is my uncle. Tristan said those words as he pondered in his heart the conversation he had with his king, Artorius, before this. During the discussion, they debated which kings could be swayed, and which ones would strongly oppose. Among the kings who strongly opposed was King Mark. Therefore, after the meeting ended and while Tristan was still worried about it, Artorius had already found him and asked for his opinion on the matter. The sorrowful knight became even more sorrowful. He couldn't help but ask a naive question, isn't it possible to achieve reform without resorting to this? Not long after asking this question, Artorius convinced him. Under the tremendous pressure of their country's destruction and with Artorius balancing it with his speeches of righteousness, Tristan decided to continue following Artorius. However, he didn't expect that afterward, Artorius would say something like this: "I can spare King Mark. For you, Sir Tristan. Also for the unity of the Knights of the Round Table. For the bond between us. But." Hearing Artorius say this, Tristan realized that he didn't feel excited or joyful within himself, only guilt and self-reproach. It will be unfair. Tristan looked at Artorius in astonishment. If only my uncle is pardoned, what about the other kings? No, among the other kings, many have connections with the Knights of the Round Table. If only my uncle is forgiven, what about the other comrades of the Knights of the Round Table? That, indeed, is true, but... Tristan saw the king's wavering, his struggle, his helplessness, his sadness. His Majesty's sadness is not inferior to mine. I can't burden His Majesty. I must make a decision. With these thoughts in mind, the finest archer of the Knights of the Round Table made a decision. My decision stands. As he watched his angry uncle rushing towards him, Tristan felt torn between two conflicting emotions. On one hand, there was gratitude for the kindness and the familial bond that his uncle had bestowed upon him. On the other hand, there was a sense of national duty, loyalty, and the path of righteousness. This was the unity and friendship among his fellow Knights of the Round Table. With determination, Tristan raised the bow in his hand. I will carry out the execution myself. The arrow shot straight toward King Mark. Tristan's arrow enveloped Mark's throat, eyes, heart, and kidneys, all vital points. In an instant, the once roaring and charging King Mark stood frozen in his tracks, immobilized. He could only stare intently at Tristan. Is this how you want to kill me, Tristan? Mark managed to utter with his last bit of strength, his voice filled with anger. This is my final mercy for you, my uncle. Tristan replied, his voice trembling, unable to conceal the pain of killing his loved one. His emotions remained far from calm. You are a great knight and a hero, Sir Tristan. Artorius said sincerely as he walked up to Tristan, placing his hand on his shoulder. I am a sinner. Tristan said sadly. Then let me share this sin with you. Artorius said, his tone compassionate. Your Majesty. Upon hearing this, Tristan could no longer hold back and fell to his knees, tears streaming down like a spring. You understand human hearts so well. I am willing to follow you forever. There's no more room for hesitation. These words were spoken by Lamorak, one of the Knights of the Round Table and one of the most skilled in archery. Since his father, King Pellinor, passed away, Lamorak inherited the throne. Despite being a king himself, he became a knight and remained loyal to King Arthur. This loyalty persisted even after Artorius ascended to the throne. Similar situations existed among the other Knights of the Round Table. They were not only knights but also kings of small nations, occupying more than half of Britain's territories. During the previous gathering of the Knights of the Round Table, Artorius had convinced all of them to support him and obey his commands. This provided the foundation for him to centralize power. I've had enough of the conflicts between nations, the self-interest of the privileged, and the internal strife of Britain. Lamorak said, kneeling on one knee while bowing to Artorius. From this day forth, I relinquish my throne, surrendering all my lands and subjects to His Majesty, King Artorius Pendragon. I will serve at his side as a knight, fighting for my lord. As his words fell, the other kings of the Round Table also knelt before Artorius and pledged. We willingly surrender all our lands and subjects to His Majesty, King Artorius Pendragon. We will serve at his side as knights, fighting for our lord. Witnessing this scene, the other kings felt various emotions, fear, trepidation, or resignation. The wisest among them had already realized that in terms of military strength, public support, and morale, Artorius Pendragon possessed everything. They were powerless to change the course of events. And so, from the day General Stilicho announced the withdrawal from the province of Britannia in the year 408, until August 21, 486, after a span of 78 years, Britain finally put an end to the chaos of kings and competing nations, and once again united under one rule. Chapter 89, Awakening Origin. The kings in Britain, whether willingly or under coercion, swore allegiance to Artorius and were confined to Camelot until Artorius's decree reached all of Britain. When the dust settled, and all the territories were taken over by officials from Camelot or the Germanic military region, knights, commoners, nobles, and local leaders, all swore their loyalty to Artorius Pendragon, the Dragon King of Britain. The former kings boarded the dragon-headed ships bound for the Germanic military region, where they would start anew. For over 70 years, spanning 2 or even 3 generations, the dream of ruling a divided land seemed like a fleeting illusion. In the face of Artorius's unparalleled power, it was easily shattered like soap bubbles. Thus, Britain welcomed a new era. Marriage alliances with the Anglo-Saxons were expedited. Knights, officials, and military officers under Artorius, as well as nobles and local leaders, set an example by marrying brides from the Germanic tribes. In addition to natural unions, a significant number of female slaves were assigned to young and energetic common soldiers, aiming to produce a new generation of Germanic peoples. In Artorius's writings, as well as in written reports from various government levels and official language, a deliberate and sometimes subtle effort existed to downplay the concept of Britain Celts and, instead, emphasize the Germanic concept. Simultaneously, a flag resembling the Roman, but not the Roman golden eagle, rather the black eagle, quietly replaced the red dragon flag, becoming the symbol of Britain's new era. Citizens of all nations, whether Celts or Germanic peoples, were encouraged to migrate to the Germanic regions and cultivate the land there. The troops and knights of various nations were gathered, organized, trained, and integrated into new legions, ready to be transported to the Germanic regions for this year's decisive battle. Autumn is approaching quickly. During a meeting of the Knights of the Round Table, Artorius said, "The season of harvest is also the season of activity for the Germanic peoples." Artoria, standing beside Artorius, curiously asked, "Are we going to engage in a decisive battle with the Germanic peoples this autumn? Will they launch an attack?" "You should ask, in which year did the Germanic peoples not launch an attack?" Artorius calmly replied. "They are like wolves, restless and insatiable whenever they smell food. Especially after the increase in food production in the Germanic territories." Morgan chimed in cheerfully on Artorius's other side. "Well, then we have no problem." Artoria nodded. "Let's put an end to all of this." "Yeah." Artorius agreed. He glanced around, looking at the Knights of the Round Table. Since their joining, the final weakness of Artorius's army had been resolved. The most splendid and powerful knight organization of this era was now under his control. They possessed the noble phantasms rank items, magic swords, magic spears, magic armors, and magic bows, all crafted by Artorius's third magic. They rode magnificent horses adorned with the same noble phantasm rank horse armor bestowed upon them by Artorius. They formed the strongest and most fearsome legion of this era, crushing all of his enemies. Rest for a day. After the meeting, Artorius waved his hand and ordered the knights, "Tomorrow, we leave Camelot and return to the Germanic regions." "Yes, your majesty." Including Artoria, the expanded 200 Knights of the Round Table saluted Artorius in response. After accumulation, maturation, and sublimation, the former son of Dragon was about to unleash a world-shattering roar. And then, that evening. Awakening origin. In Artorius's room, Morgan, who had been summoned, had a peculiar expression on her face. After summoning the courage to forget the previous humiliation and respond to Artorius's call, she was shocked to find out that he had called her here just to talk about Awakening Origin. "What the hell? You've already mastered the third magic, and yet you're here talking to me about Awakening Origin." "Because I don't have a magic teacher," Artorius said. "I started by researching on my own with knowledge from Merlin, and then Teacher Scathatch helped me improve my foundation. Only after that did she start teaching me rune. So, I haven't tested my origin yet." "That's true, but I have a premonition," Artorius said, interrupting Morgan. "And it's getting stronger. Awakening origin before my battle with Clovis will be advantageous for me." Hearing Artorius say this, Morgan scoffed, "You promised me before that if I did well, you would give me Britain. But what happened? You became the king of Britain and took all the benefits for yourself. Do you think I'm easily fooled?" She was right. Artorius did promise her that if she performed well after joining his ranks, she would be made the Queen of Britain. She had produced a large number of potions, contributed significantly to magecraft and formulas, mechanical blueprints, and the enhancement of enchanted weapons for the 3 legions in Britain. Apart from Morgan, Artorius had other court mages as well, druids who worshipped Celtic gods, shamans who worshipped Germanic gods, and priests and witches with a foundation in Greco-Roman magecraft. However, none of them could compare to Morgan. Through her actions, she dispelled any doubts others had about her, proving to them what it meant to be a top-notch witch. Even those most wary of Morgan had to acknowledge her abilities and contributions, and they cautiously discussed, who would have thought that if this woman kept her mouth shut and worked seriously, she would actually be a rare good woman. "Humph, what do you mean, actually?" "I, in the first place, am an unparalleled good woman." Hearing their private conversations by chance, Morgan coldly sneered in her heart, wishing she could strangle them with their own intestines. "But, for Artorius's sake, I'll let you have a way out, humph." Under Artorius's command, she had been obedient and diligent. Yet, she still felt exploited by him, who ignored his promise to make her the Queen of Britain. It's no wonder she was unhappy. However, the next moment, Artorius reached out and pulled her into his embrace. Morgan, being treated this way, felt her heart skip a beat. She was flustered, and then her body went limp. "I thought," Artorius whispered in her ear, "I had already given you enough." Upon hearing his words and implications, Morgan's breathing became heavy, and her gaze toward Artorius became fiery. "Not enough," she replied dazedly, "it's never enough." She answered Artorius in this manner and immediately kissed him, like a person who hadn't eaten in days and was faced with a delicious feast, multiplied by 10-fold or 100-fold of impatience. So, after the kiss ended, when Morgan wanted to take things further, Artorius stopped her and asked, "So, what now?" I understand. I'll do it." Morgan shouted angrily at Artorius, dissatisfied with her own weakness and Artorius's indifference. She circled around Artorius and, from behind, wrapped her arms around his neck, her fingertips touching the buttons of his cloak. Amidst a rustling sound, the king's cloak fell to the ground. A frosty magic circle appeared at his feet. "Just let me take a look." Morgan's eyes gleamed with greedy desire. "What is your origin?" She delighted in the anticipation. "It must be something that matches me perfectly. Something incredibly wicked, something immensely dark. Hee hee, hee hee hee. Is it death? Is it darkness itself? Is it evil, carnage, conquest, or something else?" The previous frustration had completely vanished, leaving only the pleasure of discovering Artorius's secret. Morgan, the world's greatest witch, explored his soul with excitement, expecting to further perfect him and leave her own mark on him. So, with eager anticipation, Morgan's telepathic gaze turned towards the pure white gate within his consciousness, at the end of time and beyond. She approached it carefully, seeking, exploring, and trying, until finally, she would seize the love and happiness that should rightfully belong to her. Hee hee hee, ha ha ha. Meanwhile, as Morgan flashed a malicious smile, Artorius's eyes lost their focus. His mind seemed immersed elsewhere. "My elemental affinity is water, and the specialty of my magecraft is enhancement and sublimation. So, my origin should be. In the next second, just as Morgan regarded the present Artorius as her possession, ready to indulge herself, Artorius awakened. The roles of attacker and defender switched. In Artorius's eyes, the blazing frost seemed to encase the malevolent witch, seal her off, scorch her, and melt her away. Ah! After the cry of astonishment, Morgan realized the situation and smiled contentedly. Her efforts had not been in vain. The awakening of his origin was successful. Fufufu, so, that's how it is. That's your origin, very good, excellent, ah. Pain and destruction arrived simultaneously in the next moment. The majesty of a ruler and the punishment of thunder plunged upon the witch as she was ejected from his consciousness. "I must thank you," Artorius said to her. "In my own way. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha." Before the witch's throat could let out any word, it was choked with laughter, for Artorius's origin truly matched the witch, as well as kings, emperors, and great leaders. Dual origins, they were: domination and revolution. Domination, meaning arrange, rule, control, and guide. Revolution, meaning the elimination of the old, decayed, outdated, and contrary to the will of the people. Creating new things that are enticing, timely, and in line with the people's desires. The limits and scope of this origin encompass systems, theories, nations, and all things under the heavens. When Artorius perfectly adapted to his origin, all things under the heavens fell under the ambition of the Dragon King. This origin is truly what I need. You did well, Morgan Le Fay. Saying these words, Artorius pressed her down onto the bed. I cannot give you Britain, I broke my promise. But trust me. He gazed into Morgan's eyes. I can give you something better, something you'll like even more. I promise you'll be satisfied. Ah, mphhh. Before Morgan could shout in excitement, exhilaration, and fear, her lips were ruthlessly sealed shut. Her emotionally charged screams turned into feeble buzzing. Chapter 90, My Dagger, Agravain. The dragon-headed ship sliced through the waves in the North Sea. Surveying the surroundings, hundreds of ships advanced in unison. The massive fleet carried tens of thousands of soldiers and civilians, along with a substantial amount of supplies, from the port of Londinium to Rotterdam. This was not the only fleet in recent times, but it was definitely the largest one. Ever since Artorius's Germanic military region joined forces with Britain and Roman-controlled Gallic, the coalition forces had engaged in numerous naval battles for control of the North Sea against the Germanic tribes. Each battle resulted in victory for the coalition. Artorius, who possessed reality marble, was invincible in naval warfare. After several large-scale naval battles, the Germanic tribes' maritime power crumbled, and the coalition forces gained control of the sea. The North Sea became a smooth passage, serving as Artorius's rapid transport line for troops and supplies. This is the final batch. Artorius thought to himself, standing at the bow of the ship, gazing at the sea. Within the span of nearly a month, Artorius had relocated Britain's army, noble knights, and a significant number of impoverished civilians from Britain to the Germanic military region. This greatly strengthened Artorius's power but also depleted his resources, leading Agravain, who remained in the Germanic military region, to constantly complain to him. Artorius always comforted Agravain in response to his grievances, saying, just endure a little longer. It will soon be over. It was not merely empty words. Because as long as he could defeat Clovis and usurp the fate of the Franks, all the elements that constituted an empire would be in place. Nothing would be able to stop him from sweeping across Europe. Upon receiving such instructions from Artorius, Agravain fell silent, continuing to exert his strength and work tirelessly. Artorius owed Agravain a debt of gratitude. During the early days of the Germanic military region, when Artorius was still a prince, he defied popular opinion and appointed Agravain as a governing officer in the region. This left Agravain perplexed, so he approached Artorius privately and said, "Your Highness, there are others under your command who possess superior administrative abilities than I do. Moreover, my reputation is far from favorable." Agravain had a bad reputation, both in Britain and in the Germanic lands. Many regarded him as a villainous character. His appearance was unimpressive, giving off a sense of darkness, much like a certain character named Hikigai Hachiman, who was inherently scorned by others. So when Artorius promoted him, it was indeed an act of defying popular opinion. "What is the king's impression of you, Sir Agravain?" Artorius did not answer him directly. Instead, he asked this question. Agravain didn't know how to respond, but fortunately, Artorius didn't require an answer. "The king has great trust in you, Sir Agravain," Artorius said. "He believes in your loyalty and that your actions are done for the king's sake." "That's precisely why I am loyal to the king," Agravain replied calmly. "But, Sir Agravain," Artorius continued, "does the king understand you?" Agravain hesitated and looked at Artorius with surprise, feeling somewhat fearful and unsure. The king is a noble and pure existence, an ideal and virtuous ruler. So, can the king understand your actions? After a moment of silence, Agravain clenched his fist and replied, "The king, he has forgiven me. He forgave my mistakes." "Mistakes?" Artorius tilted his head, his smile tinged with irony. "Sir Agravain, what have you done wrong?" Artorius stood up and slowly circled around Agravain. "Was it assassinating nobles who opposed him without the king's permission? Was it poisoning enemies without honor to facilitate our military operations? Inciting rebellion? Buying off dissenters? Bribing officials? Is that what you're referring to?" In the face of inquiry, Agravain's emotions reached their boiling point. Just before he could let out a shout, Artorius laughed and exclaimed loudly, "Ha ha ha, that is not a crime at all. It is a just act carried out for the sake of the kingdom's interests." Agravain. He looked at Artorius in astonishment, so surprised that he couldn't find words to say. It was the first time he had encountered someone who approved of his actions. Not forgiveness, but understanding. What's wrong with assassinating opponents? Scheming pests deserve to be eradicated. What's wrong with poisoning enemies? In war, one must go to any lengths to ensure victory. Inciting rebellion, bribing opponents, buying off foreign officials, what's wrong with all of that if it's for the sake of our country's interests? At this point, Artorius stopped in his tracks and placed both hands on Agravain's shoulders. "My father trusts you greatly, but he cannot understand your actions. I, on the other hand, can understand. Yes, I understand you. Your actions stem from a strong and fervent love for our nation. Sir Lancelot, Sir Gawain, and the other knights are undoubtedly honorable and glorious, unmatched on the battlefield. But in my eyes, powerful knights are easy to come by, while individuals like you are rare talents. Your Highness, do you truly think so?" Agravain looked at Artorius in disbelief, as if unable to fathom that such a noble prince would hold him in such high regard. "Yes, of course," Artorius said matter-of-factly, "a kingdom needs both its reputation and substance. The former is like a longsword, while the latter is like a dagger. It's just a matter of different roles, without superiority or inferiority. It's easy for a shining sword to bask in the sunlight and receive praise. But a hidden dagger, unknown to the world and despised by society, is hard to find. Thank you for your praise, Your Highness." After a moment of silence, Agravain suppressed his excitement and said to Artorius, "However, I must clarify, Your Highness, that your praise of me is exaggerated. I am not as great as you think. The people who walk in the darkness, whom you need, are actually. What I need is not those who would yield to any means for profit, money, or anything else." Artorius interrupted him without hesitation. "Such individuals are not worthy of trust, let alone significant responsibilities. They may superficially resemble you, but their nature is completely different." Artorius gripped Agravain's shoulders tightly, causing him to flinch in pain. "What I need is someone like you. I don't care about your outward appearance, I care about your inner self, a heart as precious as gold. You are loyal, brave, selfless, and fearless. Only someone like you deserves trust and important responsibilities. In my eyes, your worth surpasses that of Sir Lancelot." While saying this, Artorius locked eyes with Agravain to convey his sincerity. "I'm not lying or speaking casually. And as for why I'm saying all this, it's because I need you, Sir Agravain. The empire I want to establish will far surpass that of my father. The radiance and heat I want to unleash will be 1,000 times, 10,000 times greater. For shining light, there must be deep darkness. And you are the one I have chosen to walk among the people of darkness, the most trustworthy dagger. After that passionate talk, Agravain solemnly swore his allegiance to Artorius. He entrusted Agravain with the task of establishing the military intelligence system. They formed a relationship that surpassed even that of King Arthur. Just as Artorius had said, King Arthur could trust Agravain but could not understand him. However, Artorius Pendragon was different. He trusted Agravain and understood him. He understood the meaning behind Agravain's actions and understood the sacrifices and contributions he made. Once he understood this, Agravain made a firm determination to dedicate his remaining life to Artorius. Even if it meant working tirelessly. One person simultaneously serves as a government official, a military judge, and an intelligence officer. So what? A true warrior is willing to die for his trusted comrades. To work tirelessly for Artorius, even if his hair receded and his body became greasy, it was all insignificant. Yes, insignificant. With His Highness's talent in networking, bringing together the Knights of the Round Table and Britain's forces under his command is a great achievement. So, if it means being a little busier, then so be it. With such a mindset, Agravain spent another fulfilling day. From dawn to morning, and then to noon, the Iron Knight managed to complete all his tasks before he staggered back to his room. In the governmental office in Mainz, a dedicated room was provided for the government officials to rest. There, he could hold a pillow and sleep well, rejuvenating himself for better service to Artorius. It was only when he was on the road that he overheard a conversation between two subordinates. Hey, can you believe it? The former king actually abdicated and now serves the new king as his knight. It's truly astonishing. Humph, it's only natural. The former king was a reasonable person. Since the new king surpasses him in ability, it's only right to pass the throne. Upon hearing this conversation, the Iron Knight pondered in his mind. Then, another one spoke. And there's more to it. Do you know about that witch, Morgan Le Fay? Yeah, I know. The wicked and evil one. What about her? Well, she's also serving the new king now. What? Upon hearing this news, Agravain lost control. Chapter 91, Anger and Disbelief. Then, another one spoke. And there's more to it. Do you know about that witch, Morgan Le Fay? Yeah, I know. The wicked and evil one. What about her? Well, she's also serving the new king now. What? Upon hearing this news, Agravain lost control. Morgan managed to get close to His Majesty. What is she up to? What does she want? Is she planning something against His Majesty? With such thoughts in mind, Agravain, who was in a state of frenzy, headed towards Rotterdam at the fastest speed possible. On the second morning, after Artorius and his group landed at Rotterdam harbor, Agravain arrived at the camp in the port area. In the faint morning mist, Agravain passed the sentry's inspection and entered the camp. His attention was quickly drawn to a conversation taking place nearby. Have you heard? Princess Morgan fell ill. In the camp, familiar knights and soldiers were whispering to each other. Yeah, I heard she's bedridden due to exhaustion. It must be because she has been working too hard lately. After all, she has been doing so many things. Yeah, like making magic potions, crafting mechanical equipment, designing new war chariots and carriages, and enchanting weapons. She's a diligent one. So, she exhausted herself. Yep, she's a good person after all. In the next second, Agravain appeared before them. His face was gloomy. From their conversation, Agravain couldn't discern any resistance or discontent from them, indicating that Morgan's influence on the army was deeper than he had imagined. Good day, Sir Agravain. Don't whisper while on duty. Why yes. The sentries, who had just been whispering, were terrified by the sight of the Iron Knight's somber expression. They straightened their postures and looked as if they were about to salute. As a high-ranking official in the Germanic military region, Agravain was not only an administrative officer but also the leader of the secret agents. In addition, he served as a military judge. He had a perpetually gloomy face as if he were contemplating whom to kill. From top to bottom, no one in the entire region was not afraid of him. Don't let your guard down, even on your own territory. With this final reminder to the sentries, Agravain left. We're safe, huh? Yeah, you're right. Hey, Sir Agravain doesn't look too good. Did something happen? Have you ever seen Sir Agravain look good? Well, I guess not. Meanwhile, Agravain clenched his fists tightly upon hearing the hushed whispers of the sentries behind him, tightly, very tightly. Bloody bastard. He wasn't angry at those two soldiers, they weren't worth it. Someone else had truly made him angry. Morgan Le Fay, a good person. What a joke. As one of Morgan's children and her former right-hand man, Agravain knew how deep the darkness within that woman was. She must be plotting something. Her existence undoubtedly threatens our great cause. Why did His Majesty recruit her? What could be the reason? I must persuade His Majesty to expel her. No, it should be to kill her. With thoughts already forming the Morgan Le Fay murder incident in his mind, Agravain was now very close to Artorius's tent. For the sake of His Majesty, even if it means shouldering the burden of killing my own mother, I am willing to do anything. With such determination, he stood in front of Artorius's tent. He awaited the announcement and then entered. Although Artorius had long given him the freedom to come and go, Agravain had never used the privilege. This was both a representation of the reserved nature of someone who walked in darkness and a response to Artorius's trust. And then, he froze. He was completely stunned. The loyal Iron Knight, with the resolve to assassinate Morgan, was watching helplessly as she obediently and meekly lay in the embrace of his king, just like a certain lion in an anime, nestled in the arms of a golden-haired character. Well, well, Sir Agravain. Artorius greeted Agravain cheerfully, while gently stroking Morgan's hair. He waved his hand and asked, "What brings you here in such a hurry? Do you have good news for me?" Agravain hesitated, then stuttered, that. The Iron Knight's mind was in chaos, causing his words to become incoherent. But it wasn't entirely his fault. The image of Morgan, the insane, dark, chaotic witch, behaving as obedient as a court maid, was beyond belief. Especially for someone like the Iron Knight, who believed he understood Morgan Le Fay better than anyone and considered her a monster, it was utterly unthinkable. From his perspective, it was as if his king was holding onto a seven-headed, 10-crowned giant, troll, demon, or something similar, chaotic, confusing, and incomprehensible. Morgan emitted poisonous gas from her mouth, her eyes burned with toxic flames, and her body was composed of various tentacles and chaotic malice. She was like a pillar of demons. How could anyone see her as a woman? Oh, right. Agravain quickly made a judgment. His Majesty is being controlled by magecraft. And just like that, as if he could read minds, Artorius reacted faster than Agravain. I am not being controlled by magecraft, Sir Agravain. Please calm down and put your sword away. Seeing Agravain's eyes turning red, ready to fight Morgan to death, Artorius quickly interjected. This statement surprised Agravain even more, leaving him bewildered. But, Your Majesty. Morgan is an exceptionally talented woman, you know. As long as you understand how to handle her, she can be the most outstanding ally. While Agravain struggled to find his words, Artorius smiled and said, as I said, she can be controlled. It's like taming a wild beast. As he mentioned that taming part, Morgan chuckled and playfully nudged Artorius, causing Agravain's body to tremble and his pupils to constrict, afraid that she might tear Artorius apart. I've said it before, Sir Agravain. Embrace diversity, for greatness lies in acceptance. As Artorius spoke, he gently patted Morgan's little hand. She let out a soft snort and then stood up and walked to his behind and just stood there. What's wrong about Lady Morgan? Though she has made some mistakes in the past, as long as she repents, we can forgive her, right? Artorius continued his speech. Has she truly repented? Agravain asked carefully. Of course not. Artorius replied without hesitation. But I don't care about that. What matters to me is Lady Morgan's cooperation and the power she brings us. Do you understand, Sir Agravain? Agravain remained silent, though he wanted to respond with, no, not at all. He decided to choose silence in the end. Morgan was staring at him with a threatening gaze as if saying, if you don't wise up, I'll destroy you personally. Agravain wasn't afraid of death, but he liked to keep his usefulness and continue serving his king. Well, Sir Agravain, it's fine if you don't have anything important. Artorius said, relieving the awkwardness of their initial conversation. Tell me what has been happening in the war zone while I was away. Agravain remained silent, not answering Artorius's question. Even without a hint from his eyes, Artorius understood his meaning. If we are on the same side, we should trust each other, without worrying about Lady Morgan. Yes, Your Majesty. Agravain replied, expressionless as always, but Artorius sensed his reluctance. Regarding internal affairs, I have resolved the incidents and documented them for you to review at any time. Agravain stated, presenting a record book. It contained accounts of everything related to the Germanic peoples, the Romans, and any other opponents who worked against them in secret. Resisting the military jurisdiction, refusing to pay taxes, plotting rebellions, colluding with external enemies like Clovis, and the Roman Emperor Lucius, conspiracies, betrayals, chaos, darkness. Everything was recorded in that thin book and marked as resolved with a check mark. Each cold statement represented merciless killings and suppressions or cunning and dark conspiracies. Capturing spies, taming them, turning them into double agents for their own side. selecting and enticing traitors and informants from within the resistance group, then eliminating them all at once. Using benefits to win over and bind the local power players, threatening them with fear and torture, and seizing their weaknesses to make them submit. All of this had been Agravain's work over the past 2 years. By any means necessary. Orderly and organized. Cruel and insane. Like the art of darkness, a precious masterpiece of terror. Excellent as always. Artorius commented as he checked each item, confirming that Agravain had completed all the planned actions. Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty. Agravain responded, unable to hide a smile when faced with Artorius' sincere compliments. Behind Artorius, Morgan watched the scene with great interest. Agravain was like a well-praised hunting dog, fully domesticated into the shape desired by Artorius, both inside and out. I chose the right man, Fufu. Morgan thought, feeling pleased. The frustration caused by the loss of her former tools, or rather, children had completely vanished. Now, what about external affairs? Artorius calmly asked. How are our intelligence operations progressing regarding the Romans and the Germanic peoples, Sir Agravain? That is precisely what I am here to report to you. Agravain glanced at Morgan once again, then bowed after Artorius gestured for him to continue. Yes, Your Majesty. Agravain took out another record book. The senators in the Roman Senate can be stabilized through bribery, he said calmly. The same applies to the bribed officers and generals. Selling military intelligence, distribution maps of the military districts, even trading military supplies and provisions. Their military infiltration into the declining Western Roman Empire had been quite successful. Agravain reported these details in a relaxed tone. At present, 3 Roman generals and 4 governors can be swayed to our side. Once we engage in war with Rome and gain the upper hand, they will immediately defect, creating an opportunity for us. Well done, Sir Agravain, very well done. Upon hearing this, Artorius praised Agravain once again before he could even downplay his achievements. However, before Agravain could respond humbly, Artorius raised a question. But I have a small question. Please, Your Majesty. The ones we're about to deal with are the Franks. We're preparing for a massive battle against the Franks, maybe even starting immediately, right away, or tomorrow. In this situation, any intelligence advantage we gain over the Romans means nothing, because if we lose, we won't be able to hold on to anything we have. Chapter 92, Fate and Miracle. Upon hearing this, Artorius praised Agravain once again before he could even downplay his achievements. However, before Agravain could respond humbly, Artorius raised a question. But I have a small question. Please, Your Majesty. The ones we're about to deal with are the Franks. We're preparing for a massive battle against the Franks, maybe even starting immediately, right away, or tomorrow. In this situation, any intelligence advantage we gain over the Romans means nothing, because if we lose, we won't be able to hold on to anything we have. This is exactly what I need to report, said Agravain, unfazed by Artorius' displeasure. Facing Artorius' displeasure, Agravain maintained a composed expression and replied, As Your Majesty had mentioned, I have allocated 70% of our total strength to the Germanic peoples under Clovis's banner. Despite this, our gains have been minimal. Agravain's expression grew heavy as he continued, Our espionage operations against the Franks have been quite challenging. Artorius furrowed his brow and remarked, The Franks are of a low level of civilization, and their organizational structure is rather primitive. It should be relatively easy to conduct espionage among them. Indeed, as Your Majesty stated, but Agravain paused for a moment, then continued, Whenever we engage in operations against the Franks, there are always some common mistakes. No matter how cautious and meticulous we are, no matter how well planned our strategies are, there are always unexpected occurrences. I understand. Artorius pondered for a moment before addressing Agravain, Rest assured, it is not your fault. On the contrary, your intuition is correct. At this point, Artorius revealed a pleased smile, saying, Sir Agravain, we are indeed contending with fate. Fate has chosen the Franks. Do you understand what that means? Agravain, although not fully grasping Artorius' meaning, responded without hesitation, Yes, Your Majesty. Artorius then ordered, Do not worry and do not hesitate. The day of the decisive battle approaches. It will be the battle against the Franks and the battle against fate. Until then, we must be fully prepared. Yes, Your Majesty. Continue with your duties, Sir Agravain. Set aside matters concerning Rome for now and devote all our resources to the undercover battlefield against the Franks. Ensure that we secure every possible advantage, no matter how small. As you will, Your Majesty. After receiving Artorius' response, the loyal Iron Knight bowed once again, casting a final glance at Morgan by Artorius' side. He hesitated to speak further but eventually retreated from the tent, leaving only Artorius and Morgan inside. You have trained him well, Artorius, the witch whispered from behind Artorius, wrapping her arms around his neck. I never expected Agravain to be so obedient to anyone's commands. Not even my foolish sister, Fufu, she chuckled. It was her failure to properly utilize him. Artorius replied calmly, as for you, have you not always employed him correctly, doing your dirty work? Yes, but I never invested any emotions in him. Morgan continued. I believed Agravain to be just a tool under my command. Indeed, but I consider Agravain a friend. I trust and respect him, and I invest my emotions in him. In return, he repays me with loyalty and devotion. That's the difference between us. Having said that, Artorius waved his hand, signaling Morgan to cease her comments. Enough about that. I initially thought the counter-force's manipulation of the situation was within certain limits, but I never expected it to act this way. By certain limits, Artorius was referring to heroic spirits, Chaldea, or any other organization related to the preservation of humanity. In the original work, there existed true anomalies that had successfully altered fate, the Lost Belts. The counter-force's methods were mostly as he described, helping out behind the scenes but mainly focusing on fixing things afterward. Artorius had never heard of the counter-force directly intervening beforehand to support the correct side. In Singularity F, it didn't enhance the prowess of Archer Emiya. In the first Singularity, it didn't strengthen the French alliance. Well, perhaps it did to some extent. And not to mention that Emperor of Roses, could she actually be a daughter of the counter-force? Artorius, who had already shown considerable face to the counter-force, wanted to sneak his way through and maintain the correctness of the proper human history by usurping fate. However, he was still targeted by the counter-force. What the hell? It acted coy when faced with the demon gods, yet when facing him, it resorts to heavy blows. Sooner or later, just wait. Artorius silently swore, reluctantly accepting this fate. So, what do we do next? Morgan, who was behind him, wrapped her body around Artorius more tightly and asked cheerfully. What else can we do? Artorius' smile was icy and thought, do you expect me to seek help from those comedy characters in the servant universe? Unless I've gone mad. The only person one can rely on is oneself. I won't fall before the grand ambition of saving humanity, no matter what opponents I face, regardless of the counter-force's blessing. I'm not afraid. As Artorius' words fell, a terrifying magical energy descended, caused by the third magic that belonged to him. Using his origin as a medium, it mimicked the domain of Avalon. It expanded outward with Artorius at its core. Invisible domination spread rapidly throughout the entire Germanic military region within the shortest time, continuously extending toward Rome and the Black Forest. This power nullified the blessing of fate on the Franks. The conditions and circumstances of the people in the Germanic military region were once again balanced and on par with the Franks. This is simply miracle. Morgan, who witnessed this scene, widened her eyes in astonishment. With the infinite magical energy provided by the third magic, utilizing his domination origin, and combining it with the usage similar to Avalon, the bounded field has been diffused throughout the entire Central European region. It temporarily counteracts the blessing of fate on the Franks. Miracles descended upon the body of the dragon fighting for the world. However, miracles also come at a cost. In the next second, Artorius' well-trained body slumped as if an invisible mountain pressed down on him! His eyeballs bulged out, a sweet taste filled his throat, and after a cough, blood flowed through his fingers and onto the ground. Artorius. Seeing this scene, Morgan's voice changed. She rushed to Artorius' side as if her life were on the line, preparing to cast a healing spell on him. Of course, she was quickly stopped by him. He held Morgan's hand tightly. I'm fine. After saying that, Artorius exerted force and slowly stood up. His joints creaked due to the heavy pressure, causing concern that he would shatter into pieces in the next moment. It's just a minor issue. It can't kill me. Also, what just happened to me, don't mention it to anyone. The voice of the Dragon King remained majestic, but his body trembled slightly. Seeing this scene, Morgan couldn't help but cover her mouth, trying hard not to scream. She nodded repeatedly in response to his command. Chapter 93, Before the War. People from Britain, Germanic tribes, Rome, and all over the world gather under my command. Half an hour later, after a small training session in the Rotterdam camp, Artorius faced the gathered enthusiastic warriors and spoke out with a resounding voice, motivating them. His voice remained loud, his complexion rosy, and his posture upright. He seemed as if nothing had happened. Even Morgan, who witnessed everything with her own eyes, didn't know how he managed to do it. She only knew that she was now captivated by this man, unable to free herself. It was as if she were just like her foolish sister, whom she had always despised. She was afraid that she would unquestionably give her life for this man. The moment of decisive battle is approaching. Artorius proclaimed. The moment of decisive battle is approaching. At the same time, on the eastern bank of the Rhine River, deep within the fearsome Black Forest. In the central fortress of the tribal stronghold of the Franks, within the grand palace of the great Clovis, the barbarian king with disheveled golden hair and beard instinctively raised his head. The times are changing. My fate is about to descend upon me. His wolf-like emerald eyes shimmered with a cold light, and he quickly made a decision. The winds have shifted. In the palace of the newly established Roman capital, Ravenna, Emperor Lucius also raised his head. Lately, the days had been particularly difficult for the Western Roman Emperor. Vast territories of the empire had been lost, the military forces were depleted, and they were on the brink of collapse. The Eastern Emperor, Zeno, showed no inclination to offer assistance and even anticipated his failure. To the south of western Rome, the Vandals and Alans occupied the capital of the African province, Carthage, where they established their kingdom. In Spain, the Gothic kingdom launched a relentless offensive. In Dalmatia and Pannonia, the Ostrogoths also coveted Italy. The relationship between General Artorius and the Franks had become increasingly tense. A great war was about to begin. The age of the barbarians is about to start. Lucius murmured. In Ctesiphon, the king of kings, Cavadi of the Sasanian Empire, looked towards the east with a worried gaze. The relentless cavalry of the Hephthalites had conquered the pleasure-seeking Kushan Empire and now turned their greedy eyes toward them. Under the assault of these newly risen nomadic warriors, their previous monarch had perished. The Gupta Empire on the Indian subcontinent also struggled to withstand the attacks of these steppe warriors, teetering on the brink of collapse. At the same time, unbeknownst to them, a new storm was gathering within the desert city-states along the Red Sea coast. Oh fate! On the southern bank of the great river, Emperor Xiaozhe of the recently established Southern Qi Empire gazed towards the northern bank. The power of the Xianbei people was growing stronger day by day. They had conquered the former Yan, seized the Xia kingdom, subdued northern Liang, and inflicted a major defeat on the Ruren. The fertile lands of the northern frontier of the Central Plains lay within their grasp. The new emperor even began implementing Sinicization reforms, preparing for long-term control over China. Since the collapse of the former Qin and the death of Fu Jian, the balance of power between the north and south had once again shifted, with the north becoming stronger and the south weaker. This left those in the southern dynasties who hoped to conquer the Central Plains feeling hopeless. Throughout the late 5th century, it is easy to come to this conclusion. It was a savage century, an era of barbarian dominance. In the forests, on the grasslands, in the mountains, by the riverside. All the barbarians have become active. From east to west, from south to north. Persia, China, and Rome, as well as India. All the countries symbolizing civilization are their targets of attack. From a mystery perspective, in this age, where mystery is fading and the age of gods is on the verge of being replaced by the age of men. The gods and phantasmal species hide on the reverse side of the world, abandoning the planet's surface to the so-called new humans. These uncivilized humans soon suppressed the ancient humans who had built their civilization based on magic, true ether, and mystery. The powers that the ancient humans took pride in, which could easily annihilate any resistance with their formidable strength, the flying devices, magical cannons, power armors, giant soldiers built on the foundation of the Age of Gods. All the black technologies of the Age of Gods have turned into scrap metal and rubbish due to the decline of true ether. This trend seems irreversible and unchangeable. Except for the East taking a different path, both Rome and Persia, which were once known as the three great empires, vanished in the catastrophe. Of course, those distant nations are temporarily beyond the scope of this book. Let us focus on Europe. This region is known in later ages as the Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg, France, Switzerland, Denmark, and Germany. It is here that the war, which will determine the fate of Europe, begins to brew. Every tribe that is loyal to Artorius or Clovis. Every town and village that is loyal to them. Whether Germanic peoples, Romans, or Celts. Whether knights, soldiers, or commoners. Whether excited, fanatical, voluntary, or forced, they will all be thrown into this war of madness. By the end of August, when the crops in the fields ripen, when bloody battles and plundering begin at the border between the Black Forest and the Germanic military region, Artorius and Clovis dispatched messengers to each other. They appeared to be brothers and very polite. But their true intentions were quite different. Clovis wanted Artorius to surrender and join him in attacking Rome. In return, he promised the position of chieftain as well as security and happiness for the people of Artorius. In turn, Artorius wanted Clovis to kneel and lick his boots, and it would be even better if he could offer tens of thousands of Germanic beauties as tribute, for the purpose of revitalizing the human race. At that time, he will grant upon him the title of Grand Chieftain of Wallachia, and everyone will be content. Of course, both Clovis and Artorius know that such friendly negotiations are nonsense. The real determination of the outcome depends on their own methods. By mid-September, all of Artorius's forces had been strategically deployed along the mouth of the Rhine River. This arrangement included 2 British legions, 2 Gallic legions, 1 Roman legion, and 4 Germanic legions. The expanded unit of Knights of the Round Table was named the Brotherhood Knights, and the Dragon Sentinel is now known as the Radiant Knights. His forces exceed 70,000, with over 2,000 elite knights and over 2,000 mages recruited from various places. Since the disintegration of the Western Roman Empire, it is the first time that such a large and elite, Roman-style legion has appeared on the ruins of the empire. They are different from the late Western Roman period, where the army had completely succumbed to Germanic barbarism. They are adorned in the finest plate armor of this era, employing Macedonian-style long spear phalanxes but with greater mobility and flexibility in formation. They are equipped with Roman-style ballistae, not mounted on chariots for ease of mobility. The ballistae are also enchanted, achieving a combination of primitive science and magic. Artorius distributed mass-produced magic armor and weapons comparable to noble phantasms created using his third magic. They are called Frosteel armor, pure white sword, and icy blue lance, and are provided to his elite legions. As a result, these legions possess combat capabilities on par with an average servant while maintaining top-tier discipline and training. A series of inventions from science, combined with the glorious technology from the Age of Gods, form this last divine legion. In contrast, under Clovis's command, the number of Germanic coalition forces facing Artorius across the river has reached a staggering 300,000. This number is an estimation and can only be an estimation because it is truly impossible to count. When the two heroes of the Germanic region prepare for the decisive battle, when the mortals in the world become frenzied about the upcoming war, the harsh weather worsens the situation. Cold, 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 large hailstones mixed with raindrops viciously fall from the leaden sky. Everyone in the rain feels a chill from their scalp to their bones. Men, women, children, anyone who can move rushes into the wheat fields. They use sickles, knives, axes, or even their bare hands to desperately harvest the ripe or nearly ripe wheat. They continue until they are frozen stiff by the icy rain and hail, or until the wheat fields are shattered by hailstones. On the eve of the decisive battle, on the eve of the autumn harvest being stored, the Germanic region suffers from a historically rare natural disaster. Hail, rainfall, and even blizzards often lead to reduced harvests or complete crop failures in many areas. Driven by hunger, the Germanic peoples emit desperate roars, converging like a torrent and joining Clovis's ranks. To storm Gaul. By storming Gaul, they can secure food and ensure their survival. It's as simple as that. With this belief, the number of Germanic coalition forces east of the Rhine River continues to increase. Realizing that the training and equipment of his troops are inferior to Artorius, Clovis has already decided to win this war through numbers. Chapter 94, War of Madness, I. The war between Artorius and the Franks began with boredom and tedium. From mid-September to early October, for over 20 days, the main forces of both sides faced each other across the Rhine River. There was no decisive battle between the main forces, only small-scale skirmishes along the river. Everywhere along the Rhine, Artorius commanded his flagship, the dragon-headed warships. These warships patrolled back and forth, controlling the waterway to ensure that the Germanic armies could not cross the Rhine. As for Artorius's own army, they lacked the numbers and therefore had no desire to launch a proactive attack. Clovis's army was approaching a formidable force of 400,000, while Artorius's army was only 1/5 or 1/6 of that size. In September, the Germanic alliance attempted to build a pontoon bridge and gather ships to cross the river. However, they were all thwarted by Artorius's superior naval forces. Artorius's Germanic army resorted to using fire ships to burn the pontoon bridge, mages and ballistae to bombard the enemy, and engaged in passionate exchanges with frost giants hurling giant stones. They left Clovis's alliance with no viable options. Clovis also sent envoys to seek cooperation with the tribes in the northern Scandinavian peninsula. The Jutes, Danes, and Harolds tribes there were known for their naval capabilities. However, the distance could not quench their immediate thirst. Not to mention the fighting capabilities of these Germanic tribes, nor whether they were willing to join forces with the Franks. Even if everything went according to Clovis's wishes, there wouldn't be enough time. According to Agravain's intelligence, the Frank supplies could only last until the end of November at most. The alliance fleet couldn't possibly provide support in time. Clovis was on the verge of defeat. Therefore, the officers under Artorius felt optimistic about the future of the war. Clovis's Germanic forces will be overwhelmed by their own sheer numbers. We don't even need to attack, they will collapse due to food shortages. As long as we continue to hold our ground, victory will be ours. Such statements were popular among Artorius's troops. It was plain to see. Artorius controlled the Rhine River. With his fleet, he could buy time until the Rhine froze over. Meanwhile, on the western bank of the Rhine, Morgan, Artorius's head court mage, oversaw the construction of a series of sturdy fortresses. This defensive line would enable his army to hold out for at least half a year. By then, Clovis's alliance would likely crumble due to a lack of food. To secure victory, Clovis would undoubtedly force his troops to launch a desperate attack on the fortified strongholds. Artorius's army simply needed to wait and rely on the strong fortress to achieve victory. It was the easiest choice. From the very beginning, Artorius stood in an unbeatable position. Of course, this was only a superficial observation. During a high-level military council, Artorius spoke frankly to his trusted generals, legion commanders, and the Knights of the Round Table. We cannot drag this out any longer, for 2 reasons. First, I myself cannot endure for that long. I am burdened greatly by my fight against fate using the third magic. I can only hold on until the end of October at most. By that time, fate will undoubtedly favor Clovis. Staying put would be nothing more than waiting for death. Artorius. Your Majesty. O King. As Artorius spoke, everyone looked at him with concern. Artorius was willing to sacrifice himself, and he had indeed made sacrifices. But he wouldn't sacrifice silently, unknown to others. He would use his sacrifice to inspire morale, as he was doing now. Upon hearing that Artorius, in order to save the world, was single-handedly defying fate and bearing its weight, the loyalty and fanaticism of the Knights of the Round Table reached unprecedented heights. For a moment, if any Knight of the Round Table dared to act out of line. For example, if Lancelot were to cause trouble by betting someone's wife, or if Tristan were to shout something like, "The king doesn't understand people's hearts," the other knights would immediately rush forward and cut him down with their swords without hesitation. As for the second point, Artorius continued with a serious expression on his face. On the other side of the Rhine River, there are over 300,000 people. According to Sir Agravain's estimation, only a fraction of them can be considered warriors, probably less than half. The majority are civilians like hunters, farmers, and craftsmen. They joined Clovis's army out of hunger and despair. Since our goal is to save humanity, I cannot simply ignore them. The radiance of our king is enough to pierce through any darkness. Oh my king, please give us your command. We are willing to march ahead for you. After Artorius spoke these words, the bright-hearted individuals felt moved. Even Agravain, who harbored darkness within, recognized the validity of Artorius's plan based on practical interests, and thought, with hundreds of thousands of people, it is precisely what we need. Let them survive and serve us. They can become soldiers, farmers, craftsmen, creating benefits for our soon-to-be empire. Truly a man worthy of my attention. Such profound aura, how enticing. Morgan said in her heart, accompanied by a reddening face. She looked at Artorius with fanatical eyes. Perhaps her emotions were different from the others, but the intensity of her passion was no less than anyone else, be it Artoria, the vice-commander of the Knights of the Round Table and commander of the First Legion, or Mordred, the vice-commander of the Radiant Knights and commander of the Second Legion. Women of Pendragon are never inferior to anyone. So, Your Majesty, are you suggesting? Amidst the fervor of the crowd, only Agravain felt concerned. He couldn't help but ask, and received a natural yet thrilling reply. Besides being a king, I am also a knight. He surveyed his surroundings before continuing. After making adequate preparations, I will take the initiative and launch a surprise attack, directly crushing Clovis by myself, ensuring minimal losses. But, brother. Upon hearing Artorius's words, Mordred exclaimed in frustration, "You are the king. Shouldn't we handle the charge and battle for you?" Mordred. Artorius looked at his anxious sister with a gentle yet firm tone. Everything else can be entrusted, but this task requires me to personally act. Usurping fate, is it? Artoria spoke from the other side. Yes, it's usurping fate. Artorius nodded. I will personally defeat Clovis. It is a crucial step. Of course, there's no need for any of you to worry. I have a foolproof plan that will protect me under any circumstances. Upon hearing Artorius's reassurance, the trusted generals present felt somewhat relieved. Indeed, Artorius possessed the third magic, along with the absolute defensive treasure Avalon. He was the dragon vying for the throne, advancing towards imperial glory. In terms of spirit, equipment, and physical prowess, the new king of Britain was more than capable of surpassing his rivals. His defensive power and vitality were both at the EX rank. That settles it. Artorius surveyed his surroundings once again. The day of victory is within our grasp. Let us strive forward together, my comrades. Chapter 95, War of Madness, 2. On that evening, in the Land of Shadows. This is completely different from what you said back then, Artorius. Facing her most promising disciple, Scathatch couldn't help but sigh. You used to say that as a leader, you should remain in the rear. But now, you decide to take the initiative to attack directly. Times change. Artorius didn't want to waste time on such matters. After a simple response, he got to the crucial point. How is the spell preparation coming along? It's in progress. Can it be faster? Artorius raised an eyebrow. It's already as fast as it can be. What if I lend a hand? It seems I haven't taught you well enough, Scathatch said. This spell requires precision, not just blindly infusing magical energy through the third magic to achieve miracles. No, I mean regarding my origin. Artorius spoke up. He was a rare individual who possessed dual origins. Among those in the Fate series who had their origins revealed, only Emiya Kiritsugu had dual origins, severing and binding. The magecraft bullets he created using the concept of origins played a crucial role when facing the Clock Tower's Lord Elmeloy, Kenneth Archibald. Severing and binding, compared to domination and revolution, weren't just a small difference conceptually. Emiya Kiritsugu, known as the Mage Killer, wasn't just slightly inferior to Artorius in terms of ability and strength. Therefore, the effects that Artorius's origin could achieve were naturally more terrifying and astonishing. Usurping fate, from a certain perspective, could also be understood as domination. Dominating fate. Dominating enemies. Dominating oneself. Thus, if Artorius cooperated with the spell preparation, merely infusing the effect of his origin into the spell would yield remarkable results. Yes, but you've enough on your plate. Scathatch naturally referred to the large-scale bounded field covering the entire Germanic region, resisting fate's influence. This massive bounded field that resisted fate utilized Artorius's domination origin. Your burden will only increase further, Artorius. Scathatch calmly stated to him. But I won't die. Artorius was brimming with confidence. Indeed, he possessed the third magic in Avalon. Even if he were crushed into tiny fragments, he could still revive. However, the pain involved in that. I can endure it. Hearing Artorius say that, Scathatch fell silent once again. She earnestly looked at her disciple and once more sighed in admiration. You've truly become a good man. So what? Artorius chuckled. Are you captivated with me, teacher? Don't get too full of yourself, kid. Scathatch extended a finger and hooked Artorius's chin. If you think you can flirt with me, it'll be a few hundred years too early. Ha 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 ha. Hearing her words, Artorius paused for a moment, then burst into a burst of genuine and joyful laughter. It made Scathatch couldn't help but sigh. It will be painful. Scathatch turned around and headed towards the magic workshop. Don't blame me for not warning you. As she said that, a beautiful silver-haired fairy happily rushed over. Artorius. It was Vivian. Are you here to see me? Ah, I'm so happy. Yes, yes, you're such a good girl. Just like consoling Mordred, Artorius gently gave a head pat to Vivian, which made her burst into silly giggles. Seems like your methods of dealing with women have upgraded. Watching this scene, Scathatch thought to herself. And then, in an instant, her mind wandered. Surprised, followed by silence. Because she sensed, when Vivian and Artorius were intimate, she felt a bit jealous. Time passed to the next day. Is everything all right, big brother? You look so exhausted. Mordred gazed at Artorius with a worried expression. Even after bathing in the holy spring, why do you still look like this? What did Teacher Scathatch and Vivian do to you? Mordred asked with concern. Today was a special day, and it was her turn to accompany Artorius. When she woke up in the morning, she saw her brother looking haggard, which made her unhappy. It's not important. Artorius replied. Usually, Artorius would take the time to comfort his adorable sister, but not now. Despite his physical fatigue from the burden he bore after the battle with Vivian, his spirits were unusually high and energetic. What matters is that we finally obtained the key to victory. The key to victory. Did you complete the spell to usurp fate? Mordred exclaimed in surprise. Wasn't it supposed to take 3 months? The longer we wait, the deeper the suffering of the people. Artorius said as he stood up, donning his frost-silver armor and ice-blue cape. After channeling some magical energy, the signs of fatigue and weakness disappeared. Once again, he became the fearsome Dragon King with boundless power and vitality. Spread the word. Artorius calmly declared. We will launch our attack tonight. Tonight. Mordred was astonished. Is there enough time for that? If we draw too many ships, won't the enemy catch on? No, we won't use ships. Then how will we cross the Rhine River? Mordred's question was answered later that night. At the banks of the Rhine River, Artorius raised clarent borrowed from Mordred, and an unimaginable coldness emanated from the sword. With a swift motion, he froze the entire surface of the river. Then, with another swing, the once smooth ice shattered into countless tiny fragments, resembling powdery snow that wouldn't cause any slipping. My knights. My comrades. My warriors. Artorius turned around and gave a speech to the 8,000 troops following him. Tonight, we will make history. Tonight, we will bring everlasting peace, prosperity, and tranquility to our nation. In response, there was no thunderous cheer as in the past. Instead, there was a unanimous sound. The knights and cavalrymen held branches in their mouths to remain silent while raising their swords and lances as a gesture of homage and response to their king. Artorius then gave the command, cross the river. Our target is the head of the barbarian king, Clovis. With the Dragon King's order, the cavalry formed their formation and galloped forward. The leather-wrapped horseshoes made a dull sound as they hit the ground. The accompanying mages waved their staves, creating illusions to shield the army and deal with the alarms and traps set by Clovis's mages. With enough caution and vigilance, Artorius's cavalry remained unnoticed by the careless guards until they were less than 50 meters away from the enemy camp. What's that? In the next moment, the guard's terrified cry came to an abrupt end. An arrow shot by Tristan had entered his right eye and pierced through his head. Following this was Artorius's furious roar and the resounding response. Anyone who dares to obstruct our righteous cause shall be killed. Chapter 96, War of Madness, 3. A bonus chapter for every 1k power stones, thanks for the support. What is that? What's going on? Enemies. Enemies. Chaos, madness, and cruelty, the bloated army of the Germanic peoples resembled an aging African elephant. Despite their massive bodies, their movements were unusually sluggish, and their reaction speed was slower than ever. In the camp, dirtier and more disorderly than a slum, the Germanic people scattered like headless flies after the sudden attack. Considering the Germanic people's barbaric nature and way of life, almost every adult male was a qualified warrior. However, being a qualified warrior didn't make them qualified soldiers. They lacked training, didn't understand military orders, and had no organization. When Artorius's cavalry surged forward, many tribesmen panicked and fled, but there were also brave souls who raised their weapons to resist. However, against the elite, heavily armored, and magecraft-empowered cavalry charge, the effectiveness of individual light infantry in countering the attack was close to zero. Swords and lances, horseshoes and crossbows, Artorius's forces possessed the most formidable cavalry in Europe. In the blink of an eye, they wrought endless slaughter as they charged into the enemy camp. But besides futile deaths, they achieved little else. Cold steel, blazing magic swords, monstrous warhorses, and heroic warriors. Severe discipline, fervent beliefs, boundless magical energy, and equestrian tactics honed over a millennium. All of it combined to form the Last Divine Legion, a terrifying force unmatched in combat. They swept all before them. Bodies, flesh, and debris. Do not linger in battle, charge and press forward. Oh! Artorius's furious roar resounded throughout the legion. The knights responded with thunderous enthusiasm, rolling forward like an unstoppable torrent. The cavalry crushed all opposition in their path, penetrating deep into the heart of the Frankish camp. Only then did Artorius encounter true resistance. After easily mowing down scattered groups of skirmishers, the cavalry faced a wall of shields. Countless Germanic warriors in black armor stood before Artorius. They held long spears and large shields, clad in wolf skins, with resolute expressions and cold gazes. Shoulder to shoulder, shields stacked upon shields, spears raised high, they formed a formidable defense line. The druids and priests wearing deer-horned helmets and wielding oak staffs, hailing from the north and the Slavic lands, frantically worked behind the shield wall. Sinister magecraft scattered from blood sacrifices and life force, empowering these elite Germanic warriors with magecraft barriers. This was Clovis's royal guard. An elite unit comprised of Germanic nobles' descendants. Their number surpassed 10,000. This shield wall tactic was one of the infantry tactics learned from the Romans by the Germanic peoples. From that time to hundreds of years later, infantry formations with large shields and long spears were always exceptional and powerful. They halted the Viking onslaught at Stamford Bridge. They resisted Arab and Egyptian cavalry during the Crusades and the Battle of Poitiers. For thousands of years to come, they remained the dominant infantry tactic, withstanding countless cavalry and steel. Until the rise of the long pike formations, which eventually replaced them. However, now, they couldn't stop Artorius Pendragon. Use light beam. Among the cavalry group, commanded by Tristan in charge of the mounted archers, after a disappointing round of magic bowshots, Artorius issued the following command. Shortly after, led by Artoria wielding the Holy Lance Rongaminiad and Mordred wielding Clarent, the knights rode forward. They were equipped with the pure white sword and icy blue lance mass-produced by the third magic. Blinding frosty light beams illuminated the night sky. Hundreds of light beams, targeting the enemy formation, fired simultaneously. The magecraft barriers of the Germanic druids and priests were easily shattered like eggshells. Thousands of elite Germanic warriors turned into ashes in an instant. At that moment, the world fell silent. Fate shifted. Artorius Pendragon gained the upper hand. When the strongest shield of the Franks fell beneath the mightiest spear of Artorius, only one last batch of enemies remained, standing between the two rulers of this world. Artorius. Before a tent, Clovis, king of the Franks and also known as the Wolf King and king of barbarians, roared thunderously with his wolf-like eyes. He had killed anyone who tried to persuade him to retreat, escape, or surrender. Without hesitation, he mounted his warhorse, raised two swords in his hands, and charged furiously toward Artorius's location. Even at this critical moment, even when the situation was at its most perilous, he refused to give up. His royal guards were losing, and tens of thousands of cannon fodder and miscellaneous troops were in disarray. The once flattering Germanic chieftains now had different intentions. It was not difficult to imagine that once he was defeated, even if not killed, those chieftains would switch sides immediately. They would kneel before the governor of the Germanic military region and then hunt him down with a fiercer, more insane attitude than now. I will never accept it. I will never accept it. Fate is on my side. I am the king of Europe. Clovis roared in madness while wielding two swords, Holy Sword Durandal and Golden Sword Joyeuse. These two famous swords, deeply connected to the legends of Charlemagne and the Franks, greatly enhanced Clovis's power. In the world of Typemoon, Nasuverse, Artorius had no way of knowing whether Clovis had possessed these two swords or if the counterforce was meddling with events. But it didn't matter. What mattered was that the Wolf King had led his troops and launched a charge against Artorius. The royal guards clad in black plate armor stood united around their king, clashing fiercely against the Knights of the Round Table donning frost silver plate armor, who formed the vanguard of the cavalry group. The collision between the two forces was like pouring strong acid into boiling water, igniting the pinnacle of this battle in an instant. When their lances broke, they turned to swords, knives, or bows with enchanted arrows, slashing through the air and exchanging fierce blows. The once invincible Knights of the Round Table suddenly found themselves embroiled in a bitter and intense struggle. The 800 Clovis's royal guards were indeed dwindling in numbers, facing the superior Knights of the Round Table, they were at a disadvantage. But with the help of Germanic berserkers charging from both sides and other troops of the Franks, they managed to hold their ground against Artorius's fierce onslaught. Amidst the chaotic battle, Artorius wielded Giebalg and moved with his horse as if he were in an empty space, instantly slaying any enemies who appeared before him. However, being embroiled in the melee, he couldn't unleash his sword beam to kill from afar. Thus, even with his astonishing martial prowess, he couldn't change the course of the battle. Unless... Artorius. Where are you? You mongrel. Clovis continued to rage, his voice causing tree branches to shiver, and Artorius locked onto him immediately. Clovis, killing him will lead to victory. With that thought in mind, Artorius didn't hesitate and urged his horse forward. Artorius. At the same time, Clovis also locked eyes with him. Chapter 97, Dragon King vs. Wolf King. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Clovis laughed maniacally as he swung his two swords, cutting down the charging knights, both men and horses as if he were cutting vegetables. Prior to clashing with Artorius, the most significant opponent he had defeated was Gawain. Exclamation point. Before Artorius's eyes, Gawain's sword was flicked away by his opponent, along with his right hand that gripped the sword, both soaring into the air. Without hesitation, Artorius threw his spear, Giebalg, toward Clovis. Clovis leaned to the side, evading Artorius's attack, and missed the opportunity to pursue Gawain. Step back. Although Gawain was not one to accept defeat, he obeyed Artorius's command and stepped back, clenching his teeth. Clovis had no interest in pursuing a minor character like Gawain. Just as Artorius now only had eyes for him, Clovis was focused solely on Artorius. He laughed maniacally and urged his warhorse forward. But as he approached Artorius, a strong sense of danger overwhelmed him, causing him to roll off the horse's back. Simultaneously, a beam of light grazed his cheek, obliterating one of his ears. Humph. Ha 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 ha. Failing to hit Clovis with the sword beam from Clarent, Artorius snorted. At the same time, amid Clovis's maniacal laughter, Artorius also leaped up from his mount. Amidst the horse's neighing, Clovis wielded the left-hand sword, Durandal, severing the forelimb of Artorius's horse. Simultaneously, with the right-hand sword, Joyeuse, Clovis blocked Artorius's enraged strike as he leaped. After returning Clarent back to Mordred and throwing Giebalg, Artorius drew Excalibur. He fiercely thrust the holy sword toward Clovis's chest. Boom. The holy sword and the golden sword clashed violently, releasing terrifying magical energy that dispersed in all directions. In an instant, all those with insufficient strength were reduced to dust, leaving no trace of their remains. Witnessing the scene, the troops from both sides quickly retreated, leaving the battlefield to the two kings. Artoria and Mordred had the power to intervene, but seeing that Artorius had the upper hand and knowing the significance of this battle, they refrained from acting, only observing from the outskirts and staying prepared to provide support. In the center of the battlefield, though there were only two people, the spectacle they created resembled two giant beasts locked in combat. It was a war between the frost dragon, stirring cold winds, and the frenzied demon wolf. They stepped back, and back again until their fighting's aftershocks could no longer reach. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. After blocking Artorius's attack, Clovis continued to laugh maniacally, wielding the two famous swords recklessly, seemingly indifferent to defense, and relentlessly slashing at Artorius. Not bad strength. As a dragon, Artorius possessed incredible power, enough to move mountains, yet Clovis, a mere mortal, managed to withstand it. And the speed too. Similarly, as Clovis swung his two swords, Artorius employed his third technique, summoning a pure white sword in his left hand to counterattack swiftly. The sword's speed, surpassing the speed of sound multiple times, generated shockwaves capable of toppling ancient trees. Yet Clovis managed to keep up. But your techniques are too crude. In the next moment, Artorius cunningly baited Clovis with flaws, feints, and traps. The first strike disarmed Clovis, the second pierced his heart and lungs, and the final one went straight through his throat. Relying on the mass-produced weapon, pure white sword, Artorius channeled magical energy throughout his body and released it at full power, causing a near point-blank explosion that could almost overturn the entire camp. I've got you now. I win. As he executed his move, Artorius exclaimed in excitement, "Fate shall converge." The next moment, an intense pain struck his back. Artorius. Brother. No. My king. Amidst the shouts of his mother, sister, and subordinates, Artorius released his sword, clutching the blade of Joyous impaled through his own body with his hand. Exclamation point. Under the astonished and disbelieving gaze of the figure behind him, the legendary golden sword was crushed by the frost dragon's grip. Did you really think this would defeat me? Did you think it could make me abandon my ambition? You counter-forces puppet. In one swift motion, Artorius grasped the throat of another Clovis behind him. Ignoring the excruciating pain and injuries, he effortlessly lifted him. No. This can't be possible. The expression of elation turned into terror, and the Wolf King stared at Artorius with eyes akin to those of someone witnessing a monster. I am supposed to. My Joyous is. My fate is. I will, cough, arg. At the same moment, another body of Clovis, who got pierced through the throat and heart by Artorius earlier, collapsed to the ground and dissipated like scattered sand. Perhaps it was some kind of magecraft, or maybe a special skill. Beneath the rugged and robust appearance of the King of Franks, lay a sinister heart. Realizing that he was no match for Artorius, he made a decision to use a dirty trick to win. His previous laughter and bravery were just a facade. His true move came after he was killed by Artorius. Seizing the moment when Artorius was elated when killing his fake body, having eliminated a formidable foe and relaxing his guard, Clovis attempted an assassination. With all his might, he used Joyous, piercing Artorius's heart. The mighty magical energy of the sword guaranteed Artorius's demise. He was so close to success. The frost steel armor proved futile against Joyous's sharpness as it pierced the Dragon King's heart. Yet, despite this, the outcome remained a resounding failure. Artorius, who possessed the third magic in Avalon, had long transcended the realm of ordinary humans. Clovis's attack would be enough to slay a true dragon, but it proved futile against Artorius. To make matters worse, Artorius caught him, grabbing his throat, and leaving him unable to escape. The power capable of crushing divine steel couldn't crush Clovis's neck. And so, Artorius added his other hand. Artorius's expression was not one of pain or anger but of sheer ecstasy. He truly had fate by the throat. He tightened his hands, inward, making a creak sound, indicating that he was getting even closer to usurping fate. Throughout this process, Clovis struggled desperately. He managed to pull out a dagger tied to his calf and thrust it fiercely into Artorius's arm, but Artorius remained immovable. Clovis fought desperately to break free. He used his teeth, his head, his hands, his legs, his everything, but they proved futile. Sometimes pleading, sometimes giving Artorius a fierce stare. He seemed to be begging for mercy while also issuing harsh threats. T/N, this somewhat reminds me of that epic moment when Ains crushed Clementine in Overlord. Clovis wanted to make a comeback. As long as he broke free and fled as soon as possible, he was certain that he still had a chance, even if it meant suffering a terrible defeat and losing 400,000 warriors. As long as fate continued to favor him, he could rise again after some time. But no, all of those were just his wishful thinking. Clovis's army could only freeze in place and watch dumbfounded as their king struggled helplessly. Meanwhile, Artorius's army could only gaze in awe at their king's absolute strength. Fate shall also submit to me. I am the one who will conquer Europe, conquer the world, the greatest figure of this era, and the one who will establish a magnificent empire. Artorius declared loudly as he stared at Clovis's terrified eyes. Die. Clovis. Artorius Pendragon roared, unleashing all his power on his hands until a snap sound finally came. He had successfully broken Clovis's neck and ended his life, completely clearing the way to usurp his fate. Soon, he would snatch a glimmer of hope for himself, his loved ones, his subordinates, his nation, and humanity. Chapter 98, Fate and Victory. Clovis is dead, but this is far from over. Teacher. In fact, Artorius didn't need to shout, the purple beauty he had been waiting for had already approached from among the knights. Thanks to Artorius's help, the spell that was supposed to take 3 months to complete appeared at his feet, completed ahead of schedule. A dark purple, mysterious, and ominous light, like a living entity, entered Clovis's body, tugging at the concepts within the corpse. Those were the concepts of the Franks, the fate of the inevitable rise of Germanic peoples, the very thing Artorius had been hoping for. With this tugging, the atmosphere around them grew more ominous. The void leading to the throne of heroes became clearer. It was the terrifying entity known as the Counterforce, starting to sense the changes in this world and preparing to dispatch its agents to punish those who tampered with fate. Teacher. Rest assured. As Artorius watched the scene unfold, he anxiously urged her on, feeling a massive drain on his magical energy. This was likely what Scathatch meant by, enough on your plate, before as she continued to use vast amounts of magical energy from him to hasten the process of usurping fate. Artorius's magical energy was used to maintain the giant bounded field that enveloped all of Central Europe to resist fate's influence, as well as handling previous battles, unleashing sword beams, and mass-producing tools on the rank of noble phantasm among other tasks. Terrifying magical energy, enough to drain thousands, tens of thousands of dragons, was madly flowing away in just one day and night. If not for the infinite magical energy from the third magic, he would be dead long ago. Finally, an unparalleled miracle descended upon this world. The fate, originally anchored to Clovis, was captured by Artorius Pendragon. The world that was about to separate from proper human history stabilized once again and integrated back into it. Simultaneously, the hole connecting to the throne of heroes vanished without a trace. The massive and terrifying wall that had shrouded the battlefield receded. This meant that the counterforce would no longer pursue this action. Artorius had finally reached the end of this tightrope. You did it. Scathatch's tone was complex as she spoke to him. No, we did it. With Artorius's words, the enormous bounded field that covered all of Central Europe was lifted, and there was no longer any loss of magical energy, uplifting Artorius's spirits. He then looked down, gazing at the body on the ground. Clovis's eyes were wide open, seemingly unable to believe that he, who had the blessing of fate, would die at Artorius's hands. Artorius didn't want to look at him any longer. With a swing of his holy sword, the previously invulnerable neck was deftly severed. The Dragon King raised his head, using magical amplification to ensure that his voice resounded throughout the entire battlefield. Clovis is dead. Killed by me. Germanic peoples, lay down your weapons and submit to me. I am Artorius Pendragon, your new ruler. With resounding and heroic shouts echoing across the battlefield, with Clovis's death and the spread of this news, the remaining chaotic and fearful Germanic peoples completely lost their will to fight. Most of the ordinary Germanic peoples who only wished to survive fell silent. Those Germanic peoples at the periphery of the battlefield stood still, while those in the middle of the battlefield put down their weapons and awaited their fate obediently. Only a very few chose to flee. Even fewer were the fanatical loyalists of Clovis who continued to attack those around them, but they were quickly suppressed by the forces under Artorius's command, including the Germanic peoples who were originally allies. In this era where the loyalty and faith of the vast majority rested on the individual and not the nation or ethnicity, Clovis's death was enough to ensure victory. The war with the Germanic peoples had ended. At least for now. The fate of the Franks dissipated, replaced by the emergence of a new history for the British Germanic people. Artorius Pendragon achieved victory. As one of the Germanic peoples after another laid down their weapons, Artorius couldn't help but be overwhelmed by the bewildered, fearful, and hopeful expressions of the Germanic peoples. The knights and cavalry from Britain, Rome, Anglo-Saxons, and other nations who had also stopped the slaughter and already pledged allegiance to the Dragon King felt a surge of intense emotion within them. Ecstasy. Long live the king. In the west, the first knight raised his sword high and let out a triumphant cry, and soon, the resounding cheers of victory echoed along both banks of the Rhine River. Long live the king. On the anxious western bank, within the encampment of the Germanic military region, fear-stricken and surrendering tribesmen, even those who had just laid down their weapons and technically remained prisoners of war, were all infected by this inexplicable frenzy. They cheered loudly for Artorius, their new ruler who now held their fate. Throughout the Germanic lands, nearly all the barbarians joined in the celebration, rejoicing at the birth of their new common ruler, chosen by fate. The fated frost dragon opened his arms wide, proudly welcoming the honor that belonged to him. Meanwhile, the climate problem that had shrouded Europe for centuries little by little began to change. The weather was getting warmer, and the chaotic seasons and natural disasters decreased. The earth was about to transition from an old era to a new one, an era forged by Artorius, belonging to mortal men. Ha, you really did it. Watching the scene unfold and witnessing the people looking at Artorius with excitement and almost reverence, Scathatch couldn't help but sigh. Until he approached her and took her hand. Thank you, teacher. He looked gently at Scathatch, sincerely expressing his gratitude. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have succeeded so quickly. Humph. After a momentary pause, Scathatch snorted lightly, gazing at Artorius with amusement. Save those sweet words for the gullible little girls. With that said, she withdrew her hand from Artorius's grasp and turned to leave. That's it, my disciple. Don't forget our agreement. Leaving behind a graceful figure, Scathatch disappeared into the crowd. Ha ha. Finally, Artorius gave a fond look to the good woman. With a light chuckle, he refocused his attention on the present. There was still much to do. Subjugate these Germanic peoples, elevate their civilization, stabilize them, and strengthen their power. Stabilize and train new armies. And then, prepare for the upcoming wars and conquests. Facing the rising sun, Artorius turned his gaze westward. There, the fertile soil of Gaul awaited his arrival. It was also time for the Western Roman Empire to exit the stage of history once and for all. I'm coming, Lucius. Chapter 99, His Majesty the Emperor, Artorius I. After defeating the Franks, Artorius couldn't wait to turn his gaze towards the ruler of the Western Roman Empire. Of course, being a Roman general and a provincial governor, the war against Western Rome was not a mere tribal rebellion, it was a civil war. Once the war was won, Artorius not only sought to become a protector of Rome, like those Germanic chieftains, but also aimed to claim the Roman imperial title as the Emperor of Rome. It was the Emperor of Rome, not just the Emperor of Romans. There was a significant difference between the two. What Artorius desired was an empire that surpassed the territorial extent of the Western Roman Empire, encompassing the British Isles, the Nordic Peninsula, Central Europe, and even vast territories like Poland and Ukraine of Eastern Europe. In short, all of Europe. At the same time, in name, Artorius sought to inherit the legacy of the Roman Empire fully, becoming an authentic Roman emperor. Both tasks were not easy and would require a considerable amount of time and effort to achieve. Furthermore, compared to the ultimate goal of saving humanity and the world, what Artorius needed to do at the moment was only a starting point. Of course, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. It was best to focus on the immediate tasks first before talking about long-term goals. After the war, there was much post-war work to be done. The most important task was to assimilate the prisoners of war and further enhance Artorius's strength. This went smoothly, so much so that it left many in a daze. For example, Gawain, whose severed hand was restored through healing magecraft, couldn't help but mumble, "It's truly unimaginable. It was just so easy." Of course, for those who truly understood the situation, such ease was not surprising at all, it was entirely normal. In terms of reputation, as a Germanic general, Artorius's standing in the Germanic regions was second only to Clovis of the Franks. With Artorius's victory and the beheading of Clovis, the hierarchies underwent a complete reversal. Artorius was now the undisputed leader in the Germanic regions. In terms of power and authority, Artorius was also the strongest. A night attack had toppled the prestigious royal guards of Clovis and 3 elite Germanic berserker units, all with minimal losses on Artorius's side. The might of Britain's cavalry and Artorius's strength had shaken every Germanic peoples who participated in the battle, leaving them unable to muster any resistance. Lastly, there were the practical benefits. Perhaps this was the most crucial point, following Artorius Pendragon meant having enough to eat. Though Artorius provided nothing more than black bread. It was created without restriction through the infinite magical energy supply of the third magic, barely having any taste, merely serving to fill their stomachs. But so what? For those knights and nobles, it might be garbage, not even worth a glance. Even Artoria herself had already grown tired of such food. However, for the Germanic peoples who lived daily in hunger and extreme poverty, it was a luxury. Were they still considered human? Let alone black bread, they could eat grass, tree bark, and mud. As for pursuing taste or enjoyment, those were things that the Germanic peoples who had despaired due to famine would never even dare to think about. Even if they joined Clovis, even if they fought on the battlefield for the ambitions of the Wolf King of Franks, they would receive very little in return. The food sent to them was barely enough to sustain them, often nothing more than a clear broth with a few grains of wheat. Even this meager food was frequently taken away by stronger and more ruthless bastards. Upon pledging allegiance to Artorius Pendragon, the generals of Germanic peoples beheaded thousands and wiped out most of the unruly elements in their troops. It was the primary reason for their loyalty. Meanwhile, inside a tent. In terms of reputation, strength, and interests, everything favors His Majesty. Agravain's voice remained calm with a hint of delight, "There's no reason to fail." "Yes, perhaps." Awkwardly rubbing his wrist, Gawain spoke to his brother, "But I can't shake this feeling of unreality. Before this, we endured so much hardship, and everything seemed difficult. Now, all of a sudden, it's going so smoothly. There's nothing to worry about." Agravain said confidently, "Fate is on our side now." After saying this, he lowered his head, focusing all his attention on the nation's affairs. "Sir Agravain." "What?" "It's just that. You seem a bit younger. It's His Majesty's blessing." Agravain didn't hide it. In reward for my loyalty and diligence, His Majesty used his magic to rejuvenate my body, restoring me to my prime. I see, so now you can continue working late nights without problems. Gawain had a look of sudden realization, which earned him a cold snort from Agravain. You wouldn't understand the joy of working overtime if you don't do it yourself. Agravain said without mincing his words, assisting His Majesty in managing and controlling such a vast empire, dedicating oneself to such a magnificent endeavor, that itself is unparalleled happiness. Is that so? I can't understand you at all. Shaking his head, Gawain replied, I still think ordinary happiness is easier to understand. Don't the Germanic peoples think the same way? While they conversed, the Germanic peoples were cheering. Whether they were the first to join Artorius, which was the Anglo-Saxons, or those who followed later, like the Franks, Goths, or Burgundians, all were passionately celebrating. They cheered for their emperor Artorius. He stood on a large, black, circular shield. Two of the mightiest chieftains from the Germanic tribes lifted the shield, keeping Artorius high above their heads. The chieftains, nobles, elders, and strongest warriors, gathered in the inner circle, all raised their fists and weapons, tossing their helmets into the air. They wanted Artorius to become their leader, their emperor, even more anxiously than Artorius himself. Long live the emperor! In the midst of a vast army, the Germanic peoples proclaimed their Roman emperor with their traditional coronation ceremony. It wasn't through hereditary succession or senate election. It was a more pure form, based on the support of the people and the military. What Artorius had once said became a reality. Augustus, the one with strength and valor, would be chosen. T/N, Augustus was an ancient Roman title meaning majestic, great, or venerable. It feels like a dream. I'm not dreaming, right? Watching the ecstatic celebration of the Germanic peoples, Gawain sighed, not long ago, we were enemies. Now, we're all serving the same ruler. Agravain didn't respond to his brother's words. He merely smiled at the corners of his mouth, a smile that showed both joy and a mocking amusement at Gawain's limited insight. Though their time following Artorius differed only slightly, Agravain understood their lord better. Right from the beginning, he understood, that Artorius would undoubtedly succeed, accomplishing things no one else could ever achieve. Miracle existed. Artorius Pendragon was proof of that. Next, we shall build an empire. Agravain couldn't contain his excitement. He put down his pen, stood up, and walked out of the tent, joining the jubilant crowd. Long live the emperor! Long live Artorius I! With Artorius becoming emperor, as the first of their family to hold the title, he could now be addressed with the honorific the first. T/N, Artorius I or Artorius I. The Roman Empire has found its most fitting ruler. Next is to march on to Ravenna. Slay the fake emperor, Lucius. Ha ha ha. Gawain watched his brother Agravain in astonishment, never expecting to see the expressionless him to laugh, and laugh so joyously at that.